political figures of the last century. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Wednesday. We'll see you back here on Thursday. Have a good one.
Breaking overnight, this is our first look at documents seized by FBI agents at Mar-a-Lago on August 8th. A late-night Department of Justice filing also reveals that some information on the documents were so sensitive that FBI agents and DOJ officials needed additional security clearances to review them.
President Biden sets his sights on assault weapons, MAGA Republicans, and law enforcement while calling recent attacks on the FBI sickening.
Tensions in Taiwan may be rising after they fired at Chinese drones that flew a little too close for comfort in their territory.
This morning, we'll look back at the incredible life of former Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev, who just passed. And we'll mark 25 years since we lost Princess Diana, their legacies, and more.
And caught on camera, a backyard varmint that's got even Bill Murray's Caddyshack groundhog taking notice. It's Wednesday, the final day of August. Early Today starts right now.
Thanks for ending the month with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Breaking overnight, a blistering new filing from the Justice Department reveals a trove of information about its search at Mar-a-Lago and the case against former President Donald Trump. The DOJ released its argument against a special master to review the documents seized in the search, saying the appointment would harm national security interests. The filing also suggests that classified documents were moved and concealed amid the retrieval attempts in an effort to, quote, likely taken to obstruct the government's investigation. Bree Jackson is live in D.C. for us to break this down for us. Bree, good morning. This is the clearest look yet into the DOJ's case.
Good morning, Philip. That's right. Well, the Justice Department actually had to seek permission to go over the 20-page limit to, quote, adequately address the legal and factual issues raised by the Trump team and their request for a special master. And to bolster the 36-page filing, the DOJ included a picture of the documents seized during the FBI's search of the former president's Florida estate, several of which were clearly marked top secret. The filing says over 100 unique classified documents were seized in total. Some so sensitive, FBI agents and DOJ attorneys needed additional security clearances to review them. We also got a better look at what happened inside during the search of Mar-a-Lago. The filing says the FBI recovered twice as many classified documents than what was turned over by the Trump team, casting doubt over their claim that there had been a diligent search following the grand jury subpoena in May. Agents also found 3 classified files in Mr. Trump's office as opposed to the storage room. Summing up the argument, the DOJ said that a special master would be unnecessary since government review teams have already finished their work, and a third party reviewing the documents would only impede its ongoing criminal investigation. Over the weekend, the Trump-appointed federal judge overseeing the case said she was inclined to grant the former president's request. We could soon find out if this filing changes her mind. A hearing in the case is scheduled for tomorrow. That will also mark the first appearance of Mr. Trump's new addition to his legal team. NBC News reports that he's hired former Florida Solicitor General Chris Kise, who has won 4 cases before the Supreme Court. So what began with a quiet National Archives request nearly 18 months ago now has turned into a very public fight between the DOJ and the former president. Back to you guys.
Well, it was the former president who first made this all public. All right, Bree, thank you.
Now to the growing crisis unfolding in Jackson, Mississippi. The state's capital struggling with water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. Schools forced to hold classes online, and some restaurants had to close. President Biden has approved an emergency declaration sending federal assistance after flooding caused an already struggling water treatment facility to fail. Now thousands are without running water. Deion Sanders, who coaches the Jackson State football team, says he is moving his players into hotel rooms off campus.
We don't have air conditioning. We can't use toilets. We don't have water. Therefore, we don't have ice. We're operating in crisis mode. I got to get these kids off campus.
Lines have stretched miles for bottled water as officials struggle to help the roughly 180,000 people affected. NBC's Guad Venegas is there in Jackson.
A race to distribute water in Jackson, Mississippi. Cars lined up for miles outside distribution centers full of locals hoping for water who left empty-handed after the supply quickly ran out.
The water that they are giving, well, you can't get to it because the line is so damn long.
For weeks, Jackson residents have been under a boil water notice put in place last month because of contaminated water concerns. Now they're on the brink of having no water at all.
The water pressure has been low.
Taprice Young has been spending $100 a week on water for her family.
We've had to boil water to cook, to wash dishes, pretty much to brush our teeth.
State officials say floodwater complications impacted storage tanks, pumps, and water flow, resulting in a failure at Jackson's main plant.
The lack of water was due to a lack of pressure in the system.
The water is not safe to drink, and I would even say it's not safe to brush your teeth with.
The governor declaring a new state of emergency, announcing a total or near total loss of water pressure throughout the city and surrounding areas.
The city cannot produce enough water to fight fires, to reliably flush toilets, and to meet other critical needs.
The state now preparing for the colossal challenge of distributing water to 180,000 people in and around Jackson.
How long can the city operate without running water, distributing water the way you're planning to do? I mean, this isn't sustainable.
We're going to go with this emergency plan as long as we have to.
Thanks to Quad Venegas for that report.
From the swing state of Pennsylvania, President Biden made a plea to voters on why they should back Democrats. In a fiery speech, Mr. Biden called out Republicans for condoning political violence.
So let me say this to my MAGA Republican friends in Congress. Don't tell me you support law enforcement if you won't condemn what happened on the 6th. Don't tell me. Can't do it. For God's sake, whose side are you on?
His administration's plan to curb gun violence includes $13 billion over the next 5 years to hire more police officers, $3 billion to help courts clear backlogs, and a 13% increase in the ATF's budget for new investigators to help cities trace firearms and analyze ballistics.
New this morning, Taiwan confirms it fired warning shots at Chinese drones. The Defense Ministry says it tracked 3 civilian drones coming close to 3 small Taiwanese islands. All turned back after being shot at. A single drone later returned to the restricted waters. It too flew away when warning shots were fired. China, which claims Taiwan as part of its territory, has not commented. The incident comes at a tense period. China has conducted live fire military exercises near Taiwan after a visit earlier this month by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Beijing slammed the visit as provocation.
Ukrainian President Zelensky met with a team of UN inspectors in Kyiv ahead of their dangerous mission to the Zaporizhzhia power plant. Sources tell NBC News that the team should arrive at the plant today to inspect its conditions. He also met with U.S. Senators Rob Portman and Amy Klobuchar. The pair traveled to Ukraine in a show of support to them and our allies.
This morning, the world is remembering Mikhail Gorbachev. He was the last leader of the Soviet Union who oversaw the end of the Cold War. Our Andrea Mitchell, who covered the fall of the Iron Curtain, has a look back at its legacy.
Mikhail Gorbachev, the communist leader whose brief 6-year reign transformed the map of Europe and the world. The first Soviet leader with a larger vision for his country, and who was willing to hold a summit with Ronald Reagan, the American president who called the Soviet Union an evil empire. Little did Gorbachev know he would preside over the end of that empire, years later saying, "We could and should have saved the Soviet Union, but we lost politically." The two men clashed famously at their next meeting in Reykjavik, Iceland. But by December of 1987, partly through the influence of Nancy Reagan on her husband, they were at the White House, signing a treaty to reduce the threat of nuclear weapons. The same year, Gorbachev gave his first American television interview to NBC's Tom Brokaw. And by the next year, a return summit in Moscow. The two were walking arm in arm in Red Square. And later, Gorbachev let the Berlin Wall come down without sending in Russian tanks, for which he won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1990. Americans were charmed by this new kind of young Soviet leader with his ideas of glasnost and perestroika, openness and economic restructuring, and his very modern wife Raisa. But back home, his Kremlin colleagues tried to overturn him in a 3-day coup and failed. Gorbachev returned from house arrest in Crimea to find Russian President Boris Yeltsin in charge, and soon resigned. He said to avoid a bloody civil war in a country saturated with nuclear weapons. Mikhail Gorbachev, the man who changed the world but could not save his own country from falling apart.
Our thanks to Andrea Mitchell for that report.
A former U.S. Marine on the U.S. Marshal's 15 most wanted fugitives list was taken into custody in El Salvador Monday. Raymond R.J. McLeod has been wanted for the alleged 2016 killing of his then-girlfriend, Crystal Mitchell. When authorities received a tip that McLeod had been teaching English at a school in El Salvador, they arrested him. He will be returned to San Diego County to face a murder charge.
After 2 weeks of grueling testimony, the prosecution has rested their case in the R. Kelly trial. Yesterday, a fourth woman told jurors she was just 15 when she left her home in Atlanta and met with a singer in Minneapolis. She testified Kelly sexually abused her in a hotel room and in a recording studio and then never spoke to her again. She was the last of some 25 witnesses called to the stand. The trial has been adjourned until Thursday morning, when the defense will begin calling their witnesses.
Severe weather is causing more trouble for summer travelers. Nearly 900 flights within the U.S. were canceled yesterday, over 4,000 delays. This was largely due to a large storm system that hit the Northeast. At least 90 flights have been canceled so far this morning.
Let's see what's in store with almost 50 million under a heat alert today. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us on this final day of August. How are we looking, Michelle?
Hey there, guys. Great to see you. Well, it's going to be hot in the west, and this is going to be a long story. It's not going to be today, tomorrow. It's going to be through next Tuesday, where we're looking at temperatures sweltering in the west into the 90s, into the triple digits. We do have 49 million Americans under a heat alert in the west. That extends from the northwest into the southwest, the Intermountain West as well. Heat advisory, that's in your orange. A heat watch is in that darker pink. And then Los Angeles, San Diego under an excessive heat warning. And we're going to see those temperatures soar over the next several days. Today, 104 in Boise, probably breaking that record of 102, 108 in Palmdale, and 100 degrees in Salt Lake City. We stay warm all throughout this week into the holiday weekend. Salt Lake City, temperatures near 100 degrees. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. The south remains wet. We're looking at a stationary boundary, bringing the chance for scattered showers. Also warm temperatures in the 90s in Houston, San Antonio. A cold front came through yesterday, bringing storms in the northeast. It's wiping out that humidity. Looking really nice today, 86 in Philly. All right, the south is being soaked once again today. We'll talk more about that coming up.
Okay, Michelle, we'll check in with you in a bit.
And Naomi Osaka is having a hard time at the U.S. Open. The tennis star was defeated in the first round by American Danielle Collins 7-6, 6-3. Also eliminated Venus Williams, who lost 6-1, 7-6 against Alison Oudvank of Belgium. And on the men's side, Rafael Nadal found success on the court, but it was a hard-fought victory. The Spaniard played 4 sets against Australian Rinky Hijikata before finally sealing the deal.
Take a quick break and then go to Kensington Palace, where the world is marking 25 years since the passing of the People's Princess.
Harry Styles!
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Several sources have made independent announcements that indeed Princess Diana has died tonight. The latest Associated Press bulletin is one eerie line. It just says simply, reading off the live wire copy here, she was 36. Another bulletin here.
That was Brian Williams 25 years ago announcing the death of Princess Diana in a car accident in Paris. Today, Britain and the world are remembering the People's Princess a quarter century after her untimely passing. NBC's Chapman Bell is in London for us, outside of Kensington Palace, following today's commemorations. Chapman, good morning. How is the country remembering Diana today?
Morning, Philip. Well, there are no official commemorations today. However, here at Kensington Palace, the home of the late Princess Diana, in the gates in front of the palace, there's already a growing memorial. Real royal fans have been out here since early in the morning, putting up pictures of the princess, laying flowers. And that memorial, as we've seen in years past, will continue to grow as the day goes on, as people pay their respects in the same location where 25 years ago, there was a sea of flowers and cards and memorials after hearing that the Princess Diana had passed away. And this is where we also saw a young Prince William and Harry, along with their father, Prince Charles, after returning from Scotland, coming out in front and meeting people and thanking them for their tributes and their support after really shocking this nation and many around the world when they learned about her death in Paris in that car crash that, of course, led to bigger things and questions about how the paparazzi pursue people around the world such as her. And so it's really her legacy that still continues today. She reshaped the monarchy, the way she tackled subjects of the day like HIV and poverty, subjects that weren't really covered then. And her sons have carried on that legacy as well. We haven't heard from them. We haven't seen any tributes on social media or anything. We do understand they are going to mark the day in private, but the People's Princess, her legacy does continue here today, and people are marking the death 25 years ago of Princess Diana. Philip?
Like you said, Chapman, it was just so shocking. It's hard to overstate just how popular she was around the world. Chapman, thanks.
The Twitter takeover hits another roadblock. Why Elon Musk is trying to pull the plug next.
And how the dreaded ketchup stain is now somehow a fashion staple. Would you wear this?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles! Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Harry Styles!
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Time now for today's quick hits. Elon Musk edition. Musk has filed another notice to terminate his acquisition of Twitter. His latest filing cites a whistleblower complaint by the social media company's former head of security. Twitter calls Musk's attempt to back out of the deal invalid and wrongful.
Royal Caribbean Cruises announced it'll begin offering onboard internet using the SpaceX Starlink satellite network. The technology will be deployed across all their cruise ships immediately.
And the Tesla CEO also announced that the latest version of the full self-driving software will roll out to 100,000 more Tesla owners next week. Musk has said he hopes to do a wide release of the technology by the end of the year.
All right, Michelle's tracking some rain in our Wednesday forecast next.
And also still to come here, meet this guy, Mr. Chunk and his family, the pesky critter that's winning over the internet.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive. Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Wednesday. Expecting more southern soakers. We're looking at rainfall rates 2 to 3 inches per hour in Texas, all the way along the Gulf Coast states, also the southeast in Florida. That's going to continue tomorrow. We're looking at spotty showers along the Gulf Coast and then more widespread in the state of Texas. Also keeping an eye on the tropics, starting to wake up a bit. We're looking at 3 areas that we're watching. The first one, 80% chance of becoming a tropical depression in the next 5 days. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thanks. It's the groundhog that's got Punxsutawney Phil shaking in his boots. We will introduce you to Chunk after the break.
Welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
How about a nice cool drink? Varmints, scum, slime, menace to the golfing industry. You're a disgrace, and your varmints, you're one of the lowest members of the food chain, and you'll probably be replaced by the rat. What I have been pushed, I think it's about time that somebody teach these varmints a little lesson about morality and about what it's like to be a decent, upstanding member of a society.
You know, maybe the lesson in Caddyshack should have been love thy varmint. A man in Delaware has turned the garden menace into a social media phenomenon. Tim Furlong introduces us to Chunk the groundhog.
You know, every year I'd pride myself on growing like organic vegetables.
When this IT guy named Jeff moved his family into this Middletown, Delaware home in 2019, this green-thumbed dude quickly realized someone was noshing on his garden veggies.
Yep, they'll tear that corn up.
When he couldn't figure out how the animals were getting under his fence, he put up a Blink security camera, and this is who we met.
He literally just pops right up into the camera and he just starts gnawing away.
Jeff named his new friend Chunk and started posting videos of him to social media. He stopped caring about the garden because he was more interested in the groundhog, who soon after that brought a companion along.
Chunk brought his girlfriend Nibbles.
They eventually had babies, and Chunk's 500,000 Instagram followers and YouTube fans then named them
Chip, Nugget, and Chibbles.
Then they had more babies named
Chewy, Yummy, Snacks, Niblet, and Wookie.
And now the Chunks, as they're called, have their own little reality TV setup.
Yeah, it's the Chunks. you know?
Blink gave Jeff more cameras. A fan made the Chunks signs, including one for their secondary den, kind of like their vacation home out in the woods.
And they ate the H off the sign.
A fan made them tiny picnic tables, which sometimes they overturn and sometimes they stand up on. The Chunks manners leave a little bit to be desired. And now the Chunks have a huge global fan base, and they even sell Chunks merch.
Chunk fans are some of the most amazing fans. They love the Chunks. They love wildlife. They love Gardner Jeff. They love what I'm doing here.
Now, I didn't spot the Chunks under the shed, but shortly after I left, they came out to eat and, you know, just to be cute.
This is like a groundhog paradise.
Jeff really loves the groundhogs and loves how happy they make people around the world. If you haven't seen them, be sure to check them out. If there's food and no humans around, they'll surely come out soon for another on-camera snack. Tim Furlong, NBC News, Middletown, Delaware.
I love it. They need influencer perks, too. They need a condo upgrade of everything.
They got a pretty nice setup as it is.
All right. The online thrift store ThredUp is taking the stigma out of food stains. They're partnered with Heinz Ketchup to sell secondhand clothing with ketchup stains. They say a stain isn't a reason to get rid of clothes. It just adds flavor. All the proceeds will go to a charity, Rise Against Hunger. Have a great one. Breaking overnight, this is our first look at documents seized by FBI agents at Mar-a-Lago on August 8th. A late-night Department of Justice filing also reveals that some information on the documents was so sensitive, the FBI agents and DOJ officials needed additional security clearances to review them.
Developing overnight, reports that Taiwan's military has fired warning shots at Chinese drones. Lead details ahead.
The White House has approved an emergency declaration for Mississippi as their clean water emergency grows more dire and safe drinking water becomes more scarce.
The images are burning up social media. Street racing on the rise. How cities are left trying to figure out how to deal with this real-life Fast and Furious dilemma.
And he eventually heeded Ronald Reagan's call to tear down that wall. The last leader of the Soviet Union. This morning, we'll look back at the remarkable life of Mikhail Gorbachev. Early Today starts right now.
Good Wednesday morning. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivera. Breaking overnight, a blistering new filing from the Justice Department reveals a trove of information about its search at Mar-a-Lago and the case against former President Donald Trump. The DOJ released its argument against a special master to review documents seized in the search, saying the appointment would harm national security interests. The filing also suggests that classified documents were moved and concealed amid the retrieval attempts, an effort, quote, likely taken to obstruct the government's investigation. NBC's Bree Jackson is live in D.C. to break it all down for us. And Bree, good morning. This is the clearest look yet into the DOJ's case.
Good morning, Francis. You're absolutely right. A lot of new information here. The Justice Department actually had to seek permission to go over the 20-page limit to, quote, adequately address the legal and factual issues raised by Trump's team's request for a special master. And to bolster the 36-page filing, the DOJ included a picture of documents seized during the FBI's search of the former president's Florida estate, several of which are clearly marked top secret. The filing says over 100 unique classified documents were seized in total, some so sensitive FBI agents and DOJ attorneys needed additional security clearances to review them. We also got a better look at what happened inside during the search of Mar-a-Lago. The filing says that the FBI recovered twice as many classified documents than what was turned over by the Trump team, casting doubt over their claim that there had been a diligent search following the grand jury subpoena in May. Agents also found 3 classified files in Mr. Trump's office as opposed to the storage room. Summing up the argument, the DOJ said that a special master would be unnecessary since government review teams have already finished their work, and a third party reviewing the documents would only impede its ongoing criminal investigation. Over the weekend, the Trump-appointed federal judge overseeing the case said she was inclined to grant the former president's request. Now, we could soon find out if this filing changes her mind. A hearing in the case is scheduled for tomorrow. And that will also mark the first appearance of Mr. Trump's new addition to his legal team. NBC News reports that he's hired former Florida Solicitor General Chris Kise, who has won 4 cases before the Supreme Court. So what began with a quiet National Archives request nearly 18 months ago has now turned into a very public fight between the Justice Department and former President Trump. Francis?
The fight will continue to unravel. Thank you, Bree.
Late last night, President Biden approved a disaster declaration for Mississippi, ordering badly needed supplies to be sent to Jackson, where thousands are without running water after flooding caused a treatment plant to fail. Our Guad Venegas is there in Jackson.
A race to distribute water in Jackson, Mississippi. Cars lined up for miles outside distribution centers full of locals hoping for water who left empty-handed after the supply quickly ran out.
Water that they are giving, well, you can't get to because the line be so damn long.
For weeks, Jackson residents have been under a boil water notice put in place last month because of contaminated water concerns. Now they're on the brink of having no water at all.
The water pressure has been low.
Taprice Young has been spending $100 a week on water for her family.
We've had to boil water to cook, to wash dishes, pretty much to brush our teeth.
State officials say floodwater complications impacted storage tanks, pumps, and water flow, resulting in a failure at Jackson's main plant.
The lack of water was due to pressure, a lack of pressure in the system.
The water is not safe to drink, and I would even say it's not safe to brush your teeth with.
The governor declaring a new state of emergency, announcing a total or near total loss of water pressure throughout the city and surrounding areas.
The city cannot produce enough water to fight fires, to reliably flush toilets, and to meet other critical needs.
The state now preparing for the colossal challenge of distributing water to 180,000 people in and around Jackson.
How long can the city operate without running water, distributing water the way you're planning to do? I mean, this isn't sustainable.
We're going to go with this emergency plan as long as we have to.
Our thanks to Guad for bringing us that report.
From the swing state of Pennsylvania, President Biden made a plea to voters on why they should back Democrats. In a fiery speech, Mr. Biden called out Republicans for condoning political violence.
So let me say this to my MAGA Republican friends in Congress. Don't tell me you support law enforcement if you won't condemn what happened on the 6th. Don't tell me. Can't do it. For God's sake, whose side are you on?
His administration's plan to curb gun violence includes $13 billion over the next 5 years to hire more police officers, $3 billion to help courts clear backlogs, and a 13% increase in the ATF's budget for new investigators to help cities trace firearms and analyze ballistics.
New this morning, Taiwan confirms it fired warning shots at Chinese drones. The Defense Ministry says it tracked 3 civilian drones coming close to 3 small Taiwanese islands, all turned back after being shot at. A single drone later returned to the restricted waters, and it too flew away when warning shots were fired. China, which claims Taiwan as part of its territory, has not commented.
In Ukraine, a team of UN inspectors arrived in Kyiv yesterday ahead of a visit to an embattled nuclear plant. While in the south, Ukrainian forces are pressing on with a major counteroffensive. Megan Fitzgerald is in Kyiv.
The battlefield is shifting, and Ukraine says it's on the attack. Fresh artillery strikes on the front line, a counteroffensive trying to take back Russian-held territory in the south. Ukrainian President Zelensky saying he won't give specific details about the mission. Russia says they've repelled the Ukrainian attack. While in the east, new Russian strikes in Kharkiv, killing 5 people, injuring 7, and leaving a massive crater in the square. It comes as 2 U.S. officials tell NBC News that Russia is getting new help on the battlefield, receiving hundreds of combat drones from Iran, planning to use them in Ukraine, which has also had its own success using drones. Meanwhile, inspectors with the International Atomic Energy Agency arrived in Kyiv, making their way to the Russian-held Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant to assess safety at the plant, where there are fears nearby attacks could spark a nuclear disaster. Both Russia and Ukraine blaming each other for the recent violence there.
You cannot have a military occupying a power plant.
We spoke to U.S. Senators Rob Portman and Amy Klobuchar, here to show bipartisan support for Ukraine.
This is all about nuclear safety, and that would make a big difference to get this area off of the wartime grid and back in the hands of those that know how to run it.
Now the European Union is sending 5 million iodine tablets for residents bracing for the worst. Back to you.
Hey, Megan, thank you.
Today, Britain and the world are remembering Princess Diana, who died 25 years ago. She was killed in a car crash in Paris, along with her partner, Dodi Fayed, and driver Henri Paul. She married Prince Charles in a fairy tale wedding in 1981. They had Princes William and Harry together, but their marriage ended in divorce in 1996. NBC's Chapman Bell is in London, outside Kensington Palace for us. And Chapman, I understand there's a growing memorial just outside the palace.
Good morning, Philip. Yeah, that's right. While there are no official commemorations today, outside Kensington Palace, there is a growing memorial. People since the early hours of the day putting up pictures of the late Princess Diana, laying flowers, a tribute to her. In 25 years after, that same location was a sea of flowers upon learning of her death, where people around the nation, in fact around the world, came to pay their tributes, lay flowers, leave cards, and where we also saw a young Prince William and Harry come and greet the crowds days after returning back from Scotland, where they were when they heard of the news, where we saw them along with their father, Prince Charles, meeting these people who were all paying tribute to their mother, who had just passed away at that time. You know, in that horrible car crash 25 years ago that shocked the nation in Paris, that really brought the nation together in mourning for her after, you know, this chase that while they were trying to evade the paparazzi, growing questions about how they cover these people. And it's her legacy that's remembered today just as much. She tackled topics like HIV and poverty, topics that weren't necessarily covered by royals of the day, kind of transforming the monarchy. And that legacy is being continued by her sons, Prince William and Prince Harry, today. We understand they're going to have today going to remember her in private. We have not seen any commemorations from them yet on social media, but people around the country and around the world today remembering her 25 years after. Philip?
It was just such a surreal day 25 years ago. All right, Chapman, thank you.
Now to a monster monsoon season that has caused devastation in Pakistan. More than 1,100 people have died since June, and a third of the entire country is underwater. The UN is pleading for $160 million in emergency funding for the nearly 500,000 people who have been displaced. 33 million are impacted in some way. That's 15% of the population. Although rains have stopped, the country's main rivers are still overflowing. The damage so far is estimated at $10 billion.
Closer to home, we've got some 50 million people in the path of extreme heat on this final day of August. Let's welcome in NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. And yeah, we're looking at extreme heat today, also tomorrow, and really through next week. This is going to be a lengthy heat wave. It's dangerous. It's record breaking. And we're going to see records falling, even all-time records. So 49 million Americans under a heat alert out west. We're looking at the northwest into the Intermountain West, the southwest too, under a heat alert. Heat advisory, that's in your orange. A heat watch, that's the darker pink. And then Los Angeles, San Diego, under an excessive heat warning. And we're going to see temperatures soaring into the upper 90s, into the triple digits. Death Valley could see 126 by Saturday. So for today, we're looking at 104 in Boise, breaking a record probably of 102. Salt Lake City, 100 degrees. And we're going to keep those temperatures in place through the weekend and then through the holiday week as well into next Tuesday. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at a soggy day once again in the south, Texas, the Gulf Coast, the southeast as well. Temperatures warm in the upper 80s and 90s, and then we're looking at a nicer day in the northeast, 86 in Philly, 86 in DC, and 89 in Richmond. All right, the South continues to be soaked. They do not need more rain, but we're going to be tracking that today. We'll look at that in a few minutes.
That's important to watch. Okay, thank you, Michelle. As efforts continue to clear out the shelters, 140 at-risk dogs and cats from overcrowded shelters in Louisiana and Alabama have arrived in New Jersey. The airlift includes vulnerable pets like homeless cats, health-challenged and hard-to-place larger dogs. Since it began in 2015, Clear the Shelters has helped more than 700,000 pets find forever homes.
A great cause. Well, coming up here, the major cocaine bust hidden in baby wipes.
But first, the street racers revved up the danger on roads across the country.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
There's been a deadly rash of street racing that has flooded social media and making roads dangerous. Chicago is just one of the cities fighting to curb this concerning trend. Here's NBC's Maggie Vespa.
Speed, power, and pure chaos dominating social media and America's streets in Chicago with deadly consequences.
She was a light, a pillar of light for us.
40-year-old Shaman Myrise was visiting from Florida Sunday when police say one of 2 racing Corvettes careened out of control, killing her. Her family asking for privacy, writing Myrise will be deeply missed. The fatal crash comes amid an apparent street racing surge nationwide.
I thought maybe a tree fell on the house.
This weekend in Des Moines, Iowa, a tornado-like path of destruction after 2 racing cars lost control. In Portland, Oregon, 3 people were shot at a street racing event. And in Los Angeles, authorities say street racers kept them at bay while a mob ransacked this 7-Eleven earlier this month. The trend took off, police say, during the pandemic, when lockdown left streets empty and is since fueled by a search for social media fame. Cities across the country, including Atlanta, Chicago, and San Francisco, recently passing ordinances to penalize street racers. Same story in Portland.
Are your officers able to enforce those ordinances?
No, fines aren't enough. We need to work with federal partners to see if there's avenues to, interstate commerce type charges, things that will actually have a heavier impact.
A race to slow a surging trend that's shifted into overdrive. Maggie Vespa, NBC News, Chicago.
Still to come, courting controversy, why Meghan Markle is facing fallout over comments about Nelson Mandela.
And border agents find over 1,500 pounds of cocaine where you would least expect it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Harry Styles!
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop stuff, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, Meghan Markle is getting the not-so-royal treatment following her tell-all interview with The Cut. Nelson Mandela's grandson, Mandla, slammed the Duchess of Sussex for comparing her wedding to Prince Harry to Mandela's 1990 release from prison. In her interview, Markle had recounted a story where a South African actor told her that the country celebrated her nuptials in the same fashion they did for the former president. Mandela's grandson told the Daily Mail in response the two, quote, cannot be equated as the same. And of course, British tabloids threw their hats into the ring, dubbing Meghan the Duchess of Delusion.
Border Patrol agents were in for a surprise last week following a drug bust disguised in baby wipes. Officers pulled over a tractor trailer at the U.S.-Mexico border for a secondary inspection when drug-sniffing dogs came across over 1,500 pounds of cocaine, masked as a shipment of the infant product. U.S. Immigration and Homeland Security agents are still investigating the drugs with a street value of almost $12 million. So I get it, some of them are fragrant, but come on, when you're having that many and you got those dogs,
yeah, it makes sense. If they were dirty baby wipes, maybe they would have gone nowhere near them. Maybe got away with it.
We'll go with the diapers too.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, we got more rain on the way for parts of the South. Coming up, Michelle Grossman will be back with us with the forecast.
And he transformed the map of Europe and the world, the legacy of former Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Welcome back on this Wednesday. More soakers in the south. We're looking at rainfall along the Gulf Coast into the southeast. Also Texas, we could see rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour, and that will continue tomorrow. More widespread in Texas and spotty along the Gulf Coast. We'll be right back.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Former Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev has died. He was instrumental in helping end the Cold War. Our Kira Simmons has more.
By Soviet standards, Mikhail Gorbachev's rule was short, but the last leader of the Soviet Union said his 6 years in power felt like a lifetime. In 1985, the aging members of the Soviet Politburo turned to the 54-year-old Gorbachev to breathe new life into the system. Little did they know the dark-suited bureaucrat with the distinctive birthmark would not only change the Communist Party, but the world.
Let's end the Cold War. Let's end the nuclear confrontation. Let's abolish nuclear weapons. That was revolutionary.
Gorbachev made friends with the Soviet Union's former enemies, none more so than the US President Ronald Reagan. They negotiated a breakthrough nuclear missile treaty and formed a strong bond.
Диктовать народам.
That same year, Gorbachev sat down with NBC's Tom Brokaw, a TV first, and Americans were amazed by this open, reassuring Soviet leader and charmed by Raisa, the first Soviet First Lady they'd ever seen. But it was at home where Gorbachev's two big ideas, glasnost, or openness, and perestroika, economic restructuring, let a genie out of the bottle even he couldn't put back. We could and should have saved the Soviet Union, but we lost politically, he later said. Soviets got more freedom, but nothing to buy. The economy collapsed. While in Eastern Europe, people didn't embrace his reforms, they fled them. But in perhaps his most iconic act, Gorbachev let the Berlin Wall fall, and a year later was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. But back in Moscow, his own colleagues plotted and failed to overthrow him in a three-day coup. When Gorbachev returned from house arrest in the Crimea, he landed in a different world. Russian President Boris Yeltsin was now firmly in charge. Within months, Gorbachev resigned, and the Soviet Union was no more. He went on to become an international celebrity, making ads for Pizza Hut and Louis Vuitton to fund his foundation. Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev, the man who ended the Cold War, was never forgiven for the demise of his country and died largely reviled by his own people. Keir Simmons, NBC News.
One of the most iconic political figures of the last century. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Wednesday. I'll see you back here Thursday. Have a good one.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, breaking news overnight. A first look at the documents seized at former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. The Justice Department releasing this picture they say shows some of the documents FBI agents found. The DOJ included that image in a new filing overnight, claiming that appointing a special master in the case would harm national security interests. This morning, the new information about the search this filing reveals. Running out, the water crisis in Mississippi reaching a new level, with the city of Jackson not having enough water to distribute following a failure at the city's water treatment plant. Cars lined up for miles to get clean water, but the supply ran out quickly.
Water that they are given, well, you can't get to because the line be so damn long.
We've had to boil water to cook, to wash dishes, pretty much to brush our teeth.
The push to provide the most basic of needs to thousands of people. Tributes pouring in this morning for Mikhail Gorbachev, the last leader of the Soviet Union who paved the way for the end of the Cold War. We're taking a look back at Gorbachev's years of leadership and his global legacy. Plus, changing the game. An NHL executive is making her mark in a male-dominated field. How she channeled her love of sports into a successful career, and her advice for women hoping to be trailblazers in their field. Our next installment of Women Mean Business. It's so fun to be having these cool series on the show.
Absolutely, and always getting good advice every single week.
I know. Get your notebooks out, take some notes. We begin, though, this morning with those new developments overnight in the legal battle between former President Trump and the Justice Department over classified documents.
In a late-night court filing, the DOJ argued against Trump's request for a third party to review the materials taken from the former president's home. The department says that a so-called special master would impede an ongoing criminal investigation investigation and endanger national security. The DOJ also provided its clearest indication yet that it believes there was an effort to obstruct the investigation, including concealing or removing highly sensitive government records. We're going to dig into that explosive court filing with NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Good morning to both of you. Julia, let's start with you. The court filing says the FBI found 100 classified documents at Mar-a-Lago in a matter of hours, more than twice as many as Trump's team had voluntarily turned over earlier this year. What else did we learn?
Well, we learned that they had an awful lot of cooperation about where those documents might be before they even went in. This is really the most definitive rebuttal from the Justice Department to Trump's legal team to date. We're learning way more from this than we ever did from the redacted affidavit that we got last week or from the search warrant that was released shortly after the search. We're learning now about the volume of documents there, the highly classified markings they had, and a possible obstruction case. We got a hint of that obstruction case last week. Now we're told that they think that some of these materials, there were not only so many materials left behind after the lawyers for Trump swore in written statements that they'd handed everything over, but they also believe that some of these materials have been taken from a storage room at Mar-a-Lago and placed elsewhere in order to obstruct the investigation. They also say this is not just a matter of the former president not complying with the Presidential Records Act and not handing everything over to the National Archives. This is really a matter of national security because of the highly sensitive nature of these documents. In fact, it seems that some of these documents could even out sources of human intelligence, people who put themselves in danger around the world to be able to better inform the United States. They believe that's what's at stake here, and they think that if the court appointed a special master, that can not only delay and impede the investigation, but it could be that that person does not have the high level of security clearance that they would need in order to review these documents. They said even FBI agents had to get upgraded in their security clearances to be able to review these highly sensitive documents. So we're learning quite a bit here.
Danny, let's bring you into this conversation, and I want to pick up on what Julia was just saying about this potential obstruction. So that sort of changes things, right? I mean, at first, what she just mentioned about moving those documents, maybe even somewhere else. Also, a Trump representative potentially falsely claimed that all sensitive materials had already been returned. I mean, those seem like some serious allegations. How does that change things?
It is the government's definitive piece on the bad behavior of the Trump team in being asked to return these documents. And then here's a subpoena and they didn't get the documents. And then finally, they had to get a search warrant to get these documents. It is the old adage of you get what you asked for. It couldn't be more true here because the Trump team made this motion for a special master, which gives them questionable benefit, even if it's granted. I don't know how that even really helps the Trump team at this point. But DOJ took the opportunity to not only use the 20 pages they're allowed, but ask for additional pages from the court to essentially hit the Trump team over the head with a figurative folding chair of facts describing all the bad behavior that the Trump team engaged in not giving these documents back. I wondered why they needed those extra pages. They explained why this morning or last night when they explained all the delay tactics used by the Trump team.
I have to keep in mind this is all coming from the DOJ. This is their argument. Julia, are we hearing it all from Trump and his team, even though this filing came late last night?
Well, we will hear from them today. They have an 8 p.m. deadline to file in this court their rebuttal to what we saw last night. But then we'll see a hearing also tomorrow that's scheduled to go before this judge, who's already hinted. She said she had a preliminary intent to grant the request for a special master in this case. But after seeing this very definitive, I love the figurative folding chair that Danny referred to, after seeing that, will they now be in a tougher position going in? Might the Justice Department have swayed this Trump-appointed judge to maybe rethink not only whether a special master is necessary, but that maybe a special master could be damaging to this case? She's a fairly new judge. Could this be, her big moment, not only to maybe shine, but to actually get something wrong? Would she want to avoid making a misstep here and kind of muddling what's a very high-profile federal investigation?
We've got Danny on set nodding here. Jump in.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, for a federal judge, keep in mind the government makes a powerful argument for standing. Now, standing is this jurisdictional argument. It asks basically, what business is this of yours? And the point is that Trump is no longer the president. He doesn't have any interest in these documents anymore. They're not his. And it's quietly one of the most powerful reasons for judges to avoid deciding cases. And by the way, that might be a really good reason for this judge. This is a Trump-appointed judge, probably has political or even higher court aspirations. This is a great reason for her to dismiss without ever dealing with the thorny issues. When a court decides, hey, there's no standing to hear this, hey, it's not my fault. I just don't have jurisdiction to hear this case. It's a great political out for this judge. I think the judge initially was thinking, hey, in an abundance of caution, maybe I'll appoint a special master. Now maybe the judge is saying, ooh, standing. I don't have to deal with any of this. I won't be a Republican villain. I don't have jurisdiction to hear the case. It's a great out. DOJ did a great job pointing that out.
All right, Danny, Julia, thank you both. Appreciate it.
Love the folding chair. Awesome. Thanks, Dan. All right, and now to the passing of one of the most influential figures of the 20th century, Mikhail Gorbachev, the last leader of the Soviet Union and a reformer who helped bring an end to the Cold War, has died at the age of 91. The Gorbachev Foundation confirmed his death came, quote, after a serious and long illness. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons takes a look back at his life.
By Soviet standards, Mikhail Gorbachev's rule was short, but the last leader of the Soviet Union said his 6 years in power felt like a lifetime. In 1985, the aging members of the Soviet Politburo turned to the 54-year-old Gorbachev to breathe new life into the system. Little did they know the dark-suited bureaucrat with the distinctive birthmark would not only change the Communist Party, but the world.
Let's end the Cold War. Let's end the nuclear confrontation. Let's abolish nuclear weapons. That was revolutionary.
Gorbachev made friends with the Soviet Union's former enemies, none more so than the US President Ronald Reagan. They negotiated a breakthrough nuclear missile treaty and formed a strong bond.
Диктовать народам.
That same year, Gorbachev sat down with NBC's Tom Brokaw, a TV first, and Americans were amazed by this open, reassuring Soviet leader and charmed by Raisa, the first Soviet First Lady they'd ever seen. But it was at home where Gorbachev's two big ideas, glasnost, or openness, and perestroika, economic restructuring, let a genie out of the bottle even he couldn't put back. We could and should have saved the Soviet Union, but we lost politically, he later said. Soviets got more freedom, but nothing to buy. The economy collapsed. While in Eastern Europe, people didn't embrace his reforms, they fled them. But in perhaps his most iconic act, Gorbachev let the Berlin Wall fall, and a year later was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. But back in Moscow, his own colleagues plotted and failed to overthrow him in a 3-day coup. When Gorbachev returned from house arrest in the Crimea, he landed in a different world. Russian President Boris Yeltsin was now firmly in charge. Within months, Gorbachev resigned, and the Soviet Union was no more. Years later, he said his main concern was to avoid bloodshed. There could have been civil war in a country saturated with nuclear weapons, he said. He went on to become an international celebrity, making ads for Pizza Hut and Louis Vuitton to fund his foundation. In Russia, few paid attention to his calls for more democracy.
He's a hero to many. The majority of the world, he's a hero. To a minority, he's a villain.
Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev, the man who ended the Cold War, was never forgiven for the demise of his country and died largely reviled by his own people. Keir Simmons, NBC News.
Now let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Michelle Grossman is with us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. And we are looking at a heat wave that is starting in the West Coast, and it's going to last not only today, tomorrow, and through next week. So we're looking at a major weather headline as we go throughout the next week or so. It's going to be historical. It's dangerous, record-breaking. We could break all-time records for the month of September, which starts tomorrow. So taking a look for today, we're looking at 49 million people impacted from the Northwest into the Intermountain West. Also the southwest, where you see that orange, that is a heat advisory. So that's mainly in the northwest into the Intermountain West. But Southern California under an excessive heat warning. That includes Los Angeles, San Diego, Los Angeles and Sacramento. Places like that could see their hottest days yet this year for 2022. So we're going to be watching this very, very closely as we're looking at today's temperatures into the 90s, into the triple digits. Reno today right near 100 degrees. The record is 100. Palmdale 108, 104 today in Boise. 100 degrees forecasted high in Salt Lake City. The record there is 98. So we're going to break some records today, and we're going to break some records over the next several days. The heat wave will continue into the weekend, the holiday weekend, and then beyond that. Some of these alerts are in place until next Tuesday. Portland, you're hot too. Temperatures in the 90s today, 91 on Friday, 91 on Thursday. Boise into the triple digits Friday and Saturday as well. Look at Sacramento, 105 on Thursday, 104 on Friday, 108 degrees on Saturday. We're typically in the 60s and 70s there, so that is going to be a big story. Now, big contrast in the Northeast. Yes, we're still hot. Yes, we're still looking at temperatures in the 80s, some spots near 90 degrees. But we had that cold front that came through yesterday, brought the showers, brought the storms, but also is wiping out the humidity. So we're going to feel really comfortable by the afternoon. It's still a little sticky this morning, but humidity levels are going down throughout the afternoon hours. This is what's left over from the cold front. You can see parts of New England still seeing some rain this morning, some heavy downpours, especially where you see those brighter colors. Boston, you're clearing out. That's good news, but you did have some rain just a little bit ago. Now, as we go in a little bit closer here, this is going to get hung up here, so it's going to take a little longer to clear northern New England, and then we're looking towards the south because the tail end of this cold front is in the south, and we're looking at more showers and storms. We could see rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour across Texas. We still need rain there in terms of the drought, but we just had so much rain in the past week that they could use a little break there. We could use a little break along the Gulf Coast as well. We could use a little break in the southeast, but we're not going to get that today. We're looking at showers also in the state of Florida, and that's going to continue tomorrow. Spotty showers across the Gulf Coast into the state of Florida, and then more widespread in the state of Texas. We could see 1, 2, even 3 inches of rain in Texas. And we do have a flood watch in portions of southwestern Texas. New Mexico, southeastern New Mexico could see some heavy rain in spots as well. Notice where you see those darker colors right near Abilene. That's where we're expecting the heaviest rain. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. We're going to keep talking about the South and that water crisis in Jackson, Mississippi. A state of emergency is in effect this morning after recent flooding crippled the city's already delicate water system. Nearly 200,000 people in the capital city are without water this morning, and officials say it could take weeks to get the system up and running again. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from just outside the capital in Ridgeland, Mississippi. Guad, good morning.
Joe, good morning. This is the Obie Curtis water treatment plant that provides most of the water for the city of Jackson. It's the plant that failed, triggering this emergency after the flooding. But the people here say they've been dealing with issues for years now. The current boil water notice has been in place for a month. Now, the city manages this plant, and they say they've been needing extra resources for some time. Under the current emergency, the state has stepped in, bringing in their experts to look into the issues and see what they can do to make the repairs and bring the people of the city running water. This morning in Jackson, Mississippi, residents are already lining up for limited supplies of water. The governor declaring a new state of emergency, calling in the National Guard to help distribute water to 180,000 people.
This is not a situation that's going to be solved immediately, and it's not going to be solved overnight.
If you're lucky enough to get water from the tap, it has to be boiled. Taprice Young says her kids' schools have no water, forcing the district to implement virtual learning this week. It also means showering at a relative's house and spending $100 a week for bottled water.
We've had to boil water to cook, to wash dishes, pretty much to brush our teeth. So it's been hectic.
Football Hall of Famer Deion Sanders, now coaching at Jackson State University, says his players and the other students here need to be supported.
This is the city of Jackson. We don't have water. So right now, we're operating in crisis mode.
And for many more residents, the wait for water could be long. What's your message to the people that had to leave empty-handed today?
We do have water in the system. We are putting it in the city's distribution system, and over the next 24 to 36 hours, we will see significant numbers of the truckloads of clean water.
As officials do what they can, friends and family are relying on each other. Stephanie Grievler spent $90 on this one grocery run to make sure her elderly parents had water.
It is a complete shame that this is not a new thing. Water challenges have been there for years.
And that's what most of the people we spoke to kept telling us. Now, they tell us we should see more resources today with better distribution at these centers where people can get the water. Meanwhile, President Biden has accepted the emergency declaration, which means more resources from the federal government. FEMA and the Department of Homeland Security will now be involved, helping the state and the city make the necessary repairs here to get that running water for the city, Joe.
All right, they can't get those resources fast enough. Guad Venegas, thank you so much. Now to our NBC News exclusive. We got rare access inside the Pfizer facility that's producing the next generation of COVID boosters, specifically targeting Omicron. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk reports on the preparations for rolling out the shot once it's authorized by the FDA.
Pfizer's been working on the next generation of COVID vaccine for months. It targets the Omicron variant, but it needs FDA authorization, which could come in the coming days.
A new Pfizer COVID vaccine is rolling off the assembly line in Kalamazoo.
The first thing you notice is that the tops of the vials aren't purple.
You notice the color change.
A new color because there is a new target, the Omicron BA4 and BA5 variants. But it still needs FDA authorization, which could come as early as this week.
We have doses ready virtually immediately. So within 24 hours, trucks will leave the facility.
So that could be people this weekend getting shots, potentially.
We are ready to go whenever the approval comes down.
Pfizer's chief global supply officer gave NBC News an exclusive tour of the company's massive production facility.
First thing we want to do is make sure that every element of that vial is to perfection.
Back in June, the FDA asked both Pfizer and Moderna to develop shots targeting BA5, which makes up most of the cases in the U.S.
Well, it's certainly hoped that these new updated vaccines will provide improved protection against serious disease serious enough to require hospitalization.
But because the process was so fast, human trials have not been completed.
Will you run human trials on this one?
Human trials for sure actually are just begun. So absolutely, they're underway.
Health officials point out the annual flu vaccine is not tested on humans. But COVID mutates faster than the flu.
It feels a little bit like whack-a-mole with this virus. How difficult is it to keep pace with how quickly the virus is changing?
And it's a very special disease. We launched the original product in 9 months, and now we're actually converting from variants in 100 days or less.
Experts say this new shot could prevent a serious COVID surge in the coming months.
We have a vast amount of information about the safety of these vaccines and the fact that these vaccines really do provide protection against serious disease.
Pfizer's original vaccine was initially shown to be 95% effective at preventing infection, but over time the potency wore off. Boosters were necessary. Demand has dropped. Just over 108 million people have the first booster. Only 23 million have gotten the second. Even so, Pfizer says it has 30 million doses of this new booster ready to go out the door.
Also in the news this week, Moderna has sued Pfizer, accusing the company of patent infringement over the COVID vaccine. Pfizer says it was surprised by the lawsuit. It says that its vaccine is based on technology its German partner BioNTech developed. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you.
For more, we're joined now by NBC News medical contributor and emergency medicine physician, Dr. Uche Blackstock. She's also the CEO of Advancing Health Equity. Dr. Blackstock, thanks so much for joining us this morning. So, as Stephanie just mentioned there, FDA authorization on these updated boosters could come as early as this week. But walk us through how, with a virus like COVID-19 that's changed and evolved into several variants, and there could be more, how much difference will this make?
So good morning, Savannah. Thank you so much for having me. It will definitely make a difference. The question is how much of a difference. The fact is that we have seen in the data that we have so far that this vaccine does a great job targeting BA4 and BA5. We also know that the original vaccine that also is pretty effective against the worst outcomes of COVID-19. We need to see whether this updated vaccine is going to decrease infection, transmission, and improve that efficacy against severe outcomes of COVID-19 even more. And as you mentioned, as was mentioned in the beginning, we don't have a lot of data yet. The data that we do have is from those original clinical trials and on Pfizer's BA1 trial in humans, and then some animal data. So we're going to have to see, and Pfizer and Moderna have both said that they are going to continue to collect data on people who have been receiving this updated booster over the next few months.
I mean, these are the first COVID shots distributed without those human trials. Does that matter, Dr. Blackstock?
So those first human trials are very important in determining safety and efficacy. And so, those human trials are really not that important at this time, given the urgency. We know that these vaccines work. The question is just sort of how well this updated vaccine is going to work. And it is a good sign that Moderna and Pfizer will be collecting that data. So does the FDA need that data to authorize this shot? No, they do not, because we know that based on the animal data that these vaccines do a great job of targeting BA4 and BA5 subvariants.
So if the FDA does authorize this upgraded booster shot, who should get one?
And so that's the question. And so we're going to see what the recommendations of the CDC advisory group is. Some experts have been saying only people who are high risk should get this new updated booster. But I have a feeling that the CDC is going to recommend anyone over 12 who has not been recently infected or boosted should receive this updated booster. And that's someone who hasn't been infected or boosted in the last 6 months, likely. So it remains to be seen, but we should know by the end of the week.
All right, that's something a lot of people are wondering about. Dr. Uche Blackstock, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Coming up on Morning News Now, more than 1,000 people have now died from severe flooding in Pakistan. We'll have more this morning on the growing concerns that the situation there is only going to get worse.
Plus, remembering the People's Princess, 25 years since the death of Princess Diana, how Britain and her sons, Princes William and Harry, are honoring her today. After the break.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
This morning, officials in Pakistan are sounding the alarm over waterborne diseases as floodwaters in many parts of the country begin to recede.
More than 1,100 people have died since mid-June when severe monsoon rains began, resulting in catastrophic floods that have actually left millions homeless. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now with the latest. Hey, Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Well, the sheer magnitude of the devastation and destruction is hard to fathom. The livelihood of millions of people has been washed away. Before and after satellite images show the extent of the damage caused by these catastrophic floods. The images show swathes of green fields, villages and buildings before the monsoonal rains and flooding, and then satellite images reveal the same areas later covered in brown water. Some parts of the road have disappeared and floodwaters have created their own rivers. Let's take a look at what's been happening on the ground in Pakistan. Floods of epic proportions in Pakistan have claimed the lives of at least 1,100 people, caused unprecedented devastation across the country while displacing millions, according to the Pakistani government. Oceans of water submerge entire districts. Not a single government official has visited this small village that NBC News visited in northern Pakistan. Residents left to fend for themselves, salvaging what they can.
The water is now...
Pakistan's climate minister, Sherry Rahman, appealing for international help to tackle what she calls a monster monsoon that has left a third of the country, an area roughly the size of the United Kingdom, underwater. The flooding catastrophe has been brought on by weeks of extreme monsoonal rainfall and melting glaciers, making it far from a normal monsoon. Pakistani officials are calling it climate dystopia on their doorstep. The deluge destroying bridges, roads, washing away hundreds of thousands of homes, wiping out food and cotton crops, creating food insecurity and damage to textile exports. Officials say early estimates put the damage at more than $10 billion. Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif flying over the disaster zone on Sunday, saying it was the worst monsoon Pakistan has seen in 3 decades. Tweeting, "The magnitude of the calamity is bigger than estimated." More than 30 million people have been affected by the disaster. That's roughly 1 in 7 Pakistanis, with over 500,000 forced to seek refuge in temporary camps. NBC News visited a refugee camp in northern Pakistan, where people are getting sick and lacking basic humanitarian assistance. This resident of the camp telling us they've only been fed rice since arriving at the camp. The military has been deploying rescue helicopters, but they're struggling to pluck people to safety in the north, where steep hills and valleys make flying conditions treacherous. The worst affected areas are in the south of the country, with most of the destruction falling along the Indus River.
Pakistan is a
UN General Secretary Antonio Guterres has called it a monsoon on steroids, squarely blaming climate change, warning that we are sleepwalking towards disaster. The forecast for Pakistan is not good. With more deluge and destruction expected, the country is bracing itself for worse to come. And guys, Pakistan was already in a financial crisis. The economy is struggling to keep its head above water, facing high inflation, a depreciating currency, and a current account deficit. This latest deluge is only going to exacerbate that predicament. Essential foods and textile crops have been wiped out, creating food insecurity and a deficit in exports. Initial estimates put the extent of the damage at $10 billion, but officials in Pakistan say that figure is likely to rise much further. Guys?
So important to be reporting on this. Ali, thank you so much.
Today marks 25 years since the tragic death of Princess Diana.
She was just 36 years old when she died in a car crash in Paris, along with her boyfriend, Dodi Fayed, and her driver, Henry Paul. Diana was known as the People's Princess, and her death shocked the world. People magazine is remembering her legacy in its latest issue, 25 years without Diana.
And Simon Perry, chief foreign correspondent for People magazine, joins us now. Simon, we just said it there. She was known as the People's Princess. Talk to us about how she managed to make her mark, not just on the royal family, but really beyond the royal family, on the entire world.
Yes, good morning. Well, yeah, she had an incredible impact, didn't she? 25 years ago, the scenes around here in central London were astonishing when she passed away. But before then, yes, she just managed to breathe new life into what was obviously an ancient institution, and did so by having a touch with ordinary people that arguably hadn't been seen before. So I think she, obviously those who met her or came across her or watched pictures of her were drawn to her, but at the same time then bought into and followed the sort of issues and causes and things that she was therefore interested in. And yeah, that's where her legacy comes in, I think.
Of course, part of her legacy are her two sons, Prince Harry and Prince William. Now, they publicly mourned their mother in 2017 on the 20th anniversary of her death. But this time, they're said to be spending the day privately and apart, as we've seen quite a bit in recent years. We've talked a lot about the changes and the strain on their relationship. But on a day like today, for them to be apart, as somebody who covers this, how much does that tell you about their relationship right now?
Well, sadly, as you say, they are estranged and they're living thousands of miles apart, so they won't be together on this very poignant day. But in both cases, they'll be remembering her, as Harry said last week, going over, sharing her spirit, I think he put it, with his children in California. And I'm sure Prince William is doing very similar here in near here in Windsor, where they're living. Yeah, I think to anyone who knows of them or has covered the brothers, it's a shame that they're not together on a day like today, but they'll be remembering her in their own special way.
Diana, we know, lived her life in the public spotlight even when she didn't want to live it in the public spotlight. Was there any part of her life that she did manage to keep mostly private and out of public scrutiny?
I think she did manage to do so. I mean, there are lots of things like a private life that she had with arguably her last great love, Hasnat Khan, didn't really become known until the last months of that relationship. She'd been seeing him for quite some time, for example. So, and she did her best to do things with her sons privately as well. She also visited her brother in the last holiday in South Africa in the last summer. So there were things she could do, and I'm sure she took great solace from those moments when she could. She also secretly visited AIDS patients in hospitals 20-odd times, and only 2 or 3 were public. So she did manage to spread her impact, as it were, both privately and publicly.
And those visits sent such a powerful message during a time when that message was really needed. Simon Perry, thank you so much for taking some time to speak with us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And coming up, promising news on the economy.
Yeah, consumer confidence is up. So what does that mean for prices and even, yeah, we're going to talk about it, holiday shopping, the changes you could see next.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back with some promising news about the economy. A new report shows consumers are more confident than they've been in months, and that's causing a surge in early holiday shopping. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the details.
Hey there, though folks are still worried about a possible recession, a growing number of them see a light at the end of the tunnel, and retailers are taking notice, rolling out their holiday sales in August. The calendar might not even read September yet, but holiday cheer is spreading early for inflation-weary families. A new survey shows consumer confidence in the economy rising for the first time in 4 months, with expectations for the future also inching up, thanks in part to falling prices at the pump.
If fuel prices go down, everything else kind of goes along with it.
This new confidence now driving a super early wave of holiday shopping. Fears of growing inflation causing more than a third of consumers to buy their holiday gifts, with the summer heat still scorching.
How many people were like, "You're already shopping?" I was like, yeah.
Mother of 3 Marissa Kyle started shopping for the holidays months ago, concerned that rising inflation could mean fewer sales in the fall.
My middle daughter is really into LOLs and Rainbow High. And so I was able to get a lot of those items for less than half of the price.
Hoping to cash in, retailers like Costco, Sam's Club, and Home Depot are already rolling out holiday sales and displays with big discounts on everything from apparel and appliances to sporting goods and toys. Walmart unwrapping its annual top toy list nearly a month early this year, featuring a majority of items under $50, and even adding a new budget-friendly category, toys under $25.
We know customers are looking for incredible values, and they're definitely starting to think about the holidays a little bit earlier than they have in years past.
With many retailers saddled with huge inventory, surpluses from the pandemic, experts say now is also a good time to score deals on big-ticket items like a new TV or laptop.
Prices are down now. Consumers are smart enough to realize that they should actually jump on it now and not wait, because the future looks uncertain.
Of course, we're all used to that hectic shopping period later in the year, Black Friday, Cyber Monday, and the dash to Christmas. But now, since we're seeing the holiday shopping season start earlier, retailers may begin to rely a little less on those busy stores around that time. Back to you.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much for an early look.
We've got some advice for all those confident consumers. We are joined now by Trey Bodge, smart shopping expert at TrueTrade.com. Good to have you with us this morning. So that new report on consumer confidence is obviously welcome news after months of declines. What impact could that have on the economy, both in the short term and the long term?
Sure. So I was really encouraged to see this, as I think we all were. And we've seen some belt tightening in the past couple of months with a lower consumer confidence, lower back to school shopping numbers. And so if we feel a little bit more confident, hopefully we'll feel a little bit more comfortable to do some shopping. And I think, like your reporter said, this might lead to some early holiday shopping as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what Gabe said. He mentioned holiday shopping season started early, as much as that hurts my head right now. Is this the right time to buy? How might this affect deals on, say, Black Friday or some of those other things we've gotten to know closer to the holidays?
Yeah, so this is a really interesting question because we don't know what Black Friday will look like if people start shopping early. So essentially, the fall season is pretty slow in terms of shopping, right? So if we see more early holiday sales, that might pick shopping up a little bit. And that is a good time for certain consumers to do a little bit of early holiday shopping. I'm hearing that classic toys and some electronics are on sale right now and will be through September and early October because of those overstocks that we've talked about in the past. We've got larger retailers holding a lot of excess merchandise. And so those items will be priced to move. And so if you are someone who likes to plan ahead and maybe get a jump on some early holiday sales, it will be a good time to do that. But I don't think that Black Friday, Cyber Monday will be kind of underwhelming. I think it'll be just as exciting as it always is.
All right, so grab that pumpkin spice latte and get all your holiday shopping done on Labor Day. Let's talk about inflation, which is one of the main reasons that we see consumer confidence go up and down. It remained unchanged from June to July after 25 months of increases. Any feeling that we could maybe see a decline soon?
Well, it's hard to say for me. I'm not an economist, and so I look at this from a shopping perspective, but I'm always glad to see inflation down. Consumers really struggle when inflation is high and prices are high, and we're obviously getting some relief at the pump as well. So fingers crossed that inflation will continue to dip. You know, we have a really big mountain to climb if we're going to try to beat holiday shopping numbers from last year. We were up 14.1%, which was massive. So I don't know if we're going to get there, but I'm hoping to see some excitement around shopping again, because we've been pulling back in the last couple of months, like I said.
All right, Trey Bodge, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Coming up, breaking barriers in a male-dominated field.
Yeah, I'll talk to an executive in the National Hockey League about how she's helping change the sport and bring in more diversity. That's next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Harry Styles!
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Now it's time for the latest edition of our series, Women Mean Business.
Today we're highlighting Kim Davis, the National Hockey League's Senior Executive Vice President of Social Impact, Growth Initiatives, and Legislative Affairs. Before we speak to her, here's a look at her story. A high school tennis player, Kim Davis channeled her tenacity on the tennis court into an impressive career. As an executive at JP Morgan Chase, Davis quickly made her mark, managing powerful men who were often much older than her. But her fearless leadership style set her apart. Davis then signed on to Teneo as Senior Managing Director, advising Fortune 500 companies and executives. In 2017, she entered the sports arena, joining the NHL as Senior Executive Vice President of Social Impact, Growth Initiatives, and Legislative Affairs. Davis's leadership and philanthropic work has made a major impact on the league over the past 5 years, and she promises there's more to come. Kim Davis is a woman who means business. And now Kim Davis, NHL Senior Executive Vice President of Social Impact, Growth Initiatives, and Legislative Affairs, joins us now. Kim, thank you so much for being with us this morning. We're loving this series, and we're so happy to have you join us for it. So first, I just spoke about how you manage people at JP Morgan Chase. In some cases, men were older than you were, which I think just on its surface sounds intimidating to anyone. And we love using this series to sort of hear how you navigated certain times in your life. Can you tell us how you sort of found your voice and were able to find a place at the table in an environment like that? What was that like?
Good morning, first of all, Savannah. So great to be with you. When I think back on my career some 30 years ago, the thing that occurs to me is that I always felt like I deserved a seat around the table. And I was lucky enough to have both mentors and sponsors early in my career. And one of my first sponsors told me that men suffer from the imposter syndrome more than women do. And that stuck with me. And so whenever I felt like my confidence was waning, I always remembered those words. And that really helped me navigate some of those more difficult situations.
I love the way that you just said that you always felt specifically that you deserved a seat at the table, because I think so much of the time, so many of us are just wondering, is there room? Never mind even considering the fact that there should be. So just act accordingly. You're known, for now being in the sports world. And I think that's something, as in many fields, probably the same thing could be said about JP Morgan Chase, but the sports world, something we often regard as male dominated. And I know that the NHL also didn't have much diversity going on. What was it like to enter that world, and what's it been like to try to make real change in that regard?
Yeah, I go back to that idea of mentors and sponsors. And when I talk to young people, I often distinguish between a mentor and sponsor as a mentor being someone that tells you and a sponsor sells you. And I was lucky enough to have in the commissioner of the NHL, Gary Bettman, both a mentor and a sponsor. He both told me what I needed to do in order to be successful, but he also sold me to owners and presidents of the clubs in a way that helped me to really accelerate my lack of hockey knowledge, but the competencies that I brought from 30 years of experience.
Wow, we love this segment because there's always these little things that we can write down and remember to help us all out. And one tells you, one sells you. That's a good one. When you talk about now the league being diverse and representative of everyone, I know that you've said this is a movement, not a moment. Explain, what that means to you at the NHL with the actual work that you're doing now, but also what it should look like across industries.
Yeah, for the NHL, it's been perceived as a sport that wasn't necessarily for multicultural audiences and women. And in many ways, I think my work is to really burst that myth. There's a rich history of Blacks in the sport of hockey going back to the 1800s, as well as the first woman back in the 1800s. It's an article in a Ottawa magazine. So the idea here is to create these ambassadors all over North America and all over the world that love hockey and can talk about and tell their stories about hockey. And that really means a movement that includes everyone that loves the sport of hockey and those that want to love the sport of hockey.
I love that. Kim, you've already dispelled quite a few words of wisdom, but we do always like to end this segment by just asking for one specific piece of advice that a young woman who's watching this right now could kind of grab onto and remember as she's embarking on her career.
Find ways to manage what I call the 3 Ps: your preparation, your passion, and your purpose. And not every job is going to provide passion and purpose, but when you are prepared and you find that integration of passion and purpose, you will be successful.
This is what I'm saying. We always need to take notes during this segment, the 3 Ps. I love it. Kim Davis, thank you so much. Really an honor to have you join us for the segment. We appreciate your time this morning. So great to talk to you.
Thanks, Savannah.
It's great. We also recorded, so you can go back and rewatch segments if you didn't take notes.
One of these days, we'll bring all these good notes together in something.
Coming up, we have got an update on NASA's planned mission to the moon.
Yeah, plus an exclusive look at a program hoping to provide internet to the world through space. How it works and where it's already being used. That's next.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. If you know someone who is a messy eater, we have the perfect gift, perhaps a holiday gift, as we were talking about moments ago. A T-shirt with ketchup already on it. Yeah, Heinz is releasing a pre-stained clothing line. The saucy shirts come with a spot of their famous condiment already smeared on the front. The collection uses thrifted clothes, and if you relish the idea of wearing one of these, the proceeds are going to the nonprofit Rise Against Hunger in support of global hunger relief. And if you had already missed that story, well, we just helped you catch up.
It's like, what's coming? I can't. Just too good at this. All right, now, T-minus 3 days. NASA says it will now attempt to launch its Artemis 1 mission to the moon this Saturday. Engineers say they fixed a problem with one of the rocket engines that forced mission managers to call off the launch on Monday. As you probably all saw, the uncrewed test flight is the first of 4 planned trips to the moon with the goal of establishing a permanent lunar base. The mission will take 6 weeks, testing NASA's massive new SLS rocket and the Orion capsule before sending astronauts in 2024.
While the world awaits NASA's mission to the moon, SpaceX is fresh off its 38th rocket launch this year. 38. It wasn't as big and nowhere near as historic, but SpaceX is light years ahead in a different space race. One of its divisions, Starlink, is trying to become internet provider to the world, solving infrastructure problems from space in areas where crucial connectivity is either unreliable or completely unavailable. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry got an exclusive look at the program.
What, about 15 miles? Yes, to a spot where you can actually get service on your phone.
Jackie Toledo and Pat Gibson are raising 3 generations of children here on the edge of Navajo Nation in rural New Mexico. In a place where households are separated by miles of desert and ancient cliffs, Starlink is the only option for communication here.
And the jetpack didn't really help too.
So this has been the thing that's worked?
Yes, definitely. It is.
That thing is one of 650,000 terminals in 40 countries around the world communicating with Starlink's growing army of satellites above us all in low Earth orbit. For the last 3 years, Starlink, a department inside SpaceX, has been hitching a ride from the Falcon 9 rocket launching from Florida and California.
And liftoff.
Lauren Dreyer and Bianca Reinhardt are 2 of the few hundred employees working inside Starlink.
It's education, telehealth, communication.
Something all too easy to understand in a place like Ukraine, when traditional ground-based communication systems were some of the first targets by Russian airstrike.
We had, thankfully, a team on the ground in Europe, both Tesla employees, SpaceX employees, that set up an almost instantaneous supply chain to get some terminals that we already had in Europe into Ukraine in about 48 hours. So one of the most impactful moments for me, there's a video on Reddit, I think shot by Ukrainian Witness. There are hundreds of people gathered around a single Starlink terminal, calling and FaceTiming.
Business questions arise about the speed in some places and the steep price tag. It's $600 up front for the unit. $110 per month is the current subscription price.
How do you solve some of these problems?
Speed and cost. I think we're constantly launching more satellites. I think we as a company have a track record of constantly trying to drive costs down.
The Cuba Independent School District in New Mexico used COVID relief money to provide Starlink to their 400 households and 700 students. The funding lasts until 2024, but after that, the district and the students are on their own, something that would leave hundreds of children back where they started before the pandemic, isolated and behind.
We would give kids books. Why wouldn't we give them internet connection? Why wouldn't we see that as an equalizer for students who live in places where they either can't afford it or can't get it?
A technology that provides great opportunity. The only question now is for whom? Cal Perry, NBC News.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Stick with us. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, no end in sight to the growing water crisis in Jackson, Mississippi. The city under a state of emergency now after heavy rains and extreme floods magnified decades-old infrastructure issues. People there now forced to wait in long lines for supplies, and some are at a breaking point.
We've had to boil water to cook, to wash dishes, pretty much to brush our teeth.
We've got the latest on the ground in Jackson this morning, plus how the shortage is affecting local businesses during a crucial summer season. New overnight DOJ response. The Justice Department now firing back. Why the DOJ opposes former President Trump's request for a special master, someone to review those documents seized at his Mar-a-Lago estate. The new information this morning about what the DOJ says FBI agents recovered there and why top officials are arguing national security interests are at stake. Also this morning, what could have been exactly 25 years after the tragic and untimely death of Princess Diana, a royal rift between brothers keeping them apart for the somber anniversary. Plus, we'll hear from Diana's former bodyguard who says if she were alive today, things would undoubtedly be different. And finding a father. We're going to bring you the story of a child abandoned on the streets of Haiti and the Texas student who found him, saved him, and is now hoping to adopt him. We'll have an interview with that student coming up later this hour. It's an incredible story.
It really is an incredible story. We're so lucky to be able to have that conversation live here.
We're going to begin this hour with two major weather stories developing on both sides of the country.
Yeah, one involves the extreme heat wave out west. 49 million people are under a heat alert this morning. Temperatures are in the 90s and even up to triple digits in some places. And there's no relief in sight for some parts through the weekend. We'll have more on that just ahead. But the other weather-related story we're following is the water crisis in Jackson, Mississippi. Governor Tate Reeves has now declared a state of emergency after thousands of people were cut off from fresh running water in the capital of Jackson and the surrounding areas due to severe flooding. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is on the ground in Mississippi with the latest for us.
Savannah, good morning. The crisis continues in Jackson, Mississippi. We're at the Obie Curtis Water Treatment Plant. This is the plant that failed and triggered this entire emergency after the flooding. The Pearl River is just behind the trees on the other side of the plant. That's the river that flooded. Now, we know that additional resources have been made available to make the repairs that are necessary here. This plant provides most of the water for the city of Jackson. There is another smaller plant that is also being checked by the state people who have brought in their experts. They're figuring out what can be done so that the people can have reliable running water. The issues here have been going on for some time. The residents tell us that it's been years since they've had reliable running water. It's not just a problem in the summer. It also happens during the winter. In fact, right now, they are under a boil water notice that has been in place for over a month because of water contamination. So they've been having to use bottled water to brush their teeth, or they've had to boil the water that they have. Now, we know that the state brought in their experts to try and assess the damage to the plant. They're making recommendations, and now FEMA is also involved with the Department of Homeland Security after President Biden accepted the emergency declaration. So that's what's going on here at the plant. Meanwhile, there's additional resources coming into town. The National Guard is going to help to distribute water to the people of Jackson. We know that some of the distribution centers that are already set up ran out of water yesterday, so we expect more water available for the people that go to those distribution centers today. Savannah?
All right, Guad, thank you so much.
Let's get more on how this water emergency is affecting businesses in Jackson. Andy Nessenson is general manager at the Tex-Mex style Iron Horse Grill in Jackson. Andy joins us now. Thank you so much. We appreciate you taking some time to be with us. I know many businesses were forced to close on Tuesday because there was just no running water. How are you doing? How's your business doing? What's it been like the last few days?
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me. Well, I mean, business is still open. We have water, so we're grateful for that for the time being. There's a lot of businesses, however, that are in our city that were without water. As of this morning, I was speaking to a colleague of mine, and he's told me that he's got to close today because he does not have water. So this is the third day for him that he is closed.
To keep things going, I mean, are you having to buy bottled water, buy canned sodas? What's the cost of all this, and how long do you think your business can keep it going?
It's incredible. I mean, every week we're spending anywhere between $2,000 to $2,500 a week on, bottled water, canned beverages, and ice that we've got to bring in. We're bringing in 1,500 pounds of ice every other day. Not to mention the additional trash pickups because the amount of trash that you accumulate each and every day. So, I mean, this is in week 5. Today is day 33. of this boil water notice. And so, yeah, it's the cost is staggering for independent restaurant owners in our market. I mean, it's unbelievable. However, we've got a job to do. We have 90 employees. So, it's our duty to try to, exhaust every resource possible, whether it's, meeting with the mayor, whether, to dig deep and get these, resources that we have to have in order to be open each and every day.
What is the toll this is taking on your employees? I have to imagine some don't have any water right now.
Yeah, they're nervous. I mean, it's a hard sell in Jackson right now to, for our employees as a leader to say, look, it's going to be okay. There's better days ahead of us. We don't, there's no end in sight. We don't know when this is going to happen. I mean, like I said, today's day 33, but there's no, when is the water going to come back online? We're not really sure. And we're incredibly grateful to Governor Tate Reeves to step in because, I mean, the mayor and the county, they just don't have the resources available to get it back online.
I was just going to ask you, I mean, do you feel everyone from the local level to the state level that they're doing enough? What else do you want to see done? Who can help you out here?
I think the biggest thing is just we got to get water. I mean, bottom line, I mean, the basic necessities in order to run a restaurant in Jackson, Mississippi, you got to have it. I mean, you can't run a restaurant without it. So I think that's priority number one. I mean, whoever it takes, whether it's, state leadership, if the Fed's got to get involved, I mean, we got to have help. I mean, this is affecting, over 150,000 people rely on this resource. And without it, we're handcuffed. We can't do anything.
I mean, I've got to imagine it's frustrating that you're on 30 plus days of this now.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you got to dig deep. I mean, in our business, the margins are already, small when it comes to profitability in our industry. And then you tack on this and then you're trying to keep 90 people together and, staying positive. And I mean, when their son or daughter can't even go to school. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, they're calling out for obvious reasons because they don't have childcare and I'm like, look, you take care of your family. I mean, that's first, and then we'll figure out the business. And when you're ready to come back to work, we'll be here.
Andy Nessenson, thank you so much for taking time to talk with us. We're thinking of you and your employees. Please keep us updated.
Absolutely. Thanks for your time.
And now let's head to California and that other extreme weather story we mentioned, the heat. Temperatures are expected to reach 100 degrees in Southern California today, putting more pressure on a region already dealing with a mega drought and an active wildfire season already. NBC News correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Los Angeles. Raf, good morning. Good to see you there in Los Angeles. So what is the situation like there right now?
Savannah, good morning. It's a little after 5 a.m. here right now. You can probably see the sun isn't up yet, but it is warm here already, and it is going to get a whole lot warmer over the course of the day. As you said, we're heading for triple digits in some parts of Southern California today. By tomorrow, in some places, that is going to be up to 115 degrees. So we are talking not just hot weather, we are talking dangerously hot weather, and that's going to continue through the Labor Day weekend. Thursday is likely to be the peak, but Sunday is going to be very, very hot also, not just here in Southern California, but all the way up into Northern California, too. We're likely to see a number of daily heat records broken. We may see some all-time heat records broken in some places. Here in LA County, the local heat warnings are coming into place at 11 a.m., so about 6 hours from now. They're going to be in position all the way through until Monday. They may go further than that. So this is looking to be a pretty brutal end to what up until now had actually been a fairly mild August here in California, Savannah.
Now, Raf, we've been talking about this all summer, this extreme heat in many parts of the country, but especially this late in the season and with temperatures as high as you just said. Are state and local officials doing anything different to prepare for this particular heat wave?
Yeah, so the real message here is people need to take this seriously. This is no joke. Tornadoes, hurricanes, flooding, like Guad was just talking about, they're much more visual than heat, but heat tends to be the leading weather-related cause of death in the United States every year. And authorities here in LA County are saying you really need to be checking in on the most vulnerable populations. So that's kids, that's the elderly, that's people with chronic conditions, but it's also the unhoused. It's people, you go to downtown LA, you're going to see a lot of folks who are sleeping on the streets, and those streets are going to be baking over the next couple of days. So authorities have activated a number of cooling centers. These are usually libraries, recreation centers. They're anywhere with air conditioning where people can go inside and just for a couple of hours get out of the heat, get cool, get some water, and try to stay safe. Savannah.
And Raph, what about wildfires? Anything being done to prevent those from breaking out?
Yeah, that's the real fear, right? With weather this hot, you have a lot of dry material that can fuel those fires. Authorities are saying to people they need to be taking this really, really carefully, seriously. If you're out camping, you need to be very mindful of what you're doing with open fires. It's not just the fuel that can be built up in this hot weather. It's also that the nights are so hot. Temperatures aren't going down as much overnight as they are in cooler situations, and that is the kind of conditions that fires absolutely love. Savannah.
Raph Sanchez, so much to watch for there. Stay safe. Thanks so much.
Weather clearly the big headline, so let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Yeah, Michelle Grossman is back with us. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, Raph did a great job painting that picture out west, and that will be the major weather story over the next week or so. Some alerts are in place until next Tuesday, and as he mentioned, we're not getting that relief at night. So I sort of equate it to sleep. You can go a couple nights with a little bit of sleep, but once you go further and further, you feel worse. And that's the same thing with heat. You can handle a couple days, but we're looking at 7 days of really high heat, and that's when it's really hard for the body to recover. So we're going to be watching this very closely. That's the biggest weather story. We're also watching soggy south once again. More rain in Texas, more rain along the Gulf Coast, more rain in the southeast. Spots that need it but don't need it right now because we've had so much rain over the past week. And we're also looking at the chance for some strong storms in portions of Colorado, also Kansas and Nebraska. That's where the tail end of this system. It's the same system that came through the Northeast yesterday. We'll show you the radar because we're still seeing some leftover showers there. But first, let's start with the dangerous heat because as Raph mentioned, this is record breaking. It's dangerous. It's historical. We could break daily records, monthly records, even all-time records. 49 million people impacted from the northwest to the Intermountain West down to the southwest. And it's the southwest where we're looking at an excessive heat warning. That includes Los Angeles. That includes San Diego. Los Angeles, Sacramento could see their hottest days so far for the year of 2022. And again, we will see triple digits in a lot of spots. A lot of temperatures 10 to 25 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. So prepare for the upper 90s, prepare for the triple digits in many spots today. Boise, 104, Salt Lake City, 100 degrees, 108 in Palmdale. Notice those records next to us. We're going to break a lot of records today, and we're going to break a lot of records over the next few days. And notice that we don't get the relief over the next few days, even into the holiday weekend. So we're still talking triple digits in Sacramento by Monday, 111, Fresno, 108, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Los Angeles. This stands out too. We're looking at temperatures in the mid to upper 90s on Saturday, over 100 degrees on Sunday, and Monday right around 100 degrees. So we're going to break these records, all these little dots. This is through this weekend. We can break records through Saturday. That's going to be the peak of the heat. So September monthly records are possibly to be broken, and some all-time records are also in jeopardy. Now, as we go throughout the east here, we have a big difference because we were so warm and sticky over the past few days. That cold front came through yesterday, brought some showers, some storms, some lightning, hearing some thunder as well. That has moved off for the most part. Some spots still seeing the rain this morning, but it also cleared out the humidity. So we have warm temperatures in spots today like DC, but the humidity levels are coming down, and that's going to feel good. Feeling good in Chicago, temperatures in the 80s. Look at Boston tomorrow, 82, just 77 on Friday, 81 on Saturday. So this is what radar looks like right now. The tail end of this system in the Northeast, we're seeing some heavy rain through portions of Maine. Bangor, you're seeing some rain. Also Nantucket, the Cape, seeing some heavy rain. But it's really the south where we're looking at that heavy rain falling today. This is also the tail end of the system, a stationary boundary. It's going to get hung up here, and that's why we're looking at showers and storms. We're looking at heavy downpours because when it's in this spot, it tends to pull off the Gulf. So we're looking at rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. Excuse me, I have bacon in my throat. And then we have spotty storms also tomorrow. Texas, we're seeing some heavy rain. We're seeing some rain in the Gulf Coast and also in the southeast. You guys, I'm not kidding. It's bacon in my throat.
You powered through. We appreciate it.
I did. It's right here.
The country's baking. You have bacon in your throat.
I know. It's everywhere.
Oh, I love how at some point you've been able to like make a whole breakfast also between as busy as you are throughout the morning.
We'll be right over, Michelle.
Yeah.
Thanks, Michelle.
Okay. Sure.
Now to a major development overnight in the battle over top secret documents recovered from former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. In a court filing, the Justice Department argued that a federal judge should reject Trump's call for a third party to review that sensitive material. The DOJ says it would interfere with a criminal investigation and endanger national security. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander has the latest. Peter, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. The Justice Department submitting this. It's a blistering new court filing overnight just before a midnight deadline. And they argue that the former President Trump and his advisors repeatedly failed to turn over highly classified documents even after receiving a subpoena and promising to complete an extensive search. The federal prosecutors here, they also go further. They suggest that Mr. Trump and his team misled them, trying to hide these sensitive papers that were clearly marked top secret, even sharing a stunning photo that they say proves it.
This morning, the Justice Department revealing explosive new information in the ongoing criminal investigation into highly classified documents seized from former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence. In a late-night court filing, the DOJ contends the top secret documents were likely concealed and moved around in an effort to obstruct its investigation, adding that Mr. Trump's representatives falsely claimed under oath that all of the materials had been returned. The filing also includes this striking new photo showing documents with classified markings laid out on the carpet that it says were taken from, quote, 45 office.
Those cover sheets are on the top of all classified records. And so it's pretty obvious to anybody, even somebody perhaps who didn't do their homework or read the materials presented to him when he was president, that this stuff is classified and has to be treated in a certain way.
The filing discloses some of the classified documents recovered during the FBI's search earlier this month were found in a desk in the former president's personal office.
So the idea that he didn't know he was holding on to classified information and they were sitting in his desk, in his office, not just in the storage room, it's very hard to make the argument.
The government noting that in a matter of hours, the FBI recovered twice as many documents with classification markings as the, quote, diligent search the former president's team had weeks to perform. Some of the recovered materials so sensitive that FBI agents and Justice Department attorneys needed additional security clearances just to review them. In all, more than 100 classified documents were seized. The 36-page filing lays out the DOJ's opposition to Mr. Trump's legal request for an independent set of eyes to review the documents seized. The Justice Department says appointing a so-called special master is unnecessary and would significantly harm important governmental interests, including national security interests. Before last night's disclosure, Mr. Trump spent the day posting a barrage of QAnon content and other conspiracy theories on his social media platform. Meanwhile, President Biden has slammed Republicans for criticizing the FBI in recent weeks.
There's no place in this country, no place, for endangering the lives of law enforcement. No place.
As for the former president, Mr. Trump's team has until tonight to file its rebuttal, arguing that a separate set of eyes should be allowed to review those documents. Mr. Trump, whose current legal team has come under criticism, just hired a new prominent Florida attorney, Joe, who has a reputation as a skilled political knife fighter and has won several past cases before the Supreme Court.
All right, Peter Alexander. Thank you, Peter.
Now, this morning, Ukrainian officials say their troops have had some success in the counteroffensive to reclaim the southern Kherson region. But Russia's defense ministry says Ukraine is failing in its attempt. The fighting comes as UN inspectors arrive in Zaporizhia ahead of a visit to the nuclear plant there. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has the latest.
Savannah and Joe, good morning. Safety of those nuclear inspectors that are making their way to the Zaporizhia nuclear plant is top of mind this morning as they prepare to enter Russian-occupied territory. Meanwhile, Ukrainian officials are saying the area around that facility is deteriorating. This morning, fierce fighting and fresh artillery strikes by the Ukrainians on the front line, while a dangerous mission to Europe's largest nuclear plant to avoid a disaster is underway. In the south, the Ukrainians are on the attack and gaining ground. The counteroffensive launched Monday to take back territory in the region of Kherson seems to be working. Meeting in Kyiv with President Zelensky, U.S. Senators Rob Portman and Amy Klobuchar offering support.
Now there's a counteroffensive happening in the southern part of Ukraine where a few villages were liberated even today.
But Russia tightening its grip across much of the Donbass in the east. 2 schools and a sports facility blasted by Russian shells just days before the start of school. And fresh attacks almost daily in Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv. This as the inspectors from the International Atomic Energy Agency are making the dangerous journey today to the Russian-held Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant.
We will be reporting back after the mission. We are going to be spending a few days there.
But the Russian military could be calling the shots. The inspectors will cross into Russian-held territory that's recently come under heavy shelling. A Russian-installed official in the region told Russian media outlet Interfax the inspectors will have 1 day to inspect the massive facility, saying they'll be allowed to inspect 2 of the 6 reactors, and lingering questions around if the team will be able to speak with employees without the watchful eye of Russian guards.
That's one of the most important things I want to do, and I will do it.
A critical trip that the globe will be watching.
The number one is a report for the world. The second thing is that they step up and talk about the need for a demilitarized zone. They can do that because this is all about nuclear safety.
Adding to escalating tensions, Russia and China are gearing up for joint military drills that are taking place in the east of Russia. They're expected to kick off tomorrow and last 7 days. Guys, back to you.
All right, Megan, thank you. Stay safe.
Coming up this morning on Morning News Now, the last leader of the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev, has died at the age of 91. After the break, we'll bring you a look back at his historic career leading his country from communism to capitalism.
Plus, remembering Princess Diana exactly 25 years after her tragic passing, the royal rift between brothers, separating them on this somber anniversary. We'll be right back.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods. Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November. How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now? Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with more on the death of one of the most influential figures of the 20th century. Mikhail Gorbachev, the former leader of the Soviet Union, has died at the age of 91. He was credited with reforming the country and ending the Cold War. The Gorbachev Foundation confirmed his death came after a serious and long illness. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell takes a closer look at his life.
Mikhail Gorbachev was a transformational Soviet leader who saw the need for change. And that vision led to historic summits with a most unlikely partner, then U.S. President Ronald Reagan, who had once called the Soviet Union the evil empire. Mikhail Gorbachev was a new kind of Soviet leader. Decades younger than his Kremlin predecessors, he took a radically different approach. When he and President Ronald Reagan first met in Geneva in 1985, they somehow connected, agreeing on an historic joint statement that a nuclear war cannot be won and must not be fought. But a summit in Reykjavik, Iceland, the following year broke down in anger. And on a trip to Berlin, a city still divided by that infamous wall, Reagan famously challenged Gorbachev.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Partly influenced by Nancy Reagan, the president worked to get the talks back on track. The next year, Gorbachev gave his first American television interview to NBC's Tom Brokaw.
Are you going to run the risk of a recession and inflation?
No. Later, visiting the U.S., he charmed crowds near the White House by getting out of his armed limo to shake hands, and later sang along with pianist Van Cliburn at a state dinner. Personal diplomacy helped produce an historic arms control treaty and a return summit in Moscow where the two men walked together through Red Square. And Reagan said he no longer believed the Soviet Union was an evil empire. Gorbachev was widely credited with ending the Cold War and overseeing the end of the Soviet Union. But perhaps Gorbachev's greatest moment was letting the Berlin Wall come down in 1989 without sending in Soviet tanks, for which he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. But his economic reforms at home were wildly unpopular. Shortly after an attempted coup, Gorbachev resigned, he said, to avoid a bloody civil war. Years later, I asked him about Reagan. What did you think when you first met him? How did he strike you?
I liked him. Toward the end of the first day, I knew that we would reach an agreement on some common statement.
Mr. Gorbachev made no public comments about the current Russian war in Ukraine, but a close friend said in a recent interview that he was upset by it, viewing it as having undermined his life's work. In a statement overnight, President Biden said Gorbachev was a man of remarkable vision, a rare leader, one with the imagination to see that a different future was possible and the courage to risk his entire career to achieve it. Back to you.
All right, Andrea, thanks for that look back.
And it's been 25 years since Princess Diana died tragically in a car crash in Paris. And while people around the world mark the anniversary, her two sons, Princes William and Harry, are spending the day apart. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya joins us now from London. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Good morning to you, Savannah. Yeah, people are remembering Diana today, laying flowers in Paris and here in London at Kensington Palace, where she used to live with her sons. Prince Harry and Prince William spending the day thousands of miles apart. And, you know, it wasn't so long ago when they, along with their wives, Kate and Meghan, seemed poised to continue Diana's legacy, push it into a new era even, as a team. They were called the Fab Four, bringing a fresh face to the royal family. Visiting the set of Star Wars, brothers William and Harry were having fun, pretending to battle it out with lightsabers. 6 years later, the rift is real. Gathering to celebrate the Queen's Platinum Jubilee in June, there was no Fab Four reunion. The couples were never seen together in public. At the service of Thanksgiving, the royal couples were sitting far apart on opposite sides of the cathedral. On a trip to Africa with Meghan back in 2019, Harry hinted of strains in their relationship.
Look, we're brothers. We'll always be brothers. We're certainly on different paths at the moment, but I will always be there for him, and as I know, he'll always be there for me.
As the pressures of royal life and constant media attention grew, behind the scenes, tensions were brewing. The first bombshell, Harry and Meghan stepping down as senior royals and moving to the United States. The second, That interview with Oprah in March of last year.
There's a conversation with you.
With Harry.
About how dark your baby is going to be?
Potentially, and what that would mean or look like.
Ooh.
Harry claimed attitudes changed towards him and Meghan.
You know, my grandmother has been amazing throughout. You know, my father, my brother, Kate, and all the rest of the family, they were really welcoming. But it really changed after the Australia tour, after our South Pacific tour.
That's when we announced we were pregnant with Archie. That was our first tour.
But it was also the first time that the family got to see how incredible she is at the job. And that brought back memories.
The third day of the royal visit took the Prince and Princess of Wales to Tennant Creek.
Memories of when Prince Charles appeared to resent Diana's popularity on their Australia tour.
And Harry didn't want the same to happen to his wife that happened to Diana, where she was unpopular with certain sections of the royal family, unpopular because of her popularity.
Just months after the Oprah interview, William and Harry reunited at the Garden in Kensington Palace, unveiling a statue of their mother, Princess Diana, on what would have been her 60th birthday, but barely speaking a few words to each other. Some who knew the princess well, like bodyguard Ken Worf, say if she were alive now, things would be different.
If Diana were here today, there's no doubt they would be talking, because Diana, because she was in love with both of them, would have said, look, you've got to sort this problem out.
William and Harry will always be connected by their love for their mother, the hope that her memory and legacy one day bring the brothers back together again. So the brothers on different paths for now, but both carrying out Diana's legacy in their own ways. Savannah.
Absolutely. Kelly, thank you so much.
Continuing our international coverage this morning, fighting has stopped between security forces and rival militias in Iraq.
NBC Tehran Bureau Chief Ali Arouzi joins us now from Tehran with the latest on that and the rest of the headlines from around the world this morning. Hey, Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Well, after a very bloody 48 hours during which loyalists, a powerful Shiite cleric, transformed Baghdad's green zone into a war zone, fighting with security forces and rival militias, bringing the capital to a standstill. The running battles ended yesterday with one word from one man. Muqtada al-Sadr told his supporters to withdraw, and almost immediately the fighting stopped. His loyalists have now put down their weapons and left. The protests may have ended for now, but the political impasse that brought this chapter of unrest about is far from over. Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida said his ruling party will cut ties with the Unification Church following a widening scandal triggered by former leader Shinzo Abe's assassination last month. He apologized for causing the loss of public trust in politics. Close ties between members of Kishida's governing Liberal Democratic Party and the South Korean-born church have surfaced since Abe's assassination. The alleged assailant told police that he killed Abe because of his apparent links to the church, alleging it bankrupted his mother, and blamed Abe for promoting it. And finally, brutal summer temperatures and droughts brought on by climate change have forced Spanish vineyards to start harvesting a few weeks earlier. Grapes are usually harvested in mid-September, but across Spain it began this year in August. Some Spanish vineyards have even switched to nighttime grape picking to avoid working during the sweltering August heat. And those are your international headlines, guys.
The wine world changing across Europe because of climate change.
Yeah, it's something to see for
All right.
sure.
Thank you, Ali.
Thank you. Coming up, the doctor will see you now. We've got your weekly checkup.
Yeah, that includes a new report showing Americans' life expectancy has dropped in the past year. We're going to take a look at what's behind this sobering trend next.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It is time for our weekly checkup. The average life expectancy for Americans fell sharply again last year in 2021, marking the largest two-year decline in nearly 100 years.
Yeah, that's some big news. Joining us now with that and more, and the rest of this week's medical news in this segment that we love is Dr. Akshay Syal, NBC News medical fellow. Dr. Syal, always great to have you with us. So first, let's talk about this new study. What's behind this drop and what groups are the most impacted?
Yeah, so certainly not the news we wanted to wake up to this morning. As you said, yeah, it's the largest drop we've seen maybe in the last 100 years. And so there's a couple things really driving this. One is the elephant in the room, is the pandemic. Because over the last 2 years, we've seen that the death and the despair that COVID has caused, and that's largely responsible for this. The second thing is really the ripple effects of COVID, right? The overdose deaths. We've seen this. I've reported on this for this show, is where people have been drinking and doing other substances because of the pandemic, and it's really a combination of those things that's what's driving this. To answer your question of who's most affected, it's unfortunately, like we're seeing with a lot of other things in medicine, it really is the minority groups here that are being hit hardest because of lack of access to vaccines and treatments and doctors.
Wow.
Let's talk about a study here out of Syracuse University. It talks about the impact of paid sick leave on workers' lives. What did it find?
So paid sick leave is really, for your viewers out there, it's if you're sick, you get paid time off, really, is what it is. And what this study found was, it was looking at CDC data over the last 20 years. And they basically found paid sick leave can actually reduce deaths from suicide, from homicide, from alcohol use. The doctor's orders here are really, if you are not feeling well, use that sick day. It's okay. In this country, we have a culture of working through it, of toughing it out, but it really is okay to take some time off. And when you do take time off, unplug, turn off your phone, get away from email. It really does make a difference.
I was just going to say, when you're off and you're sick, it means don't be emailing. Yes, exactly. Okay, now we have a really specific one, but it does seem pretty concerning. Button batteries. So those are found in so many household items, toys, hearing aids, all that type of stuff. A new study from Safe Kids Worldwide and Nationwide Children's finds that battery-related emergency visits are dramatically increasing. Tell us about this.
So button batteries are really those quarter-sized buttons shaped batteries that we see, the lithium-ion batteries. And what we're worried about here is kids swallowing them or putting them in their ears or near their eyes. Unfortunately, what this study found was that over the last decade, the number of ER visits for button battery injuries have doubled. So there's a couple things we need to be aware of here. And, the first is, if you think that your child has swallowed a button battery, number one, go to the emergency room. Call poison control, drive over to the emergency room as fast as you can. The second thing, and I actually didn't know this, the American Academy of Pediatrics says, if you do think your child has swallowed a button battery, give them honey. It's a couple tablespoons every few minutes, and it can actually help protect the tissue in your throat.
Good advice there.
Yeah, good advice. Really important stuff. Dr. Akshay Syal, always great to have you with us here on set. Thank you so much.
Anytime.
And if you or anyone you know is struggling, you can call or text the Suicide and Crisis Hotline at 988. In Canada, a TV news anchor who had let her hair go gray was dismissed, sparking a firestorm on social media and in the public. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin reports on the latest fallout.
Hey there. Like many women who gave up coloring their hair during the pandemic, veteran broadcaster Lisa LaFlamme decided to do the same. A personal decision that now has the internet buzzing over its potential impact on her professional life.
For years, award-winning anchor Lisa LaFlamme was the face of Canada's most watched nightly news show, until suddenly announcing on social media that she'd been let go.
I was blindsided and am still shocked and saddened by Bell Media's decision.
The 35-year veteran journalist's shocking announcement was swiftly followed by a Globe and Mail report that a news executive had questioned her decision to let her hair go gray, triggering a public outcry on social media, with some accusing network executives of sexism and ageism.
I'm a 62-year-old woman, gray hair. And this is what it looks like.
This is what women deal with on a daily basis. We are scrutinized in our jobs simply for the way we look.
Bell Media, which owns the network, is pushing back. The CEO releasing a statement saying the narrative has been that Lisa's age, gender, or gray hair played into the decision. I am satisfied that is not the case. Outrage at LaFlemme's firing fueling the hashtag #KeepTheGray, with women posting photos of their own personal stories. Corporations also throwing their support behind LaFlemme, with beauty brand Dove tweeting, "Age is beautiful. Women should be able to do it on their own terms without any consequences." And fast food chain Wendy's changing their iconic logo's hair from red to gray. Hollywood also signaling a shift, with top actresses sporting gray hair on the red carpet and on screen.
No, color your hair. I just think the gray ages you. No, you think the gray ages you. Because if we're friends and I'm this age, you can't be whatever age you're pretending to be.
Podcaster Lisa Lacroix says when she decided to go gray, she was celebrated, but says LaFlemme's firing is a wake-up call.
In some ways, I think this is a great thing that this happened because it raised our awareness.
There is a silver lining here.
I think there is a silver lining that we as women have to stick together.
Bell Media has announced an independent third-party review of the CTV newsroom. In a statement, the president saying they take matters regarding any discrimination very seriously and are committed to a safe, inclusive, and respectful work environment for all our employees. Back to you.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much.
And coming up, skirting disaster.
Yeah, we've seen some wild weather across the country this summer and just this week. Extreme storms, floods, wildfires, all destroying precious property. Well, we've got some steps you can take to avoid tragedy and financial ruin. That's after the break.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Welcome back. It's time for some financial news, and the parent company of a major social media platform is getting ready to trim down its workforce.
NBC's Silvana Henao joins us with those details and other money headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so Snap is reportedly planning to lay off about 20% of its staff as the online advertising industry is facing a downturn. The Verge says Snap will begin making cuts today and target specific departments such as hardware, which is an area that Snapchat's parent company has struggled to break into. It recently scrapped a drone project. The Verge reports Snap has more than 6,400 employees. Goldman Sachs is getting rid of its COVID protocols. Starting next week, the bank says employees can enter most offices regardless of vaccination status and won't be required to test for COVID regularly or wear masks. And that's according to an internal memo. Goldman says with many tools, including vaccination, improved treatments, and available testing, there's significantly less risk of severe illness. Goldman has been among the most aggressive Wall Street banks to bring people back to the office. Royal Caribbean will use SpaceX's Starlink, a network of satellites, to provide internet service to guests and crew on its cruise ships. In June, the FCC authorized SpaceX, which is run by Elon Musk, to use Starlink with moving vehicles, giving the green light to the company's plan to expand service to commercial airlines, ships, and trucks. Royal Caribbean expects installation to be complete by the end of March, guys.
All right.
That's pretty cool. Thank you, Silvana.
You got it.
Now to your money and how you can protect your finances from a natural disaster.
We've seen fires, flooding, hurricanes destroy homes, cars, and completely wiping out personal possessions. Now, it can be difficult to recover and regain your financial footing, but there are steps you can take now to prepare before a disaster were to strike.
So for more, we want to bring in David Peters, a financial advisor and CPA. David, good to have you with us. So let's start with our financial paperwork, which can obviously be hard to replace. So what are the most important documents that we should have ready to go in case a natural disaster does hit?
Well, I think that you basically want to have copies available of all your important documents. So things like wills, also titles to property, deeds to property, things like that. Also life insurance policies, birth certificates. Those can also be important documents to keep track of.
Now, we know about homeowners insurance, but of course we know each policy differs in coverage. So, I mean, how should somebody make sure that they have the right policy for their needs? What should they be looking out for? And then also importantly, if you don't own your home, maybe you rent, what can people do to still protect their property?
Well, so whether or not you have, whether or not you own your home or not, you're going to have insurance on your property. And typically there's going to be something called contents coverage or personal property coverage. And the key thing to, I think, just to remember is that there's certain items that you're going to have limited amounts of coverage for. So things like jewelry tends to only have about a few $1,000s worth of coverage. Also expensive artwork, maybe high-end electronics, those types of things, those tend to get very little coverage in your standard policies. And so I think it's important just to make sure that you have, that if you do have those things, talk to an insurance agent, make sure that your homeowner's policy covers it. If they don't, then you need to get a separate policy for those items.
Take some time when you're looking over those policies. Sometimes people kind of go through them real quick, go, yeah, that's good enough. I'll take that.
And it is good because I know like renters insurance, you know, living in New York City, you think, oh, my stuff's covered, but maybe not some of those specifics.
Exactly. Read the fine print. So, okay, let's say after a natural disaster, people often need access to money right away to help with unexpected costs, especially if they're living in a hotel. There's maybe no access to banks or ATMs. What are your tips for creating an emergency savings fund? And then how much should we aim to set aside for that fund?
So especially in the event of an emergency, we want to have liquid funds available. And so being able to save something into online savings accounts or money market accounts, things like that, where we can access cash quickly is going to be important. Typically, we recommend 3 to 6 months worth of savings that is going to be available in liquid form that we can get at quickly. Because as we have seen in more recent times, you know, when a natural disaster happens, people need access to their money quickly.
We were talking about those documents. I had a question that kind of popped into my head, too. Is that something that, with these days you can access anything from the cloud? Are there documents you should be saving digitally and putting in the cloud and ones that maybe you shouldn't be for security reasons?
I think that cloud-based storage is typically what we recommend as the way to go, because because then those items aren't in the home. So if you do have to have something in paper form, typically investing in a safe or possibly a safe deposit box at a bank is usually the best way to go. But I personally like cloud-based storage better, because you can get at it anywhere, and there's less risk of those items being damaged by flooding or things like that. The only thing to be careful on with cloud-based storage is that we want to make sure that we have passwords on everything, just to make sure that those documents aren't accessed, that they're only accessible by us.
This segment is really making me feel like I got to get my life together.
We know what Savannah's doing this weekend.
Yeah, David.
Wedding
I feel like
planning
if
first.
If we talked offline, David, you'd be very disappointed in my management of all of my things.
But not in a few more weeks. All right, David Peters, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, finding a father.
Yeah, we'll bring you the story of a Texas student who rescued a child abandoned on the streets of Haiti and is now trying to become the family he didn't have. That's up next.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Welcome back. Drivers were left saying holy macaroni after a giant pasta sauce spill. This truck carrying jars of Alfredo sauce crashed on Interstate 55 near Memphis during rush hour yesterday. Look at that mess. It sent sauce spilling across the roadway and forcing drivers to get out of the way. Officials say one person suffered minor injuries and crews were able to reopen the road before too long, meaning those cars could get passed again I don't know. I'm not good at these. I can't do buns like you can. I didn't get that one. But by the way, that's not to be confused with the tomato spill we saw in California.
I would rather be in a tomato spill.
Yeah, me too.
Although that might stain. I don't know. They both probably stain.
Yeah.
So.
Alfredo sauce. Yeah.
Thankfully, no major.
Well, much of it. Yeah, exactly. All right. Finally, this hour, a story we're so excited to bring you, and an important assignment for a Texas college student that's got nothing to do with school.
Yeah, 27-year-old Jimmy Amisial is in the process of trying to adopt a little boy he found while visiting Haiti 5 years ago. The boy, then a baby, was abandoned in the trash. We are joined now by Jimmy. Thank you so much for being here and sharing your story with us. Good to have you with us, Jimmy. I mean, take us back, first of all, to this incredible story. The day you met Emilio, what was going through your mind? And then talk quickly about sort of this process of becoming his legal guardian.
Thank you, NBC News Now. Thank you, Savannah. Thank you, Joe, for having me. I feel the honor bound to be here. It's a pleasure. 5 years ago, a trip back home changed my life forever. So in 2017, I went home to bring presents for the kids in the orphanage that I serve. On New Year's Eve, last day of the year, I was going to be having a party for the kids. As I was walking towards the orphanage, and a noise attracted my attention. And I thought people were just having fun because it was going to be the new year. I saw a lady and I said, "Oh, what's going on over there?" And she said, "Oh, you won't believe it. There is a baby in the trash over there and no one wanted to touch the baby." I couldn't believe when she said that. And I'm like, "Oh, I need to see." So when I got there, I saw a baby lying on a pile of trash. There were about 15 to 20 people. They were just staring at the baby. They were saying, like, "He's cursed. I'm not going to touch that baby." They thought the baby was innocuous. He would bring him harm if they touch him. He was crying. He was in excruciating pain. My heart shattered when I saw that. Something inside of me said, "Jimmy, you're going to have to rescue this precious living soul." So they were looking at the cursed baby, but me, I saw a beautiful soul. Without hesitation, I rescued that baby and I took him home.
Oh, what have these 5 years been like since you first met Emilio? I mean, at the time, you're only 22 years old. It's a big responsibility to take on. What's it been like the last 5 years?
I know it hasn't been easy, but it has been a blessing. Kids, they always bring us joy and happiness, and they teach us how to be patient in life. So it has been easy, but it has been great.
I know you've been collecting donations from people who've heard your story. So far, you've raised about $160,000. It's expensive to adopt, isn't it? I mean, how will you plan to use this money, and what else will you use it for?
Oh, so I know it's, people have been showing a lot of love and support, and which I'm really grateful for. So first of all, I shared the story to bring awareness, to bring light to people. So I know the financial aspect of it seems pretty great, but it serves a greater purpose, which is it's a love story. And the money that I've raised, and I've raised enough money to adopt him, and also any excess funds will be used for Emilio's future, the kids and the orphanage in Haiti, and as well as possibly help me finish my education, because I took a pause from school to take care of Emilio. So, yeah.
And Jimmy, just quickly, I know we're actually also talking to you on a special day. It's Emilio's 5th birthday. Tell us, what's your message to him this morning, to this little boy that you're making part of your family?
It's a big day and it's a wonderful day. I want to take this time to say happy birthday to my sweet son, Emilio. I wish him nothing but love and a great future. So, yeah.
Well, happy birthday to Emilio, and our big thanks to you, Jimmy Amisial, with truly, you say it's a story about love, and that's exactly what it is.
And you do have the same big smile, sort of.
Exactly,
yeah, I love that.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you. I would say that's my superpower. I love smiling, and I love making people smile.
Oh, you made us smile this morning.
I think caring is a good superpower of yours, too. Jimmy, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, breaking news overnight. A first look at the documents seized at former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. The Justice Department releasing this picture they say shows some of the documents FBI agents found. The DOJ included that image in a new filing overnight, claiming that appointing a special master in the case would harm national security interests. This morning, the new information about the search this filing reveals. Running out, the water crisis in Mississippi reaching a new level, with the city of Jackson not having enough water to distribute following a failure at the city's water treatment plant. Cars lined up for miles to get clean water, but the supply ran out quickly.
Water that they are given, well, you can't get to because the line be so damn long.
We've had to boil water to cook, to wash dishes, pretty much to brush our teeth.
The push to provide the most basic of needs to thousands of people. Tributes pouring in this morning for Mikhail Gorbachev, the last leader of the Soviet Union who paved the way for the end of the Cold War. We're taking a look back at Gorbachev's years of leadership and his global legacy. Plus, changing the game. An NHL executive is making her mark in a male-dominated field. How she channeled her love of sports into a successful career, and her advice for women hoping to be trailblazers in their field. Our next installment of Women Mean Business. It's so fun to be having these cool series on the show.
Absolutely, and always getting good advice every single week.
I know. Get your notebooks out, take some notes. We begin, though, this morning with those new developments overnight in the legal battle between former President Trump and the Justice Department over classified documents.
In a late-night court filing, the DOJ argued against Trump's request for a third party to review the materials taken from the former president's home. The department says that a so-called special master would impede an ongoing criminal investigation and endanger national security. The DOJ also provided its clearest indication yet that it believes there was an effort to obstruct the investigation, including concealing or removing highly sensitive government records. We're going to dig into that explosive court filing with NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Good morning to both of you. Julia, let's start with you. The court filing says the FBI found 100 classified documents at Mar-a-Lago in a matter of hours, more than twice as many as Trump's team had voluntarily turned over earlier this year. What else did we learn?
Well, we learned that they had an awful lot of cooperation about where those documents might be before they even went in. This is really the most definitive rebuttal from the Justice Department to Trump's legal team to date. We're learning way more from this than we ever did from the redacted affidavit that we got last week or from the search warrant that was released shortly after the search. We're learning now about the volume of documents there, the highly classified markings they had, and a possible obstruction case. We got a hint of that obstruction case last week. Now we're told that they think that some of these materials, there were not only so many materials left behind after the lawyers for Trump swore in written statements that they'd handed everything over, but they also believe that some of these materials have been taken from a storage room at Mar-a-Lago and placed elsewhere in order to obstruct the investigation. They also say this is not just a matter of the former president not complying with the Presidential Records Act and not handing everything over to the National Archives. This is really a matter of national security because of the highly sensitive nature of these documents. In fact, it seems that some of these documents could even out sources of human intelligence, people who put themselves in danger around the world to be able to better inform the United States. They believe that's what's at stake here, and they think that if the court appointed a special master, that can not only delay and impede the investigation, but it could be that that person does not have the high level of security clearance that they would need in order to review these documents. They said even FBI agents had to get upgraded in their security clearances to be able to review these highly sensitive documents. So we're learning quite a bit here.
Danny, let's bring you into this conversation, and I want to pick up on what Julia was just saying about this potential obstruction. So that sort of changes things, right? I mean, at first, what she just mentioned about moving those documents, maybe even somewhere else. Also, a Trump representative potentially falsely claimed that all sensitive materials had already been returned. I mean, those seem like some serious allegations. How does that change things?
It is the government's definitive piece on the bad behavior of the Trump team in being asked to return these documents. And then here's a subpoena and they didn't get the documents. And then finally, they had to get a search warrant to get these documents. It is the old adage of you get what you asked for. It couldn't be more true here because the Trump team made this motion for a special master, which gives them questionable benefit, even if it's granted. I don't know how that even really helps the Trump team at this point. But DOJ took the opportunity to not only use the 20 pages they're allowed, but ask for additional pages from the court to essentially hit the Trump team over the head with a figurative folding chair of facts describing all the bad behavior that the Trump team engaged in not giving these documents back. I wondered why they needed those extra pages. They explained why this morning or last night when they explained all the delay tactics used by the Trump team.
I have to keep in mind this is all coming from the DOJ. This is their argument. Julia, are we hearing it all from Trump and his team, even though this filing came late last night?
Well, we will hear from them today. They have an 8 p.m. deadline to file in this court their rebuttal to what we saw last night. But then we'll see a hearing also tomorrow that's scheduled to go before this judge, who's already hinted. She said she had a preliminary intent to grant the request for a special master in this case. But after seeing this very definitive, I love the figurative folding chair that Danny referred to, after seeing that, will they now be in a tougher position going in? Might the Justice Department have swayed this Trump-appointed judge to maybe rethink not only whether a special master is necessary, but that maybe a special master could be damaging to this case? She's a fairly new judge. Could this be, her big moment, not only to maybe shine, but to actually get something wrong? Would she want to avoid making a misstep here and kind of muddling what's a very high-profile federal investigation?
We've got Danny on set nodding here. Jump in.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, for a federal judge, keep in mind the government makes a powerful argument for standing. Now, standing is this jurisdictional argument. It asks basically, what business is this of yours? And the point is that Trump is no longer the president. He doesn't have any interest in these documents anymore. They're not his. And it's quietly one of the most powerful reasons for judges to avoid deciding cases. And by the way, that might be a really good reason for this judge. This is a Trump-appointed judge, probably has political or even higher court aspirations. This is a great reason for her to dismiss without ever dealing with the thorny issues. When a court decides, hey, there's no standing to hear this, hey, it's not my fault. I just don't have jurisdiction to hear this case. It's a great political out for this judge. I think the judge initially was thinking, hey, in an abundance of caution, maybe I'll appoint a special master. Now maybe the judge is saying, ooh, standing. I don't have to deal with any of this. I won't be a Republican villain. I don't have jurisdiction to hear the case. It's a great out. DOJ did a great job pointing that out.
All right, Danny, Julia, thank you both. Appreciate it.
Love the folding chair. Awesome. Thanks, Dan. All right, and now to the passing of one of the most influential figures of the 20th century, Mikhail Gorbachev, the last leader of the Soviet Union and a reformer who helped bring an end to the Cold War, has died at the age of 91. The Gorbachev Foundation confirmed his death came, quote, after a serious and long illness. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons takes a look back at his life.
By Soviet standards, Mikhail Gorbachev's rule was short, but the last leader of the Soviet Union said his 6 years in power felt like a lifetime. In 1985, the aging members of the Soviet Politburo turned to the 54-year-old Gorbachev to breathe new life into the system. Little did they know the dark-suited bureaucrat with the distinctive birthmark would not only change the Communist Party, but the world.
Let's end the Cold War. Let's end the nuclear confrontation. Let's abolish nuclear weapons. That was revolutionary.
Gorbachev made friends with the Soviet Union's former enemies, none more so than the US President Ronald Reagan. They negotiated a breakthrough nuclear missile treaty and formed a strong bond. That same year, Gorbachev sat down with NBC's Tom Brokaw, a TV first, and Americans were amazed by this open, reassuring Soviet leader and charmed by Raisa, the first Soviet First Lady they'd ever seen. But it was at home where Gorbachev's two big ideas, glasnost or openness and perestroika, economic restructuring, let a genie out of the bottle even he couldn't put back. We could and should have saved the Soviet Union, but we lost politically, he later said. Soviets got more freedom, but nothing to buy. The economy collapsed. While in Eastern Europe, people didn't embrace his reforms, they fled them. But in perhaps his most iconic act, Gorbachev let the Berlin Wall fall, and a year later was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. But back in Moscow, his own colleagues plotted and failed to overthrow him in a three-day coup. When Gorbachev returned from house arrest in the Crimea, he landed in a different world. Russian President Boris Yeltsin was now firmly in charge. Within months, Gorbachev resigned, and the Soviet Union was no more. Years later, he said his main concern was to avoid bloodshed. There could have been civil war in a country saturated with nuclear weapons, he said. He went on to become an international celebrity, making ads for Pizza Hut and Louis Vuitton to fund his foundation. In Russia, few paid attention to his calls for more democracy.
He's a hero to many. The majority of the world, he's a hero. To a minority, he's a villain.
Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev, the man who ended the Cold War, was never forgiven for the demise of his country and died largely reviled by his own people. Keir Simmons, NBC News.
Now let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Michelle Grossman is with us. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. And we are looking at a heat wave that is starting in the West Coast, and it's going to last not only today, tomorrow, and through next week. So we're looking at a major weather headline as we go throughout the next week or so. It's going to be historical. It's dangerous, record-breaking. We could break all-time records for the month of September, which starts tomorrow. So taking a look for today, we're looking at 49 million people impacted from the Northwest into the Intermountain West. Also the Southwest, where you see that orange, that is a heat advisory. So that's mainly the Northwest into the Intermountain West. But Southern California under an excessive heat warning. That includes Los Angeles, San Diego, Los Angeles and Sacramento. Places like that could see their hottest days yet this year for 2022. So we're going to be watching this very, very closely as we're looking at today's temperatures into the 90s, into the triple digits. Reno today right near 100 degrees. The record is 100. Palmdale 108, 104 today in Boise. 100 degrees forecasted high in Salt Lake City. The record there is 98. So we're going to break some records today, and we're going to break some records over the next several days. The heat wave will continue into the weekend, the holiday weekend, and then beyond that. Some of these alerts are in place until next Tuesday. Portland, you're hot too. Temperatures in the 90s today, 91 on Friday, 91 on Thursday. Boise into the triple digits Friday and Saturday as well. Look at Sacramento, 105 on Thursday, 104 on Friday, 108 degrees on Saturday. We're typically in the 60s and 70s there, so that is going to be a big story. Now, big contrast in the Northeast. Yes, we're still hot. Yes, we're still looking at temperatures in the 80s, some spots near 90 degrees. But we had that cold front that came through yesterday, brought the showers, brought the storms, but also is wiping out the humidity. So we're going to feel really comfortable by the afternoon. It's still a little sticky this morning, but humidity levels are going down throughout the afternoon hours. This is what's left over from the cold front. You can see parts of New England still seeing some rain this morning, some heavy downpours, especially where you see those brighter colors. Boston, you're clearing out. That's good news, but you did have some rain just a little bit ago. Now, as we go in a little bit closer here, this is going to get hung up here. So it's going to take a little longer to clear northern New England. And then we're looking towards the south because the tail end of this cold front is in the south. And we're looking at more showers and storms. We could see rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour across Texas. We still need rain there in terms of the drought, but we just had so much rain in the past week that they could use a little break there. We could use a little break along the Gulf Coast as well. We could use a little break in the southeast, but we're not going to get that today. We're looking at showers also in the state of Florida, and that's going to continue tomorrow. Spotty showers across the Gulf Coast into the state of Florida, and then more widespread in the state of Texas. We could see 1, 2, even 3 inches of rain in Texas. And we do have a flood watch in portions of southwestern Texas. New Mexico, southeastern New Mexico could see some heavy rain in spots as well. Notice where you see those dark darker colors right near Abilene. That's where we're expecting the heaviest rain. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. We're going to keep talking about the South and that water crisis in Jackson, Mississippi. A state of emergency is in effect this morning after recent flooding crippled the city's already delicate water system. Nearly 200,000 people in the capital city are without water this morning, and officials say it could take weeks to get the system up and running again. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from just outside the Capitol in Ridgeland, Mississippi. Guad, good morning.
Joe, good morning. This is the Obie Curtis water treatment plant that provides most of the water for the city of Jackson. It's the plant that failed, triggering this emergency after the flooding. But the people here say they've been dealing with issues for years now. The current boil water notice has been in place for a month. Now, the city manages this plant, and they say they've been needing extra resources for some time. Under the current emergency, the state has stepped in, bringing in their experts to look into the issues and see what they can do to make the repairs and bring the people of the city running water. This morning in Jackson, Mississippi, residents are already lining up for limited supplies of water. The governor declaring a new state of emergency, calling in the National Guard to help distribute water to 180,000 people.
This is not a situation that's going to be solved immediately, and it's not going to be solved overnight.
If you're lucky enough to get water from the tap, it has to be boiled. Taprice Young says her kids' schools have no water, forcing the district to implement virtual learning this week. It also means showering at a relative's house and spending $100 a week for bottled water.
We've had to boil water to cook, to wash dishes, pretty much to brush our teeth. So it's been hectic.
Football Hall of Famer Deion Sanders, now coaching at Jackson State University, says his players and the other students here need to be supported.
This is the city of Jackson. We don't have water. So right now, we're operating in crisis mode.
And for many more residents, the wait for water could be long. What's your message to the people that had to leave empty-handed today?
We do have water in the system. We are putting it in the city's distribution system, and over the next 24 to 36 hours, we will see significant numbers of the truckloads of clean water.
As officials do what they can, friends and family are relying on each other. Stephanie Grievler spent $90 on this one grocery run to make sure her elderly parents had water.
It is a complete shame that this is not a new thing. Water challenges have been there for years.
And that's what most of the people we spoke to kept telling us. Now, they tell us we should see more resources today with better distribution at these centers where people can get the water. Meanwhile, President Biden has accepted the emergency declaration, which means more resources from the federal government. FEMA and the Department of Homeland Security will now be involved, helping the state and the city make the necessary repairs here to get that running water for the city, Joe.
All right, they can't get those resources fast enough. Guad Venegas, thank you so much. Now to our NBC News exclusive. We got rare access inside the Pfizer facility that's producing the next generation of COVID boosters, specifically targeting Omicron. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk reports on the preparations for rolling out the shot once it's authorized by the FDA.
Pfizer's been working on the next generation of COVID vaccine for months. It targets the Omicron variant, but it needs FDA authorization, which could come in the coming days.
A new Pfizer COVID vaccine is rolling off the assembly line in Kalamazoo.
The first thing you notice is that the tops of the vials aren't purple.
You notice the color change.
A new color because there is a new target, the Omicron BA4 and BA5 variants. But it still needs FDA authorization, which could come as early as this week.
We have doses ready virtually immediately. So within 24 hours, trucks will leave the facility.
So that could be people this weekend getting shots, potentially.
We are ready to go whenever the approval comes down.
Pfizer's chief global supply officer gave NBC News an exclusive tour of the company's massive production facility.
First thing we want to do is make sure that every element of that vial is to perfection.
Back in June, the FDA asked both Pfizer and Moderna to develop shots targeting BA5, which makes up most of the cases in the U.S.
Well, it's certainly hoped that these new updated vaccines will provide improved protection against serious disease serious enough to require hospitalization.
But because the process was so fast, human trials have not been completed. Will you run human trials on this one?
Human trials for sure actually are just begun. So absolutely, they're underway.
Health officials point out the annual flu vaccine is not tested on humans. But COVID mutates faster than the flu. It feels a little bit like whack-a-mole with this virus. How difficult is it to keep pace with how quickly the virus is changing?
And it's a very special disease. We launched the original product in 9 months, and now we're actually converting from variants in 100 days or less.
Experts say this new shot could prevent a serious COVID surge in the coming months.
We have a vast amount of information about the safety of these vaccines and the fact that these vaccines really do provide protection against serious disease.
Pfizer's original vaccine was initially shown to be 95% effective at preventing infection, but over time the potency wore off. Boosters were necessary. Demand has dropped. Just over 108 million people have the first booster. Only 23 million have gotten the second. Even so, Pfizer says it has 30 million doses of this new booster ready to go out the door. Also in the news this week, Moderna has sued Pfizer, accusing the company of patent infringement over the COVID vaccine. Pfizer says it was surprised by the lawsuit. It says that its vaccine is based on technology its German partner BioNTech developed. Back to you.
All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you.
For more, we're joined now by NBC News medical contributor and emergency medicine physician, Dr. Uche Blackstock. She's also the CEO of Advancing Health Equity. Dr. Blackstock, thanks so much for joining us this morning. So as Stephanie just mentioned there, FDA authorization on these updated boosters could come as early as this week. But walk us through how, with a virus like COVID-19 that's changed and evolved into several variants, and there could be more, how much difference will this make?
So good morning, Savannah. Thank you so much for having me. You know, it will definitely make a difference. The question is how much of a difference. The fact is that we have seen in the data that we have so far that this vaccine does a great job targeting BA4 and BA5. We also know that the original vaccine that also is pretty effective against the worst outcomes of COVID-19. We need to see whether this updated vaccine is going to decrease infection, transmission, and improve that efficacy against severe outcomes of COVID-19 even more. And as you mentioned, as was mentioned in the beginning, you know, we don't have a lot of data yet. The data that we do have is from those original clinical trials and on Pfizer's BA1 trial in humans, and then some animal data. So we're going to have to see, and Pfizer and Moderna have both said that they are going to continue to collect data on people who have been receiving this updated booster over the next few months.
I mean, these are the first COVID shots distributed without those human trials. Does that matter, Dr. Blackstock?
So those first human trials are very important in determining safety and efficacy. And so, you know, those human trials are really not that important at this time, given the urgency. We know that these vaccines work. The question is just sort of how well this updated vaccine is going to work. And it is a good sign that Moderna and Pfizer will be collecting that data. So does the FDA need that data to authorize this shot? No, they do not, because we know that based on the animal data that these vaccines do a great job of targeting BA4 and BA5 subvariants.
So if the FDA does authorize this upgraded booster shot, who should get one?
And so that's the question. And so we're going to see what the recommendations of the CDC advisory group is. Some experts have been saying only people who are high risk should get this new updated booster. But I have a feeling that the CDC is going to recommend anyone over 12 who has not been recently infected or boosted should receive this updated booster. And that's someone who hasn't been infected or boosted in the last 6 months, likely. So it remains to be seen, but we should know by the end of the week.
All right, that's something a lot of people are wondering about. Dr. Uche Blackstock, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Coming up on Morning News Now, more than 1,000 people have now died from severe flooding in Pakistan. We'll have more this morning on the growing concerns that the situation there is only going to get worse.
Plus, remembering the People's Princess, 25 years since the death of Princess Diana, how Britain and her sons, Princes William and Harry, are honoring her today. After the break.
Right now on NBC News Now.
As we come on the air, here's what we know.
It has been dramatic, powerful.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
We're getting out of this area right now because more air raid sirens are sounding.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
And the House has answered the call to create new gun laws.
The stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing on Capitol Hill.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
A terrifying night of flash floods.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge for primary purposes.
It's an interesting race here. I've just never covered anything like it.
This is big when we're talking about November.
How many doors do you think you've each knocked on?
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground on this issue?
What do you think when you see the activism that's happening right now?
Do you think this movement could have happened without social media?
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
This morning, officials in Pakistan are sounding the alarm over waterborne diseases as floodwaters in many parts of the country begin to recede.
More than 1,100 people have died since mid-June when severe monsoon rains began, resulting in catastrophic floods that have actually left millions homeless. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi joins us now with the latest. Hey, Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Well, the sheer magnitude of the devastation and destruction is hard to fathom. The livelihood of millions of people has been washed away. Before and after satellite images show the extent of the damage caused by these catastrophic floods. The images show swathes of green fields, villages and buildings before the monsoonal rains and flooding, and then satellite images reveal the same areas later, covered in brown water. Some parts of the road have disappeared and floodwaters have created their own rivers. Let's take a look at what's been happening on the ground in Pakistan. Floods of epic proportions in Pakistan have claimed the lives of at least 1,100 people, caused unprecedented devastation across the country while displacing millions, according to the Pakistani government. Oceans of water submerge entire districts. Not a single government official has visited this small village that NBC News visited in northern Pakistan. Residents left to fend for themselves, salvaging what they can.
The water is now...
Pakistan's climate minister, Sherry Rehman, appealing for international help to tackle what she calls a monster monsoon that has left a third of the country, an area roughly the size of the United Kingdom, underwater. The flooding catastrophe has been brought on by weeks of extreme monsoonal rainfall and melting glaciers, making it far from a normal monsoon. Pakistani officials are calling it climate dystopia on their doorstep. The deluge destroying bridges, roads, washing away hundreds of thousands of homes, wiping out food and cotton crops, creating food insecurity and damage to textile exports. Officials say early estimates put the damage at more than $10 billion. Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif flying over the disaster zone on Sunday, saying it was the worst monsoon Pakistan has seen in 3 decades. Tweeting, "The magnitude of the calamity is bigger than estimated." More than 30 million people have been affected by the disaster. That's roughly 1 in 7 Pakistanis, with over 500,000 forced to seek refuge in temporary camps. NBC News visited a refugee camp in northern Pakistan, where people are getting sick and lacking basic humanitarian assistance. This resident of the camp telling us they've only been fed rice since arriving at the camp. The military has been deploying rescue helicopters, but they're struggling to pluck people to safety in the north, where steep hills and valleys make flying conditions treacherous. The worst affected areas are in the south of the country, with most of the destruction falling along the Indus River.
Pakistan is a
UN General Secretary Antonio Guterres has called it a monsoon on steroids, squarely blaming climate change, warning that we are sleepwalking towards disaster. The forecast for Pakistan is not good. With more deluge and destruction expected, the country is bracing itself for worse to come. And guys, Pakistan was already in a financial crisis. The economy is struggling to keep its head above water, facing high inflation, a depreciating currency, and a current account deficit. This latest deluge is only going to exacerbate that predicament. Essential foods and textile crops have been wiped out, creating food insecurity and a deficit in exports. Initial estimates put the extent of the damage at $10 billion, but officials in Pakistan say that figure is likely to rise much further. Guys?
So important to be reporting on this. Ali, thank you so much.
Today marks 25 years since the tragic death of Princess Diana.
She was just 36 years old when she died in a car crash in Paris, along with her boyfriend, Dodi Fayed, and her driver, Henry Paul. Diana was known as the People's Princess, and her death shocked the world. People magazine is remembering her legacy in its latest issue, 25 years without Diana.
And Simon Perry, chief foreign correspondent for People magazine, joins us now. Simon, we just said it there. She was known as the People's Princess. Talk to us about how she managed to make her mark, not just on the royal family, but really beyond the royal family, on the entire world.
Yes, good morning. Well, yeah, she had an incredible impact, didn't she? 25 years ago, the scenes around here in central London were astonishing when she passed away. But before then, yes, she just managed to breathe new life into what was obviously an ancient institution, and did so by having a touch with ordinary people that arguably hadn't been seen before. So I think she, obviously those who met her or came across her or watched pictures of her were drawn to her, but at the same time then bought into and followed the sort of issues and causes and things that she was therefore interested in. And yeah, that's where her legacy comes in, I think.
Of course, part of her legacy are her 2 sons, Prince Harry and Prince William. Now, they publicly mourned their mother in 2017 on the 20th anniversary of her death. But this time, they're said to be spending the day privately and apart, as we've seen quite a bit in recent years. We've talked a lot about the changes and the strain on their relationship. But on a day like today, for them to be apart, as somebody who covers this, how much does that tell you about their relationship right now?
Well, sadly, as you say, they are estranged and they're living thousands of miles apart, so they won't be together on this very poignant day. But in both cases, they'll be remembering her, as Harry said last week, going over, sharing her spirit, I think he put it, with his children over in California. And I'm sure Prince William is doing very similar here in near here in Windsor, where they're living. Yeah, I think to anyone who knows of them or has covered the brothers, it's a shame that they're not together on a day like today, but they'll be remembering her in their own special way.
Diana, we know, lived her life in the public spotlight even when she didn't want to live it in the public spotlight. Was there any part of her life that she did manage to keep mostly private and out of public scrutiny?
I think she did manage to do so. I mean, there are lots of things like a private life that she had with arguably her last great love, Hasnat Khan, didn't really become known until the last months of that relationship. She'd been seeing him for quite some time, for example. So, she did her best to do things with her sons privately as well. She also visited her brother in the last holiday in South Africa in the last summer. So there were things she could do, and I'm sure she took great solace from those moments when she could. She also secretly visited AIDS patients in hospitals 20-odd times, and only 2 or 3 were public. So she did manage to spread her impact, as it were, both privately and publicly.
And those visits sent such a powerful message during a time when that message was really needed. Simon Perry, thank you so much for taking some time to speak with us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And coming up, promising news on the economy.
Yeah, consumer confidence is up. So what does that mean for prices and even, we're going to talk about it, holiday shopping, the changes you could see next.
Welcome back to Today. We've got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back to Today. We've got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back with some promising news about the economy. A new report shows consumers are more confident than they've been in months, and that's causing a surge in early holiday shopping. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has the details.
Hey there, though folks are still worried about a possible recession, a growing number of them see a light at the end of the tunnel, and retailers are taking notice, rolling out their holiday sales in August. The calendar might not even read September yet, but holiday cheer is spreading early for inflation-weary families. A new survey shows consumer confidence in the economy rising for the first time in 4 months, with expectations for the future also inching up, thanks in part to falling prices at the pump.
If fuel prices go down, everything else kind of goes along with it.
This new confidence now driving a super early wave of holiday shopping. Fears of growing inflation causing more than a third of consumers to buy their holiday gifts, with the summer heat still scorching.
How many people are like, "You're already shopping?" I was like, yeah.
Mother of 3 Marissa Kyle started shopping for the holidays months ago, concerned that rising inflation could mean fewer sales in the fall.
My middle daughter is really into LOLs and Rainbow High. And so I was able to get a lot of those items for less than half of the price.
Hoping to cash in, retailers like Costco, Sam's Club, and Home Depot are already rolling out holiday sales and displays with big discounts on everything from apparel and appliances to sporting goods and toys. Walmart unwrapping its annual top toy list nearly a month early this year, featuring a majority of items under $50, and even adding a new budget-friendly category, toys under $25.
We know customers are looking for incredible values, and they're definitely starting to think about the holidays a little bit earlier than they have in years past.
With many retailers saddled with huge inventory, surpluses from the pandemic, experts say now is also a good time to score deals on big-ticket items like a new TV or laptop.
Prices are down now. Our consumers are smart enough to realize that they should actually jump on it now and not wait, because the future looks uncertain.
Of course, we're all used to that hectic shopping period later in the year, Black Friday, Cyber Monday, and the dash to Christmas. But now, since we're seeing the holiday shopping season start earlier, retailers may begin to rely a little less on those busy stores around that time. Back to you.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much for an early look.
We've got some advice for all those confident consumers. We are joined now by Trey Bodge, smart shopping expert at TrueTrade.com. Good to have you with us this morning. So that new report on consumer confidence is obviously welcome news after months of declines. What impact could that have on the economy, both in the short term and the long term?
Sure. So I was really encouraged to see this, as I think we all were. And we've seen some belt tightening in the past couple of months with a lower consumer confidence, lower back to school shopping numbers. And so if we feel a little bit more confident, hopefully we'll feel a little bit more comfortable to do some shopping. And I think, like your reporter said, this might lead to some early holiday shopping as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what Gabe said. He mentioned holiday shopping season started early. As much as that hurts my head right now, is this the right time to buy? How might this affect deals on, say, Black Friday or some of those other things we've gotten to know closer to the holidays?
Yeah, so this is a really interesting question, because we don't know what Black Friday will look like if people start shopping early. So essentially, the fall season is pretty slow in terms of shopping, right? So if we see more early holiday sales, that might pick shopping up a little bit. And that is a good time for certain consumers to do a little bit of early holiday shopping. I'm hearing that classic toys and some electronics are on sale right now and will be through September and early October because of those overstocks that we've talked about in the past. We've got larger retailers holding a lot of excess merchandise. And so those items will be priced to move. And so if you are someone who likes to plan ahead and maybe get a jump on some early holiday sales, it will be a good time to do that. But I don't think that Black Friday, Cyber Monday will be kind of underwhelming. I think it'll be just as exciting as it always is.
All right, so grab that pumpkin spice latte and get all your holiday shopping done on Labor Day. Let's talk about inflation, which is one of the main reasons that we see consumer confidence go up and down. It remained unchanged from June to July after 25 months of increases. Any feeling that we could maybe see a decline soon?
Well, it's hard to say for me. I'm not an economist, and so I look at this from a shopping perspective, but I'm always glad to see inflation down. Consumers really struggle when inflation is high and prices are high, and we're obviously getting some relief at the pump as well. So fingers crossed that inflation will continue to dip. You know, we have a really big mountain to climb if we're going to try to beat holiday shopping numbers from last year. We were up 14.1%, which was massive. So I don't know if we're going to get there, but I'm hoping to see some excitement around shopping again, because we've been pulling back in the last couple of months, like I said.
All right, Trey Bodge, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Coming up, breaking barriers in a male-dominated field.
Yeah, I'll talk to an executive in the National Hockey League about how she's helping change the sport and bring in more diversity. That's next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
We're here to start conversations, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Now it's time for the latest edition of our series, Women Mean Business.
Today we're highlighting Kim Davis, the National Hockey League's Senior Executive Vice President of Social Impact, Growth Initiatives, and Legislative Affairs. Before we speak to her, here's a look at her story.
A high school tennis player, Kim Davis channeled her tenacity on the tennis court into an impressive career. As an executive at J.P. Morgan Chase, Davis quickly made her mark, managing powerful men who were often much older than her. But her fearless leadership style set her apart. Davis then signed on to Teneo as Senior Managing Director, advising Fortune 500 companies and executives. In 2017, she entered the sports arena, joining the NHL as Senior Executive Vice President of Social Impact, Growth Initiatives, and Legislative Affairs. Davis's leadership and philanthropic work has made a major impact on the league over the past 5 years, and she promises there's more to come. Kim Davis is a woman who means business.
And now Kim Davis, NHL Senior Executive Vice President of Social Impact, Growth Initiatives, and Legislative Affairs, joins us now. Kim, thank you so much for being with us this morning. We're loving this series, and we're so happy to have you join us for it. So first, I just spoke about how you manage people at J.P. Morgan Chase. In some cases, men were older than you were, which I think just on its surface sounds intimidating to anyone. And we love using this series to sort of hear how you navigated certain times in your life. Can you tell us how you sort of found your voice and were able to find a place at the table in an environment like that? What was that like?
Good morning, first of all, Savannah. So great to be with you. When I think back on my career some 30 years ago, the thing that occurs to me is that I always felt like I deserved a seat around the table. And I was lucky enough to have both mentors and sponsors early in my career. And one of my first sponsors told me that men suffer from the imposter syndrome more than women do. And that stuck with me. And so whenever I felt like my confidence was waning, I always remembered those words. And that really helped me navigate some of those more difficult situations.
I love the way that you just said that you always felt specifically that you deserved a seat at the table, because I think so much of the time, so many of us are just wondering, is there room? Never mind even considering the fact that there should be. So just act accordingly. You're known, for now being in the sports world, and I think that's something, as in many fields, probably the same thing could be said about JP Morgan Chase, but the sports world, something we often regard as male dominated. And I know that the NHL also didn't have much diversity going on. What was it like to enter that world, and what's it been like to try to make real change in that regard?
Yeah, I go back to that idea of mentors and sponsors. And when I talk to young people, I often distinguish between a mentor and sponsor, as a mentor being someone that tells you and a sponsor sells you. And I was lucky enough to have in the commissioner of the NHL, Gary Bettman, both a mentor and a sponsor. He both told me what I needed to do in order to be successful, but he also sold me to owners and presidents of the clubs in a way that helped me to really accelerate my lack of hockey knowledge, but the competencies that I brought from 30 years of experience.
Wow, we love this segment because there's always these little things that we can write down and remember to help us all out. And one tells you, one sells you. That's a good one. When you talk about now the league being diverse and representative of everyone, I know that you've said this is a movement, not a moment. Explain, what that means to you at the NHL with the actual work that you're doing now, but also what it should look like across industries. Yeah,
for the NHL, it's been perceived as a sport that wasn't necessarily for multicultural audiences and women. And in many ways, I think my work is to really burst that myth. There's a rich history of Blacks in the sport of hockey going back to the 1800s, as well as the first woman back in the 1800s. It's an article in a Ottawa magazine. So the idea here is to create these ambassadors all over North America and all over the world that love hockey and can talk about and tell their stories about hockey. And that really means a movement that includes everyone that loves the sport of hockey and those that want to love the sport of hockey.
I love that. Kim, you've already dispelled quite a few words of wisdom, but we do always like to end this segment by just asking for one specific piece of advice that a young woman who's watching this right now could kind of grab onto and remember as she's embarking on her career.
Find ways to manage what I call the 3 Ps, your preparation, your passion, and your purpose. And not every job is going to provide passion and purpose, but when you are prepared and you find that integration of passion and purpose, you will be successful.
This is what I'm saying. We always need to take notes during this segment, the 3 Ps. I love it. Kim Davis, thank you so much. Really an honor to have you join us for the segment. We appreciate your time this morning. So great to talk to you.
Thanks, Savannah.
Great. We also recorded, so you can go back and rewatch segments if you didn't take notes.
One of these days, we'll bring all these good notes together in something.
Coming up, we have got an update on NASA's planned mission to the moon.
Yeah, plus an exclusive look at a program hoping to provide internet to the world through space, how it works, and where it's already being used. That's next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. If you know someone who is a messy eater, we have the perfect gift, perhaps a holiday gift, as we were talking about moments ago. A T-shirt with ketchup already on it. Yeah, Heinz is releasing a pre-stained clothing line. The saucy shirts come with a spot of their famous condiment already smeared on the front. The collection uses thrifted clothes, and I ruined that. And if you relish the idea of wearing one of these, the proceeds are going to the nonprofit Rise Against Hunger in support of global hunger relief. And if you had already missed that story, well, we just helped you catch up.
It's like, what's coming? I can't. Just too good at this. All right, now, T-minus 3 days. NASA says it will now attempt to launch its Artemis 1 mission to the moon this Saturday. Engineers say they fixed a problem with one of the rocket engines that forced mission managers to call off the launch on Monday, as you probably all saw. The uncrewed test flight is the first of 4 planned trips to the moon with the goal of establishing a permanent lunar base. The mission will take 6 weeks, testing NASA's massive new SLS rocket and the Orion capsule before sending astronauts in 2024.
While the world awaits NASA's mission to the moon, SpaceX is fresh off its 38th rocket launch this year. 38. It wasn't as big and nowhere near as historic, but SpaceX is light years ahead in a different space race. One of its divisions, Starlink, is trying to become internet provider to the world, solving infrastructure problems from space in areas where crucial connectivity is either unreliable or completely unavailable. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry got an exclusive look at the program.
What, about 15 miles? Yes, to a spot where you can actually get service on your phone.
Jackie Toledo and Pat Gibson are raising 3 generations of children here on the edge of Navajo Nation in rural New Mexico. In a place where households are separated by miles of desert and ancient cliffs, Starlink is the only option for communication here.
And the jetpack didn't really help too.
So this has been the thing that's worked?
Yes, definitely. It is.
That thing is one of 650,000 terminals in 40 countries around the world communicating with Starlink's growing army of satellites above us all in low Earth orbit. For the last 3 years, Starlink, a department inside SpaceX, has been hitching a ride from the Falcon 9 rocket launching from Florida and California.
And liftoff.
Lauren Dreyer and Bianca Reinhardt are 2 of the few hundred employees working inside Starlink.
It's education, telehealth, communication.
Something all too easy to understand in a place like Ukraine, when traditional ground-based communication systems were some of the first targets by Russian airstrike.
We had, thankfully, a team on the ground in Europe, both Tesla employees, SpaceX employees, that set up almost instantaneous supply chain to get some terminals that we already had in Europe into Ukraine in about 48 hours. One of the most impactful moments for me, there's a video on Reddit, I think shot by Ukrainian Witness. There are hundreds of people gathered around a single Starlink terminal, calling and FaceTiming.
Business questions arise about the speed in some places and the steep price tag. It's $600 up front for the unit. $110 per month is the current subscription price.
How do you solve some of these problems?
Speed and cost. I think we're constantly launching more satellites. I think we as a company have a track record of constantly trying to drive costs down.
The Cuba Independent School District in New Mexico used COVID relief money to provide Starlink to their 400 households and 700 students. The funding lasts until 2024, but after that, the district and the students are on their own. Something that would leave hundreds of children back where they started before the pandemic, isolated and behind.
We would give kids books. Why wouldn't we give them internet connection? Why wouldn't we see that as an equalizer for students who live in places where they either can't afford it or can't get it?
A technology that provides great opportunity. The only question now is for whom? Cal Perry, NBC News.
And that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stick with us. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, no end in sight to the growing water crisis in Jackson, Mississippi. The city under a state of emergency now after heavy rains and extreme floods magnified decades-old infrastructure issues. People there now forced to wait in long lines for supplies, and some are at a breaking point.
We've had to boil water to cook, to wash dishes, pretty much to brush our teeth.
We've got the latest on the ground in Jackson this morning, plus how the shortage is affecting local businesses during a crucial summer season. New overnight DOJ response. The Justice Department now firing back. Why the DOJ opposes former President Trump's request for a special master, someone to review those documents seized at his Mar-a-Lago estate. The new information this morning about what the DOJ says FBI agents recovered there and why top officials are arguing national security interests are at stake. Also this morning, what could have been exactly 25 years after the tragic and untimely death of Princess Diana, a royal rift between brothers keeping them apart for the somber anniversary. Plus, we'll hear from Diana's former bodyguard who says if she were alive today, things would undoubtedly be different. And finding a father. We're going to bring you the story of a child abandoned on the streets of Haiti and the Texas student who found him, saved him, and is now hoping to adopt him. We'll have an interview with that student coming up later this hour. It's an incredible story.
It really is an incredible story. We're so lucky to be able to have that conversation live here.
We're going to begin this hour with two major weather stories developing on both sides of the country.
Yeah, one involves the extreme heat wave out west. 49 million people are under a heat alert this morning. Temperatures are in the 90s and even up to triple digits in some places. And there's no relief in sight for some parts through the weekend. We'll have more on that just ahead. But the other weather-related story we're following is the water crisis in Jackson, Mississippi. Governor Tate Reeves has now declared a state of emergency after thousands of people were cut off from fresh running water in the capital of Jackson and the surrounding areas due to severe flooding. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is on the ground in Mississippi with the latest for us.
Savannah, good morning. The crisis continues in Jackson, Mississippi. We're at the Obie Curtis Water Treatment Plant. This is the plant that failed and triggered this entire emergency after the flooding. The Pearl River is just behind the trees on the other side of the plant. That's the river that flooded. Now, we know that additional resources have been made available to make the repairs that are necessary here. This plant provides most of the water for the city of Jackson. There is another smaller plant that is also being checked by the state people who have brought in their experts. They're figuring out what can be done so that the people can have reliable running water. The issues here have been going on for some time. The residents tell us that it's been years since they've had reliable running water. It's not just a problem in the summer. It also happens during the winter. In fact, right now, they are under a boil water notice that has been in place for over a month because of water contamination. So they've been having to use bottled water to brush their teeth, or they've had to boil the water that they have. Now, we know that the state brought in their experts to try and assess the damage to the plant. They're making recommendations, and now FEMA is also involved with the Department of Homeland Security after President Biden accepted the emergency declaration. So that's what's going on here at the plant. Meanwhile, there's additional resources coming into town. The National Guard is going to help to distribute water to the people of Jackson. We know that some of the distribution centers that are already set up ran out of water yesterday, so we expect more water available for the people that go to those distribution centers today. Savannah?
All right, Guad, thank you so much.
Let's get more on how this water emergency is affecting businesses in Jackson. Andy Nessenson is general manager at the Tex-Mex style Iron Horse Grill in Jackson. Andy joins us now. Thank you so much. We appreciate you taking some time to be with us. I know many businesses were forced to close on Tuesday because there was just no running water. How are you doing? How's your business doing? What's it been like the last few days?
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me. Well, I mean, business is still open. We have water, so we're grateful for that for the time being. There's a lot of businesses, however, that are in our city that were without water. As of this morning, I was speaking to a colleague of mine, and he's told me that he's got to close today because he does not have water. So this is the third day for him that he is closed.
To keep things going, I mean, are you having to buy bottled water, buy canned sodas? What's the cost of all this, and how long do you think your business can keep it going?
It's incredible. I mean, every week we're spending anywhere between $2,000 to $2,500 a week on, bottled water, canned beverages, and ice that we've got to bring in. We're bringing in 1,500 pounds of ice every other day, not to mention the additional trash pickups because the amount of trash that you accumulate each and every day. So, I mean, this isn't week 5. Today is day 33. Of this boil water notice. And so, yeah, the cost is staggering for independent restaurant owners in our market. I mean, it's unbelievable. However, we've got a job to do. We have 90 employees. So, it's our duty to try to, exhaust every resource possible, whether it's, meeting with the mayor, whether, to dig deep and get these, resources that we have to have in order to be open each and every day.
What is the toll this is taking on your employees? I have to imagine some don't have any water right now.
Yeah, they're nervous. I mean, it's a hard sell in Jackson right now to, for our employees as a leader to say, look, it's going to be okay. There's better days ahead of us. We don't, there's no end in sight. We don't know when this is going to happen. I mean, like I said, today's day 33, but there's no, when is the water going to come back online? We're not really sure. And we're incredibly grateful to Governor Tate Reeves to step in because, I mean, the mayor and the county, they just don't have the resources available to get it back online.
I was just going to ask you, I mean, do you feel everyone from the local level to the state level that they're doing enough? What else do you want to see done? Who can help you out here?
I think the biggest thing is just we got to get water. I mean, bottom line, I mean, the basic necessities in order to run a restaurant in Jackson, Mississippi, you got to have it. I mean, you can't run a restaurant without it. So I think that's priority number one. I mean, whoever it takes, whether it's, state leadership, if the Fed's got to get involved, I mean, we got to have help. I mean, this is affecting, over 150,000 people rely on this resource. And without it, we're handcuffed. We can't do anything.
I mean, I've got to imagine it's frustrating that you're on 30 plus days of this now.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you got to dig deep. I mean, in our business, the margins are already, small when it comes to profitability in our industry. And then you tack on this and then you're trying to keep 90 people together and, staying positive. And I mean, when their son or daughter can't even go to school, yeah, it's tough. I mean, they're calling out for obvious reasons because they don't have childcare, and I'm like, look, you take care of your family. I mean, that's first, and then we'll figure out the business. And when you're ready to come back to work, we'll be here.
Andy Nessenson, thank you so much for taking time to talk with us. We're thinking of you and your employees. Please keep us updated.
Absolutely. Thanks for your time.
And now let's head to California and that other extreme weather story we mentioned, the heat. Temperatures are expected to reach 100 degrees in Southern California today, putting more pressure on a region already dealing with a mega drought and an active wildfire season already. NBC News correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Los Angeles. Raf, good morning. Good to see you there in Los Angeles. So what is the situation like there right now?
Savannah, good morning. It's a little after 5 a.m. here right now. You can probably see the sun isn't up yet, but it is warm here already, and it is going to get a whole lot warmer over the course of the day. As you said, we're heading for triple digits in some parts of Southern California today. By tomorrow, in some places, that is going to be up to 115 degrees. So we are talking not just hot weather, we are talking dangerously hot weather, and that's going to continue through the Labor Day weekend. Thursday is likely to be the peak, but But Sunday is going to be very, very hot also, not just here in Southern California, but all the way up into Northern California, too. We're likely to see a number of daily heat records broken. We may see some all-time heat records broken in some places. Here in LA County, the local heat warnings are coming into place at 11 a.m., so about 6 hours from now. They're going to be in position all the way through until Monday. They may go further than that. So this is looking to be a pretty brutal end to what up until now had actually been a fairly mild August here in California. Savannah.
Now, Raph, we've been talking about this all summer, this extreme heat in many parts of the country, but especially this late in the season and with temperatures as high as you just said. Are state and local officials doing anything different to prepare for this particular heat wave?
Yeah, so the real message here is people need to take this seriously. This is no joke. You know, tornadoes, hurricanes, flooding, like Guad was just talking about, they're much more visual than heat, but heat tends to be the leading weather-related cause of death in the United States every year. And authorities here in LA County are saying you really need to be checking in on the most vulnerable populations. So that's kids, that's the elderly, that's people with chronic conditions, but it's also the unhoused. It's people, you go to downtown LA, you're going to see a lot of folks who are sleeping on the streets, and those streets are going to be baking over the next couple of days. So authorities have activated a number of cooling centers. These are usually libraries, recreation centers. They're anywhere with air conditioning where people can go inside and just for a couple of hours get out of the heat, get cool, get some water, and try to stay safe. Savannah.
And Raph, what about wildfires? Anything being done to prevent those from breaking out?
Yeah, that's the real fear, right? With weather this hot, you have a lot of dry material that can fuel those fires. Authorities are saying to people they need to be taking this really, really carefully, seriously. If you're out camping, you need to be very mindful of what you're doing with open fires. It's not just the fuel that can be built up in this hot weather. It's also that the nights are so hot. Temperatures aren't going down as much overnight as they are in cooler situations, and that is the kind of conditions that fires absolutely love. Savannah.
Raph Sanchez, so much to watch for there. Stay safe. Thanks so much.
Weather clearly the big headline, so let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Yeah, Michelle Grossman is back with us. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, Raph did a great job painting that picture out west, and that will be the major weather story over the next week or so. Some alerts are in place until next Tuesday, and as he mentioned, we're not getting that relief at night. So I sort of equate it to sleep. You can go a couple nights with a little bit of sleep, but once you go further and further, you feel worse. And that's the same thing with heat. You can handle a couple days, but we're looking at 7 days of really high heat, and that's when it's really hard for the body to recover. So we're going to be watching this very closely. That's the biggest weather story. We're also watching soggy south once again. More rain in Texas, more rain along the Gulf Coast, more rain in the southeast. Spots that need it but don't need it right now because we've had so much rain over the past week. And we're also looking at the chance for some strong storms in portions of Colorado, also Kansas and Nebraska. That's where the tail end of this system. It's the same system that came through the Northeast yesterday. We'll show you the radar because we're still seeing some leftover showers there. But first, let's start with the dangerous heat because as Raph mentioned, this is record breaking. It's dangerous. It's historical. We could break daily records, monthly records, even all-time records. 49 million people impacted from the northwest to the Intermountain West down to the southwest. And it's the southwest where we're looking at an excessive heat warning. That includes Los Angeles. That includes San Diego. Los Angeles, Sacramento could see their hottest days so far for the year of 2022. And again, we will see triple digits in a lot of spots. A lot of temperatures 10 to 25 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. So prepare for the upper 90s, prepare for the triple digits in many spots today. Boise, 104, Salt Lake City, 100 degrees, 108 in Palmdale. Notice those records next to us. We're going to break a lot of records today, and we're going to break a lot of records over the next few days. And notice that we don't get the relief over the next few days, even into the holiday weekend. So we're still talking triple digits in Sacramento by Monday, 111, Fresno, 108, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Los Angeles. This stands out too. We're looking at temperatures in the mid to upper 90s on Saturday, over 100 degrees on Sunday, and Monday right around 100 degrees. So we're going to break these records, all these little dots. This is through this weekend. We can break records through Saturday. That's going to be the peak of the heat. So September monthly records are possibly to be broken, and some all-time records are also in jeopardy. Now, as we go throughout the east here, we have a big difference because we were so warm and sticky over the past few days. That cold front came through yesterday, brought some showers, some storms, some lightning, hearing some thunder as well. That has moved off for the most part. Some spots still seeing the rain this morning, but it also cleared out the humidity. So we have warm temperatures in spots today like DC, but the humidity levels are coming down, and that's going to feel good. Feeling good in Chicago, temperatures in the 80s. Look at Boston tomorrow, 82, just 77 on Friday, 81 on Saturday. So this is what radar looks like right now, the tail end of this system in the Northeast. We're seeing some heavy rain through portions of Maine. Bangor, you're seeing some rain. Also Nantucket, the Cape, seeing some heavy rain. But it's really the south where we're looking at that heavy rain falling today. This is also the tail end of the system, a stationary boundary. It's going to get hung up here, and that's why we're looking at showers and storms. We're looking at heavy downpours because when it's in this spot, it tends to pull off the Gulf. So we're looking at rainfall rates up 2 to 3 inches per hour. Excuse me, I have bacon in my throat. And then we have spotty storms. Also tomorrow, Texas, we're seeing some heavy rain. We're seeing some rain in the Gulf Coast and also in the southeast. You guys, I'm not kidding. It's bacon in my throat.
You powered through. We appreciate it.
I did. It's right here.
The country's baking. You have bacon in your throat.
I know. It's everywhere.
Oh, I love how at some point you've been able to make a whole breakfast also between as busy as you are throughout the morning.
We'll be right over, Michelle.
Yeah.
Right.
Thanks, Michelle.
Sure.
Now to a major development overnight in the battle over top-secret documents recovered from former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. In a court filing, the Justice Department argued that a federal judge should reject Trump's call for a third party to review that sensitive material. The DOJ says it would interfere with a criminal investigation and endanger national security. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander has the latest. Peter, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning to you. The Justice Department submitting this. It's a blistering new court filing overnight just before a midnight deadline. And they argue that the former President Trump and his advisors repeatedly failed to turn over highly classified documents even after receiving a subpoena and promising to complete an extensive search. The federal prosecutors here, they also go further. They suggest that Mr. Trump and his team misled them, trying to hide these sensitive papers that were clearly marked top secret, even sharing a stunning photo that they say proves it.
This morning, the Justice Department revealing explosive new information in the ongoing criminal investigation into highly classified documents seized from former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence. In a late-night court filing, the DOJ contends the top-secret documents were likely concealed and moved around in an effort to obstruct its investigation, adding that Mr. Trump's representatives falsely claimed under oath that all of the materials had been returned. The filing also includes this striking new photo showing documents with classified markings laid out on the carpet that it says were taken from, quote, 45 office.
Those cover sheets are on the top of all classified records. And so it's pretty obvious to anybody, even somebody perhaps who didn't do their homework or read the materials presented to him when he was president, that this stuff is classified and has to be treated in a certain way.
The filing discloses some of the classified documents recovered during the FBI's search earlier this month were found in a desk in the former president's personal office.
So the idea that he didn't know he was holding on to classified information and they were sitting in his desk, in his office, not just in the storage room, it's very hard to make the argument.
The government noting that in a matter of hours, the FBI recovered twice as many documents with classification markings as the, quote, diligent search the former president's team had weeks to perform. Some of the recovered materials so sensitive that FBI agents and Justice Department attorneys needed additional security clearances just to review them. In all, more than 100 classified documents were seized. The 36-page filing lays out the DOJ's opposition to Mr. Trump's legal request for an independent set of eyes to review the documents seized. The Justice Department says appointing a so-called special master is unnecessary and would significantly harm important governmental interests, including national security interests. Before last night's disclosure, Mr. Trump spent the day posting a barrage of QAnon content and other conspiracy theories on his social media platform. Meanwhile, President Biden has slammed Republicans for criticizing the FBI in recent weeks.
There's no place in this country, no place, for endangering the lives of law enforcement. No place.
As for the former president, Mr. Trump's team has until tonight to file its rebuttal, arguing that a separate set of eyes should be allowed to review those documents. Mr. Trump, whose current legal team has come under criticism, just hired a new prominent Florida attorney, Joe, who has a reputation as a skilled political knife fighter and has won several past cases before the Supreme Court.
All right, Peter Alexander. Thank you, Peter.
Now, this morning, Ukrainian officials say their troops have had some success in the counteroffensive to reclaim the southern Kherson region. But Russia's defense ministry says Ukraine is failing in its attempt. The fighting comes as UN inspectors arrive in Zaporizhia ahead of a visit to the nuclear plant there. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has the latest.
Savannah and Joe, good morning. Safety of those nuclear inspectors that are making their way to the Zaporizhia nuclear plant is top of mind this morning as they prepare to enter Russian-occupied territory. Meanwhile, Ukrainian officials are saying the area around that facility is deteriorating. This morning, fierce fighting and fresh artillery strikes by the Ukrainians on the front line, while a dangerous mission to Europe's largest nuclear plant to avoid a disaster is underway. In the south, the Ukrainians are on the attack and gaining ground. The counteroffensive launched Monday to take back territory in the region of Kherson seems to be working. Meeting in Kyiv with President Zelensky, U.S. Senators Rob Portman and Amy Klobuchar offering support.
Now there's a counteroffensive happening in the southern part of Ukraine where a few villages were liberated even today.
But Russia tightening its grip across much of the Donbass in the east. 2 schools and a sports facility blasted by Russian shells just days before the start of school. And fresh attacks almost daily in Ukraine's second largest city, Kharkiv. This as the inspectors from the International Atomic Energy Agency are making the dangerous journey today to the Russian-held Zaporizhia nuclear plant.
We will be reporting back after the mission. We are going to be spending a few days there.
But the Russian military could be calling the shots. The inspectors will cross into Russian-held territory that's recently come under heavy shelling. A Russian-installed official in the region told Russian media outlet Interfax the inspectors will have 1 day to inspect the massive facility, saying they'll be allowed to inspect 2 of the 6 reactors, and lingering questions around if the team will be able to speak with employees without the watchful eye of Russian guards.
That's one of the most important things I want to do, and I will do it.
A critical trip that the globe will be watching.
The number one is a report for the world. The second thing is that they step up and talk about the need for a demilitarized zone. They can do that because this is all about nuclear safety.
Adding to escalating tensions, Russia and China are gearing up for joint military drills that are taking place in the east of Russia. They're expected to kick off tomorrow and last 7 days. Guys, back to you.
All right, Megan, thank you. Stay safe.
Coming up this morning on Morning News Now, the last leader of the Soviet Union, Mikhail Gorbachev, has died at the age of 91. After the break, we'll bring you a look back at his historic career leading his country from communism to capitalism.
Plus, remembering Princess Diana exactly 25 years after her tragic passing, the royal rift between brothers separating them on this somber anniversary. We'll be right back.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Harry Styles!
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with more on the death of one of the most influential figures of the 20th century. Mikhail Gorbachev, the former leader of the Soviet Union, has died at the age of 91. He was credited with reforming the country and ending the Cold War. The Gorbachev Foundation confirmed his death came after a serious and long illness. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell takes a closer look at his life.
Mikhail Gorbachev was a transformational Soviet leader who saw the need for change. And that vision led to historic summits with a most unlikely partner, then U.S. President Ronald Reagan, who had once called the Soviet Union the evil empire. Mikhail Gorbachev was a new kind of Soviet leader. Decades younger than his Kremlin predecessors, he took a radically different approach. When he and President Ronald Reagan first met in Geneva in 1985, they somehow connected, agreeing on an historic joint statement that a nuclear war cannot be won and must not be fought. But a summit in Reykjavik, Iceland, the following year broke down in anger. And on a trip to Berlin, a city still divided by that infamous wall, Reagan famously challenged Gorbachev.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Partly influenced by Nancy Reagan, the president worked to get the talks back on track. The next year, Gorbachev gave his first American television interview to NBC's Tom Brokaw.
Are you going to run the risk of a recession and inflation?
No. Later, visiting the U.S., he charmed crowds near the White House by getting out of his armed limo to shake hands, and later sang along with pianist Van Cliburn at a state dinner. Personal diplomacy helped produce an historic arms control treaty and a return summit in Moscow where the two men walked together through Red Square. And Reagan said he no longer believed the Soviet Union was an evil empire. Gorbachev was widely credited with ending the Cold War and overseeing the end of the Soviet Union. But perhaps Gorbachev's greatest moment was letting the Berlin Wall come down in 1989 without sending in Soviet tanks, for which he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. But his economic reforms at home were wildly unpopular. Shortly after an attempted coup, Gorbachev resigned. He said to avoid a bloody civil war. Years later, I asked him about Reagan. What did you think when you first met him? How did he strike you?
I liked him. Toward the end of the first day, I knew that we would reach an agreement on some common statement.
Mr. Gorbachev made no public comments about the current Russian war in Ukraine, but a close friend said in a recent interview that he was upset by it, viewing it as having undermined his life's work. In a statement overnight, President Biden said Gorbachev was a man of remarkable vision, a rare leader, one with the imagination to see that a different future was possible and the courage to risk his entire career to achieve it. Back to you.
All right, Andrea, thanks for that look back.
It's been 25 years since Princess Diana died tragically in a car crash in Paris. And while people around the world mark the anniversary, her two sons, Princes William and Harry, are spending the day apart. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobaya joins us now from London. Hey, Kelly, good morning.
Good morning to you, Savannah. Yeah, people are remembering Diana today, laying flowers in Paris and here in London at Kensington Palace, where she used to live with her sons, Prince Harry and Prince William, spending the day thousands of miles apart. And, you know, it wasn't so long ago when they, along with their wives, Kate and Meghan, seemed poised to continue Diana's legacy, push it into a new era even, as a team. They were called the Fab Four, bringing a fresh face to the royal family. Visiting the set of Star Wars, brothers William and Harry were having fun, pretending to battle it out with lightsabers. 6 years later, the rift is real. Gathering to celebrate the Queen's Platinum Jubilee in June, there was no Fab Four reunion. The couples were never seen together in public. At the service of Thanksgiving, the royal couples were sitting far apart on opposite sides of the cathedral. On a trip to Africa with Meghan back in 2019, Harry hinted of strains in their relationship.
Look, we're brothers. We'll always be brothers. We're certainly on different paths at the moment, but I will always be there for him, and as I know, he'll always be there for me.
As the pressures of royal life and constant media attention grew, behind the scenes, tensions were brewing. The first bombshell, Harry and Meghan stepping down as senior royals and moving to the United States. The second, that interview with Oprah in March of last year.
There's a conversation with you,
with Harry,
about how dark your baby is going to be?
Potentially, and what that would mean or look like.
Ooh.
Harry claimed attitudes changed towards him and Meghan.
You know, my grandmother has been amazing throughout. You know, my father, my brother, Kate, and all the rest of the family, they were really welcoming. But it really changed after the Australia tour, after our South Pacific tour.
That's when we announced we were pregnant with Archie. That was our first tour.
But it was also the first time that the family got to see how incredible she is at the job. And that brought back memories.
The third day of the royal visit took the Prince and Princess of Wales to Tennant Creek.
Memories of when Prince Charles appeared to resent Diana's popularity on their Australia tour.
By the way. And Harry didn't want the same to happen to his wife that happened to Diana, where she was unpopular with certain sections of the royal family, unpopular because of her popularity.
Just months after the Oprah interview, William and Harry reunited at the Garden in Kensington Palace, unveiling a statue of their mother, Princess Diana, on what would have been her 60th birthday, but barely speaking a few words to each other. Some who knew the princess well, like bodyguard Ken Worf, say if she were alive now, things would be different.
If Diana were here today, there's no doubt they would be talking, because Diana, because she was in love with both of them, would have said, look, you've got to sort this problem out.
William and Harry will always be connected by their love for their mother, the hope that her memory and legacy one day bring the brothers back together again. So the brothers on different paths for now, but both carrying out Diana's legacy in their own ways. Savannah.
Absolutely. Kelly, thank you so much.
Continuing our international coverage this morning, fighting has stopped between security forces and rival militias in Iraq.
NBC Tehran Bureau Chief Ali Arouzi joins us now from Tehran with the latest on that and the rest of the headlines from around the world this morning. Hey, Ali, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. Well, after a very bloody 48 hours during which loyalists of powerful Shiite cleric transformed Baghdad's green zone into a war zone, fighting with security forces and rival militias, bringing the capital to a standstill. The running battles ended yesterday with one word from one man. Muqtada al-Sadr told his supporters to withdraw, and almost immediately the fighting stopped. His loyalists have now put down their weapons and left. The protests may have ended for now, but the political impasse that brought this chapter of unrest about is far from over. Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida said his ruling party will cut ties with the Unification Church following a widening scandal triggered by former leader Shinzo Abe's assassination last month. He apologized for causing the loss of public trust in politics. Close ties between members of Kishida's governing Liberal Democratic Party and the South Korean-born church have surfaced since Abe's assassination. The alleged assailant told police that he killed Abe because of his apparent links to the church, alleging it bankrupted his mother, and blamed Abe for promoting it. And finally, brutal summer temperatures and droughts brought on by climate change have forced Spanish vineyards to start harvesting a few weeks earlier. Grapes are usually harvested in mid-September, but across Spain it began this year in August. Some Spanish vineyards have even switched to nighttime grape picking to avoid working during the sweltering August heat. And those are your international headlines, guys.
The wine world changing across Europe because of climate change.
Yeah, it's something to see for
All right.
sure.
Thank you, Allie.
Thank you. Coming up, the doctor will see you now. We've got your weekly checkup.
Yeah, that includes a new report showing Americans' life expectancy has dropped in the past year. We're going to take a look at what's behind this sobering trend next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now. Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It is time for our weekly checkup. The average life expectancy for Americans fell sharply again last year in 2021, marking the largest two-year decline in nearly 100 years.
Yeah, that's some big news. Joining us now with that and more, and the rest of this week's medical news in this segment that we love is Dr. Akshay Syal, NBC News medical fellow. Dr. Syal, always great to have you with us. So first, let's talk about this new study. What's behind this drop and what groups are the most impacted?
Yeah, so certainly not the news we wanted to wake up to this morning. As you said, yeah, it's the largest drop we've seen maybe in the last 100 years. And so there's a couple things really driving this. One is the elephant in the room, is the pandemic. Because over the last 2 years, we've seen that the death and the despair that COVID has caused, and that's largely responsible for this. The second thing is really the ripple effects of COVID, right? The overdose deaths. We've seen this. I've reported on this for this show, is where people have been drinking and doing other substances because of the pandemic, and it's really a combination of those things that's what's driving this. To answer your question of who's most affected, it's unfortunately, like we're seeing with a lot of other things in medicine, it really is the minority groups here that are being hit hardest because of lack of access to vaccines and treatments and doctors.
Wow.
Let's talk about a study here out of Syracuse University. It talks about the impact of paid sick leave on workers' lives. What did it find?
So paid sick leave is really, for your viewers out there, it's if you're sick, you get paid time off, really is what it is. And what this study found was, it was looking at CDC data over the last 20 years. And they basically found paid sick leave can actually reduce deaths from suicide, from homicide, from alcohol use. The doctor's orders here are really, if you are not feeling well, use that sick day. It's okay. In this country, we have a culture of working through it, of toughing it out, but it really is okay to take some time off. And when you do take time off, unplug, turn off your phone, get away from email, it really does make a difference.
I was just going to say, when you're off and you're sick, it means don't be emailing. Yes, exactly. Okay, now we have a really specific one, but it does seem pretty concerning. Button batteries. So those are found in so many household items, toys, hearing aids, all that type of stuff. A new study from Safe Kids Worldwide and Nationwide Children's finds that battery-related emergency visits are dramatically increasing. Tell us about this.
So button batteries are really those quarter-sized buttons shaped batteries that we see, the lithium-ion batteries. And what we're worried about here is kids swallowing them or putting them in their ears or near their eyes. Unfortunately, what this study found was that over the last decade, the number of ER visits for button battery injuries have doubled. So there's a couple things we need to be aware of here. And, the first is if you think that your child has swallowed a button battery, number one, go to the emergency room, call poison control, drive over to the emergency room as fast as you can. The second thing, and I actually didn't know this, the American Academy of Pediatrics says if you do think your child has swallowed a button battery, give them honey. It's a couple tablespoons every few minutes, and it can actually help protect the tissue in your throat.
Good advice there.
Yeah, good advice. Really important stuff. Dr. Akshay Sal, always great to have you with us here on set. Thank you so much.
Anytime.
And if you or anyone you know is struggling, you can call or text the Suicide and Crisis Hotline at 988. In Canada, a TV news anchor who had let her hair go gray was dismissed, sparking a firestorm on social media and in the public. NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin reports on the latest fallout.
Hey there. Like many women who gave up coloring their hair during the pandemic, veteran broadcaster Lisa LaFlamme decided to do the same. A personal decision that now has the internet buzzing over its potential impact on her professional life.
For years, award-winning anchor Lisa LaFlamme was the face of Canada's most watched nightly news show, until suddenly announcing on social media that she'd been let go.
I was blindsided and am still shocked and saddened by Bell Media's decision.
The 35-year veteran journalist's shocking announcement was swiftly followed by a Globe and Mail report that a news executive had questioned her decision to let her hair go gray, triggering a public outcry on social media, with some accusing network executives of sexism and ageism.
I'm a 62-year-old woman, gray hair. And this is what it looks like.
This is what women deal with on a daily basis. We are scrutinized in our jobs simply for the way we look.
Bell Media, which owns the network, is pushing back. The CEO releasing a statement saying the narrative has been that Lisa's age, gender, or gray hair played into the decision. I am satisfied that is not the case. Outrage at LaFlamme's firing fueling the hashtag #KeepTheGray, with women posting photos of their own personal stories. Corporations also throwing their support behind LaFlamme, with beauty brand Dove tweeting, "Age is beautiful. Women should be able to do it on their own terms without any consequences." And fast food chain Wendy's changing their iconic logo's hair from red to gray. Hollywood also signaling a shift, with top actresses sporting gray hair on the red carpet and on screen.
No, color your hair. I just think the gray ages you. No, you think the gray ages you. Because if we're friends and I'm this age, you can't be whatever age you're pretending to be.
Podcaster Lisa Lacroix says when she decided to go gray, she was celebrated, but says LaFlamme's firing is a wake-up call.
In some ways, I think this is a great thing that this happened because it raised our awareness.
There is a silver lining here.
I think there is a silver lining that we as women have to stick together.
Bell Media has announced an independent third-party review of the CTV newsroom. In a statement, the president saying they take matters regarding any discrimination very seriously and are committed to a safe, inclusive, and respectful work environment for all our employees. Back to you.
All right, Erin, thank you so much.
And coming up, skirting disaster.
Yeah, we've seen some wild weather across the country this summer and just this week. Extreme storms, floods, wildfires, all destroying precious property. Well, we've got some steps you can take to avoid tragedy and financial ruin. That's after the break.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
the day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. It's time for some financial news, and the parent company of a major social media platform is getting ready to trim down its workforce.
NBC's Silvana Henao joins us with those details and other money headlines. Silvana, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so Snap is reportedly planning to lay off about 20% of its staff as the online advertising industry is facing a downturn. The Verge says Snap will begin making cuts today and target specific departments such as hardware, which is an area that Snapchat's parent company has struggled to break into. It recently scrapped a drone project. The Verge reports Snap has more than 6,400 employees. Goldman Sachs is getting rid of its COVID protocols. Starting next week, the bank says employees can enter most offices regardless of vaccination status and won't be required to test for COVID regularly or wear masks. And that's according to an internal memo. Goldman says with many tools, including vaccination, improved treatments, and available testing, there's significantly less risk of severe illness. Goldman has been among the most aggressive Wall Street banks to bring people back to the office. Royal Caribbean will use SpaceX's Starlink, a network of satellites, to provide internet service to guests and crew on its cruise ships. In June, the FCC authorized SpaceX, which is run by Elon Musk, to use Starlink with moving vehicles, giving the green light to the company's plan to expand service to commercial airlines, ships, and trucks. Royal Caribbean expects installation to be complete by the end of March, guys.
All right.
That's pretty cool. Thank you, Silvana.
You got it.
Now to your money and how you can protect your finances from a natural disaster.
We've seen fires, flooding, hurricanes destroy homes, cars, and completely wiping out personal possessions. Now, it can be difficult to recover and regain your financial footing, but there are steps you can take now to prepare before a disaster were to strike.
So for more, we want to bring in David Peters, a financial advisor and CPA. David, good to have you with us. So let's start with our financial paperwork, which can obviously be hard to replace. So what are the most important documents that we should have ready to go in case a natural disaster does hit?
Well, I think that you basically want to have copies available of all your important documents. So things like wills, also titles to property, deeds to property, things like that. Also life insurance policies, birth certificates. Those can also be important documents to keep track of.
Now, we know about homeowners insurance, but of course we know each policy differs in coverage. So, I mean, how should somebody make sure that they have the right policy for their needs? What should they be looking out for? And then also importantly, if you don't own your home, maybe you rent, what can people do to still protect their property?
Well, so whether or not you have, whether or not you own your home or not, you're going to have insurance on your property. And typically there's going to be something called contents coverage or personal property coverage. And the key thing to, I think, just to remember is that there's certain items that you're going to have limited amounts of coverage for. So things like jewelry tends to only have about a few $1,000s worth of coverage. Also expensive artwork, maybe high-end electronics, those types of things, those tend to get very little coverage in your standard policies. And so I think it's important just to make sure that you have, that if you do have those things, talk to an insurance agent, make sure that your homeowner's policy covers it. If they don't, then you need to get a separate policy for those items.
Take some time when you're looking over those policies. Sometimes people kind of go through them real quick. Oh, yeah, that's good enough. I'll take that.
And it is good because I know, like, renters insurance, you know, living in New York City, you think, oh, my stuff's covered, but maybe not some of those specifics.
Exactly. Read the fine print. So, okay, let's say after a natural disaster, people often need access to money right away to help with unexpected costs, especially if they're living in a hotel. There's maybe no access to banks or ATMs. What are your tips for creating an emergency savings fund? And then how much should we aim to set aside for that fund?
So especially in the event of an emergency, we want to have liquid funds available. And so being able to save something into online savings accounts or money market accounts, things like that, where we can access cash quickly is going to be important. Typically, we recommend 3 to 6 months worth of savings that is going to be available in liquid form that we can get at quickly. Because as we have seen in more recent times, you know, when a natural disaster happens, people need access to their money quickly.
We were talking about those documents. I had a question that kind of popped into my head, too. Is that something that, you know, these days you can access anything from the cloud? Are there documents you should be saving digitally and putting in the cloud and ones that maybe you shouldn't be for security reasons?
I think that cloud-based storage is typically what we recommend as the way to go, because because then those items aren't in the home. So if you do have to have something in paper form, you know, typically investing in a safe or possibly a safe deposit box at a bank is usually the best way to go. But I personally like cloud-based storage better because you can get at it anywhere, and there's less risk of those items being damaged by flooding or things like that. The only thing to be careful on with cloud-based storage is that we want to make sure that we have passwords on everything, just to make sure that those documents aren't accessed, that they're only accessible by us.
This segment is really making me feel like I got to get my life together.
We know what Savannah's doing this weekend.
Yeah, David.
Wedding
I feel like
planning
if
first.
We talked if we talked offline, David, you'd be very disappointed in my management of all of my things.
But not in a few more weeks. All right, David Peters, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, finding a father.
Yeah, we'll bring you the story of a Texas student who rescued a child abandoned on the streets of Haiti and is now trying to become the family he didn't have. That's up next.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Welcome back. Drivers were left saying holy macaroni after a giant pasta sauce spill. This truck carrying jars of Alfredo sauce crashed on Interstate 55 near Memphis during rush hour yesterday. Look at that mess. It sent sauce spilling across the roadway and forcing drivers to get out of the way. Officials say one person suffered minor injuries and crews were able to reopen the road before too long, meaning those cars could get passed again. I don't know. I'm not good at these. I can't do it's like you can. I didn't get that one. But by the way, that's not to be confused with the tomato spill we saw in California.
I would rather be in a tomato spill.
Yeah, me too.
Although that might stain. I don't know. They're both probably staining.
Yeah.
So.
Alfredo sauce. Yeah.
Thankfully, no major injuries.
Much of it. Yeah, exactly. All right. Finally, this hour, a story we're so excited to bring you and an important assignment for a Texas college student that's got nothing to do with school.
Yeah, 27-year-old Jimmy Amisial is in the process of trying to adopt a little boy he found while visiting Haiti 5 years ago. The boy, then a baby, was abandoned in the trash. And we are joined now by Jimmy. Thank you so much for being here and sharing your story with us. Good to have you with us, Jimmy. I mean, take us back, first of all, to this incredible story. The day you met Emilio, what was going through your mind? And then talk quickly about sort of this process of becoming his legal guardian.
Thank you, NBC News Now. Thank you, Savannah. Thank you, Joe, for having me. I feel the honor bound to be here. It's a pleasure. 5 years ago, a trip back home changed my life forever. So in 2017, I went home to bring presents for the kids in the orphanage that I serve. On New Year's Eve, last day of the year, I was going to be having a party for the kids. As I was walking towards the orphanage, and a noise attracted my attention. And I thought people were just having fun because it was going to be the new year. I saw a lady and I said, "Oh, what's going on over there?" And she said, "Oh, you won't believe it. There is a baby in the trash over there and no one wanted to touch the baby." I couldn't believe when she said that. And I'm like, oh, I need to see. So when I got there, I saw a baby lying on a pile of trash. There were about 15 to 20 people that were just staring at the baby. They were saying, like, he's cursed. I'm not going to touch that baby. They thought the baby was innocuous. He would bring him harm if they touch him. He was crying. He was in excruciating pain. My heart shattered when I saw that. Something inside of me said, Jimmy, you're going to have to rescue this precious living soul. So they were looking at a cursed baby, but me, I saw a beautiful soul. Without hesitation, I rescued that baby and I took him home.
Oh, what have these 5 years been like since you first met Emilio? I mean, at the time, you're only 22 years old. It's a big responsibility to take on. What's it been like the last 5 years?
I know it hasn't been easy, but it has been a blessing. Kids, they always bring us joy and happiness, and they teach us how to be patient in life. So it has been easy, but it has been great.
I know you've been collecting donations from people who've heard your story. So far, you've raised about $160,000. It's expensive to adopt, isn't it? I mean, how will you plan to use this money, and what else will you use it for?
Oh, so I know it's, people have been showing a lot of love and support, and which I'm really grateful for. So first of all, I shared the story to bring awareness, to bring light to people. So I know the financial aspect of it seems pretty great, but it serves a greater purpose, which is it's a love story. And the money that I've raised, and I've raised enough money to adopt him, and also any excess funds will be used for Emilio's future, the kids and the orphanage in Haiti, and as well as possibly help me finish my education, because I took a pause from school to take care of Emilio. So, yeah.
And Jimmy, just quickly, I know we're actually also talking to you on a special day. It's Emilio's 5th birthday. Tell us, what's your message to him this morning, to this little boy that you're making part of your family?
You know, it's a big day and it's a wonderful day. I want to take this time to say happy birthday to my sweet son, Emilio. I wish him nothing but love and a great future. So, yeah.
Well, happy birthday to Emilio, and our big thanks to you, Jimmy Amicio, with truly, you say it's a story about love, and that's exactly what it is.
And you do have the same big smile, sort of.
Exactly.
Yeah, I love that.
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you. You know, I would say that's my superpower. I love smiling and I love making people smile.
Oh, you made us smile this morning.
I think caring is a good superpower of yours too. Jimmy, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being with me. I'm Vicki Wynn. My co-anchor, Morgan Radford, is off today. Right now on NBC News Now, likely concealed and removed. A new Justice Department filing claims to detail efforts by President Trump's legal team to hide highly classified documents after saying they were turned over. We have the latest. And hot and dry. While California is struggling under oppressive heat, Mississippi's largest city continues to deal with a crisis that could leave it without running water. We'll take you to both extremes. And passing into history, tributes pour in to mark the death of former Russian leader Mikhail Gorbachev. He ended the Soviet Union and set a new course for his country and the world. We'll take a look back. One more time, Serena Williams faces enormous challenges tonight when she takes on one of the world's best players at the U.S. Open in the last run of her legendary career. We're live at the venue with all the excitement from fans. Good Wednesday to you. Thanks for being with me. Overnight, the Department of Justice releasing new images of what investigators found at Mar-a-Lago. Officials also arguing against appointing a special master to review documents, saying it's not necessary and that it would delay the government's criminal investigation. This is the picture. Take a look. This is what people are talking about today. This new photo showing documents with classified markings laid out on a carpet. Justice officials say some of them were kept in Trump's home office, not in a separate storage room. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter joins me now to help us all make sense of these latest findings. Tom, these documents are literally marked top secret. We know that some FBI agents and DOJ attorneys actually had to get special clearances to even review them. So talk to us about the latest takeaways from this DOJ release.
Right, Vicki, and I think the thing that's most shocking about that picture is that not only are they top secret, there's a lot of things that are classified at the top secret level. Sometimes they're declassified and we have a chance to read them and view them. But they're top secret SCI, specially compartmentalized information. These are some of the biggest secrets in the U.S. government, information that's coming from some of our best sources and methods, as they say, you know, whether they come from intercepts, whether they come from human information. So the fact that there's so many of them, now we don't know whether or not this is the way that they were found or whether or not they were in a filing cabinet. There is a bit of an evidence marker that we're going to see shortly on the lower right-hand corner of the screen. But either way, the fact that these were not in a locked safe in some sort of a secure area raises significant questions. I think there were some other key revelations from the filings. First off, this is not a retrieval effort by the FBI. They made that very clear. They said, look, this is not about just us getting back the documents. The Justice Department in their filing last night said, look, we were here because we're investigating a series of crimes, and it is not just an effort to get these docs.
Well, let me ask you quickly before I let you go, what do we think these documents contain that's of material value? Could this be information that could be sold to other countries countries? And what about the former president's assertion that he can declassify things by his very nature? He takes it home, he declassifies it.
Well, the Justice Department addressed that last point last night, saying, look, at no point when they provided us the initial 15 boxes of information did they say that they were classified. When they handed over some of the information, they did it in a way that you would do to protect classified information. And so they're saying nobody at any point has come forward to tell us, by the way, these are all declassified, so not really sure what this is all about. So that's the first thing. As far as information that can be sold to other countries, look, even if it's information that the other country might know that we have about them, the way that we would analyze it, the way that we would present it, what the president actually knew and when would still be of enormous value to them, even if it didn't point them to how we found out about the information. So anything you can learn about the other person in the spy game is important, even if it's information you think that they already have. So I think that's going to be that is really the huge question here as far as how grave this issue might be to national security. Did this information ever leave Mar-a-Lago at any time through whether it was passed along, photocopied, cell phone photo, and if it was ever sold by any individual? We don't know who the subjects or targets of this investigation are at this point. We should be clear about that. But that is really the huge question as it pertains to national security.
Yes, it's still so early to know what was done with this information, but you're saying just the very act of having it may be part of the crimes that DOJ is investigating. Exactly right.
And quick note on those crimes, none of the crimes that they say that they're looking at require that the documents be classified or unclassified in the first place.
All right, Tom Winter, as always, thank you for providing that context. We appreciate it. Well, August is ending with extreme weather being felt in the west and the south. Forecasters are predicting a record-setting heat wave for California starting today. Temperatures are expected to hit triple digits. Meanwhile, in the south, the entire city of Jackson is now in a water crisis. It's being warned, do not drink the tap water after flooding overwhelmed the city's aging treatment plant. NBC News correspondent Raf Sanchez is in L.A. on how the city plans to keep residents cool. But first, we go to NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas in Mississippi as this state grapples with a water crisis. Guad, President Biden approved Governor Tate Reeves' request for a disaster declaration for Jackson, Mississippi. How will this help getting water to the nearly 180,000 people who live there?
Vicki, well, there's two things happening at the same time. One is water distribution inside the city, with the president approving the emergency plan. Now there'll be more resources that the state can take advantage of to distribute that water. Meanwhile, here at the plant, this is the O.B. Curtis plant that failed, that is now being worked on. There's going to be more resources coming in. The White House put out a statement saying that the EPA is now working with its partners to expedite some of the stuff that they need to come to this plant, some of that equipment that is vital to make those repairs. So both things going on at the same time, repairing the plant that distributes most of the water to the city and getting the water out to the people who need water on a daily basis. So those federal resources will join the help coming from the state to aid the city of Jackson.
So they'll get some more money to help them. What about the process for how they're going to determine whether that water is safe again?
Well, Vicki, the governor told us before they had this emergency, they had issues with the quality. We all know there was this boil notice in place for weeks before the flooding happened. So the quality issues have existed here for some time. The people we've spoken to told us they've gotten used to these issues. So we know that at this point, the governor says it's not about the quality, it's about the quantity. So they've been focused on getting the system going again to get the water out into the community to where it was before. And eventually, they will have to deal with the quality of that water, because what you want is a system that puts out the water that's necessary, that is also potable for people to be able to brush their teeth. But as of now, the governor did say they are focusing on that quantity of water getting out first.
And we're seeing, Guad, video of people boiling their water. Is that basically the advice right now? Don't drink the tap water, but if you have to use it, you should boil it. And what else can residents do if they need clean water?
Well, Vicki, we've been visiting some people around Jackson to learn what it's like. Most of them tell us they are not surprised that they have these issues going on. We know that the flooding made things worse, and we've got this state of emergency. But they tell us that they've been dealing with this problem for years. For weeks, they haven't been able to drink the water or to brush their teeth. So they've accustomed to this. They live buying water, bringing in water from certain places when the pressure isn't there. We went to a house of a mother of three who told us over the weekend weekend. She had to shower at a friend's place. Half her kitchen was used to store water, some of it drinking water. Other water was brought in to use for essentials like flushing the toilet and things like this. So they figured it out. They've been figuring things out until this is all prepared and they can get that running water back in place, Vicki.
All right, NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas there for us in Mississippi. Thank you, Guad. Let's turn now to NBC News correspondent Raf Sanchez. He's on the heat wave in California for us. Raf, good to see you. Talk to us about how many people there are currently under a heat advisory or warning, and what are the local leaders doing now to make sure people are safe?
Hey, Vicki, about 50 million people under heat advisories right now, most of them here in Southern California, some in the Phoenix region of Arizona, but actually stretching all the way up the West Coast in some places. And the message from authorities here is that this is not just hot weather. This is dangerously hot weather. Heat is not as visual as hurricanes, as tornadoes, as flooding, which Guad was just talking about, but it tends to be the leading weather-related cause of death here in the United States. In LA County, they are urging residents look out for the most vulnerable. So that is kids, it's the elderly, it's people with chronic conditions. But Vicki, it's also the unhoused. You go out into the streets of downtown LA, you see a lot of folks sleeping there. Those streets are going to be absolutely baking over the next couple of days. Authorities have activated a number of so-called cooling centers. Those are mainly libraries, recreation centers, anywhere where people can get inside in the air conditioning, have a drink of water, and just try to stay cool, try to stay safe for a couple of hours. Vicki.
Raf, we already know California's wildfire season continues to be a threat. It's getting longer and longer each year. What are you hearing about how officials in California are preparing for that risk?
Yeah, they are really concerned about that. This is the exact kind of hot and dry weather that creates a huge amount of kindling for forest fires. Authorities are saying, look, if you are going out camping this Labor Day weekend, be really conscious what you're doing with your campfire. You don't want to be the one who starts a fire that spreads all across the region. And when fires break out, it's this kind of hot weather that makes it very, very difficult for firefighters to actually combat them, partly because temperatures don't go down so much overnight, which is when firefighters are really looking for a reprieve, looking for things to cool down, calm down a little bit, and try to get a grip on those blazes.
Yeah, watching out for those power tools, the cigarette butts people toss out. I lived in California for many years, and those small things can start massive fires. Raf, talk to us about, the National Weather Service tweeted that this heat wave could be record-breaking. It could last until at least Sunday. Remind folks what they should have in their emergency kits in case of a power outage.
Yeah, so SoCal Edison is one of the major energy providers here, and they are telling people have the essentials to hand. Those are first aid kits, they are flashlights, they are battery-powered radios, so you can stay on top of what's happening in the news, even if your TV is out, even if your cell phone is down. They're saying make sure you have enough bottled water in the house and that you have non-perishable food that doesn't need to be cooked. Blackouts can be caused, one, people are at home, they've got their air conditioners cranked up. That can cause it, but also fires. Vicki?
Go get all that stuff. Great advice. NBC News correspondent Raf Sanchez, we appreciate you. Thank you. All right, let's turn now to your Wednesday business headline. Social media giant Snap announcing it is laying off 20% of its workforce starting today. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins me now. Dom, this is not good news for Snap employees. 1 in 5 losing their jobs. What's the company saying about what's behind the cuts?
So it's just another sign of the times, right? For many companies out there getting more conservative, Vicki, amid fears of that broader economic slowdown and what it will take to weather that anticipated storm. So a 20% reduction, like you mentioned, is huge when it comes to business staffing. In this case, the parent company of social media company Snapchat has over 6,000 employees. So if 1/5 of those are gone, that's roughly 1,200 people. Now, that may not seem like a lot when you put it all together with some of the other names that we have out there announcing either hiring freezes, rescinded job offers, or outright layoffs. You start to see a more disturbing trend developing for key parts of the tech job market. Now, in the case of Snap, CEO Evan Spiegel told employees that the company needs to restructure its business to deal with financial challenges, including a slower rate of growth for the company. Snap will also, by the way, Vicki, scrap several projects, including its Pixie photo-taking drone service, its Snap Original Premium shows. So it's trying to right-size its business, thinking things are going to get worse.
Dom, tough times also are now descending on the retailer Bed Bath & Beyond. What's happening at BBB? Why?
So the retailer has been struggling, like you mentioned, Vicki, for a while now, trying to get its operations streamlined, optimized, get to a level of more sustained profitability, a level where it has enough cash from operations at any given time to continue as a business. But the shares are getting hammered today, due in large part to a restructuring plan where Bed Bath & Beyond has announced it's going to take on more debt to meet its cash needs and is selling more of its own stock to get even more cash. Now, by selling its own stock, current owners of Bed Bath & Beyond will see their share of the company get smaller, hence the lower value for each share. Now, Bed Bath & Beyond also planning, by the way, Vicki, to cut its workforce by 20%, as well as close roughly 150 underperforming stores.
Well, Dom, one of the major banks is finally ending its vaccine mandate. Tell us about that.
It's Goldman Sachs. It wants employees back in the office, basically. The investment banking giant told employees yesterday it's going to lift all of its COVID-related restrictions and requirements in most offices starting September 6th, given new guidance from the CDC on what is considered vaccinated, unvaccinated in terms of people, no distinguishment there. Goldman, by the way, will also not require employees to be vaccinated or to have to test or wear face coverings, except in a small group of cities, which includes New York. Employees there, Vicki, will still need an approved religious or medical exemption to enter the New York City offices, so keep that in mind. But a lot of Wall Street firms, especially ones in New York City, are trying to get people back in the office.
Curious what the reaction among employees is, Dom.
Well, the reaction among employees could be mixed right now because of the whole hybrid work experience, right? A lot of folks have grown accustomed to not having to be in the office, but many Wall Street CEOs have talked about how Wall Street is an apprenticeship model. People need to collaborate in person to get it done.
All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Thank you, Dom. And coming up, a new kind of story is helping families hit hard by inflation. How salvage grocers are reducing food bills that are popping up across the U.S. That's coming up next.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate. When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism?
Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, inflation has hit families hard across the U.S., with the price of groceries up 13% from last year. It's led some shoppers to a different type of store to save money. The products are slightly damaged or they're dated, but the prices are the cheapest out there. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has more.
Ruth Massia's weekly grocery store trip always starts here.
I call this the TJ Maxx of grocery stores because you get the max for the minimum.
At the Outlet, a unique Connecticut grocer that's crucial in affordably feeding her family of 4.
Has it made a big difference in your grocery shopping budget?
By far, yes.
It's called a salvage grocery store, selling slightly damaged, discontinued, or dated items at deeply discounted prices. Similar stores are popping up around the country.
So you also have some specialty foods in store.
We do.
Isaac Schwecke opened the Outlet in 2014 with a mission of sustainability to cut down on the more than 100 billion pounds of food waste generated in the U.S. every year. He had worked as a manager in the industry and saw the Outlet as a way to divert still consumable products away from landfills.
They might have overbought the product. There might be damage in the warehouse. That's where we come in and we'll say, hey, look, we have an end-of-life solution for you versus it going to a landfill.
But in the past year, the Outlet and salvage stores alike have provided critical relief for families hammered by soaring inflation. The cost of groceries has surged more than 13% from last year.
What are people's reactions when they see these sales?
Oh, when people come in here, they just can't believe it.
On average, items in this store run about 25% off, but with a closer look, you can get even deeper discounts. Take this Skinny Pop popcorn, for instance. Typically, a bag runs for $3.50. Here, you can get 2 bags for the price of $3. And the store, it's not just limited to food. There are other kinds of products. For instance, Huggies diapers here, $10 off.
And shoppers like Cindy Blaza are showing up for the savings.
I can get medication, I can get milk at a discount.
A 25% increase in sales at the Outlet over last year.
Are we seeing a broader population take advantage of stores like this?
Most definitely. It is on a rise. If it was up to me, I would open up a dozen stores.
And another major salvage grocery store chain called Grocery Outlet saw an 11% spike in sales as well.
I have a salvage grocery store near me, and I went in there the other day, and the owner told me that business is booming.
Lindsay Obro runs Buy Salvage Food, a website that maps out where you can find similar grocers, from Dickey's in North Carolina to American Discount Foods in Arizona. She says her site has seen more than 5 times the amount of traffic compared to last year. So if you're new to salvage stores, veteran shoppers recommend you scoop up your favorite items when you see them. Remember, sell and use by labels are not safety dates, aside from baby formula. And unless you freeze an item, plan to consume your purchases quickly.
It makes me feel good all around knowing that I'm helping the environment and I'm also helping the community by saving money.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News, Southington, Connecticut.
The nationwide baby formula shortage isn't over for many Americans, but a new announcement today brings a little bit of hope. Abbott Laboratories says it is restarting production of its Similac baby formula. Abbott expects to send shipments to retail stores in about 6 weeks. The company's main plant in Michigan shut down in February after bacterial contamination concerns. Then in June, it closed a second time due to severe weather damage. Abbott has been relying on facilities in Spain and Ireland to meet demand. Well, straight ahead, they were grieving the loss of a parent to COVID. Then the verbal attacks came. We're taking you inside the troubling trend of COVID bullying right after the break.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
The mayors of Austin, Detroit, and Memphis say the 2020 census undercounted their residents by thousands of people. This could cause those cities to lose out on $1.5 trillion in federal funding. Census Bureau leaders say the COVID-19 pandemic played a big role in that undercounting. Life expectancy in the U.S. is at its lowest level in nearly 30 years. The CDC says for the second straight year, average life expectancy dropped nearly a year to 76 years old. Now, that is down more than 2.5 years overall since the start of the pandemic. The biggest 2-year decline that we've seen in a century, by the way. The CDC says the coronavirus pandemic is the main factor. COVID is fake. Suck it up. Your dad must have something wrong with him. These are actual phrases that were directed at people online who were mourning their loved ones who died from the coronavirus. It's called COVID bullying. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards joins us now with more. Erica, you spoke with a Grief Network co-founder who says before the pandemic, they actually never saw people getting trolled in this way for mourning a family member. Why did they start seeing this with COVID deaths?
Hi, Vicki. Yeah, we don't see this with things like heart disease or cancer. The COVID pandemic was so divisive. It still is so divisive, so politicized, with so much misinformation circulating. The only thing I can compare it to is maybe the harassment that people who've lost a loved one from HIV and AIDS, they also faced some of this kind of bullying. The pandemic just brought up so many emotions for so many people. And unfortunately now, a lot of these folks are expressing those emotions in really hurtful and harmful ways, targeting those who've lost a loved one to COVID-19. Vicki?
It's like a real stigma about it. You had a chance, Erica, to connect with some people who were bullied online and in person. What did they say about those experiences and how it affected their grieving process?
Oh, they're absolutely devastated by it. I mean, these are people who often could not gather with their family and friends for a funeral or really to get that support in person. So often they turned to social media as an outlet for their grief, to share their stories. But this was a time when they needed support, and they were met with cruelty and aggression, and not just from strangers, Vicki, even from family and friends who began to doubt and question whether that loved one really died of COVID. And really, at the end, it really stunted their grieving process, and they're left in this cycle of mourning. Vicki.
Gosh, sometimes that hurts even worse when it comes from someone you know who's close to you. If someone does experience bullying like this, or bullying over the loss of a loved one, what are some things that they should do?
Yeah, it's tempting to fight back, to respond, to defend your loved one, to maybe educate the bully. But I think we can all agree that that's probably pretty futile, unfortunately, in these cases. I talked with one such victim of abuse, Kristen Ukiza. She lost her father, Mark, to COVID-19. She had some advice for others in similar situations. Take a listen.
Folks, don't ever stop talking about your loss. If you're already talking about it, you've already passed that threshold, keep talking about it. I remember the first thing I thought of when my dad died was I wouldn't wish a COVID death on my worst enemy. And it's something that I think about still to this day. I think for the purposes of bullies out there that are, super extreme and set in their ways, the best response is to block them and move on.
Block them and move on. That's really great advice for Kristen. One other thing that I heard is that if you do want to post online, maybe have someone else, a trusted friend, monitor your social media feed just in case some of those comments pop up. Vicki?
Yeah, but don't let the haters silence you. That's so important. And that was great advice from that woman there, Kristen. All right, NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards, thanks for bringing us that story. Wisconsin students will have to pay state taxes for any student loans that were forgiven under the new Biden administration policy. Wisconsin has not yet updated its tax law to coincide with the federal government's laws. So that means any student who has at least $10,000 in debt would have to still pay about $530 in taxes. Wisconsin could change its law, but the legislature would have to update it, and that may not happen until next year. Straight ahead, 25 years ago today, the world lost the People's Princess. We'll have a look at the legacy Princess Diana left behind right after this break. Stay with us.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, here are your headlines at the half. The Justice Department now says it has evidence former President Donald Trump, quote, likely concealed and removed classified documents before the FBI searched his Mar-a-Lago home. They're also arguing that Trump's request for a special master to review the documents is unnecessary and would harm government and national security interests. In California, state lawmakers passed a bill that would bar companies from punishing workers for smoking marijuana when they're off the clock. The bill now goes to Governor Gavin Newsom. Times Square and other public areas of New York are becoming gun-free zones. Violators of the law will face a felony charge. This is all part of lawmakers' plans to create a new standard and ban weapons from parks, churches, and theaters after the Supreme Court's decision to expand gun rights. New this morning in Ukraine, the UN nuclear monitoring team from the International Atomic Energy Agency has arrived in Zaporizhia. The team will inspect Europe's largest nuclear power plant over the next several days amid growing fears of a radiation disaster there. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is on the ground in Ukraine. He joins us now. Josh, now that these inspectors have arrived, what is the plan? Will they be able to tell pretty quickly if radiation is leaking or posing a serious threat?
Well, the first thing they're going to have to do is safely get to that nuclear plant, which is about 30 miles down the Dnipro River from where we're at in Zaporizhia in Russian-occupied territory where there has been shelling for weeks. You can tell that here in Zaporizhia, a town of more than 700,000 people, there's still people out on the beach. People are still living their lives, even as the local authorities here have been doling out iodine tablets in case there's a radiation leak. But we also know that there are very serious concerns about the route that these nuclear inspectors are going to be able to take to get to this plant, given the fact that there's been so much shelling in the region for weeks now. And I asked the Director General of the IAEA, Rafael Grossi, as he arrived here in Zaporizhia today, about those safety concerns. Take a listen. Are you confident you can conduct this mission safely?
Of course, I think, given the situation and the peculiarities of being here in occupied territory, I mean, there at the plant, with the risks that entails, do not allow me to say that it's going to be, risk-free, but it's something that we need to do.
Once those inspectors get on the ground at the actual power plant, they plan to inspect the damage that's already been inflicted to the sprawling facility in the first months of this war. And they also hope to look at the backup safety systems, the off-site power, for example, to see whether those safety systems are still intact. And I asked Director General Grossi how long he expects this to take. He said they will be on the ground at least for several days, but the IAEA also hopes to be able to create some type of a permanent presence at the power plant so that the world has eyes and ears on what's happening there.
Josh, one of the other major concerns at the plant there is how the workers are being treated. We know the plant is being controlled by Russians, but the workers are Ukrainian. How are the inspectors going to assess whether these nuclear workers are being mistreated?
Well, Grossi tells us that he plans to speak with them directly, but there have been big concerns that Russia has actually been torturing those workers to try to prevent them from telling the inspectors what's actually happening there. But Director General Grossi tells me that they are bringing the best and the brightest in nuclear security on this mission. And no matter what the Russians do, he says he is confident they're going to have a pretty good idea what's going on there by the time they leave.
All right, our Josh Letterman for us there in Zaporizhia, Ukraine. Josh, thank you.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Mikhail Gorbachev, the last leader of the Soviet Union and a shepherd of democratic reforms in Eastern Europe, has passed away. Gorbachev is one of the most influential figures of the 20th century. He's credited with ending the Cold War and leading his country from communism to capitalism. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner joins us now from London. Matt, let me begin with a tribute to Gorbachev. The UN Secretary General said today he was a one-of-a-kind statesman who changed the course of history. The world has lost a towering global leader, committed multilateralist, and tireless advocate for peace. Matt, talk about Gorbachev's legacy and why he's seen as one of the most critical figures in international politics.
Thank you, Vicky. Well, I'd say the easiest way to get into that answer is that the Cold War didn't necessarily have to end the way that it did. That is to say, relatively peacefully, without any nuclear exchanges or any really a lot of large-scale conflict, really anywhere on the front lines of the Cold War in Europe, at least. And he did that by essentially reaching across the aisle to the United States, to the West. There was no guarantee that a leader like Gorbachev emerged from the Soviet Union. Typically, Soviet leaders had been rather hostile to the United States and vice versa. But he was just kind of the singular man in time who was able to establish a personal human relationship with Presidents Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush and start to bring about a negotiated end to the Cold War arms race, to ending this period of hostility and embark on this path of friendship with not just the West, but the world in general. He presided over a lot of things that we kind of take for granted now, such as multilateral and bilateral arms control treaties and trying to scale back the size of the nuclear arsenals, both in the Soviet Union and Russia and in the United States. So that's kind of his legacy on the world stage. He was very much a man committed to peace, as many have been saying today. And that was a stark contrast from a lot of the previous Soviet leaders. And as I mentioned, there was no guarantee that he emerged at the time, and his presence, I think, was really singularly felt. I don't think that you could say that there was a more kind of somebody more directly responsible for the way that the Cold War ended than Gorbachev.
How do you think Gorbachev will be remembered in Russia? What are the tributes that are happening there now?
So that's actually one of the more interesting parts of this whole story. He is not well remembered in Russia. And a lot of that has to do, I think, with an active campaign over the past decade, at least, by the Kremlin, by the Russian state media to kind of build on the bad memories that the Russian public shares about the 1990s, about the collapse of the Soviet Union. This is a wound that has festered for a long time with active effort being encouraged by the Kremlin, by the Russian state media. So you'll hear things if you flew into Moscow right now and asked people what they think about Gorbachev. I think you're going to have a hard time finding somebody who says anything really positive. You're going to hear things like, he's responsible for the collapse of the Soviet Union. We, of course, know that the Kremlin has been actively messaging that that is a bad thing. So all of the nice things that we say about Gorbachev in the West, the exact opposite is being said in Russia.
And we see that under Putin's leadership as well, who he obviously laments the loss of the Soviet Union, wants to get Russia back to be that superpower. All right, NBC News reporter Matt Bodner, we appreciate it. Thank you, Matt. Today marks 25 years since the sudden and unexpected death of Princess Diana. It shocked the world. She was just 36 years old when she died in that Paris car crash. Today, people across Britain and the world will come together to remember the people's princess. But her two sons, Princes William and Harry, they are mourning apart and out of the spotlight. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella.
They were called the Fab Four, bringing a fresh face to the royal family. Visiting the set of Star Wars, brothers William and Harry were having fun, pretending to battle it out with lightsabers. 6 years later, the rift is real. Harry's wife Meghan telling New York Magazine's The Cut this week that she and Harry felt just by existing we were upsetting the dynamic of the hierarchy. Markle also discussing family struggles, both the fallout with her own father and a strained relationship between Prince Harry and his father Charles, telling the magazine it doesn't have to be the same for them as it was for me, but that's his decision, and adding she was willing to mend fences. It takes a lot of effort to forgive, she said. I've really made an active effort. Gathering to celebrate the Queen's Platinum Jubilee in June, there was no Fab Four reunion. The couples were never seen together in public. At the service of Thanksgiving, the royal couples were sitting far apart on opposite sides of the cathedral. On a trip to Africa with Meghan back in 2019, Harry hinted of strains in their relationship.
Look, we're brothers. We'll always be brothers. We're certainly on different paths at the moment, but I will always be there for him, and as I know he'll always be there for me.
As the pressures of royal life and constant media attention grew, behind the scenes, tensions were brewing. The first bombshell, Harry and Meghan stepping down as senior royals and moving to the United States. The second, that interview with Oprah in March of last year.
There's a conversation with you,
with Harry,
about how dark your baby is going to be?
Potentially, and what that would mean or look like.
Ooh.
Harry claimed attitudes changed towards him and Meghan.
You know, my grandmother has been amazing throughout. You know, my father, my brother, Kate, and all the rest of the family, they were really welcoming. But it really changed after the Australia tour, after our South Pacific tour.
That's when we announced we were pregnant with Archie. That was our first tour.
But it was also the first time that the family got to see how incredible she is at the job. And that brought back memories.
The third day of the royal visit took the Prince and Princess of Wales to Tennant Creek.
Memories of when Prince Charles appeared to resent Diana's popularity on their Australia tour.
By the way, and Harry didn't want the same to happen to his wife that happened to Diana, where she was unpopular with certain sections of the royal family, unpopular because of her popularity.
Just months after the Oprah interview, William and Harry reunited at the Garden in Kensington Palace, unveiling a statue of their mother, Princess Diana, on what would have been her 60th birthday, but barely speaking a few words to each other. Some who knew the princess well, like bodyguard Ken Worf, say if she were alive now, things would be different.
If Diana were here today, there's no doubt they would be talking, because Diana, because she was in love with both of them, would have said, look, you've got to sort this problem out.
William and Harry will always be connected by their love for their mother. The hope that her memory and legacy one day bring the brothers back together again. So, of course, the brothers on different paths right now, but both clearly committed to building on their mother's legacy. Guys.
All right, Kelly Kobiella, thank you. Well, they may look like toys, but when it comes to drones, federal aviation officials aren't playing around. By law, drones are not allowed to fly within 5 miles of an FAA tower. But across the country, there have been thousands of drone detections last year. At LAX alone, there were more than 5,000 detections since 2021. Now, the TSA is taking action. CNBC reporter Yasmin Quorum takes a closer look.
Drones, once a sci-fi material of the military, are now everywhere. Inexpensive, easy to operate, but flown in the wrong place or in the wrong hands, potentially disastrous. Now, airports are stepping up to address the threat.
Potential impact of a drone having contact with an aircraft is huge. And so it's very important for us to keep that situation at bay. Our ability to be able to detect that a drone is here, and to be able to go and find the operator and get them to cease and desist from having a drone in the area is very important.
You look at these drones and they look fun, and you think, what's the worst that can happen?
Lots of things could happen. If they come into contact with an aircraft, they can get lodged in an engine. They can cause significant damage to an aircraft and potentially bring an aircraft down.
We got a first look inside Los Angeles International Airport, where TSA announced new technology designed to detect, track, and identify drones that enter its airspace. According to the Federal Aviation Administration, there were more than 2,100 drone sightings near airports in 2019. That dipped during the pandemic and then rose again in 2021, with sightings on track to be even higher this year.
You could see that 27 of them were, within 100 feet, which is not really good.
Not good. New York City leads the country in airport sightings, followed by Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, and Orlando. Drones can't legally fly within 5 miles of an FAA tower. This new technology lets law enforcement know exactly where the drone operator is so they can shut it down.
Anytime there's any type of incident like a drone sighting, we can all act in concert immediately to be able to address the situation.
Drone company owners like Matthew Feige tell us they welcome the crackdown on where drones can fly.
More and more people are entering the national airspace than ever before, and it's very important that we regulate and we keep eyes on everyone who's flying so we don't have any major incidents. The last thing we want is something bad to happen.
And Yasmin, how dangerous is this? Is this kind of thing that could bring down like commercial aircraft? I mean, we know bird strikes are enough to take out an aircraft's engine. And tell us about any other airports that might be installing this kind of technology.
This is actually being tested at Miami International at the same time, and the plan is to roll this out nationwide at every single airport, big or small or private. This is a very big threat, as you heard the LAX CEO tell me. It's as dangerous as a stone or a bird hitting an airplane. If you fly a drone into restricted airspace, it'll cost you a $30,000 fine, Vicky, and you can end up in jail.
All right, and we're going to see a lot more drones in the space with drone deliveries, et cetera. So great piece. Thank you, Yasmin Corum. Appreciate it. And straight ahead, Serena Williams moves a match closer to closing out her epic career with a U.S. Open win. All the fan frenzy being served up. Stay with us.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The Queen of Queens, New York returns for a big U.S. Open showdown. 23-time Grand Slam champion Serena Williams faces off against the #2 player in the world, Anett Kontaveit of Estonia. That's happening tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. This is their first match, and it could be the final one of Williams' epic career, as the legend says she is evolving away from tennis after this tournament. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis joins me now from outside Arthur Ashe Stadium in Queens. Rahema, a record crowd watched Serena on Monday night. How are ticket sales looking for tonight's match?
I think if you've got a ticket, Vicki, it's great. If you're looking for one, it's kind of a boo-hoo moment because this is all sold out again today for that match that's coming up tonight. And it's no surprise. Everybody wants to see the GOAT. As you're pointing out, she said that she is evolving from tennis. And so if you have a chance to see this woman play the game that she has really dominated and redefined, you'd want to get a ticket to do that. And apparently a lot of people have. The stadium is sold out. Vicki?
And I know you were saying tickets for the first match were going for $7,500, upwards of that. So it's no small price to pay. But this is actually the first time Serena will be competing against Anett. What are the analysts saying about this matchup?
Well, you know, this is the major leagues, if you will. This is not the little league. This is not minor league tennis. This is major league tennis. So when you get to this point where you're going to show up in Arthur Ashe Stadium, people are going to bring their A game as best they can. Now, for Serena, you know, she started playing again in June after being off for a year. And for Anett, for her, she got COVID in late April. And we've been told that she's been struggling a little bit physically because of that. And with long COVID, we've talked a lot about this in terms of what COVID does to people. And so a lot of fatigue, she might feel some achiness. We don't know, but this is what we're hearing. But again, we talked about she's 26, Venus is 40, she'll be 41 come September. So she's got some pluses against her, or minuses, I should say, because maybe her biggest opponent is time, Father Time. That's that one opponent that none of us can really defeat. And she's going to be on that court again trying to do that. But here's another little thing to remember about Serena. She has the highest winning percentage of anybody who's ever played on that stadium behind us.
The stats are on her side. Certainly, the fans will probably be cheering on her side as well. It'll be an exciting matchup. Hope you get to see it in person. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis. Thank you, Rahema. And coming up, a veteran news anchor abruptly ousted just after she let her hair go gray. The social media firestorm brewing over her dismissal. We'll have the details right after this break.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
We're here to start conversation because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint. The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
All right, here's what's popping right now. You will once again be able to celebrate the holidays with Dolly Parton. This year, she's bringing along a star-studded cast. The country singer is starring in a new movie titled Dolly Parton's Mountain Magic Christmas. It will feature guest appearances from Jimmy Fallon, Miley Cyrus, Jimmy Allen, and many more. The film is slated to air on NBC this holiday season, which is, geez, right around the corner. A big honor for rocker Avril Lavigne. The Grammy Award winner is getting a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame this afternoon. It's going to coincide with the 20th anniversary of her platinum debut album, Let Go. And the Venice Film Festival opens today. There's a big change this year. The wall that separated the fans from celebrities during the coronavirus pandemic, it's now being taken down for the first time in more than 2 years. Everyone is watching for actor Brendan Fraser's big comeback. His movie, The Whale, is set to premiere at the festival. Well, there is growing a backlash today, especially on social media, over the ousting of a prominent news anchor in Canada. While it's not clear why she was let go, the decision came after she let her hair go gray. Now, many are wondering if that's what played a role in her dismissal. Here's NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin.
Hey there. Like many women who gave up coloring their hair during the pandemic, veteran broadcaster Lisa LaFlamme decided to do the same. A personal decision that now has the internet buzzing over its potential impact on her professional life.
For years, award-winning anchor Lisa LaFlamme was the face of Canada's most watched nightly news show, until suddenly announcing on social media that she'd been let go.
I was blindsided and am still shocked and saddened by Bell Media's decision.
The 35-year veteran journalist's shocking announcement was swiftly followed by a Globe and Mail report that a news executive had questioned her decision to let her hair go gray, triggering a public outcry on social media, with some accusing network executives of sexism and ageism.
I'm a 62-year-old woman, gray hair. And this is what it looks like.
This is what women deal with on a daily basis. We are scrutinized in our jobs simply for the way we look.
Bell Media, which owns the network, is pushing back. The CEO releasing a statement saying, "The narrative has been that Lisa's age, gender, or gray hair played into the decision. I am satisfied that is not the case." Outrage at LaFlamme's firing fueling the hashtag #KeepTheGray, with women posting photos of their own personal stories. Corporations also throwing their support behind LaFlamme, with beauty brand Dove tweeting, "Age is beautiful. Women should be able to do it on their own terms without any consequences." And fast food chain Wendy's changing their iconic logo's hair from red to gray. Hollywood also signaling a shift, with top actresses sporting gray hair on the red carpet and on screen.
No, color your hair. I just think the gray ages you. No, you think the gray ages you. Because if we're friends and I'm this age, you can't be whatever age you're pretending to be.
Podcaster Lisa Lacroix says when she decided to go gray, she was celebrated, but says LaFlamme's firing is a wake-up call.
In some ways, I think this is a great thing that this happened because it raised our awareness.
There is a silver lining here.
I think there is a silver lining that we as women have to stick together.
Bell Media has announced an independent third-party review of the CTV newsroom. In a statement, the president saying they take matters regarding any discrimination very seriously and are committed to a safe, inclusive, and respectful work environment for all our employees. Back to you.
All right, Aaron, thank you. T-minus 3 days, NASA says it will now attempt to launch its Artemis 1 mission to the moon this Saturday. Engineers say they have fixed that problem with one of the rocket engines that forced mission managers to call off the launch on Monday. The uncrewed test flight is the first of 4 planned trips to the moon. The goal is to establish a permanent lunar base. This mission will take 6 weeks, testing NASA's massive new SLS rocket and the Orion capsule. They will also try to send astronauts there in 2024. Thanks so much for being with me this hour. I'm Vicki Nguyen. The news continues right after this.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hi, everyone. Happy Wednesday. Thanks for being with me. I'm Vicki Nguyen. My co-anchor Morgan Radford is off. Right now on NBC News Now, extreme conditions. While California is in the midst of a triple-digit heat wave, Jackson, Mississippi is going to be without drinking water for the foreseeable future after floods took out its treatment plants. We are on the scene in both places. And blockbuster filing, the Justice Department claiming former President Trump's legal team sought to move and hide top secret documents after saying they had already turned everything over. We will have the very latest. High-stakes inspection. UN nuclear inspectors have arrived in Zaporizhia to inspect the power plant that's come under fire during the conflict. We will bring you to the region. And 25 years later, as the world marks the anniversary of the death of Diana, Princess of Wales, we will talk about her legacy and the mark she left behind. We begin with extreme weather hitting many Americans in the West and the South. The summer season is ending out west with an intense heat wave that starts today. Forecasters are predicting triple-digit temperatures to last through the holiday weekend. Meanwhile, in the South, as floodwaters in Jackson, Mississippi drain, the city has no water for residents to drink, flush their toilets, or even fill fire hoses. The crisis is so bad, President Trump has approved a federal disaster declaration. NBC News correspondent Raf Sanchez is in Los Angeles on the growing safety concerns that heat wave is causing. But first, we go to NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas in Mississippi as the state grapples with yet another water crisis. Guad, Jackson residents are somewhat used to this crisis, you say, because they were already under a boil water notice before this flood. What's the city doing now to provide financial help to these residents?
Vicky, well, the city has distribution centers where they had been giving out bottled water for some of the people, water they could drink, water they could use to brush their teeth. But now it's the state that's actually come in with extra help for the city that will increase the amount of water that's going to be given at these distribution centers. Now, yesterday, we talked to some people at the distribution centers who were upset after being lined up because they were turned away after they ran out of water. The governor told us they're bringing in more water with the help of the National Guard so that the people in the city that have very little pressure to no water can come to these distribution centers, but we'll have to wait and see what happens today. Yesterday, a lot of these distribution centers opened up around 2 o'clock local time, and that's when you saw the lines and a lot of that water quickly running out. So we'll wait and see what happens today while the government also keeps working, the state government keeps working here at the main water treatment plant, trying to make the repairs necessary. Vicki?
Guad, what are city leaders doing right now to make sure that they can address other emergencies? For example, if there's a fire, we know that this water is a major issue. How do they make sure water is available to firefighters?
Well, that's one of the things that the government mentioned, that the governor mentioned, is they needed more resources in case there was something like a fire. Because when they declared this emergency, a system emergency, the night of the flooding, when the flooding actually got better and it didn't get as bad as we thought it would, the governor said the issues here is that we might not have water to fight fires or flush a toilet. So that's when the state government came in. They're saying that they're bringing in more water. That's where the National Guard is going to help. But they're really focusing these efforts on the plant here. This is the O.B. Curtis plant that failed. This is the plant that distributes most of the water for Jackson and that needs a lot of repairs. So the thought is that now that the federal government is involved, there's going to be more resources for the people in town who need water right now, for the firefighters, and obviously for the plant, because ultimately the repairs need to get made at this plant so that the system can function once again. Something that hasn't happened in a long time, to have this system functioning properly with clean running water that people can use, Vicki.
All right, NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas. Thank you, Guad. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Raf Sanchez on the heat wave in California. Raf, you told us last hour more than 50 million people are going to feel this late summer heat wave. Talk about what's different about this weather condition compared to the other heat waves we've seen in recent years.
Hey, Vicki. Yeah, so one thing that's different is this heat wave is all across the West. When we say 50 million people, a lot of them are here in Southern California, but a lot of them are in the Phoenix region of Arizona. Some of them are further up the coast. And what makes this so complicated is it means there is less electricity for California to import from neighboring states, right? People are at home. They have their ACs cranked up. There is a huge demand on the grid here in California. And what they normally do in these circumstances is bring electricity in from the neighboring states, except a lot of these neighboring states are in exactly the same situation. And so when you cannot get enough electricity into the grid here, you face potential shortages. In the most extreme situations, energy providers may be forced into rolling blackouts. That is actually something that we saw happen in California back in August 2020 as a result of a shortage of imported electricity. It's something the providers really want to try to avoid this time. But when heat is as intense as it is all across the region, it's a real danger, Vicki.
Yeah, you said it's one of the most dangerous and deadly heat weather conditions we should pay attention to. Raf, what about California utility companies? They're telling people to conserve energy in case of those blackouts. What should people do? And also, what should folks have in their homes in case of a prolonged outage?
So they're telling people to go easy on the air conditioning. They're asking keep the thermostat at 78 degrees or higher, which is warm given how hot it is outside. But they're saying that's what's necessary. Vicki, it was interesting. I was talking to a colleague of ours here in the LA bureau. He was saying his Google Nest actually automatically shifted the temperature in response to this appeal from the energy companies. We're also hearing them say, if you can, in the evenings, don't use any of your major appliances like your dishwasher. Evenings are particularly tricky because people are at home, they have the air conditioning on, but there's less electricity coming into the system because the sun is down, and so the solar panels are out of play. They're also asking people to go easy on charging their electric cars, which Vicki, is kind of interesting because California just this week said from 2035 it is going to ban the sale of gas-only cars, which raises questions about the pressure that electric vehicles only will put on the the grid.
Yeah, where are they going to get all that power, especially in a situation like this? All right, Raph Sanchez, we appreciate it. Thank you. We are now unpacking the serious allegations laid out overnight from the Department of Justice. The agency's much anticipated filing says it is unnecessary for a special master to review the documents that were taken from former President Trump's Florida home. The DOJ is also alleging classified documents were, quote, likely concealed and removed before the FBI's search. NBC News correspondent for investigations, Tom Winter, joins me now. Tom, so many details inside this filing. We learned more than 100 classified documents were seized. We're looking at these pictures that are right there. It says top secret. They're all laid out on the floor. So
exactly.
Help us understand, what should we be paying attention to here? And what is the potential criminal act that the DOJ is investigating?
Well, that's still a little bit of a question here as far as where this all goes. Certainly they're keying in on the idea that they were obstructed or at least not told the truth, according to them. So they say that Trump's attorneys told them, hey, look, we searched for everything. There's no more classified information. We promise you. We sent, we sent it all to you. We sent it in those 15 boxes back to the National Archives. And then, of course, as you just laid out, the Justice Department searched last night. We found 100 more pages of classified documents, some classified at extraordinary levels that members of the FBI counterintelligence team, which typically have some of the highest clearances within the FBI, actually had to get additional clearances to be able to see this stuff to determine what it was. So I think that's an important part of this. As far as where this investigation specifically leads, we still don't know who the subjects or targets of the investigation are. Potentially could be Trump's attorneys, potentially could be the former president himself, potentially could end up in no charges at all. We're just going to have to see where things go from here. That is not yet spelled out in those documents, but obviously this is an ongoing investigation.
Weren't you saying, though, that just the act of having these documents might in and of itself be a crime, regardless of how top secret they are?
Well, yes, because some of the things that they're looking at, some of the statutes that they cited for possible criminal violations include having information involving the national defense. So it doesn't even necessarily mean or need to have a level of classification. It's just the type of information that you have could be potentially damaging to the national defense. So I think that's something that they're going to look into. Obviously, whether or not any of these documents left Mar-a-Lago at any point, whether electronically or hand carried or relayed to anybody that shouldn't have access to these documents and to the information contained in them, I think is going to be critically important going on.
To be clear, there's no evidence, though, Tom, right now. Nobody's presented anything saying this information that was found, seized, whatever, has actually gone anywhere, has been shared in any way, shape, or form.
That's 100% correct, but it's important to remember that of the 35-page search warrant affidavit that we received last week, approximately 21 pages of that were redacted in full or redacted in part. So we may not know what is going on underneath. I can guarantee you we don't know all the facts of this investigation.
And before I let you go, we are expecting a response from the Trump team officially sometime today. There's also a push from news organizations, including NBC News, to unseal more of those documents. So what should we be expecting in the next, say, 24 to 48 hours?
Well, you're certainly going to get a response from the Trump folks who are going to conceivably address some of the issues that the Department of Justice raised last night, particularly about who told what and when and were any sort of false assertions made. So I would expect them to respond to that. I would also expect them to respond to where these documents were found. I mean, I think key detail last night was the fact that the president's passports, both expired, were found in the same drawer that some of these classified documents were found in. They keyed in on that on a footnote. And footnotes to you and I, day-to-day correspondence, maybe not that important. Prosecutors use footnotes as a way of signaling this is an important component here.
Why does it matter? Why does it matter that the passports were mixed up with the classified documents?
So if you read their filing, what they're saying here is that it may go to the idea that, the president's defense of, look, they packed a bunch of stuff from the White House. It got shipped to my place at Mar-a-Lago. I'm not responsible for this. I don't know what's going on, which, could be potentially conceivable. But if it's in the same drawer where you're keeping your passports, the idea that you may not know that these documents exist or are in your possession and the representations that your attorneys are making, that could really damage that potential defense by the former president. And I think that's something we're going to have to watch closely.
All right. NBC News correspondent for investigations, Tom Winter, thank you for helping us make some sense of this all.
You got it.
Well, another price spike could be coming to gas pumps this fall. The Biden administration is privately negotiating a global cap on the price of Russian oil with our Western allies before the cold weather months. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins me now with today's business headlines. Dom, we are just starting to see some relief at the pump. So tell us about these negotiations and what does this mean potentially for our wallets?
So they've been ongoing, Vicky, for a while now, but the efforts by the Biden administration and its Treasury Department in particular to try to put a cap in place, if you will, on the price that countries will pay for Russian oil and gas, they're getting a little more attention now that summer is almost over and we're entering a seasonally strong time for fuel demand due to the heating needs, of course, here in the fall and the winter. So anyone who, like you said, who's been paying for gasoline, including myself, knows that prices have been falling for some time now, along with oil prices. But the concern now turns to natural gas, where prices still are elevated. Here in the U.S., they're high, but not nearly as bad as they are in places like Europe, which are, of course, very heavily dependent on Russian oil and gas. Maintenance shutdowns already for the Nord Stream 1 pipeline, once again limiting nat gas supplies into Germany, Europe overall, which is driving up prices sky high there. So there's a lot of push and pull right now in energy markets right now, Vicky. Oil prices, gasoline prices falling, but nat gas prices rising. So net, it's going to be a curious situation to watch.
And staying in Europe, how is the record high there affecting our markets here, Dom?
So the record high in inflation there, right, because of oil and gas prices, 9.1% inflation in the Eurozone. That's even worse than what we have here in America. But this story ties, like, again, to what we just mentioned. The big driving force behind the inflation in Europe has to do with energy costs, nat gas in particular, because of the war between Russia and Ukraine and the sanctions on Russian oil that go along with them. So the world economy, of course, has become more interconnected. Those price pressures work their way across borders and across oceans as well. The European Central Bank, by the way, will likely have to raise interest rates more aggressively to combat that inflation, much like the Fed is doing here, Vicky.
And Dom, we are also hearing, switching gears now, ketchup, tomato sauce, other tomato products could be in short supply soon. First, sriracha, now the other red sauce. What's happening here?
So viewers and listeners, I mean, Vicky, to NBC News Now, have likely heard all about the bad drought conditions all over the country right now, including right here in the New York area. But it's really bad out in California. And that has a huge effect on the agricultural industry, since the Golden State is one of the biggest food producers in the world, by the way. So the worst drought in decades or more at this point means that tomatoes are in short supply. It means higher prices for them, higher prices for the inputs that go into things like ketchup, salsa, pasta sauce, other products that use tomatoes. So just anticipate, because of the drought and shorter supply, you might pay more for tomato-based products.
Hoarding the Heinz. All right. Senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu. Thank you, Dom.
Sure.
Well, coming up, thanks in part to rap lyrics, 26 alleged gang members have been indicted for various violent crimes in Georgia. We're going to have a lot more on this right after the break.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The district attorney's office in Fulton County, Georgia, has announced criminal charges against 26 alleged gang members in a massive 226-count indictment. Officials are claiming the accused are allegedly responsible for a series of armed robberies, carjackings, shootings, and kidnappings, in some cases targeting high-profile celebrities. Here's CNBC's Perry Russum with the story.
Don't you move!
The district attorney in Fulton County, Georgia, says gang activity has reached crisis level. 26 men charged.
What I did?
Accused of being tied to 16 crimes from late 2017 to just this month.
Crawl towards my voice. Crawl towards my voice.
In July, 4 men arrested, accused of an early morning home invasion.
If you thought Fulton was a good county to bring your crime to bring your violence to, you are wrong.
District Attorney Fonnie Willis announcing a 220-count indictment against members of the drug-rich gang. Willis says it's a hybrid group forming in 2016 with associates from other gangs branching across Atlanta. Accusations include kidnapping, attempted murder, and terroristic threat. Willis says they target celebrities and influencers posting about their wealth online.
Where it is kind of fun to put your things on social media and show off, unfortunately, these gangs are becoming more savvy, more sophisticated in the way that they target you.
Willis is using the men's rap lyrics against them in the indictment, including "Me and my crew out striking in all black. Send me the drop, we'll kick in the house. And if we steal a car, we're going to take the tag off."
I think if you decide to admit your crimes over a beat, I'm going to use it.
Whoa. That was CNBC's Perry Russum. We turn now to the deadly rash of street racing that is flooding social media and making roads dangerous. Several cities are fighting to curb the concerning trend. Here's NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa.
Speed, power, and pure chaos dominating social media and America's streets in Chicago with deadly consequences.
She was a light, a pillar of light for us.
40-year-old Shaman Myrise was visiting from Florida Sunday when police say one of 2 racing Corvettes careened out of control, killing her. Her family asking for privacy, writing Myrise will be deeply missed. The fatal crash comes amid an apparent street racing surge nationwide.
I thought maybe a tree fell on the house.
This weekend in Des Moines, Iowa, a tornado-like path of destruction after 2 racing cars lost control. In Portland, Oregon, 3 people were shot at a street racing event. And in Los Angeles, authorities say street racers kept them at bay while a mob ransacked this 7-Eleven earlier this month. The trend took off, police say, during the pandemic when lockdown left streets empty and is since fueled by a search for social media fame. Cities across the country, including Atlanta, Chicago, and San Francisco, recently passing ordinances to penalize street racers. Same story in Portland.
Are your officers able to enforce those ordinances?
No, fines aren't enough. We need to work with federal partners to see if there's avenues to, interstate commerce type charges, things that will actually have a heavier impact.
A race to slow, a surging trend that's shifted into overdrive. Maggie Vespa, NBC News, Chicago.
Well, for the first time in 4 months, consumers are confident in the future of the economy. Coming up, holiday shopping is going to start even earlier, and the holiday sales are coming too. We'll have much more for you right after this break.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Today, the White House is announcing new plans to tackle the nationwide teacher shortage. School districts across the country are severely understaffed, both inside and outside the classroom. NBC News senior digital White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece joins me now from Washington. Shannon, this is a major crisis for anyone who knows anyone in education. What is the Biden administration planning to do to help ease this national shortage?
Yeah, well, certainly an issue on a lot of parents' minds, and it's an issue that's sort of near and dear to the White House because First Lady Dr. Jill Biden is a teacher herself. So the First Lady, she's going to be leading a meeting today with state, local officials, representative of the Governors Association, and CEOs of some of these big job recruiting websites like Indeed and ZipRecruiter to talk about what more can be done here. There's a couple steps the White House says they're going to take. For example, they're going to send out a letter to governors and state and local officials today encouraging them to use any remaining COVID stimulus money to increase pay of teachers, saying that they see that the salary continues to be a big barrier for more people to going into education and these jobs. They also said they're going to put sort of more money towards apprenticeship programs, try and increase training for teachers and educators and other school officials. But they said they're also looking to some of these private companies to help. For example, ZipRecruiter is going to have a portal that's designed just for education jobs and school jobs that state and local school districts can post jobs on there for free. Indeed, for example, is going to be holding a virtual job fair for educators specifically designed at bolstering attention here. You know, though there is, at the end of the day, limited things the federal government can do. A lot of this comes down to the state and local level, but clearly the White House signaling they see this as a priority and urging others to do more and step up here.
Yeah, we hope that it works. NBC senior digital White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece. Thank you, Shannon. Gas prices are coming down and consumer confidence is going up. A new report shows optimism that the economy is up for the first time in 4 months. Though there is concern for a recession, some retailers are rolling out their holiday sales. Get it this month. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has more.
The calendar might not even read September yet, but holiday cheer is spreading early for inflation-weary families. A new survey shows consumer confidence in the economy rising for the first time in 4 months, with expectations for the future also inching up, thanks in part to falling prices at the pump.
If fuel prices go down, everything else kind of goes along with it.
This new confidence now driving a super early wave of holiday shopping. Fears of growing inflation causing more than a third of consumers to buy their holiday gifts, with the summer heat still scorching.
How many people are like, "You're already shopping?" I was like, yeah.
Mother of 3 Marissa Kyle started shopping for the holidays months ago, concerned that rising inflation could mean fewer sales in the fall.
My middle daughter is really into LOLs and Rainbow High. And so I was able to get a lot of those items for less than half of the price.
Hoping to cash in, retailers like Costco, Sam's Club, and Home Depot are already rolling out holiday sales and displays with big discounts on everything from apparel and appliances to sporting goods and toys. Walmart unwrapping its annual top toy list nearly a month early this year, featuring a majority of items under $50, and even adding a new budget-friendly category, toys under $25.
We know customers are looking for incredible values, and they're definitely starting to think about the holidays a little bit earlier than they have in years past.
With many retailers saddled with huge inventory, surpluses from the pandemic, experts say now is also a good time to score deals on big-ticket items like a new TV or laptop.
Prices are down now. Our consumers are smart enough to realize that they should actually jump on it now and not wait, because the future looks uncertain.
Of course, we're all used to that hectic shopping period later in the year, Black Friday, Cyber Monday, and the dash to Christmas. But now, since we're seeing the holiday shopping season start earlier, retailers may begin to rely a little less on those busy stores around that time. Back to you.
Gabe, for that report. It has been a quarter of a century since the world lost the People's Princess. After the break, we're taking a look at how Diana's legacy lives on and how her family is honoring her.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, here are your headlines at the half. A long and possibly record-setting heat wave will be looming over California today. Officials are expecting temperatures to climb into the triple digits and last through Sunday. Los Angeles alone is expected to reach 115 degrees. This extreme heat is causing a lot of folks to prepare ahead. According to the New Orleans Times-Picayune, an 83-year-old American nun who was kidnapped in West Africa has been released. Sister Sue Ellen Tennyson was taken by unidentified gunmen on April 4th while she was on a missionary trip in Burkina Faso. NBC News has reached out to the State Department and the U.S. Congregational Leader for comment. The Food and Drug Administration is authorizing new COVID-19 boosters, which will target the Omicron BA.5 variant. A Moderna booster will be available to Americans 18 and older, and a Pfizer booster will be available to Americans 12 and older. The booster may cause side effects similar to those of the first COVID vaccine. Well, the UN nuclear monitoring team is now in Zaporizhia as they prepare to inspect Europe's largest nuclear power plant, which is now in the hands of Russian soldiers. Their inspection comes as the Russians and Ukrainians accuse each other of shelling near the plant and further destabilizing the area. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from Ukraine. And Josh, you had a chance to speak with the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency. What did he tell you about this mission and also what his inspectors will be looking for?
Well, as the IAEA mission arrived here in Zaporizhia today in a convoy of UN vehicles, I wanted to know whether they are confident they can carry this mission out safely, because there has been daily shelling at or around the power plant, including, according to Ukraine's military, Russian troops firing on the exact route that these IAEA inspectors are supposed to take to the nuclear plant, potentially in an effort to deter them from traveling through Ukrainian territory and instead force them to travel through Russian-occupied territory to get there. But the head of the IAEA, Rafael Mariano Grossi, saying he is confident they can carry out this mission safely, that they have gotten assurances from both Russia and Ukraine about their protection while they are on the ground at that power plant. And I also asked him how long he expects this mission to last. Here's what he said.
Well, the mission will take a few days, and if we are able to establish a permanent presence or a continued presence, better said, then it's going to be prolonged. But this first segment, so to speak, is going to take a few days.
Now, those IAEA inspectors have a few different objectives while they're at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. They want to look for damage to the plant and assess the backup safety systems that are needed to keep it operating safely. But they also want to talk to the Ukrainian nuclear workers who have been there for months working under very questionable conditions, some of them reporting being tortured by the Russian officials. And lastly, they want to get eyes on the nuclear material that is at that plant, large amounts of spent nuclear fuel, as well as fuel to be put into the reactors to make sure that it can't be diverted for any kind of weapons purposes. And I asked the Director General whether he believes that the Russians who are occupying that plant will make sure that he's able to actually see what's going on and not conceal it. He said they are bringing in the best and the brightest nuclear experts on this mission, and he is confident that one way or the other, by the end of this mission, they're going to have a pretty good idea what's going on there.
Yeah, they have a really important and difficult job ahead. Josh, let's talk about the counteroffensive that Ukraine mounted in Kherson. They're trying to take back Russian-held territory. What's the latest there now?
So it's about 48 hours old since Ukraine announced that it had launched this long-promised counter-offensive. Today, we heard from Russia's defense ministry claiming that it's been a total failure so far. They say they've been able to repel the Ukrainians and, in fact, have destroyed hundreds of Ukrainian tanks and other pieces of military equipment in the process. The Ukrainians say that's bogus. They say that it's going exactly as they've planned and that they've so far been able to make progress in 3 areas of the region of Kherson, the first region to fall to Russia during the war. So both sides claiming to have the upper hand right now. Difficult to know really who's on top at the moment, but clearly this is a fight that is only intensifying in the south.
All right, our Josh Letterman in Zaporizhia, Ukraine. Josh, thank you. And in Iraq, there is ongoing unrest in Baghdad's Green Zone. Armed with deadly weapons, in some cases even grenade launchers, protesters are now clashing with security forces. It is the worst violence in Iraq's capital city in years. NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin joins me now on set to discuss what's behind this wave of violence, Julie.
Yeah, Vicki, it's a situation that has been tense and bubbling up for months ever since an election held in October resulted in neither party in Iraq getting enough parliamentary seats to hold a majority in the government, and that led to violence that we saw sparked just 2 days ago. Take a listen.
Deadly violence in Baghdad. A culmination of the long-running power struggle between rival Shiite groups and political tension as Iraq's leaders remain deadlocked on forming a government. Powerful cleric Muqtada al-Sadr is using the country's capital as his front line, armed supporters taking to the streets, firing rifles and rocket launchers. After al-Sadr threatened to resign from politics, protesters loyal to al-Sadr breaching the government palace gates, toppling cement barriers, gunfire rippling through the streets. That led to the deaths of at least 30 people, according to the Associated Press.
الآن أمشي مطأطئ الرأس وأنا أعتذر للشعب العراقي الذي هو المتضرر الوحيد مما يحدث.
The Iraqi Shiite leader calling for an end to the unrest.
أنا لا زلت أؤمن أن التيار منضبط ومطيع، ولذلك خلال 60 دقيقة إذا لم ينسحب حتى من الاعتصام أمام البرلمان فأنا أبرأ حتى من التيار.
The violence and eventual retreat proving al-Sadr's influence. And the reality that danger could soon strike again.
In Iraqi Arabic, it's Allah la yarja'ha al-ayyam, which means may God never bring back those days.
Al-Sadr emerged as a symbol of resistance against the 2003 U.S. invasion of Iraq, using nationalist rhetoric steeped in religion to win over some of Iraq's most impoverished and unemployed populations. Legal sociologist Ruba Al-Hassani specializes in Iraq relations, and she knows all too well that this is far from over.
What does this kind of violence and turmoil do to everyday citizens in Iraq?
It creates a culture of fear.
And a new election could still take place to determine which party will take control of the embattled region.
Many Iraqis have lost faith in this election and the electoral system. So who's going to hold who accountable?
But for now, peace in the green zone.
At least now some Iraqis can breathe, because last night was very frightening for many people.
Julie, given all that escalation and the violence, those protesters, the clashes that we are seeing, what's the safety concern and the safety plan, frankly, for Americans and diplomats who are in that area?
Yeah, look, the Green Zone has a lot of embassies, a lot of diplomats from all over the world. The State Department right now is not sounding any alarms for the safety of embassy personnel. They're not pulling them out just yet. Instead, a State Department spokesperson actually advocating for protesters to remain peaceful, to continue to demonstrate without any violence. Obviously, though, citizens there are bracing for the possibility of more violence in the future.
What do we know about other countries with embassies in that green zone? What are they doing?
Yeah, look, countries nearby in that region, like Iran, for example, kind of following in the U.S.'s path. They're not pulling their embassy staff quite yet, but they're issuing the same warnings, restricting travel, perhaps, to the region from citizens in their countries. Netherlands, however, taking this a step forward, actually pulling their embassy staff, closing operations while this chaos ensued. Obviously, this is a developing story, and we'll stay on it.
All right, they're not taking any chances. NBC reporter Julie Sirkin, good to see you in person.
You too.
While the world waits in the hope for a Saturday launch from NASA's Artemis rocket, SpaceX is actually fresh off of its 38th rocket launch this year alone. That launch part of the Starlink division, which focuses on becoming the internet provider to the world. SpaceX is hoping to solve infrastructure problems from space, especially in areas where connectivity is unavailable or unreliable. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry got an exclusive look at the program.
What, about 15 miles? Yes, to a spot where you can actually get service on your phone.
Jackie Toledo and Pat Gibson are raising 3 generations of children here on the edge of Navajo Nation in rural New Mexico. In a place where households are separated by miles of desert and ancient cliffs, Starlink is the only option for communication here.
And the jetpack didn't really help too.
So this has been the thing that's worked?
Yes, definitely. It is.
That thing is one of 650,000 terminals in 40 countries around the world communicating with Starlink's growing army of satellites above us all in low Earth orbit. For the last 3 years, Starlink, a department inside SpaceX, has been hitching a ride from the Falcon 9 rocket launching from Florida and California.
And liftoff.
Lauren Dreyer and Bianca Reinhardt are 2 of the few hundred employees working inside Starlink.
It's education, telehealth, communication.
Something all too easy to understand in a place like Ukraine, when traditional ground-based communication systems were some of the first targets by Russian airstrike.
We had, thankfully, a team on the ground in Europe, both Tesla employees, SpaceX employees, that set up almost instantaneous supply chain to get some terminals that we already had in Europe into Ukraine in about 48 hours. So one of the most impactful moments for me, there's a video on Reddit, I think shot by Ukrainian Witness. There are hundreds of people gathered around a single Starlink terminal, calling and FaceTiming.
Business questions arise about the speed in some places and the steep price tag. It's $600 up front for the unit. $110 per month is the current subscription price.
How do you solve some of these problems?
Speed and cost. I think we're constantly launching more satellites. I think we as a company have a track record of constantly trying to drive costs down.
The Cuba Independent School District in New Mexico used COVID relief money to provide Starlink to their 400 households and 700 students. The funding lasts until 2024, but after that, the district and the students are on their own, something that would leave hundreds of children back where they started before the pandemic, isolated and behind.
We would give kids books. Why wouldn't we give them internet connection? Why wouldn't we see that as an equalizer for students who live in places where they either can't afford it or can't get it?
A technology that provides great opportunity. The only question now is for whom? Cal Perry, NBC News.
Today marks 25 years since the tragic death of Princess Diana rocked the world. A quarter of a century later, the public's love and admiration for her is still strong. Today, royal supporters around the world are remembering Diana, her legacy, and they're mourning the life that could have been. NBC News royal commentator Daisy McAndrew joins us now from London. Daisy, looking back on Princess Diana's legacy, tell us about how she managed to make her mark, not just on the royal family and there in the UK, but also across the world.
It's extraordinary, isn't it, that 25 years after her death, we're still talking about her, we're still thinking about her, and we're still looking at pictures of her. And in many ways, that was her great strength. She was very, very skillful at self-promotion, not because she necessarily wanted to be under the spotlight, but because she wanted to espouse a lot of the issues that she cared for. And in some ways, she was like the ultimate original influencer. She knew that by the very nature of her stardom, by the fact that she was going to be on the front page of all the newspapers, by the fact that she was a trendsetter and a fashion icon, that people would take notice of what she looked like, she could use that to then find a really powerful voice to talk up for the issues that she felt others weren't talking up about: homelessness, AIDS, landmine victims. She really was extraordinary.
And I think that's what earned her that People's Princess moniker. We know that Prince Harry and Prince William, they were public in their mourning back in 2017 on the 20th anniversary of Princess Diana's death. But this time, they are said to be spending the day privately. We know they are apart. What does this say about how their relationship has changed over the last few years? And how much of what we read in the tabloids should we believe about their fractured relationship?
I do normally advise everybody to take what they read with a big pinch of salt, but I'm sad to say I think in this case the stories of the rift between the two brothers, the two sons of Diana, are true. It's clear that under normal circumstances we would have seen them together, and I find it personally extraordinary to think that Harry and obviously William are now older than Diana was when she died 25 years ago, age 36, but certainly there's no sign at the moment that they are patching things up, and you can't help but wonder if Diana was still around, 61-year-old grandmother to 5, whether she would have succeeded in bashing their heads together and tell them that there are bigger things in life than falling out with your brother.
NBC News royal commentator Daisy McAndrew, thank you so much for spending some time with us today.
Thank you.
Coming up, brain surgery for binge eating disorders. We will take you inside a new pilot study with some really promising results. Stay with us.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Harry Styles!
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Binge eating disorder is the most prevalent eating disorder in the United States, surpassing both anorexia and bulimia. But a small new pilot study suggests an experimental brain surgery could be a promising treatment. NBC News health and medical reporter Erica Edwards joins me now with a closer look at this. Erica, talk to us about this study. What did it find about your brain wiring and binge eating disorder and how they're connected?
Hey, Vicki. Yeah, this is really cool technology. So what they did was they implanted a pacemaker-like device just underneath the scalp and then wired it to very specific areas of the brain that control reward and appetite. And then when the patient feels the urge to binge eat, he or she would then wave a magnetic wand over that area. Over time, that device learns to identify when a person is at risk to binge eat and then sends small zaps, electrical signals to the brain to try to reduce those cravings. Now, the patients don't feel that zap, but the study found that, 6 months after those devices were implanted and turned on, they felt more in control over their food intake, and they had fewer binge eating episodes. Vicki?
That is wild to think about waving a wand over your head to communicate with something that's implanted in there. I think the big question here is brain surgery. Having this device in your head is a serious approach. What are some other ways or things that people should try before considering a procedure like this to deal with binge eating?
Yeah, well, you raise a really good point. This is an experimental approach. This is an extreme approach to treat binge eating. Only 2 patients so far have actually had this surgery, and they tried many other ways to control their binge eating through therapy, et cetera, and had failed those approaches. Now, let's be clear again, this is not a cure. However, outside experts say that it's so promising that perhaps it could be the future in treating other disorders, ADHD, depression, even drug addiction.
I've got like 25 seconds. This is a study done on middle-aged overweight women. Is there a sense this might work in other patient populations?
Yeah, this is still early, only 6 patients involved so far, but you're right. The key question here is that this needs to be replicated in larger groups of people, men, other ages, other people of other ethnic backgrounds. So more to come, Vicki.
All right, Erica Edwards, thank you so much. Well, coming up, you may have a say in who hosts the next episode of SNL. We will explain right after this break.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate. When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media? We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Harry Styles!
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
All right, here is what's poppin' now. Do you have a favorite celebrity that you would love to see hosting Saturday Night Live? Well, now you may have a say. SNL asked fans on Twitter who they want to see host an episode in this upcoming 48th season. The popular sketch comedy show's account also asked fans who they want to see as a musical guest. So get out there, vote, use your Twitter voice. All right, Megan Thee Stallion is joining the Marvel Universe in the new series She-Hulk, Attorney at Law. Deadline is reporting the rapper will guest star in an upcoming episode playing a legal client. That series is now streaming on Disney+. Well, did you know out of the 50 largest ballet companies, the majority of work is consistently choreographed by men? That is new data according to the Dance Data Project. But the grueling yet graceful landscape that has long defined choreography, it is shifting. Claudia Schreier is breaking barriers as one of the few women of color at the forefront of the field. Here's Claudia in her own words.
That's better. So if you can suspend the leg, you're gonna go 1, 2, pull back. Good. I started dancing at the age of 3. Fell in love with ballet at a very, very early age. Like to know who you are, but to not care that other people are looking at this color of your skin and your gender is really important. So it's instilling that sense of a really strong backbone early on, and you know, ignoring the rest that I think can make all the difference. We're all gonna stretch out that way. When I started to choreograph, it wasn't about trying to emulate white men or straight white men. It was trying to emulate this energetic, athletic physicality that I often found in myself. And when you do it, just really, really go for it. Sometimes the work I'm creating is explicitly in response to something that I'm experiencing personally, or that we're experiencing as a society during the global protests after the murder of George Floyd and so many others. I spent a long time almost paralyzed because as important as art is, sometimes it feels like it can't quite get there. It does what words can't, but at the same time, there's a limitation to what it can do if it's not reflecting society back. And so I had to really think about what I was trying to do while simultaneously reimagining and reconsidering what it meant to be a Black woman. And so the works I create now speak explicitly to Blackness, to my Blackness, and to the Blackness of those around me. And that took me a while to embrace and to really latch on to. But now it feels like it's so much a part of me that it's almost in everything I do.
Have you had any conversations, particularly with young Black girls that are in this world?
Yes. Honestly, my favorite thing is when they reach out and touch my hair. That has been so meaningful to me because it's just this direct link toward what they see and who they are, and they recognize the curl pattern, and they see that my hair is a little fuzzy. For someone to have that kind of representation and to see that person looks like me, they're doing extraordinary things on stage, they're making their dreams come true. There's nothing better than that. There's nothing better than seeing yourself reflected and in a way that you can aspire to. The numbers are slowly but surely changing, which is wonderful. There have been a lot of initiatives that have been introduced in the last several years that is helping to shift the tides of the color spectrum and the gender spectrum in our industry. If you're putting a dancer of color on the poster, are they also on stage? So when that young dancer with the curly hair comes, they're expecting to see that dancer. You better put them on stage and make sure that that dancer also has an internal network of support so that they don't feel like they have the pressure of representing an entire company. There are so many women who are capable, so many people of color who are capable and waiting in the wings to have their voices heard.
The news continues right after this.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being with me. I'm Vicki Wynn. My co-anchor, Morgan Radford, is off today. Right now on NBC News Now, likely concealed and removed. A new Justice Department filing claims to detail efforts by President Trump's legal team to hide highly classified documents after saying they were turned over. We have the latest. And hot and dry. While California is struggling under oppressive heat, Mississippi's largest city continues to deal with a crisis that could leave it without running water. We'll take you to both extremes. And passing into history, tributes pour in to mark the death of former Russian leader Mikhail Gorbachev. He ended the Soviet Union and set a new course for his country and the world. We'll take a look back. One more time, Serena Williams faces enormous challenges tonight when she takes on one of the world's best players at the U.S. Open in the last run of her legendary career. We're live at the venue with all the excitement from fans. Good Wednesday to you. Thanks for being with me. Overnight, the Department of Justice releasing new images of what investigators found at Mar-a-Lago. Officials also arguing against appointing a special master to review documents, saying it's not necessary and that it would delay the government's criminal investigation. This is the picture. Take a look. This is what people are talking about today. This new photo showing documents with classified markings laid out on a carpet. Justice officials say some of them were kept in Trump's home office, not in a separate storage room. NBC News correspondent for investigations Tom Winter joins me now to help us all make sense of these latest findings. Tom, these documents are literally marked top secret. We know that some FBI agents and DOJ attorneys actually had to get special clearances to even review them. So talk to us about the latest takeaways from this DOJ release.
Right, Vicki, and I think the thing that's most shocking about that picture is that not only are they top secret, there's a lot of things that are classified at the top secret level. Sometimes they're declassified and we have a chance to read them and view them. But they're top secret SCI, specially compartmentalized information. These are some of the biggest secrets in the U.S. government, information that's coming from some of our best sources and methods, as they say, you know, whether they come from intercepts, whether they come from human information. So the fact that there's so many of them, now we don't know whether or not this is the way that they were found or whether or not they were in a filing cabinet. There is a bit of an evidence marker that we're going to see shortly on the lower right-hand corner of the screen. But either way, the fact that these were not in a locked safe in some sort of a secure area raises significant questions. I think there were some other key revelations from the filings. First off, this is not a retrieval effort by the FBI. They made that very clear. They said, look, this is not about just us getting back the documents. The Justice Department in their filing last night said, look, we were here because we're investigating a series of crimes, and it is not just an effort to get these docs.
Well, let me ask you quickly before I let you go, what do we think these documents contain that's of material value? Could this be information that could be sold to other countries? And what about the former president's assertion that he can declassify things by his very nature? He takes it home, he declassifies it.
Well, the Justice Department addressed that last point last night, saying, look, at no point when they provided us the initial 15 boxes of information did they say that they were classified. When they handed over some of the information, they did it in a way that you would do to protect classified information. And so they're saying nobody at any point has come forward to tell us, by the way, these are all declassified, so not really sure what this is all about. So that's the first thing. As far as information that can be sold to other countries, look, even if it's information that the other country might know that we have about them, the way that we would analyze it, the way that we would present it, what the president actually knew and when would still be of enormous value to them, even if it didn't point them to how we found out about the information. So anything you can learn about the other person in the spy game is important, even if it's information you think that they already have. So I think that's going to be that is really the huge question here as far as how grave this issue might be to national security. Did this information ever leave Mar-a-Lago at any time through whether it was passed along, photocopied, cell phone photo, and if it was ever sold by any individual? We don't know who the subjects or targets of this investigation are at this point. We should be clear about that. But that is really the huge question as it pertains to national security. Yes,
it's still so early to know what was done with this information, but you're saying just the very act of having it may be part of the crimes that DOJ is investigating.
Exactly right. And quick note on those crimes, none of the crimes that they say that they're looking at require that the documents be classified or unclassified in the first place.
All right, Tom Winter, as always, thank you for providing that context. We appreciate it. Well, August is ending with extreme weather being felt in the west and the south. Forecasters are predicting a record-setting heat wave for California starting today. Temperatures are expected to hit triple digits. Meanwhile, in the south, the entire city of Jackson is now in a water crisis. It's being warned, do not drink the tap water after flooding overwhelmed the city's aging treatment plant. NBC News correspondent Raf Sanchez is in L.A. on how the city plans to keep residents cool. But first, we go to NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas in Mississippi as this state grapples with a water crisis. Guad, President Biden approved Governor Tate Reeves' request for a disaster declaration for Jackson, Mississippi. How will this help getting water to the nearly 180,000 people who live there?
Vicki, well, there's two things happening at the same time. One is water distribution inside the city, with the president approving the emergency plan. Now there'll be more resources that the state can take advantage of to distribute that water. Meanwhile, here at the plant, this is the O.B. Curtis plant that failed, that is now being worked on. There's going to be more resources coming in. The White House put out a statement saying that the EPA is now working with its partners to expedite some of the stuff that they need to come to this plant, some of that equipment that is vital to make those repairs. So both things going on at the same time, repairing the plant that distributes most of the water to the city and getting the water out to the people who need water on a daily basis. So those federal resources will join the help coming from the state to aid the city of Jackson.
So they'll get some more money to help them. What about the process for how they're going to determine whether that water is safe again?
Well, Vicki, the governor told us before they had this emergency, they had issues with the quality. We all know there was this boil notice in place for weeks before the flooding happened. So the quality issues have existed here for some time. The people we've spoken to told us they've gotten used to these issues. So we know that at this point, the governor says it's not about the quality, it's about the quantity. So they've been focused on getting the system going again to get the water out into the community to where it was before. And eventually, they will have to deal with the quality of that water, because what you want is a system that puts out the water that's necessary, that is also potable for people to be able to brush their teeth. But as of now, the governor did say they are focusing on that quantity of water getting out first.
And we're seeing, Guad, video of people boiling their water. Is that basically the advice right now? Don't drink the tap water, but if you have to use it, you should boil it. And what else can residents do if they need clean water?
Well, Vicki, we've been visiting some people around Jackson to learn what it's like. Most of them tell us they are not surprised that they have these issues going on. We know that the flooding made things worse, and we've got this state of emergency. But they tell us that they've been dealing with this problem for years. For weeks, they haven't been able to drink the water or to brush their teeth. So they've accustomed to this. They live buying water, bringing in water from certain places when the pressure isn't there. We went to a house of a mother of three who told us over the weekend she had to shower at a friend's place. Half her kitchen was used to store water, some of it drinking water. Other water was brought in to use for essentials like flushing the toilet and things like this. So they figured it out. They've been figuring things out until this is all prepared and they can get that running water back in place, Vicki.
All right, NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas there for us in Mississippi. Thank you, Guad. Let's turn now to NBC News correspondent Raf Sanchez. He's on the heat wave in California for us. Raf, good to see you. Talk to us about how many people there are currently under a heat advisory or warning, and what are the local leaders doing now to make sure people are safe?
Hey, Vicki, about 50 million people under heat advisories right now, most of them here in Southern California, some in the Phoenix region of Arizona, but actually stretching all the way up the West Coast in some places. And the message from authorities here is that this is not just hot weather. This is dangerously hot weather. Heat is not as visual as hurricanes, as tornadoes, as flooding, which Guad was just talking about, but it tends to be the leading weather-related cause of death here in the United States. In LA County, they are urging residents look out for the most vulnerable. So that is kids, it's the elderly, it's people with chronic conditions. But Vicki, it's also the unhoused. You go out into the streets of downtown LA, you see a lot of folks sleeping there. Those streets are going to be absolutely baking over the next couple of days. Authorities have activated a number of so-called cooling centers. Those are mainly libraries, recreation centers, anywhere where people can get inside in the air conditioning, have a drink of water, and just try to stay cool, try to stay safe for a couple of hours. Vicki.
Raf, we already know California's wildfire season continues to be a threat. It's getting longer and longer each year. What are you hearing about how officials in California are preparing for that risk?
Yeah, they are really concerned about that. This is the exact kind of hot and dry weather that creates a huge amount of kindling for forest fires. Authorities are saying, look, if you are going out camping this Labor Day weekend, be really conscious what you're doing with your campfire. You don't want to be the one who starts a fire that spreads all across the region. And when fires break out, it's this kind of hot weather that makes it very, very difficult for firefighters to actually combat them, partly because temperatures don't go down so much much overnight, which is when firefighters are really looking for a reprieve, looking for things to cool down, calm down a little bit, and try to get a grip on those blazes.
Yeah, watching out for those power tools, the cigarette butts people toss out. I lived in California for many years, and those small things can start massive fires. Raph, talk to us about, the National Weather Service tweeted that this heat wave could be record-breaking. It could last until at least Sunday. Remind folks what they should have in their emergency kits in case of a power outage.
Yeah, so SoCal Edison is one of the major energy providers here, and they are telling people have the essentials to hand. Those are first aid kits, they are flashlights, they are battery-powered radios, so you can stay on top of what's happening in the news, even if your TV is out, even if your cell phone is down. They're saying make sure you have enough bottled water in the house and that you have non-perishable food that doesn't need to be cooked. Blackouts can be caused, one, people are at home, they've got their air conditioners cranked up. That can cause it, but also fires. Vicky?
Go get all that stuff. Great advice. NBC News correspondent Raph Sanchez, we appreciate you. Thank you. All right, let's turn now to your Wednesday business headline. Social media giant Snap announcing it is laying off 20% of its workforce starting today. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins me now. Dom, this is not good news for Snap employees. 1 in 5 losing their jobs. What's the company saying about what's behind the cuts?
So it's just another sign of the times, right? For many companies out there getting more conservative, Vicky, amid fears of that broader economic slowdown and what it will take to weather that anticipated storm. So a 20% reduction, like you mentioned, is huge when it comes to business staffing. In this case, the parent company of social media company Snapchat has over 6,000 employees. So if 1/5 of those are gone, that's roughly 1,200 people. Now, that may not seem like a lot when you put it all together with some of the other names that we have out there announcing either hiring freezes, rescinded job offers, or outright layoffs. You start to see a more disturbing trend developing for key parts of the tech job market. Now, in the case of Snap, CEO Evan Spiegel told employees that the company needs to restructure its business to deal with financial challenges, including a slower rate of growth for the company. Snap will also, by the way, Vicky, scrap several projects, including its Pixie photo-taking drone service, its Snap Original Premium shows. So it's trying to right-size its business, thinking things are going to get worse.
Dom, tough times also are now descending on the retailer Bed Bath & Beyond. What's happening at BBBY?
So the retailer has been struggling, like you mentioned, Vicky, for a while now, trying to get its operations streamlined, optimized, get to a level of more sustained profitability, a level where it has enough cash from operations at any given time to continue as a business. But the shares are getting hammered today, due in large part to a restructuring plan where Bed Bath & Beyond has announced it's going to take on more debt to meet its cash needs and is selling more of its own stock to get even more cash. Now, by selling its own stock, current owners of Bed Bath & Beyond will see their share of the company get smaller, hence the lower value for each share. Now, Bed Bath & Beyond also planning, by the way, Vicky, to cut its workforce by 20%, as well as close roughly 150 underperforming stores.
Well, Dom, one of the major banks is finally ending its vaccine mandate. Tell us about that.
It's Goldman Sachs. It wants employees back in the office, basically. The investment banking giant told employees yesterday it's going to lift all of its COVID-related restrictions and requirements in most offices starting September 6th, given new guidance from the CDC on what is considered vaccinated and unvaccinated in terms of people, no distinguishment there. Goldman, by the way, will also not require employees to be vaccinated or to have to test or wear face coverings, except in a small group of cities, which includes New York. Employees there, Vicky, will still need an approved religious or medical exemption to enter the New York City offices, so keep that in mind. But a lot of Wall Street firms, especially ones in New York City, are trying to get people back in the office.
Curious what the reaction among employees is, Dom.
Well, the reaction among employees could be mixed right now because of the whole hybrid work experience, right? A lot of folks have grown accustomed to not having to be in the office, but many Wall Street CEOs have talked about how Wall Street is an apprenticeship model. People need to collaborate in person to get it done. All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Thank you, Dom. And coming up, a new kind of story is helping families hit hard by inflation. How salvage grocers are reducing food bills that are popping up across the U.S. That's coming up next.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now. wherever you get your podcasts.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Well, inflation has hit families hard across the U.S., with the price of groceries up 13% from last year. It's led some shoppers to a different type of store to save money. The products are slightly damaged or they're dated, but the prices are the cheapest out there. NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda has more.
Ruth Massia's weekly grocery store trip always starts here.
I call this the TJ Maxx of grocery stores because you get the max for the minimum.
At the Outlet, a unique Connecticut grocer that's crucial in affordably feeding her family of 4.
Has it made a big difference in your grocery shopping budget?
By far, yes.
It's called a salvage grocery store, selling slightly damaged, discontinued, or dated items at deeply discounted prices. Similar stores are popping up around the country.
So you also have some specialty foods in store.
We do. Isaac Schwecke opened the Outlet in 2014 with a mission of sustainability to cut down on the more than 100 billion pounds of food waste generated in the U.S. every year. He had worked as a manager in the industry and saw the Outlet as a way to divert still consumable products away from landfills.
They may have overbought the product. There might be damage in the warehouse. That's where we come in and we'll say, hey, look, we have an end-of-life solution for you versus it going to a landfill.
But in the past year, the Outlet and salvage stores alike have provided critical relief for families hammered by soaring inflation. The cost of groceries has surged more than 13% from last year.
What are people's reactions when they see these sales?
Oh, when people come in here, they just can't believe it.
On average, items in this store run about 25% off, but with a closer look, you can get even deeper discounts. Take this Skinny Pop popcorn, for instance. Typically, a bag runs for $3.50. Here, you can get 2 bags for the price of $3. And the store, it's not just limited to food. There are other kinds of products. For instance, Huggies diapers here, $10 off.
And shoppers like Cindy Blaza are showing up for the savings.
I can get medication, I can get milk at a discount.
A 25% increase in sales at the Outlet over last year.
Are we seeing a broader population take advantage of stores like this?
Most definitely. It is on a rise. If it was up to me, I would open up a dozen stores.
And another major salvage grocery store chain called Grocery Outlet saw an 11% spike in sales as well.
I have a salvage grocery store near me, and I went in there the other day, and the owner told me that business is booming.
Lindsay Obro runs Buy Salvage Salvage Food, a website that maps out where you can find similar grocers, from Dickey's in North Carolina to American Discount Foods in Arizona. She says her site has seen more than 5 times the amount of traffic compared to last year. So if you're new to salvage stores, veteran shoppers recommend you scoop up your favorite items when you see them. Remember, sell and use by labels are not safety dates, aside from baby formula. And unless you freeze an item, plan to consume your purchases quickly.
It makes me feel good all around knowing that I'm helping the environment and I'm also helping the community by saving money.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News, Southington, Connecticut.
The nationwide baby formula shortage isn't over for many Americans, but a new announcement today brings a little bit of hope. Abbott Laboratories says it is restarting production of its Similac baby formula. Abbott expects to send shipments to retail stores in about 6 weeks. The company's main plant in Michigan shut down in February after bacterial contamination concerns. Then in June, it closed a second time due to severe weather damage. Abbott has been relying on facilities in Spain and Ireland to meet demand. Well, straight ahead, they were grieving the loss of a parent to COVID. Then the verbal attacks came. We're taking you inside the troubling trend of COVID bullying right after the break.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
The mayors of Austin, Detroit, and Memphis say the 2020 census undercounted their residents by thousands of people. This could cause those cities to lose out on $1.5 trillion in federal funding. Census Bureau leaders say the COVID-19 pandemic played a big role in that undercounting. Life expectancy in the U.S. is at its lowest level in nearly 30 years. The CDC says for the second straight year, average life expectancy dropped nearly a year to 76 years old. Now, that is down more than 2.5 years overall since the start of the pandemic. The biggest 2-year decline that we've seen in a century, by the way. The CDC says the coronavirus pandemic is the main factor. COVID is fake. Suck it up. Your dad must have something wrong with him. These are actual phrases that were directed at people online who were mourning their loved ones who died from the coronavirus. It's called COVID bullying. NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards joins us now with more. Erica, you spoke with a Grief Network co-founder who says before the pandemic, they actually never saw people getting trolled in this way for mourning a family member. Why did they start seeing this with COVID deaths?
Hi, Vicki. Yeah, we don't see this with things like heart disease or cancer. The COVID pandemic was so divisive. It still is so divisive, so politicized, with so much misinformation circulating. The only thing I can compare it to is maybe the harassment that people who've lost a loved one from HIV and AIDS, they also faced some of this kind of bullying. The pandemic just brought up so many emotions for so many people. And unfortunately now, a lot of these folks are expressing those emotions in really hurtful and harmful ways, targeting those who've lost a loved one to COVID-19. Vicki?
It's like a real stigma about it. You had a chance, Erica, to connect with some people who were bullied online and in person. What did they say about those experiences and how it affected their grieving process?
Oh, they're absolutely devastated by it. I mean, these are people who often could not gather with their family and friends for a funeral or really to get that support in person. So often they turned to social media as an outlet for their grief, to share their stories. But this was a time when they needed support, and they were met with cruelty and aggression, and not just from strangers, Vicki, even from family and friends who began to doubt and question whether that loved one really died of COVID. And really, at the end, it really stunted their grieving process, and they're left in this cycle of mourning. Vicki.
Gosh, sometimes that hurts even worse when it comes from someone you know who's close to you. If someone does experience bullying like this, or bullying over the loss of a loved one, what are some things that they should do?
Yeah, it's tempting to fight back, to respond, to defend your loved one, to maybe educate the bully. But I think we can all agree that that's probably pretty futile, unfortunately, in these cases. I talked with one such victim of abuse, Kristen Ukiza. She lost her father, Mark, to COVID-19. She had some advice for others in similar situations. Take a listen.
Folks, don't ever stop talking about your loss. If you're already talking about it, you've already passed that threshold, keep talking about it. I remember the first thing I thought of when my dad died was I wouldn't wish a COVID death on my worst enemy. And it's something that I think about still to this day. I think for the purposes of bullies out there that are, super extreme and set in their ways, the best response is to block them and move on.
Block them and move on. That's really great advice for Kristen. One other thing that I heard is that if you do want to post online, maybe have someone else, a trusted friend, monitor your social media feed just in case some of those comments pop up. Vicki?
Yeah, but don't let the haters silence you. That's so important. And that was great advice from that woman there, Kristen. All right, NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards, thanks for bringing us that story. Wisconsin students will have to pay state taxes for any student loans that were forgiven under the new Biden administration policy. Wisconsin has not yet updated its tax law to coincide with the federal government's laws. So that means any student who has at least $10,000 in debt would have to still pay about $530 in taxes. Wisconsin could change its law, but the legislature would have to update it, and that may not happen until next year. Straight ahead, 25 years ago today, the world lost the People's Princess. We'll have a look at the legacy Princess Diana left behind right after this break. Stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. pass them by.
Well, here are your headlines at the half. The Justice Department now says it has evidence former President Donald Trump, quote, likely concealed and removed classified documents before the FBI searched his Mar-a-Lago home. They're also arguing that Trump's request for a special master to review the documents is unnecessary and would harm government and national security interests. In California, state lawmakers passed a bill that would bar companies from punishing workers for smoking marijuana when they're off the clock. The bill now goes to Governor Gavin Newsom. Times Square and other public areas of New York are becoming gun-free zones. Violators of the law will face a felony charge. This is all part of lawmakers' plans to create a new standard and ban weapons from parks, churches, and theaters after the Supreme Court's decision to expand gun rights. New this morning in Ukraine, the UN nuclear monitoring team from the International Atomic Energy Agency has arrived in Zaporizhia. The team will inspect Europe's largest nuclear power plant over the next several days amid growing fears of a radiation disaster there. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman is on the ground in Ukraine. He joins us now. Josh, now that these inspectors have arrived, what is the plan? Will they be able to tell pretty quickly if radiation is leaking or posing a serious threat?
Well, the first thing they're going to have to do is safely get to that nuclear plant, which is about 30 miles down the Dnipro River from where we're at in Zaporizhia, in Russian-occupied territory where there has been shelling for weeks. You can tell that here in Zaporizhia, a town of more than 700,000 people, there's still people out on the beach. People are still living their lives, even as the local authorities here have been doling out iodine tablets in case there's a radiation leak. But we also know that there are very serious concerns about the route that these nuclear inspectors are going to be able to take to get to this plant, given the fact that there's been so much shelling in the region for weeks now. And I asked the Director General of the IAEA, Rafael Grossi, as he arrived here in Zaporizhia today, about those safety concerns. Take a listen. Are you confident you can conduct this mission safely?
Of course, I think, given the situation and the peculiarities of being here in occupied territory, I mean, there at the plant, with the risks that entails, do not allow me to say that it's going to be, risk-free, but it's something that we need to do.
Once those inspectors get on the ground at the actual power plant, they plan to inspect the damage that's already been inflicted to the sprawling facility in the first months of this war. And they also hope to look at the backup safety systems, the off-site power, for example, to see whether those safety systems are still intact. And I asked Director General Grossi how long he expects this to take. He said they will be on the ground at least for several days, but the IAEA also hopes to be able to create some type of a permanent presence at the power plant so that the world has eyes and ears on what's happening there.
Josh, one of the other major concerns at the plant there is how the workers are being treated. We know the plant is being controlled by Russians, but the workers are Ukrainian. How are the inspectors going to assess whether these nuclear workers are being mistreated?
Well, Grossi tells us that he plans to speak with them directly, but there have been big concerns that Russia has actually been torturing those workers to try to prevent them from telling the inspectors what's actually happening there. But Director General Grossi tells me that they are bringing the best and the brightest in nuclear security on this mission. And no matter what the Russians do, he says he is confident they're going to have a pretty good idea what's going on there by the time they leave.
All right, our Josh Letterman for us there in Zaporizhia, Ukraine. Josh, thank you.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Mikhail Gorbachev, the last leader of the Soviet Union and a shepherd of democratic reforms in Eastern Europe, has passed away. Gorbachev is one of the most influential figures of the 20th century. He's credited with ending the Cold War and leading his country from communism to capitalism. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner joins us now from London. Matt, let me begin with a tribute to Gorbachev. The UN Secretary General said today he was a one-of-a-kind statesman who changed the course of history. The world has lost a towering global leader, committed multilateralist, and tireless advocate for peace. Matt, talk about Gorbachev's legacy and why he's seen as one of the most critical figures in international politics.
Thank you, Vicky. Well, I'd say the easiest way to get into that answer is that the Cold War didn't necessarily have to end the way that it did. That is to say, relatively peacefully, without any nuclear exchanges or a lot of large-scale conflict, really anywhere on the front lines of the Cold War in Europe, at least. And he did that by essentially reaching across the aisle to the United States, to the West. There was no guarantee that a leader like Gorbachev emerged from the Soviet Union. Typically, Soviet leaders had been rather hostile to the United States and vice versa. But he was just kind of this singular man in time who was able to establish a personal human relationship with Presidents Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush and start to bring about a negotiated end to the Cold War arms race, to ending this period of hostility and embark on this path of friendship with not just the West, but the world in general. He presided over a lot of things that we kind of take for granted now, such as multilateral and bilateral arms control treaties and trying to scale back the size of the nuclear arsenals, both in the Soviet Union and Russia and in the United States. So that's kind of his legacy on the world stage. He was very much a man committed to peace, as many have been saying today. And that was a stark contrast from a lot of the previous Soviet leaders. And as I mentioned, there was no guarantee that he emerged at the time. And his presence, I think, was really singularly felt. I don't think that you could say that there was a more kind of somebody more directly responsible for the way that the Cold War ended than Gorbachev.
How do you think Gorbachev will be remembered in Russia? What are the tributes that are happening there now?
So that's actually one of the more interesting parts of this whole story. He is not well remembered in Russia. And a lot of that has to do, I think, with an active campaign over the past decade, at least, by the Kremlin, by the Russian state media to kind of build on the bad memories that the Russian public shares about the 1990s, about the collapse of the Soviet Union. This is a wound that has festered for a long time, with active efforts being encouraged by the Kremlin, by the Russian state media. So you'll hear things if you flew into Moscow right now and asked people what they think about Gorbachev. I think you're going to have a hard time finding somebody who says anything really positive. You're going to hear things like, he's responsible for the collapse of the Soviet Union. We, of course, know that the Kremlin has been actively messaging that that is a bad thing. So all of the nice things that we say about Gorbachev in the West, the exact opposite is being said in Russia.
And we see that under Putin's leadership as well, who he obviously laments the loss of the Soviet Union, wants to get Russia back to be that superpower. All right, NBC News reporter Matt Bodner, we appreciate it. Thank you, Matt. Today marks 25 years since the sudden and unexpected death of Princess Diana. It shocked the world. She was just 36 years old when she died in that Paris car crash. Today, people across Britain and the world will come together to remember the people's princess. But her two sons, Princes William and Harry, they are mourning apart and out of the spotlight. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella.
They were called the Fab Four, bringing a fresh face to the royal family. Visiting the set of Star Wars, brothers William and Harry were having fun, pretending to battle it out with lightsabers. 6 years later, the rift is real. Harry's wife, Meghan, telling New York Magazine's The Cut this week that she and Harry felt just by existing, we were upsetting the dynamic of the hierarchy. Markle also discussing family struggles, both the fallout with her own father and a strained relationship between Prince Harry and his father, Charles, telling the magazine, it doesn't have to be the same for them as it was for me, but that's his decision, and adding she was willing to mend fences. It takes a lot of effort to forgive, she said. I've really made an active effort. Gathering to celebrate the Queen's Platinum Jubilee in June, there was no Fab Four reunion. The couples were never seen together in public. At the service of Thanksgiving, the royal couples were sitting far apart on opposite sides of the cathedral. On a trip to Africa with Meghan back in 2019, Harry hinted of strains in their relationship.
Look, we're brothers. We'll always be brothers. We're certainly on different paths at the moment, but I will always be there for him, and as I know he'll always be there for me.
As the pressures of royal life and constant media attention grew, behind the scenes, tensions were brewing. The first bombshell, Harry and Meghan stepping down as senior royals and moving to the United States. The second, that interview with Oprah in March of last year.
There's a conversation with you, with Harry, about how dark your baby is going to be?
Potentially, and what that would mean or look like.
Ooh.
Harry claimed attitudes changed towards him and Meghan.
You know, my grandmother has been amazing throughout. You know, my father, my brother, Kate, and all the rest of the family, they were really welcoming. But it really changed after the Australia tour, after our South Pacific tour.
That's when we announced we were pregnant with Archie. That was our first tour.
But it was also the first time that the family got to see how incredible she is at the job. And that brought back memories.
The third day of the royal visit took the Prince and Princess of Wales to Tennant Creek.
Memories of when Prince Charles appeared to resent Diana's popularity on their Australia tour.
And Harry didn't want the same to happen to his wife that happened to Diana, where she was unpopular with certain sections of the royal family, unpopular because of her popularity.
Just months after the Oprah interview, William and Harry reunited at the Garden in Kensington Palace, unveiling a statue of their mother, Princess Diana, on what would have been her 60th birthday, but barely speaking a few words to each other. Some who knew the princess well, like bodyguard Ken Worf, say if she were alive now, things would be different.
If Diana were here today, there's no doubt they would be talking, because Diana, because she was in love with both of them, would have said, look, you've got to sort this problem out.
William and Harry will always be connected by their love for their mother, the hope that her memory and legacy one day bring the brothers back together again.
So, of course, the brothers on different paths right now, but both clearly committed to building on their mother's legacy. Guys.
All right, Kelly Kobiea, thank you. Well, they may look like toys, but when it comes to drones, federal aviation officials aren't playing around. By law, drones are not allowed to fly within 5 miles of an FAA tower. But across the country, there have been thousands of drone detections last year. At LAX alone, there were more than 5,000 detections since 2021. Now, the TSA is taking action. CNBC reporter Yasmin Quorum takes a closer look.
Drones, once a sci-fi material of the military, are now everywhere. Inexpensive, easy to operate, but flown in the wrong place or in the wrong hands, potentially disastrous. Now, airports are stepping up to address the threat.
Potential impact of a drone having contact with an aircraft is huge. And so it's very important for us to keep that situation at bay. Our ability to be able to detect that a drone is here and to be able to go and find the operator and get them to cease and desist from having a drone in the area is very important.
You look at these drones and they look fun and you think, what's the worst that can happen?
Lots of things could happen. If they come into contact with an aircraft, they can get lodged in an engine. They can cause significant damage to an aircraft and potentially bring an aircraft down.
We got a first look inside Los Angeles International Airport, where TSA announced new technology designed to detect, track, and identify drones that enter its airspace. According to the Federal Aviation Administration, there were more than 2,100 drone sightings near airports in 2019. That dipped during the pandemic and then rose again in 2021, with sightings on track to be even higher this year.
You could see that 27 of them were, within 100 feet, which is not really good.
Not good. New York City leads the country in airport sightings, followed by Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, and Orlando. Drones can't legally fly within 5 miles of an FAA tower. This new technology lets law enforcement know exactly where the drone operator is so they can shut it down.
Anytime there's any type of an incident like a drone sighting, we can all act in concert immediately to be able to address the situation.
Drone company owners like Matthew Feige tell us they welcome the crackdown on where drones can fly.
More and more people are entering the national airspace than ever before, and it's very important that we regulate and we keep eyes on everyone who's flying so we don't have any major incidents. The last thing we want is something bad to happen.
And Yasmin, how dangerous is this? Is this kind of thing that could bring down like commercial aircraft? I mean, we know bird strikes are enough to take out an aircraft's engine. And tell us about any other airports that might be installing this kind of technology.
This is actually being tested at Miami International at the same time, and the plan is to roll this out nationwide at every single airport, big or small or private. This is a very big threat, as you heard the LAX CEO tell me. It's as dangerous as a stone or a bird hitting an airplane. If you fly a drone into restricted airspace, it'll cost you a $30,000 fine, Vicky, and you can end up in jail.
All right, and we're going to see a lot more drones in the space with drone deliveries, et cetera. So great piece. Thank you, Yasmin Quorum. Appreciate it. And straight ahead, Serena Williams moves a match closer to closing out her epic career with a U.S. Open win. All the fan frenzy being served up. Stay with us.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Queen of Queens, New York returns for a big U.S. Open showdown. 23-time Grand Slam champion Serena Williams faces off against the number 2 player in the world, Anett Kontaveit of Estonia. That's happening tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. This is their first match, and it could be the final one of Williams' epic career, as the legend says she is evolving away from tennis after this tournament. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis joins me now from outside Arthur Ashe Stadium in Queens. Rahema, a record crowd watched Serena on Monday night. How are ticket sales looking for tonight's match?
I think if you've got a ticket, Vicki, it's great. If you're looking for one, it's kind of a boo-hoo moment because this is all sold out again today for that match that's coming up tonight. And it's no surprise. Everybody wants to see the GOAT. As you're pointing out, she said that she is evolving from tennis. And so if you have a chance to see this woman play the game that she has really dominated and redefined, you'd want to get a ticket to do that. And apparently a lot of people have. This stadium is sold out. Vicki?
And I know you were saying tickets for the first match were going for $7,500, upwards of that. So it's no small price to pay. But this is actually the first time Serena will be competing against Anett. What are the analysts saying about this matchup?
Well, you know, this is the major leagues, if you will. This is not the little league. This is not minor league tennis. This is major league tennis. So when you get to this point where you're going to show up in Arthur Ashe Stadium, people are going to bring their A game as best they can. Now, for Serena, you know, she started playing again in June after being off for a year. And for Anett, for her, she got COVID in late April. And we've been told that she's been struggling a little bit physically because of that. And with long COVID, we've talked a lot about this in terms of what COVID does to people. And so a lot of fatigue, she might feel some achiness. We don't know, but this is what we're hearing. But again, we talked about she's 26, Venus is 40, she'll be 41 come September. So she's got some pluses against her, or minuses, I should say, because maybe her biggest opponent is time, Father Time. It's that one opponent that none of us can really defeat And she's going to be on that court again trying to do that. But here's another little thing to remember about Serena. She has the highest winning percentage of anybody who's ever played on that stadium behind us.
The stats are on her side. Certainly, the fans will probably be cheering on her side as well. It'll be an exciting matchup. Hope you get to see it in person. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis. Thank you, Rahema. And coming up, a veteran news anchor abruptly ousted just after she let her hair go gray. The social media firestorm brewing over her dismissal. We'll have the details right after this break.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, here's what's popping right now. You will once again be able to celebrate the holidays with Dolly Parton. This year, she's bringing along a star-studded cast. The country singer is starring in a new movie titled Dolly Parton's Mountain Magic Christmas. It will feature guest appearances from Jimmy Fallon, Miley Cyrus, Jimmy Allen, and many more. The film is slated to air on NBC this holiday season, which is, geez, right around the corner. A big honor for rocker Avril Lavigne. The Grammy Award winner is getting a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame this afternoon. It's going to coincide with the 20th anniversary of her platinum debut album, Let Go. And the Venice Film Festival opens today. There's a big change this year. The wall that separated the fans from celebrities during the coronavirus pandemic is now being taken down for the first time in more than 2 years. Everyone is watching for actor Brendan Fraser's big comeback. His movie, The Whale, is set to premiere at the festival. Well, there is growing a backlash today, especially on social media, over the ousting of a prominent news anchor in Canada. While it's not clear why she was let go, the decision came after she let her hair go gray. Now, many are wondering if that's what played a role in her dismissal. Here's NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin.
Hey there. Like many women who gave up coloring their hair during the pandemic, veteran broadcaster Lisa LaFlamme decided to do the same. A personal decision that now has the internet buzzing over its potential impact on her professional life.
For years, award-winning anchor Lisa LaFlamme was the face of Canada's most watched nightly news show, until suddenly announcing on social media that she'd been let go.
I was blindsided and am still shocked and saddened by Bell Media's decision.
The 35-year veteran journalist's shocking announcement was swiftly followed by a Globe and Mail report that a news executive had questioned her decision to let her hair go gray, triggering a public outcry on social media, with some accusing network executives of sexism and ageism.
I'm a 62-year-old woman, gray hair. And this is what it looks like.
This is what women deal with on a daily basis. We are scrutinized in our jobs simply for the way we look.
Bell Media, which owns the network, is pushing back. The CEO releasing a statement saying, "The narrative has been that Lisa's age, gender, or gray hair played into the decision. I am satisfied that is not the case." Outrage at LaFlamme's firing fueling the hashtag #KeepTheGray, with women posting photos of their own personal stories. Corporations also throwing their support behind LaFlamme, with beauty brand Dove tweeting, "Age is beautiful. Women should be able to do it on their own terms without any consequences." And fast food chain Wendy's changing their iconic logo's hair from red to gray. Hollywood also signaling a shift, with top actresses sporting gray hair on the red carpet and on screen.
No, color your hair. I just think the gray ages you. No, you think the gray ages you. Because if we're friends and I'm this age, you can't be whatever age you're pretending to be.
Podcaster Lisa Lacroix says when she decided to go gray, she was celebrated, but says LaFlamme's firing is a wake-up call.
In some ways, I think this is a great thing that this happened because it raised our awareness.
There is a silver lining here.
I think there is a silver lining that we as women have to stick together.
Bell Media has announced an independent third-party review of the CTV newsroom. In a statement, the president saying they take matters regarding any discrimination very seriously and are committed to a safe, inclusive, and respectful work environment for all our employees. Back to you.
All right, Aaron, thank you. T-minus 3 days, NASA says it will now attempt to launch its Artemis 1 mission to the moon this Saturday. Engineers say they have fixed that problem with one of the rocket engines that forced mission managers to call off the launch on Monday. The uncrewed test flight is the first of 4 planned trips to the moon. The goal is to establish a permanent lunar base. This mission will take 6 weeks, testing NASA's massive new SLS rocket and the Orion capsule. They will also try to send astronauts there in 2024. Thanks so much for being with me this hour. I'm Vicki Nguyen. The news continues right after this.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Right now on NBC News Now, Trump under pressure. The former president facing a rapidly approaching deadline to respond to a filing from the Justice Department. The dramatic revelations, including the picture that's making global headlines.
Water emergency, the deepening water crisis in Jackson, Mississippi, now getting the attention of the White House. How the federal government is stepping in to help.
Ready for a booster. The FDA gives emergency use authorization to Pfizer and Moderna's latest COVID shot. How soon you could be able to get it.
And Hollywood drama, the California crime spree that has some celebrities saying maybe it's time to move.
And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. It is 2 p.m. in New York, 11 a.m. out west. Nice to have you back here from overseas. We begin with a critical and rapidly approaching deadline involving former President Donald Trump. Trump's legal team has until 8 p.m. tonight to respond to a bombshell filing from the Justice Department.
Now, the agency says appointing a third party to review the documents taken during the search of Trump's Mar-a-Lago home would harm national security. The DOJ also saying, quote, the government also developed evidence that government records were likely concealed and removed from a storage room, and that efforts were likely taken to obstruct the government's investigation.
Leading us off this hour, NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Ken, I'll start with you. The Justice Department's filing is about this issue of whether to appoint a special master, but it also contains a whole lot more detail about why the FBI search happened in the first place. Even a photo that's really been going around now showing top secret material found during the search. What do we learn in this new filing, Ken?
It sure does contain a lot more detail, Kate. We learned the fullest picture yet on how we got here, essentially. Why the Department of Justice felt compelled to seek that search warrant, which has been so controversial among Trump supporters. And essentially, they said that this isn't just a case about classified documents. This is a case about lying and about potential obstruction of justice. They essentially made it clear that had the Trump team just given back the documents when the archives first asked for them, none of this would have happened. And they presented the sequence of events, and they even got permission from a judge to include grand jury information, which is normally secret by law. So they were able to lay out the whole sequence where, first the archives asked for the information, then they got boxes of records in January. They found classified information inside those. Then the DOJ learns there's still more classified information, issues a subpoena, but then believes that the Trump team essentially did not comply with the subpoena. And that's where the search warrant came in, and they found classified documents that a Trump lawyer said were not there. And so that's why they say there's not only evidence of mishandling classified documents, there's evidence of obstruction of justice.
And Ken, what's the response from the Trump team to this filing late last night?
Well, it's been a bit of a disjointed response. Donald Trump himself continues to say that he's declassified all these documents, for example. And A, that doesn't get him off the hook because these documents are the property of the U.S. government. But B, his own lawyers, the DOJ say in this filing, treated the documents that they handed over as if they were classified, put them in special envelopes, wrapped them with cellophane. These are marked top secret, some of the most sensitive documents, and there's no evidence that Trump declassified them. They're also continuing to talk about this search as a potential violation of Trump's Fourth Amendment rights, but we'll see what they actually say in their formal response tonight, Kate.
All right, I want to bring in Danny here. So as Ken laid out, this was a simple case. Did the former president have some documents that he shouldn't have taken to Mar-a-Lago? His own lawyers turned over a number of documents, but then twice as many were found in June. The Justice Department said, I want to read a quote from the filing. It said, counsel for the former president offered no explanation as to why boxes of government records, including 38 documents with classification markings, remained at the premises nearly 5 months after the production of 15 boxes and nearly 1.5 years after the end of the administration. Do you think investigators, Danny, might be looking at obstruction of justice at this point?
Yes, more so than taking the documents away
from the government, although that is a federal crime, because it is easier to defend a case that, oopsie, I was packing up knickknacks and framed photos and accidentally these documents got in there. Is it believable? I don't know. But it may be far more provable to show that the government and agencies within the government repeatedly asked for them back, were told that they were getting them back, certified that everything was back, and in fact, documents apparently were withheld, according to the government's filing this morning. So this is a tale of two offenses, so to speak. One is was it a crime to take the documents? Two, was it a crime to withhold them?
I think about that line, it's not the crime, it's the cover-up. They're still battling it out over whether a special master should be appointed. Why is the former president asking for that? And could that be a delay? Do they want to try to drag things out?
I can only imagine that it is a delay tactic. It doesn't even, if a special master is appointed, it doesn't even give the Trump team that much more relief. Maybe it's a delay tactic, but it delays the inevitable, which is these documents were there. They've already been reviewed. There was a delay in filing for this special master. So the government has already completed its review. Yeah, they say they had a filter team review it. Do you know who that filter team is made up of? Government attorneys. So they've looked at all the documents. They're covered. In a way, I wondered, why is the government even opposing this motion? I did find out the answer in this 20-plus page or 30-plus page filing that they wanted to describe, it appears to me, put together a narrative of all the bad behavior of the Trump team. And secondly, to drive home the point that, hey, lest you think these were not top secret documents, they're top secret. Look at this picture.
Yeah. That picture's going viral. Ken Delaney and Danny Savalas, thank you so much.
Extreme heat once again gripping the West Coast today. Nearly 50 million people are under heat alerts from Southern California all the way to Seattle. Californians are likely to suffer through triple-digit temperatures until at least Labor Day.
We're also following a deepening water crisis in Mississippi. President Biden has now signed an emergency declaration for the city of Jackson after floodwaters overwhelmed that city's water treatment system. Nearly 160,000 people in Mississippi's largest city are dealing with water that is simply unusable.
We believe and are optimistic that we can see water restored to our residents within this week. But there is a huge mountain to climb in order to achieve that end. But they are working persistently to restore the pressure, to refill the tanks across the city.
NBC News correspondent Raf Sanchez is live in a sweltering Los Angeles for us today. Let's begin, though, with Guad Venegas. He is live in Ridgeland, Mississippi, just outside one of the city's water treatment plants there. Guad, this big issue there has been getting people clean water, right? What's going on today to try to make that happen?
Aaron, that is the goal, to get them, well, water and then clean water. So there's a few things going on. This water treatment plant behind me, the O.B. Curtis plant, is the main plant that supplies most of the water for Jackson. This is the plant that failed after the flooding. This is the plant that created that emergency. Now, we know that at the moment, the state has come in with their experts and their help to help the city that manages that plant and try to find out what type of repairs are necessary to finally get the water out. So there's two things. One thing is the quality of the water, which had issues from weeks before. That's why there was a boil water notice. The second thing is the quantity of the water. The governor said that right now it's about the quantity. It's about getting water out. Then they have to figure out a way to make sure that that water is drinking water. These are the issues. Meanwhile, they're also working on getting water out for people to be able to drink and to use at home. This is the people that don't have water currently. That's going out through distribution centers, Aaron.
All right, Guad Venegas for us live in Mississippi today. Guad, thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Raf Sanchez now. He's following the heat wave gripping the West Coast today. Raf, talk to us about how hot it's expected to get and what are cities doing?
Kate, it's 91 here in L.A. right now. It's going to get up to 100 by the end of the day, but that is pretty mild compared to what we're going to see in some places tomorrow. It may be up to 115 degrees, and that's in residential areas where people live. By the weekend, it could be 125 in Death Valley, which would be on par with the hottest temperature ever recorded anywhere on Earth in September. So we are going to see a lot of daily records smashed. We may see some all-time records smashed by the time we get through this, Kate.
And it lasts a few days, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's looking like it's going to go through the Labor Day weekend into Monday. There's a lot of concern about the electricity grid here in California with that huge demand on AC in the coming days. They're asking people, keep your thermostat at 78 degrees or higher, which is hot given how warm it is out here. Some Google Nest products are actually automatically adjusting the temperature inside the home to try to comply with those energy saving measures. The real goal here, Kate, is to try to avoid blackouts, which we've seen in California in the past.
Yeah, Ref Sanchez, thanks so much.
There appear to be growing cracks in the foundation of the U.S. housing market. Mortgage applications are down nearly 4% over the last week, continuing a recent decline. Meanwhile, the average rate for a 30-year fixed mortgage is now 5.8%. Let's bring in CNBC.com economics editor Jeff Cox now. Jeff, help our viewers understand this data and what this really means for people who are trying to buy a house right now.
Well, the news isn't good for people trying to buy a house right now, and it's being reflected in the data. We have mortgage rates up now at 5.8% for a 30-year mortgage. That's a huge increase just over the past year. So it's eating into a lot of that consumer appetite now to go out there and buy homes. When you throw in home applications and mortgage refinancing applications, we're down 63% from a year ago. So tough time for the housing market, tough time to be out there buying a house.
So, Jeff, we saw that Goldman Sachs is predicting a big downturn in the housing market in 2023, right? What are some of the big concerns here?
Well, look, it comes down to two main things. Basically, Goldman's concerned about what we just talked about is about how much more expensive it's gotten to buy a house. While those mortgage rates go up, housing prices are continuing to increase. The second thing that they're worried about is just basically, we're getting out of that pandemic era economy. So some of the household formation that had happened during the pandemic, that's on the wane. And some of that appetite for second homes, those sort of things, that's on the wane. So really eating into the housing market. Home builder stocks down sharply today on the stock market, and it looks like more pain for the housing market to come.
All right, CNBC's Jeff Cox with us today. Jeff, thank you.
Big news today around the next round of COVID boosters. The FDA has granted emergency use authorization to both Pfizer and Moderna's updated vaccines specific to the Omicron variant. The CDC still needs to sign off before those shots can be put into arms. The number of people getting boosters, by the way, has been falling. 108 million people got their first booster, but only 23 million got a second booster. It's prompting the Biden administration to launch a major vaccine initiative with these new boosters this fall. Let's bring in NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards and NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal. Erica, I'll start with you. Talk about these boosters. How's it going to work?
Hey, Kay, good afternoon. So today the FDA authorized use of new COVID-19 boosters from both Pfizer and Moderna. These would target the highly contagious Omicron subvariant BA.5, which now accounts for nearly 90% of circulating cases. Pfizer's shot would be authorized for people 12 and older. Moderna's would be for adults only, ages 18 and older. You can qualify for one of these shots as long as it's been at least 2 months since a previous COVID-19 vaccine. Kate?
And Dr. Syal, these vaccines are going to roll out before Pfizer and Moderna have even been able to complete human testing. People might be skeptical of that. What do you say to the skeptics about these boosters?
Yeah, well, Kate, this is really a minor tweak to a vaccine that's already been given millions and millions of times around the country. And the easiest way to think about it really is like a flu shot. We update the flu shot every year. We don't have those human studies in those shots either. So, while it's a really smart question to ask, I think, all signs point to this being a safe vaccine as well.
Erica, what's the timeline here? When do we expect the sign off from the CDC?
Yeah, so the CDC is expected to meet on this matter and vote on it tomorrow. Now, we can never, of course, predict what this public health agency will do. However, experience tells us that we do anticipate that the CDC panel will vote in favor of these booster shots. Within hours, we do expect CDC's director, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, will sign off officially on those shots. And then I do suspect that we would expect to see shots in arms as soon as Tuesday, just after the Labor Day holiday. Kate?
Oh, that's soon. Erica Edwards, Dr. Akshay Syal, thank you both so much.
Well, for the second year in a row, our life expectancy dropped, and COVID appears to be largely to blame. Someone born in the year 2021 was expected to live 76 years on average. That's down almost 3 years from what was expected in 2019. Now, the CDC blames COVID for half of the decline. Things like drug overdose, Heart disease and suicide account for the rest of that downward trend.
Not great news. Coming up, the new plan aimed at providing internet to the world using outer space.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
All right, NASA has a new plan now to give the Artemis rocket another shot at launching. The mission managers have set Saturday afternoon to send Artemis to the moon now. You remember NASA scrubbed Monday's test flight because of an engine problem. The issue was apparently with a liquid hydrogen line that's used to cool the rocket's engines. If the weather gets in the way on Saturday, the next chance to launch will be September 5th next week.
And you're going to be sitting and watching every moment. You're space geek. That's what you called yourself.
That is 100% accurate.
Okay. Well, let's talk more space. SpaceX is no stranger to rocket launches, obviously, but they're working on a different kind of mission. It's trying to become the internet provider to the world. The company says it plans to connect remote places on Earth, and it plans to do it from space. NBC News correspondent Cal Perry shows us how.
What, about 15 miles? Yes, to a spot where you can actually get service on your phone.
Jackie Toledo and Pat Gibson are raising 3 generations of children here on the edge of Navajo Nation in rural New Mexico. In a place where households are separated by miles of desert and ancient cliffs, Starlink is the only option for communication here.
And the jetpack didn't really help too.
So this has been the thing that's worked?
Yes, definitely. It is.
Is it easy to operate?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
That thing is one of 650,000 terminals in 40 countries around the world communicating with Starlink's growing army of satellites above us all in low Earth orbit. For the last 3 years, Starlink, a department inside SpaceX, has been hitching a ride from the Falcon 9 rocket launching from Florida and California.
And liftoff. With more than 3,000 satellites already in orbit and launches multiple times each month, it's probably not surprising that SpaceX headquarters here in Hawthorne, California, is also a working factory. Oh, it's actually doing it.
It's looking for the satellites.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Lauren Dreyer and Bianca Reinhardt are 2 of the few hundred employees working inside Starlink.
It's education, telehealth, communication, banking,
running your own business. So if you are not connected to the internet or don't have access to it, you're already left behind.
Something all too easy to understand in a place like Ukraine, when traditional ground-based communication systems were some of the first targets by Russian airstrike.
We had, thankfully, a team on the ground in Europe, both Tesla employees, SpaceX employees, that set up almost instantaneous supply chain to get some terminals that we already had in Europe into Ukraine in about 48 hours.
So it was a joint effort with Tesla as well?
Yes, we could not have done it without our counterparts at Tesla. One of the most impactful moments for me, there's a video on Reddit, I think shot by Ukrainian Witness. There are hundreds of people gathered around a single Starlink terminal, calling and FaceTiming.
Business questions arise about the speed in some places and the steep price tag. It's $600 up front for the unit. $110 per month is the current subscription price.
How do you solve some of these problems?
Speed and cost. I think we're constantly launching more satellite. I think we as a company have a track record of constantly trying to drive costs down.
The Cuba Independent School District in New Mexico used COVID relief money to provide Starlink to their 400 households and 700 students. The funding lasts until 2024, but after that, the district and the students are on their own.
If we lose emergency connectivity funding money, which is a federal money, we wouldn't be able to probably continue this for most students.
Something that would leave hundreds of children back where they started before the pandemic, isolated and behind.
We would give kids books. Why wouldn't we give them internet connection? Why wouldn't we see that as an equalizer for students who live in places where they either can't afford it or can't get it?
A technology that provides great opportunity. The only question now is for whom? Cal Perry, NBC News.
Abortion rights takes center stage in the fight for Pennsylvania's Senate seat. Still ahead, the comments from a famous candidate and how both candidates are sounding off.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The company behind social media platform Snapchat says it plans to cut 20% of its staff. Snap Inc. is undergoing major restructuring after recently reporting disappointing second quarter earnings. CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovach is following this story. Steve, we know these layoffs are just one component of Snap's restructuring. What other changes are coming to that platform?
Yeah, so what they're doing is, and besides just reining in costs by laying off 1,000 employees or so, is they're halting production on their original shows. So if you're a Snapchat user and you go over to that Discover page, you'll see like a lot of original content that's made by Snapchat itself, including some NBC content. Now, the current slate of shows are going to stay. They're going to keep producing those and putting money behind those. But as far as creating new programming, they're putting a halt to those efforts. In addition to that, not tied necessarily to today's announcement, but they put the kibosh on their drone project. It's called the Pixie drone, and it's this little camera that flies around, takes selfies of you, and can land in your hand. They also put an end to that project as well. So staying away from hardware, which they haven't been successful at, and putting an end to some of the original programming.
How's the market reacting to it?
The market loves this, actually, at least for today for Snap. Just the idea that they're reining in costs. So we're seeing shares up today of Snap. But you got to keep in mind, the reason this is happening, Snap shares are down 75% since the beginning of the year. So they have a long way to go to make up.
Steve, full disclosure, I've done a lot of reporting recently on Snapchat related to actually fentanyl pills being sold through the company, and they say they're working on that. They've gotten a lot of negative attention recently. Are they particularly struggling versus other social media companies?
No, actually, it's a really rough time for all social media companies, including the biggest one, Meta/Facebook. Really struggling right now as people are afraid of a recession. Companies aren't advertising as much on these free social media sites, and that pullback in spending is hurting the companies themselves. We were just talking about Snap shares falling quite a bit. Meta is falling quite a bit. Pinterest is struggling, and we all know what's going on with Twitter and the ownership around Elon Musk.
All right. Yeah, that's a whole other story. CNBC's Steve Kovach, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, are you in the market for a new car? Labor Day actually is prime time to shop for cars, but with record high prices and chain supply issues, what are you going to find at your local dealership? NBC's Emily Ikeda went to find out.
For those in search of a new car, Labor Day weekend is traditionally a bargain hunter's paradise. But this year,
the big inflatable gorillas and all the discounts, that is virtually gone.
Lingering supply chain slowdowns are thinning out car lots and leaving prospective buyers empty-handed.
We're seeing challenges with, of course, microchips, but it's also tires, it's the resin we use in paint, it's the seats, it's the wiring harnesses, and the list goes on and on.
A new report shows the majority of cars this month have sold within just 10 days of arriving at a dealership. The lack of inventory and high demand are driving up the average new car price at more than $46,000 in August. A record. And with more interest rate hikes on the horizon,
they will also bring some pain to households and businesses.
Financing your vehicle may become even more expensive.
What was your reaction to the price tag?
It was a little bit of a rude awakening, but again, you need a car.
An accident totaled Meredith Einziger's car in June, shifting her hunt for a new one into high gear. She says there was little room for negotiating, and most dealers charged several $1,000s over MSRP, but she finally committed.
It really wasn't my first choice. There were a lot of things in there that I thought maybe I didn't need. It's tough, but I found something that hopefully will work for me and be in my family a long time.
Experts say these days flexibility is key in your car search. So try considering different makes and models with similar features. Do your homework. Check the value of your trade-in through sites like Carvana or CarMax before you go to the dealership. And be patient. Some incentives are only available for customers who order ahead of time.
If you just show up on a Saturday and think you're going to get a car, you may find one, but you may also pay the most of any consumer.
Here's the silver lining in the market. The low inventory means your used cars are worth a lot. Consumer analysis shows the average shopper got about $10,000 for their trade-in this month. That's double from 2 years ago. So if you have a car to trade in, that should help offset some of the really high prices we're seeing. Back to you.
All right. Trying to prevent catastrophe, inspectors make their way to Ukraine's vital nuclear plant. Details on the effort to protect it as the fighting rages on.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here's what we're watching. A teachers union in Seattle set to vote on whether to strike. The strike would only happen if negotiations fall through. The Seattle Education Association represents about 6,000 public school teachers. That group will meet tomorrow. The union contract is about to expire, and it wants the school board to ensure things like reasonable class sizes and pay increases. The Coast Guard Academy is disenrolling 7 cadets after they failed to comply with the military's COVID vaccination mandate. The cadets asked for religious exemptions but were denied and ordered to leave campus. This comes as several lawsuits are underway challenging the military's vaccine requirements. And it is day 3 of the U.S. Open, and Serena Williams is back on the court. She's gearing up for a second-round match today against number 2 seed Annette Kontaveit, I think is how you say it, of Estonia. On Monday, Williams won her matchup 6-3 despite having a shaky start there. If she loses today, it could be the last time we see her play in a singles tournament before she retires. You never know, though. Athletes come out of retirement.
People were worried on Monday that she would, and she made it just fine.
Go a little bit further.
Switching gears.
Yeah, international nuclear inspectors are in the Ukrainian city of Zaporizhzhia today.
The International Atomic Energy Agency says that team will spend the next few days inspecting the nuclear power plant as safety fears grow. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Kyiv. Megan, what will that team be looking for once they actually start?
Well, guys, good to be with you. We know that the team of 14 inspectors are expected to make their way inside the plant tomorrow. Once they're there, they're going to be looking at everything from the structural integrity of this facility. They're going to be paying close attention to the damage that we have seen, that we've been reporting on over the last several weeks because of constant shelling and fighting in the area. But the Inspector General says that his main mission here is to try and make sure that this plant does not have an accident. Guys.
And Russia is in control of that plant right now, right? So is the inspection team worried that they won't get to see the full picture?
Well, you know, that's such a great question, and it's what we all want to know. That question was posed to the Director General earlier today, and he says that he's very confident that they will be able to see what's going on. But there's a lot of questions, a lot of things that we don't know. Are the Russians trying to conceal the things that these inspectors will see? Will they allow these inspectors to speak candidly and freely with the employees that are inside that plant? Ukrainians say these are Ukrainian employees that have been working under intense situations, under pressure from the Russians, and sometimes even at gunpoint. I want you to take a listen to a little bit of what the Director General had to say earlier today.
We are a team of very experienced people. I'm bringing here the best and the brightest in safeguards, in safety, in security, and we will have a pretty good idea of what's going on.
Yeah, so the world will be watching to see what is reported, what these inspectors find when they go inside this plant.
And Megan, the European Union made it more difficult today for Russian citizens to gain access to the 27 nations in the EU. What's behind that?
That's right. So we saw this decision come down today. It's to make it more difficult, as you mentioned. So it's going to be more expensive. It's going to be a longer and more challenging process for Russians to get these visas. They stop short of an absolute ban, something that they say could be coming down the pipeline. But they say, look, this boils down to safety, a matter of safety for the border states that are around Russia. They say since the beginning of the invasion, they've seen more than 1 million Russians going into these border countries countries that surround Russia. But also, they said that they want the Russians to be able to feel the consequences of this invasion.
All right, Megan Fitzgerald on it for us. Thank you so much.
People in Iraq's capital city are facing the worst violence they've seen in years. Iraqi armed forces are clashing with protesters in Baghdad. This is happening in the city's green zone, an area of only about 4 square miles. NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin is joining us now. She's been tracking this story. So, Julie, do we have an idea really of what's behind this deadly violence we're seeing?
Yeah, Aaron, I spoke to an expert who you'll hear from in this piece in just a few moments, and she told me that the elections in October, 11 months ago, led to the threats of violence and ultimately sparked the chaos that we saw unfold this week. Take a listen. Deadly violence in Baghdad. A culmination of the long-running power struggle between rival Shiite groups and political tension as Iraq's leaders remain deadlocked on forming a government. Powerful cleric Muqtada al-Sadr is using the country's capital as his front line, armed supporters taking to the streets, firing rifles and rocket launchers. After al-Sadr threatened to resign from politics, protesters loyal to al-Sadr breaching the government palace gates, toppling cement barriers, gunfire rippling through the streets. That led to the deaths of at least 30 people, according to the Associated Press.
أنا أقول الآن أمشي مطأطئ الرأس وأنا أعتذر للشعب العراقي الذي هو المتضرر الوحيد مما يحدث.
The Iraqi Shiite leader calling for an end to the unrest.
أنا لا زلت أؤمن أن التيار منضبط ومطيع ولذلك خلال 60 دقيقة إذا لم ينسحب حتى من الاعتصام أمام البرلمان فأنا أبرأ حتى من التيار.
The violence and eventual retreat proving al-Sadr's influence. And the reality that danger could soon strike again.
In Iraqi Arabic, it's Allah la yarja'ha al-ayyam, which means may God never bring back those days.
Al-Sadr emerged as a symbol of resistance against the 2003 U.S. invasion of Iraq, using nationalist rhetoric steeped in religion to win over some of Iraq's most impoverished and unemployed populations. Legal sociologist Ruba Al-Hassani specializes in Iraq relations, and she knows all too well that this is far from over.
What does this kind of violence and turmoil do to everyday citizens in Iraq?
It creates a culture of fear.
And a new election could still take place to determine which party will take control of the embattled region.
Many Iraqis have lost faith in this election and the electoral system. So who's going to hold who accountable?
But for now, peace in the green zone.
At least now some Iraqis can breathe, because last night was very frightening for many people.
And Julie, for years we've understood this green zone to have been more fortified perhaps than other parts of Baghdad. Is there more concern now about the safety of Americans and other diplomats who are inside that area?
Yeah, Aaron, look, the State Department isn't sounding alarms just yet. They said that the embassy staff will remain in place for now. Of course, there's already been a travel restriction for U.S. citizens for some time now not to travel to Iraq. That warning has been in place. There are nearby embassies, including Iran, who are taking the same kind of call that the U.S. is for now. But the Netherlands actually going a step further, pulling all of their embassy personnel, obviously waiting to see if the situation will continue to escalate and see if there will be potential violence in the coming days and weeks.
Yeah, a time to be cautious for sure. Julie Sirkin in our newsroom today. Julie, thank you.
A big day for politics in Alaska. More than 2 weeks after voters hit the polls, the results for the state's special election are due out today. The closely watched race will determine who fills Alaska's one lone House seat, which was vacated after the death of Republican Don Young back in March. We're covering the showdown in Alaska with NBC News deputy political editor Ben Camisar. Also with us, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ben, I'll start with you. 3 names were on the ballot in this runoff special election. It now appears to be a 2-woman race. Walk us through.
Yeah, so it looks like Nick Begich, the third candidate on the ballot, the Republican, is going to be the odd man out, falling a little bit short of who appears to be in the second place position, former Alaska Governor Sarah Palin. So as you see on your screen, we actually have a unique system here in Alaska, ranked choice. So if these results hold, the ones you see on your screen, Begich's votes will be reallocated to either Republican Palin or Democrat Mary Peltola based on the voters' second choice. It's this unique ranked choice system that could ultimately, at least in the minds of supporters of the system, come out with a result that will bring through a candidate who is sort of the consensus builder, the person who may not be the first choice of everyone, but who would be the first and second choice of the majority of voters.
We don't know who that is yet, though, right?
That is correct. We're going to find out tonight.
Got it. Got it. So this has been really closely watched. What about Alaska and this election makes it so nationally interesting?
This is one of the highest profile ranked choice elections. I mean, most of us are used to the norm, the normal, you go to your ballot, you pick one person and you move on. This is, along with the New York mayoral race we saw last year, these are the highest profile attempts to really try out this new ranked choice voting system, see how voters like it, see how it's communicated, and see if ultimately it sticks as what it could be a way to kind of, split through some of the more partisan fields that we have and ultimately end up with candidates that are supported, at least, in some respect, by a majority of candidates.
And Ali, so this is a special election. This whole process is actually going to play out again in Alaska, right, in November, with the same set of candidates vying for the same seat, but for 2 years. You got a chance to speak with two of those candidates while you were in Alaska. Lucky you, earlier this month. What did you hear?
Yeah, Kate, if you liked this election, good, because you're going to get to redo it again, basically, in November. This one is just for the shorter interim period, filling a special election seat because the seat was vacated by a death of the man who held it for decades, Don Young. Now in November, you'll see the same slate of candidates, the same system of voting, and that person will then serve for a 2-year term. But look, ranked choice voting in and of itself became an issue in this race. As I was on the ground talking to almost all of the candidates on the ballot, the only one I didn't get a chance to catch up with was Sarah Palin, in part because she wasn't out on the campaign trail in those waning days before Election Day. But in catching up with both of her opponents on the Democratic side, you have Mary Peltola, who is launching a campaign that is sort of geared towards exactly this kind of a voting system, trying to be, despite the fact that it's a red state and she's a Democrat, trying to be a candidate who can build consensus across party lines. When I interviewed her, for example, she talked glowingly to me about Senator Lisa Murkowski, who is a Republican, even about Sarah Palin. Because this community is so small, despite the state being so vast, there are relationships that have been built across party lines, and it's something that could benefit Peltola, though I will say the strategy comes into play here. The fact that Begich is the third candidate and thusly the first eliminated, he was clear with his voters that they should rank Sarah Palin second, so that could benefit Palin.
It's going to be interesting. Ben Camisar, Ali Vitale, thank you both. Appreciate it. Another race that we're closely watching, the Senate race in Pennsylvania. In newly obtained audio, Republican Senate candidate and celebrity doctor Mehmet Oz said abortion is, quote, murder at any stage of pregnancy. He made those remarks back in May at a teletown hall.
If life starts at conception, why do you care what age the heart starts beating at? It's it's still murder.
NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins me now. Sahil, what else did did Oz say, and how is his campaign responding to this audio coming out?
Well, Kate, Dr. Oz said he is among those who believes that life begins at conception, which, translates to him being among those who believes abortion at any stage is murder. Now, the Oz campaign, which I reached out to, provided a response to this audio. Let's put this up on the screen. They say Dr. Oz is pro-life and supports exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. And then they went after John Fetterman about his abortion position. It's important to remember this audio came from a teletown hall on May 10th, just 1 week before that highly competitive Republican primary that Oz was fighting for. He was up against several candidates, one of whom was Kathy Barnett, who became a favorite of social conservatives for highlighting her own personal story of being conceived in rape. She said she did not support exceptions for rape and incest. And Oz's rhetoric, at the very least, if not his positions, seem to have evolved from that point when, at a debate in April ahead of the primary, he did not emphasize any support for exceptions for rape and incest. He just said he supports exceptions for the life of the mother.
And you wonder how much the abortion issue is going to come into play when voters go to the polls. John Fetterman, the Democrat, where does he stand on all this, and has he responded to this audio coming out?
Fetterman's position is essentially the mainstream Democratic position, which is to support the Women's Health Protection Act, that legislation that has passed the House. It fell to a filibuster in the United States Senate, did not move forward, which would codify the protections of Roe versus Wade and prevent states from outlawing abortion in any way. I reached out to the Fetterman campaign about this Oz audio, and let's put their response on the screen. His spokesman, Joe Calvello, said that Oz knows his abortion position isn't popular. That's why you need a hot mic in order to hear it, unquote. So their goal is to keep the heat on Oz, much as many Democrats are trying to do ahead of this midterm election, to galvanize their voters, to appeal to independent voters who might have taken this right for granted, and suggest to them, to those voters, that if Republicans come to power, they might try on a state level or even a federal level restrictions on abortion. Kate.
It's a race to watch. Sahil Kapoor, thank you so much. Hollywood crime in the headlines. No, it is not a new blockbuster film. The safety alarms being sounded by some famous residents in L.A. Up next.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Harry Styles!
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. A wave of crime is gripping several major cities in this country, especially Los Angeles.
High-profile burglaries, robberies, assaults have all been caught on camera there. Take a look at this one, a thief committing a crime using a crucifix. I think we have video of that, maybe not. Some in Hollywood now speaking out, saying that they want out. Here's NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson.
Another shocking burglary in Los Angeles, raising concerns over a rising crime. According to police, security camera footage showing a man holding a wooden crucifix as he pried open a window to a Catholic school and stole the school's field trip fund, totaling thousands of dollars. Police are still searching for the suspect. Just the latest striking video of crime in Southern California, thefts in broad daylight, and this surveillance video that shows a group from a street takeover ransacking and looting a 7-Eleven grocery store. This coming after another crime spree at a series of LA 7-Elevens last month, which left multiple people injured and 2 dead, including one store clerk. His girlfriend speaking to NBC LA.
There's no sense, even if they took things, like it wasn't worth
what they took from me.
Los Angeles has seen a rise in violent crime of 13.9% since the start of the pandemic. Homicide this year up 27% since the same time in 2020 and on pace with last year, according to the LAPD. The high-profile crimes, worrying figures in Hollywood's entertainment industry. And this week, the creator of Entourage, a show that many call a love letter to Los Angeles, seems fed up with the city.
It's literally insane. I'm reading home invasions and cars being stolen. I'm going to the desert and I am not running back.
Doug Ellen saying this on his show Victory, the podcast, at one point even saying it may be time for him to leave the city.
I won't be in LA. I'll be somewhere else. I'm not going to live here. I'm not going to raise a kid in LA. It's sad, you know. I mean, there's been shootings, you know, every day.
A far cry from the glitz and glam of Hollywood, portrayed on his HBO show that ran for 8 seasons in the early 2000s.
I need at least a $20 million commitment from each one of those guys. Everything high class and highly enticing.
The producer walking back the comments a bit on Instagram, saying, quote, I wouldn't call it fleeing. I'm just going to go to the desert for a bit to find peace in some answers, like Vince did.
You don't believe I'm a good actor?
But he's not the first industry creative to sound the alarm about the increase in crime. The murder of 30-year-old boxing trainer Azuma Bennett this month outside a marijuana dispensary in the city, prompting outcry. One of Bennett's boxing clients, actor Frank Grillo of Avengers fame.
I don't know what's happened to Los Angeles where, you know, a beautiful guy like this gets shot and killed over nothing.
So far, the LAPD has not released a suspect or a motive. Steve Patterson, NBC News, Los Angeles.
There is much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop stuff, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Today marks 25 years since Princess Diana's untimely death. Many will be honoring her memory today, including her family. Her two sons, however, will mark the day apart from each other. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea is outside Kensington Palace.
Today, on the 25th anniversary of Diana's death, people are remembering her, honoring her memory by laying flowers in Paris and here at Kensington Palace in London, Princess Diana's former home, the place where she raised Prince William and Prince Harry. The brothers are marking the day privately, thousands of miles apart. And it wasn't so long ago when they and their wives, Kate and Meghan, seemed poised to carry Diana's legacy into a new era as a team. They were called the Fab Four, bringing a fresh face to the royal family. Visiting the set of Star Wars, brothers William and Harry were having fun, pretending to battle it out with lightsabers. 6 years later, the rift is real. Harry's wife, Meghan, telling New York Magazine's The Cut this week that she and Harry felt just by existing, we were upsetting the dynamic of the hierarchy. Markle also discussing family struggles, both the fallout with her own father and a strained relationship between Prince Harry and his father, Charles, telling the magazine, it doesn't have to be the same for them as it was for me, but that's his decision, and adding she was willing to mend fences. It takes a lot of effort to forgive, she said. I've really made an active effort. Gathering to celebrate the Queen's Platinum Jubilee in June, there was no Fab Four reunion. The couples were never seen together in public. At the service of Thanksgiving, the royal couples were sitting far apart on opposite sides of the cathedral. On a trip to Africa with Meghan back in 2019, Harry hinted of strains in their relationship.
Look, we're brothers. We'll always be brothers. We're certainly on different paths at the moment, but I will always be there for him, and as I know, he'll always be there for me.
As the pressures of royal life and constant media attention grew, behind the scenes, tensions were brewing. The first bombshell, Harry and Meghan stepping down as senior royals and moving to the United States. The second, that interview with Oprah in March of last year.
There's a conversation with you,
with Harry,
about how dark your baby is going to be?
Potentially, and what that would mean or look like.
Ooh.
Harry claimed attitudes changed towards him and Meghan.
You know, my grandmother has been amazing throughout. You know, my father, my brother, Kate, and all the rest of the family, they were really welcoming. But it really changed after the Australia tour, after our South Pacific tour.
That's when we announced we were pregnant with Archie. That was our first tour.
But it was also the first time that the family got to see how incredible she is at the job. And that brought back memories.
The third day of the royal visit took the Prince and Princess of Wales to Tennant Creek.
Memories of when Prince Charles appeared to resent Diana's popularity on their Australia tour.
And Harry didn't want the same to happen to his wife that happened to Diana, where she was unpopular with certain sections of the royal family, unpopular because of her popularity.
Just months after the Oprah interview, William and Harry reunited at the Garden in Kensington Palace, unveiling a statue of their mother, Princess Diana, on what would have been her 60th birthday, but barely speaking a few words to each other. Some who knew the princess well, like bodyguard Ken Worf, say if she were alive now, things would be different.
If Diana were here today, there's no doubt they would be talking, because Diana, because she was in love with both of them, would have said, look, you've got to sort this problem out.
William and Harry will always be connected by their love for their mother, the hope that her memory and legacy one day bring the brothers back together again. So the brothers on different paths for now, but both continuing their mother's legacy in their own ways.
Kelly Kobiea there. We are getting a new view of the Titanic like we've never seen before. Take a look at these images, first of their kind now, captured in 8K. They reveal new details about that sunken ship. It sank more than a century after its final voyage, and first voyage for that matter. The team at OceanGate Expeditions took this video over the summer. So for 2 years, OceanGate has been diving more than 12,000 feet, documenting the ship's decay. Metal-eating bacteria literally devouring this ship, creating what looks like rust. It may not be that way for long, though, before the Titanic vanishes completely.
Wow.
Pretty cool
Those
images.
Those are really interesting images, yeah.
And they actually take people down to see what's left of the ship up close when they do these.
You dive down.
Yeah, they take people. It's like tourism. It's like, you know.
Interesting.
So, yeah. Well, thank you for joining us this hour. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
I'm Kate Snow. You can get your news 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, right here on NBC News Now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, city in crisis. Nearly 200,000 people in Jackson, Mississippi are without drinking water. How the White House is stepping in right now to help.
Time running out. Former President Trump has just hours to respond to a Justice Department filing on the Mar-a-Lago search. The new allegations, his team likely concealed and removed classified documents.
Getting a boost, millions of Americans could soon roll up their sleeves to get yet another COVID vaccine. How soon the shots could be rolled out nationwide.
And good enough to eat, these fruits and veggies may not win any beauty contests, but we'll show you how they're helping people deal with the high cost of food.
Noon on the West Coast, 3 p.m. here at NBC News headquarters in New York. Good afternoon. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with the deepening water emergency in Mississippi. People in Jackson are dealing with yet another day without any drinkable water. Flooding over the weekend crippled Jackson's water treatment system, and now there's a huge effort to distribute water to people in Mississippi's largest city.
We believe and are optimistic that we can see water restored to our residents within this week. But there is a huge mountain to climb in order to achieve that end. But they are working persistently to restore the pressure, to refill the tanks across the city.
Leading us off this hour, NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas and meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Guad, first to you there. The mayor thinks that water service could be back by the end of this week, we just noted there. So what's being done today to try to get the water flowing again and get it to people?
Aaron, that's optimistic. You can see behind me there's a vehicle from the Mississippi Emergency Management Agency coming in right now. We've seen some vehicles come in and out. This is the plant that distributes most of the water to Jackson. It's the plant that failed when this emergency began. So it's where most of the work has been put in, right? The state came in with their experts and they did inform that there was work to be done with some of the infrastructure. They said they also needed more personnel. So we know that they're working inside. Obviously, it would require an engineer to understand the specifics. The governor hasn't said anything about when we can expect the water to be back. So what we do know is that before the plant failed, there were some issues with the quality of the water. The mayor also said that the issues with the plant overall have been going on for years. So there's problems here that need to be solved that go back a very long time. Right now, people are in emergency mode and the experts are coming in. We also know that the federal government disinvested involved, so there will be even more help. The EPA is working with its partners to deliver some of that essential equipment. So what we know is from the mayor, as you said, that the water could be back. But until then, we just have to watch what residents say. At the moment, they're still going to these distribution centers to get some water, and the pressure comes and goes for a lot of the residents. That's what they tell us when we ask them. But they're still working at this plant where most of the water will be coming from, Aaron.
What a headache for folks to have to deal with this, Squad. The lack of water, too, can get really expensive for families there. What are you hearing about how people are dealing with the situation that they find themselves in for days now?
Right. So, you know, this is affecting everyone in Jackson. People that live in really nice houses, big houses. In fact, we were driving through a beautiful neighborhood just yesterday. And one of the things we said is, can you imagine having such a beautiful home like the one we saw and not having water? Some of these people are dealing with that. Now, obviously, for someone that can afford to go to the store and buy $100 of water to have water for the week, well, it's going to be a little bit easier as opposed to someone that doesn't have the money to do that and has to line up at a distribution center. So people are doing what they can, whether it is buying water or going to this distribution center, but it is very difficult. The state did inform that they're bringing in more water into the city to distribute it to the people that need it while they work on the repairs here at the plant, Aaron.
All right, Guad Venegas for us in Mississippi today. Guad, thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman now. As Mississippi deals with that water emergency, there's also a heat emergency, Michelle, out on the West Coast. Tell us about that.
Yeah, hi there, Kate. Great to see you. And this is going to be a major story over the next 7 days. We're not just talking today, tomorrow. We're talking through next Tuesday. Really high temperatures into the 90s, into the triple digits. So we do have 49 million Americans out west under a heat alert, whether it's a heat advisory, a heat watch, or an excessive heat warning. So your heat advisory, that's in the orange there. We do have an excessive heat warning that includes Sacramento, Fresno, Los Angeles, San Diego. Places like Sacramento and Los Angeles could see their hottest day yet for 2022, and we're going to see temperatures near 110 in some spots. So this is what it will look like by this afternoon. We're looking at temperatures in the upper 90s, triple digits. Salt Lake City 101. We're going to break some records today. We're going to break some records over the next few days, not just daily records, monthly records, but also all-time records. 100 degrees this afternoon in Reno, 109 in Palmdale, 97 in Grand Junction. And as we go throughout the next few days, we're looking at those temperatures holding strong. We're not going to have the relief at night. That's tough on the body. And then it's going to be soaring once again during the day. Sacramento, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, near 105 on Thursday and Friday, 107 on Saturday. Las Vegas near 110 Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Look at Phoenix, 111 on Saturday. And it's the holiday weekend. A lot of people want to spend time outdoors, and we're looking at those temperatures continuing throughout the holiday weekend. So Sacramento by Monday, 113. This is going to be a big story over the next 7 days. Fresno, 109 on Monday. Death Valley, we could break a record there too. Temperatures near 125 Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And all these little red dots on the map here indicating where we could break some records. So I mentioned we could break some monthly records. We could break some all-time records. This is going to be a serious situation for many. Many people in the Pacific Northwest still don't have air conditioning. So we're going to have to find some ways to cool down, and we will continue to track this for you.
Yeah, I was just looking at Portland and Seattle. That's not usual for them. Michelle Grossman, thank you so much.
Sure.
Well, the clock is ticking for former President Trump's legal team. It has less than 5 hours to respond to the Justice Department over the request for a third party to review documents taken from Mar-a-Lago. In a court filing just before midnight, the department laid out new details about the reasons behind that search and wrote in part, quote, appointment of a special master is unnecessary and would significantly harm important government interests, including national security interests. The filing also includes this photo, one that's gotten a lot of attention. It's making the rounds on social media. This was taken inside Trump's Mar-a-Lago office, and it shows materials labeled secret, top secret, and SCI. That stands for sensitive compartmented information. Joining us now, NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian and investigative correspondent Tom Winter. Ken, first to you here. Help us understand, just how sensitive some of these documents that were found by the FBI really are.
Good afternoon, Aaron. Yeah, that photo really shocked anybody who's spent a career dealing with classified information, because you never see documents marked that way outside of a vault, outside of a secure facility. And we know that it wasn't just top secret SCI. Some of these documents had markings that show that they were compartmented, meaning a very small number of people, even with the highest security clearance inside the government, are allowed to see them. Some had markings that made clear they were based on confidential human sources. That's essentially spies that the CIA is recruiting overseas, people whose lives are at risk. Others had markings showing they were the fruits of signals intelligence. That's usually communications intercepts by the National Security Agency, you know, some of the most esoteric intelligence and valuable that the U.S. is collecting. So it really doesn't get any more sensitive than this. And the idea that this stuff was sitting in a private home and golf club just curls the hair of a lot of security professionals I've been talking to.
And I think you've explained very clearly why that would be the case. Tom, I want to bring you in here. A lot of key questions were answered, really, in the footnotes of the filing we got from the DOJ, including how the FBI ended up with the former president's passports. Walk us through some of those sections of the filing.
Well, fellow prosecutors never waste getting to some interesting points in their footnotes, and are something that are always worthwhile to read. Let's pull up one of them, and I think it's specific to the passport issue, because the president had consistently said that the passports were an example of basically the FBI going too far, that they were collecting things that were not germane to their search. However, in last night's filing, the Justice Department attacked that, and they said, look, consistent with our search warrant, we had the ability to go after these because, and they note, by the way, that 2 of the passports were expired. But one of the key things that they say is it's really germane to their investigation, because in the same drawer where the passports were located, so were classified documents. And when you talk about documents that should have been returned or were unlawfully held by somebody, the fact that they would exist in the same locations as a passport, and this section deals with it here, is potentially relevant to this investigation in the mishandling of national defense information. So it was kind of a key point that was addressed. Hasn't been a major part of the discussion on this, but I think might ultimately be quite relative.
And Ken, I want to ask you very quickly, we're almost out of time here, but the Justice Department also blasted the Trump legal team for a lack of cooperation. What exactly was the criticism there?
Well, first, that they lied, that a lawyer signed a document saying that they had turned over all the classified documents when they, in fact, didn't. But also that, you know, essentially it took over a year of negotiations and then grand jury subpoenas, and they still didn't get the documents that they were seeking, the government. So there was no universe could this be considered cooperation based on the reading of the record that we're seeing right now.
All right, Ken Delaney for us in D.C. Tom Winter here as well. Thank you.
Have you thought about holiday shopping yet? No. It's not even September, right? But there are some encouraging signs for the economy. Consumer confidence is up for the first time in 4 months, even though inflation is still obviously very high. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins me now. Gabe, first off, how do we explain, or could you explain, how the index is calculated?
Well, Kate, it comes out every month, and this Consumer Confidence Index was first calculated back in 1985. Every month, the Conference Board surveys about 5,000 U.S. households. 40% of its monthly index is made up of what the household's opinion is of the economy right now. 60% is what they believe it will it will be in the future. And you see right there, the Consumer Confidence Index, 103.2. The base is 100. You saw in the previous graphic that, you know, for the last several months it had been below 100, and economists expected it to be just under 100. But as you can see, it's now up over 100, despite the inflation that is still going on at this point, Kate. So
yeah,
it's encouraging signs.
A little bit of an up there. Some stores have already, despite Aaron and I both going, we have not even thought about holiday sales yet. Some stores have started them. There's even pumpkin spice lattes, by the way. Are shoppers taking advantage of any of those deals yet, Gabe?
Yeah, they are starting to, Kate. And to be fair, I rolled my eyes, too, when I heard that these deals were being available in August. By the way, it's still August, but we're talking about Christmas sales, holiday sales. But at this point, yeah, some big box retailers like, you know, Walmart rolled out its top toys list actually a month early. Other places are considering starting their sales as well. And the reason for that is that many of these retailers, Kate, believe that they can get out early, and they fear that, if inflation either continues to rise or stays about the same, that shoppers, because of the uncertainty later this year, won't be as willing to make those big purchases on Black Friday and Cyber Monday. So they're getting the sales started now. We spoke with one mom who says that she actually started her holiday shopping months ago. Take a listen.
Many people are like, "You're already shopping?" I was like, yeah. My middle daughter is really into LOLs and Rainbow High. And so I was able to get a lot of those items for less than half of the price.
Say Costco and Sam's Club have already rolled out some of their holiday sales.
Yeah.
It's really remarkable to believe, Kate, that
I get
it's still
it.
August, and
Yeah.
Here we are.
I get why the businesses are doing it, and that woman sounds like my sister-in-law, Sabrina, who starts, months
She's on it.
and months.
Right,
She's
yeah.
on it already for Christmas. Not me. I'm not organized enough. Gabe, thank you.
You bet.
Some reinforcements are coming in the fight against COVID. The FDA just signed off on both Moderna and Pfizer's Omicron-specific booster shots. Now, both companies are still waiting for CDC approval. That could come this week, too. Since the first round of boosters, participation in the booster program has dropped off by a lot. More than 108 million people received their first booster, but the CDC says only 23 million Americans had a second booster. We know the group of people who were eligible for that was smaller. Let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres, also with us medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace Jr. Dr. John, what do we need to know about these new booster shots coming out soon?
And Aaron, the main thing you need to know is the composition of the booster shot, as opposed to the initial vaccines you got and any boosters up till now, which have that monovalent, that one variant in there. This one has that monovalent, which is the wild virus initially that came out at the beginning of the pandemic, plus it has the BA.4/5 variant. The reason they're doing that is because that has become the dominant variant, and they expect it to maintain its dominance into the fall and winter, and they want to make sure we're protected against that. Now, the FDA has come out with their decision. The ACIP, the advisory committee for the CDC, meets tomorrow to make their recommendations, which once they do that, we think the CDC director will do it as well. And we're expecting shots in arms on Tuesday, Aaron.
All right, Berkeley, I'll bring you in here. You've been looking into the testing that's going into this round of boosters, or really a lack of testing. These boosters are rolling out, and they haven't gone through human testing, human trials, really. Are they still safe? Are they still effective? What do we know?
Yeah, so vaccine experts say there's no reason to think that these shots are unsafe. They use the same ingredients as the previous boosters that we distributed last year. Now, the FDA did note on a call today that they are watching out for potential cases of myocarditis. That's partly why they are advising to separate your boosters out by 2 months. Widening the booster doses out by 2 months appears to reduce your risk of getting the heart inflammation condition. But again, the debate really isn't around safety or not, but just whether or not these vaccines will be more effective than the existing ones we have, Aaron.
Yeah, fingers crossed for sure. Berkeley Lovelace Jr., Dr. John Torres. Gentlemen, thank you both.
A former Marine on the U.S. Marshal's most wanted list is finally in custody. How the feds managed to track him down after 6 years on the run. Up next.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show. We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross.
The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Harry Styles!
One of the FBI's most wanted men is captured after years on the run.
Raymond McLeod was taken into custody in El Salvador. The former Marine is accused of murdering his girlfriend in San Diego back in 2016. Authorities are now crediting the victim's mother for his capture. Here's NBC News Now correspondent Stephen Romo.
A Marine on the U.S. Marshals top 15 most wanted list is in custody after allegedly killing his girlfriend in San Diego and fleeing to Mexico 6 years ago. Raymond McLeod, also known as RJ, was finally arrested in El Salvador this week. The U.S. Marshal Service saying local authorities took him into custody after they got a tip that McLeod was working as an English teacher at a nearby school.
I was like, it's him! Oh my God, it's him! It is him! It just hit me all of a sudden. He's even wearing his combat boots on.
The 37-year-old was wanted by San Diego police since June of 2016, when officers were called to an apartment complex for reports of a woman who was not breathing, finding signs of a struggle when they got there. First responders found 30-year-old Crystal Mitchell, a mother of two, dead at the scene. Crystal's mother, Josephine, is a former police detective who called on those investigative skills to help find McLeod.
I just turned pain into power.
The San Diego district attorney says she's generated leads and has been instrumental in helping authorities search. She even started a group called Angels of Justice to help other families in similar situations.
I miss Crystal so much. Her laughter still rings in my ears. And as a matter of fact, when we caught up to McLeod, I could hear her laughing, just bellowing out that laughter like, Mom, you did it. You got it.
Our attempts to reach McLeod's family were unsuccessful. Law enforcement experts saying this case is unusual due to the amount of time McLeod was on the run.
I absolutely do think his military training played a role. For one, he was trained extensively on how to evade people that are looking for him, such as, opposing military forces. And for two, he probably has a lot more street smarts and awareness of how to use resources in his environment.
The San Diego district attorney issued a statement saying, quote, "This defendant's brazen attempt to evade justice is over, and the work to hold him accountable in a court of law for the murder of Crystal Mitchell can now begin." The DA also saying McLeod has a history of violence with previous partners. Now that he's in custody, U.S. Marshals Director Ronald Davis saying in a statement, quote, "It is our sincere hope that his capture brings some sense of relief to Crystal Mitchell's family, especially her mother, Josephine Wenzel, who has worked so diligently with law enforcement these past years to see this day of justice arrive."
I don't want people to think that they have to be former investigators to fight for justice. It's the mother in me that fought for justice.
And Stephen Romo joins us live now. So, Stephen, do we have any idea whether this suspect had a history of violence before this killing?
Yeah, as is so often the case, there are a few other incidents that we do know of, Aaron, in which the victims were previous wives or girlfriends. One happened in Arizona in 2009. He was put on probation in order to complete domestic violence counseling. And in 2016, just months before Crystal was killed, he was charged with injuring his spouse in Riverside, California. He pleaded not guilty to that and was granted bail, which he was still out on when authorities say he killed Crystal and fled. Aaron?
All right, Stephen Romo today. Stephen, thank you. Hard lessons in schools all over the country. How one district is teaching students and teachers about what to do during an active shooter incident. That's next.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Bed Bath & Beyond says it's closing even more of its stores, and Toyota plans to invest billions in electric cars. CNBC correspondent Kate Rogers is joining us now to talk a little bit more about this. So, Kate, let's start with Bed Bath & Beyond, if we can here. How many stores are closing, and what do we know about what's happening to the employees?
Yeah, Andre, so this company basically, Aaron, this company needs all the help that it can get here. The company says it's starting to close about 150 of its lower performing stores. It's also shrinking its headcount by about 20% across both corporate and its supply chain there. It also said that it did secure about $500 million in new financing, and that includes a loan, which is good news because sales are down about 26% over the last 3 months.
And Kate, I know Toyota is going to be pouring billions of dollars into electric vehicle production. What can you tell us about that investment from Toyota, and why now?
Yeah, so Aaron, Toyota says it's investing an extra $2.5 billion in its battery manufacturing facility in North Carolina. It's set to start up in 2025. The total investment in the plan will hit $3.8 billion. It comes as the company says demand for battery-powered vehicles is growing. It's also trying to take on other big competitors in the space like Tesla.
All right, CNBC's Kate Rogers for us today. Thank you, Kate. Well, inflation has been hitting a lot of families pretty hard, especially when it comes to food shopping.
Yeah, the Bureau of Labor Statistics says the prices for baked goods, fruits, veggies, and more have all gone up since last year. And that's led some shoppers to go to alternative grocery stores to save a bit of money. NBC News correspondent Emily Akeda shows us what makes these stores different.
Ruth Massia's weekly grocery store trip always starts here.
I call this the TJ Maxx of grocery stores because you get the max for the minimum.
At the Outlet, a unique Connecticut grocer that's crucial in affordably feeding her family of 4.
Has it made a big difference in your grocery shopping budget?
By far, yes.
It's called a salvage grocery store, selling slightly damaged, discontinued, or dated items at deeply discounted prices. Similar stores are popping up around the country.
So you also have some specialty foods in store.
We do.
Isaac Schwecke opened the Outlet outlet in 2014 with a mission of sustainability to cut down on the more than 100 billion pounds of food waste generated in the U.S. every year. He had worked as a manager in the industry and saw the outlet as a way to divert still consumable products away from landfills.
They might have overbought the product. There might be damage in the warehouse. That's where we come in and we'll say, hey, look, we have an end-of-life solution for you versus it going to a landfill.
But in the past year, the outlet and salvage stores alike have provided critical relief for families hammered by soaring inflation. The cost of groceries has surged more than 13% from last year.
What are people's reactions when they see these sales?
Oh, when people come in here, they just can't believe it.
On average, items in this store run about 25% off, but with a closer look, you can get even deeper discounts. Take this Skinny Pop popcorn, for instance. Typically, a bag runs for $3.50. Here, you can get 2 bags for the price of $3. And the store, it's not just limited to food. There are other kinds of products. For instance, Huggies diapers here, $10 off.
And shoppers like Cindy Blaza are showing up for the savings.
I can get medication, I can get milk at a discount.
A 25% increase in sales at the outlet over last year.
Are we seeing a broader population take advantage of stores like this?
Most definitely. It is on a rise. If it was up to me, I would open up a dozen stores.
And another major salvage grocery store chain called Grocery Outlet saw an 11% spike in sales as well.
I have a salvage grocery store near me, and I went in there the other day, and the owner told me that business is booming.
Lindsay Obro runs Buy Salvage Food, a website that maps out where you can find similar grocers, from Dickey's in North Carolina to American Discount Foods in Arizona. She says her site has seen more than 5 times the amount of traffic compared to last year. So if you're new to salvage stores, veteran shoppers recommend you scoop up your favorite items when you see them. Remember, sell and use by labels are not safety dates, aside from baby formula. And unless you freeze an item, plan to consume your purchases quickly.
It makes me feel good all around knowing that I'm helping the environment and I'm also helping the community by saving money.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News, Southington, Connecticut.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
We're here to start conversations, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Bottom of the hour now, Maya Eaglin has a look at what's trending on NBCnews.com. Maya?
Hey, Kate. Country singer Luke Bell has died. Police say he was reported missing on August 12th and was found dead in Tucson, Arizona Friday. Bell made a name for himself touring with acts like Willie Nelson. He was 32. A Texas woman has been ticketed for a second time after she claimed she could drive in a high-occupancy vehicle lane because she's pregnant. Her first ticket was dismissed, but she's back in court arguing that Texas's new abortion laws qualify her unborn child as a living person. And the clock is ticking for the winner of the $1.34 billion lottery. The Illinois resident who bought the winning ticket from a gas station has yet to come forward. They have 12 months to claim their record-setting prize, but only 60 days to choose between the cash or annual payment. That's what's trending right now on NBCnews.com. Kate.
All right, Maya, thanks so much.
A once undocumented migrant woman from Mexico is finally getting her day in court. She says her former boss sexually assaulted her in the back of a restaurant. Her case is raising some serious questions, too, about how someone's immigration status could impact their rights. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley is following this story and joins us now. So, Julia, you spoke with that woman who says her immigration status left her unprotected. Why does she believe that?
Yeah, that's right. I had the pleasure of speaking with Sandra Perez in her home in Las Vegas last week, where she told me about an incident that started in 2016 when she was an undocumented worker working at Sbarro's Pizza on the Las Vegas Strip. She alleges that her boss forced her to go into a walk-in cooler, and what happened there shook her. You'll hear some accusations of sexual assault, so a warning to our listeners.
He took me to the walk-in and he forced me, and it was, my body, my mind freeze, because it don't supposed to happen at my job.
Did you feel you had any other choice?
Yes, I feel like I don't have no choice. Not even when they say I have a choice. Not when you are illegal. No, when you are illegal, you don't have choice.
So what happened there is she says that her boss raped her and did so weekly for over 5 months. Now, I saw the opening arguments in court. Her former boss was there, and his attorney said, they did not deny the sexual encounters. They argue, though, that it was consensual, and he is now going up against her in a civil lawsuit in Las Vegas, where she's suing both him and Sbarro's for $178 million. Because she says that this was rape and that he threatened to kill her, deport her and her family if she came forward. And she tells me she was really afraid to come forward because when you're undocumented, she says you don't have a choice, as you heard there.
Julia, I know you spoke to an immigration expert, too, about how common an issue this seems to be for undocumented people. What'd you learn there?
Yeah, well, and first I will also say that Sbarro says that they did take care to answer her complaints very quickly and swiftly and promptly. They said that she refused to cooperate with their investigation, and that instead she pursued legal action, which has persisted over the past several years. They're arguing that when she finally did make complaint, they acted swiftly. She is saying it wasn't swiftly enough, and that at first she was met with a response to simply fill out a form rather than speak to someone in person. Then, yes, I had the opportunity to speak to Greg Chen. He's a immigration law expert here in Washington, D.C. He's seen cases like this for decades, but he says it's one of the worst he's seen. And he says that the problem is so many undocumented immigrants end up becoming targets, and they're preyed upon because they're so vulnerable, because they feel that they don't have access to the American immigration system. Here's how he put it to me.
People like her are targeted because they are afraid that they'll lose immigration status, or in her case, that they'll be deported because she doesn't have status. That is not good for the country. And that's why Congress should really act and legalize immigrants and provide legal status for them.
And what he means there, Aaron, when he says it's not good for the country, is law enforcement everywhere really encourages immigrants to come forward, whether they're victims of a crime or witness to a crime. They need immigrants to be able to come to them and report crimes, but often they're very afraid of deportation. Now, one thing that Chen did point out to me is that we have U visas, which are 10,000 visas per year that can go to immigrants who are victims of serious crimes here in the U.S., but he says 2 to 3 times that number apply every year, and there simply isn't enough to go around, and that migrants need to be encouraged and given protections when they do come out of the shadows to report crime and abuse.
Some really enlightening reporting there. Julia Ainsley for us in Washington. Julia, thank you.
Thank you.
Michigan could be the next state to put abortion on the ballot in November. The state's election board is meeting right now. NBC News investigative reporter Chloe Atkins joins me now with more on this. What exactly is the election board considering here, Chloe, and what impact could it have on Election Day?
Right now, the election board is considering a ballot initiative that would enshrine abortion rights into the state's constitution. Now, this ballot initiative, it really would protect abortion rights in the state's constitution, like I just mentioned, and it's aimed at negating the state's pre-Roe abortion ban that would eliminate access unless a person's life is in danger. And many anti-abortion groups had hoped that this pre-Roe abortion ban would have taken effect after the overturning of Roe v. Wade. But a judge recently ruled that he wants to see the people of Michigan weigh in directly at the ballot box. So this ballot initiative could have major impact on the elections come this November, especially for Democrats. It could be really beneficial for them because many of them are making it front and center in their campaign.
And so people might just show up because they're motivated by that issue, I imagine. Is this the last word from this board today, or who else needs to weigh in?
That's right, Kate. So this doesn't end at the board. Many of these groups have indicated that they will bring a challenge to the state Supreme Court if it doesn't shake out, this decision doesn't shake out in their favor. And they have 7 days to appeal to the state's Supreme Court. So all eyes are on this ballot initiative that could really have major impact on the statewide races and reshape what abortion access looks like in the state.
All right, Chloe Atkins with us. Thank you.
So a lot of us grew up doing fire drills in school, right? Some of you maybe had earthquake drills too. Well, today it's become routine for schools to run active shooter drills for both teachers and students. NBC News correspondent Ken Delaney visited one district to see its efforts up close.
This is how some school officials are preparing for a day they hope will never come. School shootings have become a fixture of American society. A federal database counts 603 incidents of gun violence on campus from 2018 through 2021, 155 so far this year. In response, most schools have implemented so-called active shooter drills. But after a lone gunman took 21 lives in May at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas,
get under the table and act like you're asleep.
Some experts have raised the question, are kids and teachers being taught the wrong lessons?
It's clear that the children in that school were pretty much taught lockdown. And I very much wish that we would begin as a society to accept that we can trust that our children know how to run, because children who have run from school shootings have survived.
Catherine Schweit ran the FBI's active shooter program, which endorses a more proactive response to a school shooter, shorthanded as run, hide, fight. NBC News got access to one version of that style of training, a program known as ALICE, offered by a private company, Navigate 360. After Uvalde, the Phoenix Suns charity paid to train a group of Phoenix teachers who could then train other teachers and students.
Everybody remembers learning to stop, drop, and roll. ALICE training wants alert, lockdown, inform, counter, and evacuate to become just as ingrained.
We trained kids and teachers what to do when the fire alarm goes off, when they smell smoke, when they see fire.
Brandon Rohn, a former police officer, led the training.
ALICE is very simple in concept, ladies and gentlemen. It really comes down to two foundational principles. Remove yourself from the dangerous location or render that location no longer dangerous.
One educator has chosen to play the shooter, told to enter the classroom with a Nerf gun.
I know I'm not going to die today, but it felt like I was in a real situation, and so it's just so cool to actually practice this with a fake gun, and it really just puts it all into perspective.
ALICE also teaches educators how to counter a shooter, which can mean anything from yelling to throwing a stapler.
We teach the science behind the counter and how we're able to use things like noise, movement, distance, and distraction to overload one's ability to process information. And basically, you are causing that physiological, psychological interruption of thought.
Some critics say ALICE training is the wrong approach. Mike Dorn is the executive director of Safe Haven International, a nonprofit focused on school safety.
None of them are tested with all hazard scenarios. Because if you just test like ALICE, they test only with active shooter scenarios. Active shooter deaths are one of the rarest types of homicide on school campuses. They account for about 8% of fatalities. So what you end up doing with these type programs, when you focus on active shooter, you condition people, again, that anybody with a gun must be an active shooter.
Navigate 360 officials reject those criticisms.
And do you believe that this training actually would minimize or reduce injuries and fatalities?
I 100% believe that. In fact, we have seen that in several events in K-12 space across the country, where trained students and faculty and staff, deployed the training in a time of need, and was able to increase their survivability.
They point to an incident last year when 4 students were killed in a shooting at Oxford High School in Oakland County, Michigan. Another 8 were injured. Oakland County Sheriff Mike Bouchard credits Alice training with preventing more casualties.
Our liaison taught them in Alice. Those practices were used and they saved lives.
Do you feel empowered? I mean, it must be pretty helpless as a teacher when you see something like Uvalde and you're just like, what happens if that occurs in our school? Do you feel better about the situation now?
Oh, yes. I definitely feel better, like a little bit more prepared than just having the kids turn the lights off, lock the door, and go in a corner.
Having gone through all of them, it really just like equips you with the strategies and the tools to know what you can do, and has a ton of resources to access in the event of an emergency. And so coming out of today, I feel like way more prepared, even if it was just a one-day training, to go back to my school and kind of give them some of these resources, and then even just for myself if an emergency arises.
And Kate and Aaron, I want to be clear about one thing. The idea of countering a shooter does not mean fighting back necessarily. This training stresses they don't expect a 4th grader or even an unarmed teacher to try to fight an armed person. But what they are saying is there are a lot of things that can be done to seize the initiative. Even yelling in some cases has thrown an active shooter off and sort of interrupted the situation. But you know what else? Experts tell me that this is the minority. Most school districts, they believe, are still teaching kids to hide under the desks and teachers to tell kids that, and that this kind of training is really not as widespread as the FBI and other experts wish that it was, guys.
It's so interesting as a parent, though, Ken. I know those weren't kids, right? Those were adults and teachers being trained, but that can be traumatic. To have a guy running around with a plastic gun can actually be triggering and traumatic. Is there a concern about that fine line?
There absolutely is, Kate, and I don't think you would see training with children using those Nerf guns. But when I asked the teachers, aren't you worried that even raising this issue of an active shooter and drilling it the way you do a fire drill, isn't that going to traumatize your kids? They replied to me uniformly, look, our kids know that this is a feature of American life now. Yeah. You know, they factor this in. They're going to feel more empowered if they know what to do. But this is an ongoing debate, Kate. Many people are very concerned about this, as you articulated.
It's sad and unfortunate that we have to train our kids to think about and then act in a situation like this. Ken Delaney, and we appreciate the reporting, though. Thank you.
Really interesting. A Missouri school district is facing a lot of questions. It has brought back spanking as punishment for students. Over the summer, the Cassville School District issued a new policy. It allows certified individuals to use, quote, physical force as a method of correcting student behavior. Today.com reporter Danielle Campbellmore has been following the story for us. Danielle, how did this come about?
Thank you so much for having me, Kate. So essentially, the school district says that this is a result of a survey that they sent out to parents, students, and teachers over the summer, asking what they could better do to discipline students. Although some students that I talked to said the survey was very vague. We weren't able to actually look at the survey. It's now closed. And as you mentioned, this is going to allow for certified people, though the policy doesn't say what makes someone certified, to strike a child in school, to spank as a, quote, last resort. There has to be a witness present, and no child can be spanked in the head or face, and they cannot be spanked in front of any students.
I can imagine a lot of backlash, too. You spoke with a psychologist. What did she say about the impact it could have on students?
Absolutely. So she told me that, and cited a number of studies that said, look, corporal punishment doesn't work. It actually causes behavioral issues. But she also cited studies that shown that as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, there's been an increase in corporal punishment, abuse, and neglect inside the home, saying, quote, that corporal punishment in schools at the same time is just exacerbating the problem for children who need help in these situations.
At the same time, I know you talked to a parent of students plural, in Cassville School District who wanted to opt in to the disciplinary policy. Why is he agreeing with it?
I did. I talked to one father of 2 school-aged daughters who said that after speaking with his wife about it, they decided to opt in, citing that he doesn't believe that children are disciplined enough, that it's not a parent's job to be a child's best friend. He also said that he thinks that if people know that corporal punishment's a possibility, a child might think twice before acting out.
Danielle Campbellmore, thank you so much. After a social media star appears to potentially suffer a mental health crisis online, fans called on the platforms to jump in and help. But who's responsible? That conversation next.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What would you do if you suspected someone you followed on TikTok was struggling with their mental health?
Who should you respond, and who would you respond to? NBC News youth and internet culture reporter Callan Rosenblatt has the story of one popular content creator who's gone viral for a concerning reason.
I can't believe I have bugs on my neck.
You may not have heard of Gabby Hanna, but 7 million TikTok users have.
Apparently not everyone can do this, like touch their pinky to their front finger.
The social media star has gained an enormous fan base for her videos. But recently, that fan base has become a lot more concerned.
This last video that she posted has millions of people worried.
Like, she's not there. She's not thinking properly.
I personally find it kind of negligent to the public that this is allowed to play out in the way that it is.
Hannah's content used to focus on storytelling, music, and poetry.
I get it. I know. It's such a conundrum. I get what I want, but I can't have much fun with it.
But now she's posting videos about race, religion, and gender. And not just a few, but hundreds. That's leading some followers to become worried she may be having a mental health crisis, though NBC has not verified her mental state. When are you going to stop letting Gabby Hanna post, tweets one follower, pleading for TikTok to intervene. But the social media platform continues to push the videos to users, where they are racking up millions of views.
Platforms are not in the business of diagnosing mental illness. And so that's where I think just offering support is really important.
It's unclear what prompted the uncharacteristic post from Hanna, but the situation is sparking a conversation about what to do if a public figure is in crisis.
It's not just about what to do when someone is in crisis, but I think this is really where the platform needs to step in, is how can we support our creators to prevent those kinds of crises from happening?
So what can viewers do when they see uncharacteristic behavior on social media? Experts say leaving encouraging comments is acceptable. It's also okay to alert the platform or loved ones. But beyond that, it may be best not to jump to conclusions.
Part of the challenge is that, sometimes we don't know when someone actually needs help and when someone is just expressing themselves in a more dysregulated way.
Experts say calling the police on someone who appears to be in the throes of a mental health crisis can be deadly. According to a Washington Post database, more than 1 in 5 people fatally shot by police had mental illness. TikTok declined to comment to NBC News for this story. I also reached out to Gabby, her family, and their representatives, and they declined to provide us with a statement. Back to you.
Callan Rosenblatt reporting there. Much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
So a news anchor in Canada has become the news over her hair. She was suddenly let go from her job after letting her hair go gray. The story sparked outrage over social media. Here's NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin.
Meeting up with Ukrainian.
For years, award-winning anchor Lisa LaFlemme was the face of Canada's most-watched nightly news show, until suddenly announcing on social media that she'd been let go.
I was blindsided and am still shocked and saddened by Bell Media's decision.
The 35-year veteran journalist's shocking announcement was swiftly followed by a Globe and Mail report that a news executive had questioned her decision to let her hair go gray, triggering a public outcry on social media, with some accusing network executives of sexism and ageism.
I'm a 62-year-old woman, gray hair. And this is what it looks like.
This is what women deal with on a daily basis. We are scrutinized in our jobs simply for the way we look.
Bell Media, which owns the network, is pushing back. The CEO releasing a statement saying the narrative has been that Lisa's age, gender, or gray hair played into the decision. I am satisfied that is not the case. Outrage at LaFlemme's firing fueling the hashtag #KeepTheGray, with women posting photos of their own personal stories. Corporations also throwing their support behind LaFlemme, with beauty brand Dove tweeting, "Age is beautiful. Women should be able to do it on their own terms without any consequences." And fast food chain Wendy's changing their iconic logo's hair from red to gray. Hollywood also signaling a shift, with top actresses sporting gray hair on the red carpet and on screen.
No, color your hair. I just think the gray ages you. No, you think the gray ages you. Because if we're friends and I'm this age, you can't be whatever age you're pretending to be.
Podcaster Lisa Lacroix says when she decided to go gray, she was celebrated, but says LaFlemme's firing is a wake-up call.
In some ways, I think this is a great thing that this happened because it raised our awareness.
There is a silver lining here.
I think there is a silver lining that we as women have to stick together.
Bell Media has announced an independent third-party review of the CTV newsroom. In a statement, the president saying they take matters regarding any discrimination very seriously and are committed to a safe, inclusive, and respectful work environment for all our employees. back to you.
A community in Wisconsin is in shock following the suicide death of a popular news anchor. Police say 27-year-old Nina Pacholke was found dead inside a house last week when officers made a welfare check. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander spoke to her sister about their inseparable bond.
Welcome to Wake Up Wisconsin. I'm Nina Pacholke, and we'll get to those top stories soon.
For more than 3 years, her smile and personality helped wake up Central Wisconsin.
And this next story just makes me tear up every time. It's so heartwarming.
Family, friends, and an entire community are mourning the loss of Nina Pacholke. Her colleagues at WAOW in Wausau announced the heartbreaking news on air.
Our very own Nina Pacholke, who has been with us for 5 years, died by suicide.
At 27 years old, Pacholke seemed to be soaring in her career and in life.
This is my child at heart coming out right now. And Pacholke from the outside!
The former University of South Florida basketball player landed her first on-air job right out of college and recently celebrated her 5-year anniversary with the station. She was engaged to be married this October. All of it leaving her family and the many who loved her stunned.
She was my younger sister, but I looked up to her.
Caitlin Pacholke says she and her little sister were inseparable.
What was it that made Nina so special?
She could make anyone feel incredible. If you knew her your whole life or if you knew her for 5 minutes, she made you feel special.
An outpouring of tributes from her college basketball coach to her co-anchor, who writes that working with Nina was an honor. You were Batman and I was Robin. Pacholke's death bears a somber similarity to other recent tragedies of promising young adults dying by suicide, including TV personality and former Miss USA Chesley Christ and Sanford soccer star Katie Meyer. Now, Pacholke's sister is speaking out, hoping to spare others the same unbearable grief.
She was the happiest person I thought. And I think that's what makes it so hard, because I didn't know she was in so much pain.
Now, if you or someone you know is in crisis, you can call 988 to reach the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, or you can text HOME to 741-741.
Thank you for being with us this hour. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. You can get your news 24 hours a day on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
If it's Wednesday, the Justice Department alleges that Trump's team likely hid and removed government records, all to obstruct its investigation into highly classified documents at Mar-a-Lago. We'll have the latest legal fallout for the former president and his team. Plus, a primetime address. President Biden hits the road to speak again about what he calls the soul of the nation as he ramps up his criticisms of the former president and his MAGA followers ahead of November. And later, international nuclear inspectors have finally made it to Ukraine to help avoid a potential catastrophe at Europe's largest nuclear plant as the area faces a fresh wave of attacks. Well, good afternoon and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd. In the last 24 hours, Donald Trump's legal troubles have gone from bad to worse as the Justice Department outlined what it found at Mar-a-Lago, as well as efforts by the former president and his lawyers to prevent federal agents from getting those documents. In a filing just before midnight last night, the Justice Department stated that it seized more than 100 classified documents from Mar-a-Lago earlier this month, August 8th, and that some of those documents were so sensitive and classified that the FBI agents and justice attorneys that were there, they actually had to go get additional security clearances simply to review them and then remove them. The filing also stated that Mr. Trump and his team likely concealed and removed documents before the FBI search. And in an effort to bolster its claims, the Justice Department also included this photo of what appears to be various classified documents it says were recovered from a container in Donald Trump's office. This photo, I think, has been seen by every American with a phone at this point. The filing was in response to Trump's criticisms of the FBI's search and a request for a special master to oversee everything obtained from Mar-a-Lago, a move the Justice Department says is now unnecessary because, well, their teams have already completed their review of those documents. Trump's legal team took a long time to make that request. But Trump's team still does have until the end of today to respond to the latest filing, and a judge has scheduled a hearing for tomorrow to discuss the matter, where they could still appoint a special master, which could slow things down a bit, but really not do much. Former president, meanwhile, is criticizing what he calls a photo op of documents marked classified, as his allies attempt to discredit the Justice Department and its investigation. Let's be clear here. The investigation appears to be in its early stages, and what we still don't know what exactly FBI agents found at Mar-a-Lago. But the evidence they appear to have gathered points right now in one direction, towards an indictment, pure and simple. As NBC News legal analyst Andrew Weissman, a former federal prosecutor himself, who was part of the Mueller team, said after reading last night's filing, big picture, you don't make a filing this strong, bold, and factually accusatory if you don't have every intention to indict. Question maybe is, what are they waiting for? I'm joined now by Ken Delaney, and he's, of course, our Justice Intelligence correspondent here at NBC News. Mark Caputo is our senior national political reporter, as his ears and eyes in Trump world. Two of our NBC News legal analysts are also here, defense attorney Danny Ceballos and former federal prosecutor Carol Lamb. Ken, let me get started with you here, and it's to get at Andrew Weissman's point, this strong filing. I want to start with one of the first excerpts from their filing, which it felt like almost a troll of Trump. The FBI, in a matter of hours, recovered twice as many documents with classification markings as the, quote, diligent search, unquote, that the former president's counsel and other representatives had weeks to perform, calls into serious question the representations made in the June 3rd certification and casts doubt on the extent of cooperation in this matter. And let me add, if the control room can put up page 9, because page 9 to me is also important here, because in that part of this, and I hope I have this correctly here, it says that essentially law enforcement, here it is, the former president's counsel explicitly prohibited government personnel from opening or looking inside any of the boxes that had remained in the storage room, giving no opportunity for the government to confirm that no documents with classification markings remain. Now, I want to get everybody's timeline straight here. That was when it was a voluntary exercise. And then the search warrant said, we gathered all this up basically in no time. That seemed to be a real, they basically are informing the Trump folks, you've already committed a crime.
How many times in Washington, Chuck, will we say it's not the crime, it's the cover-up? I mean, that's the message of this filing, that if they had just given the documents back when they were first asked, or even pursuant to a grand jury subpoena, none of this might have happened. They are now accusing the Justice Department, as the Trump team, essentially of obstruction of justice. They're saying they found evidence of obstruction, that they were lied to. And as the federal prosecutors on our panel can tell us, when the government is lied to, that becomes almost more important to the investigators than the underlying crime. They smell blood, and they move to file charges. We've seen in many cases. We don't know if it's going to happen here, but the idea that they were assured in writing by the custodian of records, which we assume is one of the Trump lawyers, that all the documents had been turned over, and yet they still wouldn't let this senior Justice Department official look in the boxes in the storage room. And then the FBI goes in and finds twice as many documents, classified documents, as were turned over pursuant to the grand jury subpoena. That is just, first of all, it's inexplicable on the side of the Trump team why anybody would allow that to happen. But it means that this is much more serious than we had first understood.
So, Carol Lamb, here's a simple question that I've asked my own team all day today, and I think others are asking, which is, do they already have enough to indict? And you know, why wait?
It's interesting to listen to the reporting that's going on about this, because for former prosecutors or current prosecutors, it's like watching an investigation being looked at backwards or inside out. The question, why don't they indict right now? What are they waiting for? Well, first we have to establish, if they were going to indict somebody, who are they going to indict? The former president is very good at insulating himself from what appears to be decisions that are made by his team. And so if I were running this investigation, and they know a lot that I don't know, but when you do this kind of investigation, you get the documents first, and then you go to testimony. Then you confront witnesses with the documents and you ask them questions about it. I believe they're at that stage now, and there's a long ways to go. Because remember, in a white collar kind of case, or in any criminal case, you have to consider not only what your proof of the crime is, but you have to be able to bat away any potential defenses. So if I were in their shoes now, I would be taking that custodian of records who said, we've done a diligent search, and based on what I know, we've turned over everything. Well, it turns out they only turned over 1/3 of the required documents. And then I would say, who told you that a diligent search had been conducted? And you work your way up from there. So that's why you're not seeing an indictment right now, because you have to cover every single base before you bring an indictment.
All right, Carol. So that means the next step, are we to expect subpoenas before a grand jury?
That's what I would expect is going on. But when you say, are we to expect, we are presumably not going to see that. That's going to be between the witness and the witness's counsel. Right.
I say this because the Trump team has a way of letting us know sometimes things that happen. I mean, Ken, are we back to watching the door to see who goes in and out of a grand jury here in D.C. these days?
Absolutely. And I think there are a lot of witnesses in this case whose identities are unknown to us, who may be down in Florida. And so we may not see the full picture.
Could they be doing this in other spots?
Absolutely.
Almost to protect themselves a little bit.
100%.
Danny Ceballos, I was trying to keep track of the number of lawyers that in defense of Donald Trump have put their law license essentially in jeopardy. Has that happened again?
I think that's pretty clear, at least from the government's viewpoint in their filing. The government clearly seems to believe that the lawyers who certified that all the documents were turned over are going to have some problems. And that leaves me nonplussed, because lawyers risk their license when they certify something. So we learn over time, you can't just take what the client tells you at face value. You've got to do a little digging before you sign a certification that is based on what the client has told you. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Sometimes clients aren't forthcoming when it comes to the truth.
Yeah?
Sometimes they tell lawyers the version of the world that as they see it, or as they would like it to be. And if that's what happened here, if they certified something that they knew wasn't exactly right, or they didn't know when they certified it, that could be really problematic for them. And it is not that difficult to get your ticket pulled or lose your law license if you start certifying things that were not true and you didn't do a proper investigation.
Hey, look, it's one thing you wonder if the guy will ever pay. Now you have to wonder if you're going to be able to legally have a client after you're done representing Mr. Trump. Danny, let me ask you about the request for a special master. Is this an incompetency move here that they waited so long?
It's a strange move all around. Sure, it's strange that they waited so long, but what is the benefit to having a special master? That's a neutral third party who's presumably going to go through the documents and not automatically side with Trump, because the government isn't going to agree to some special master that's some higher up or muckety-muck in the Republican Party.
Right.
So they may lose just as much with a special master. And by the way, having waited this long, the documents have already been reviewed. Yeah, sure, the government says, oh, we had a filter team look at them, but do you know who's on that filter team? Other members of the government. So look, the government's reviewed all the documents. I actually was surprised that the government even bothered to oppose the special master and in addition ask for additional pages to do so. But they answered my questions in this filing. They were using this as an opportunity to set the factual record straight and add to it, lest you think these documents were not dangerous to national security. They were.
Mark Caputo, a little bit of the sort of fallout spin aspect of this from Team Trump. As usual, I assume it's the former president that is, quote, running all of the PR and all of the legal here, and that's why it's so chaotic?
Yeah, one of the things we saw with the January 6th investigation is President Trump, former President Trump, has a tendency to set up multiple silos of parallel information to reach him. So one group of advisors doesn't know what the other group of advisors is doing. So that advantages him in certain ways. In this case, it might have disadvantaged him. We've gotten some preliminary reporting that some people had told him, hey, you need to fight the feds on this. You shouldn't give them the documents. Now, that also might be an after the fact and invention by anonymous sources with their own agendas. The problem with Trump world is it's just not clear. We do know now he has hired a new lawyer, Chris Kise, the former Florida Solicitor General. He has a reputation as being a real professional in multiple silos, multiple areas of the law, from federal to state, appellate to criminal. He's not really a federal criminal defense lawyer, but considering the conversation we just had, there's at least two lawyers from Trump world who might no longer be lawyers.
There was a part of me, Mark, there was a part of me that wondered, do we need to check back in with Mr. Kise about whether he still took this gig after seeing the filing?
Well, I wrote the story yesterday because he had signed the document. So he's in for a penny, in for a pound. How many pounds and how many pennies, I'm not quite sure.
All right, Ken, I think the other interesting thing here is very early on, Merrick Garland, when a lot of folks, and including myself, like, hey, you do need to be more transparent, more forthcoming. He said something at the very beginning, and it came true in this filing. We're gonna speak basically for the rest of this investigation like we normally do through our filings. It goes back to what Danny said. They seem to go out of their way to want to get this out there, correct?
Oh, absolutely. And the Trump team let him do it. The Trump team paved the way for this to happen, and they took every advantage of him. Legal analysts who are looking at this filing say it's one of the most incisive, powerful pleadings they've seen in a long time. Clearly, some of the best minds at the Justice Department were put to work on this thing. It's clear. It introduces new facts. The picture, as you said, was designed to go viral, and it has gone viral. I mean, it was a powerful recitation. Now, but let's think about what's not in here. No hint that any of these classified documents were shared with an adversary or found their way out of Mar-a-Lago. That's important because we're all asking ourselves the question of why. Why did this happen? Why did he bring these documents to Mar-a-Lago? And then why did he resist? Why were these lies told? And is it just a matter that Donald Trump thought that he didn't have to turn these documents over to the archives and he was just being stubborn? Or was there something else at work here?
Carol, who's going to, I mean, you made it very clear that one of the reasons why they may not, the question is, who do you indict? Is it Mark Meadows as White House Chief of Staff who actually has the most exposure here if the former president chooses to decide that?
I think that what Ken was saying is very true. This has turned into more of an obstruction of justice case than the original removal of the documents. And we still don't know what's in those documents, but it's very clear from the allegations and the statutes that are cited in the search warrant itself that the Department of Justice is primarily concerned about the cat and mouse game that has gone on for the past 15 months or so with respect to these documents. So Mark Meadows may be a little bit removed from that, right? It's very hard to say. The specifics of who made that certification and on what basis they made that certification, it might stop short of the former president, or it might go all the way up to the former president. There's a lot of information in the original affidavit that was redacted about who gave them information and what information they gave them. So really all we have now is we have the fact of the documents, but we don't have the pieces sewn together in a way that only testimony can do. So that's why, unfortunately, we have to be patient still.
Right. You know, Danny, Carol brings up something else, and I'm curious, this is going to put the lawyer in an odd, the person that could end up, who told you to certify this, I mean, do you expect that lawyer to be brought before a grand jury?
Brought before a grand jury as a witness, I think we can safely expect that. But prosecuted, I'm not so sure, because it goes to what Judge Lamb is talking about. Who actually took the documents and who was responsible for not giving them back? Certainly, in a way, this is a figurative indictment that the government filed last night, but it doesn't tell us who exactly had responsibility for either putting these documents in a box or repeatedly not giving them back to the government, except for those lawyers who supposedly certified and said that, oh, no, we've given everything back. That's where you see the government possibly focusing in. But even if they did call those folks before a grand jury, they're not going to get very much out of them because their attorneys are going to tell them, you're not testifying. This is Fifth Amendment time.
And Mark Caputo, we know the former president is venting on his own social media site. Are they... I got to think that they've noticed that there's a lot of silence suddenly with Republicans rallying around them, that they don't have the same energy that was there 3 weeks ago, that there is suddenly stories about candidates scrubbing their website of Trump references. How's that impacting Team Trump?
Team Trump, good question. Someone I spoke to President Trump over the weekend and told me he was shocked that the former president seemed detached from reality because all he was doing was talking about his poll numbers, his fundraising, and how his standing is still high and improving in a potential Republican primary campaign for president against Ron DeSantis. Now, you know, President Trump speaks to multiple people and says multiple things, sometimes contradictory. So far, the through line we're hearing from everyone is that Donald Trump is positive about this, which of course puzzles the rest of the world because you have your house searched by the FBI and they're basically accusing you or your designees of obstruction of justice. Most people are going to be pretty freaked out. Apparently, Donald Trump isn't.
I had a Republican strategist say to me, he goes, I wish I could be as comfortable standing on a cliff as much as Donald Trump seems to enjoy standing on a cliff. He goes, but he lives there, which may be why it doesn't make him so nervous. It was an interesting metaphor, Mark.
Yeah. It's like a hurricane. He's literally the calm at the center of the storm he creates.
Yeah, it's a nice way to put it. Very quickly, Ken, it could be now weeks before we hear again about this case, officially.
Or months if the DOJ decides to apply their pre-election policy, and that's up in the air. Donald Trump's not on the ballot.
No, he's not. Fascinating. All right, Ken, Mark, Danny, and Carol, thank you all. Coming up. The current president looks to flip the midterm script from Law and Order as the former president attacks the FBI and DOJ's criminal investigation into classified documents at his Florida home. Will that messaging matter? We'll discuss that. Plus, Mississippi's water crisis amid the flooding aftermath. President Biden has to approve a second state of emergency as thousands of residents go without usable drinking water. We'll have the latest from Jackson, a city that has had these water problems for years. And we waited for another catastrophe, apparently, before we did anything about it. You're watching Meet the President.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Welcome back. In the immediate aftermath of the FBI search on Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago home, Republicans of all stripes largely rushed to the former president's defense, claiming he was a victim of some form of political persecution. But in the hours since the Justice Department's filing last night, it contained photographic evidence of this sensitive information that was in Trump's possession after his lawyers said they'd given it all back. Those defenses have been fewer and far between, and only from the biggest Trump diehards. For example, the Twitter account run by the Republicans on the House Judiciary Committee took issue with the fact that the FBI spread the documents on the floor and inaccurately claimed the Justice Department did nothing for 18 months. That's, of course, Jim Jordan territory. Now, Trump ally and South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, meanwhile, tried to sow doubts about the material that might be in all those folders marked classified. Take a listen at this attempt at spin.
I guess the question to all of you is what was in those documents and folders? Do you know?
No,
Top
secrets.
And we deserve
We
to
don't
know
know what they say.
And I don't know if the DOJ and FBI can be trusted to tell us what was in there. That's the thing. You can see folders, you can see big words on the. Do we know that that is really what President Trump brought to his home? Do we know that he put them there? Do we know what's inside?
I believe she was a 3-term member of Congress before she was governor of South Dakota. Joining me now is Eugene Scott, national political reporter for The Washington Post, Stephanie Shriak, Democratic strategist, senior advisor for the Strategic Victory Fund, and Republican strategist Doug Heye. Doug, let me start with you.
I figured you might.
I know, sorry about that. But it is, I mean, my guess is, I'm going to guess Governor Noem wished she didn't have her Fox and Friends appearance today, and wondering, why am I getting asked about this by that crowd on that front? But, you know, she's about the only person defending Trump today because she happened to be on air.
You know, when I started on Capitol Hill, there was this publication called The Hotline, and it would get faxed to us every day. And in those days, it was impossible to get your member of Congress on TV. It was nearly impossible unless you had done something really, really bad. Now, every day, members of Congress of either party, you get elected, you get on TV. And so what that's meant is that they've all been in the Donald Trump defending business for a long time. Fortunately for some of them, it's August, so they're off or they're on vacations or CODELs. But here's the problem that Republicans have, and they've had for 5 years. Anytime you stick your neck out for Donald Trump on day one, you know by day 5 or week 3 or whatever it is, the news always gets worse. So don't stick your neck out for Donald Trump. Be quiet if you need to. Go on vacation, because this is where you defend him on day one. You have to walk away slowly sooner or later.
Eugene, I was thinking about this when I asked that question about the lawyer, and you're like, my goodness, how many lawyers has he had that are going to be disbarred because of actions they took on his account, right? Or lose their law. I mean, we're up to 4 or 5, maybe 6, you know, at some point on here. Never mind, you're wondering if you're going to get paid, right? Which was always another aspect of him. It does make me wonder how long so many Republicans have stuck by him, because again, it's one-way street with the loyalty. He's not going to stick by other people. Ask Dr. Oz.
Yeah, I mean, from covering midterms and just elections before now, we know that one of the main reasons so many Republicans continue to stick by Trump is because the base continues to stick by Trump. And so as long as Republican voters are going to punish conservative lawmakers who criticize Trump or who step back or who ask questions, they're going to be loyal because they want to remain in office. They have higher ambitions, as we know the South Dakota governor does. And they know that's what they have to do if they're going to be successful.
All right, Stephanie, the question, though, is it does seem as if now the national Democrats have said, you know what, let's go all in on MAGA Republicans. Is there any risk to the over-Trumpifying these midterms?
Well, not that Trump is in the news every day again.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like 2018 all over again. I mean, if it was 6 months ago, you know, that decision, that was a risk decision,
let's take Terry
right?
McAuliffe.
It really was.
Terry McAuliffe, right? The right in the Virginia governor's race.
Sure.
Now, I would argue where it needed to work, it did. It just didn't work in the rest of the state.
Right, but a lot of other factors were going on.
That's right.
And Trump wasn't in the news every single day a year ago.
Yeah, it might
I mean,
be
the
Trump.
environment's completely different. And we're now looking at what I believe will be a very high turnout midterm, which we both know is completely unusual.
Right.
This should be a high Republican turnout and a mid-sized Democrat. Well, that's not the case. Trump's driving turnout. Abortion rights is driving turnout and just this growing energy. And I think we're in a new era of high turnout for a while here because we're so partisan and so driven right now.
You know, apathy is for countries that don't have democracy issues. You know, I mean, you know, that's the sad downside of it. Seems like it took a crisis to get everybody to go, oh, maybe I need to vote.
Right.
Unfortunately.
Doug, all of this is, we talk about whether the Trump defenders, if we were in the heart of primary season, do you think this silence would have stuck?
No, if you're running and you're running to get that core Trump base.
You were going to have to, now that the primaries are, that's what I wonder.
Yeah.
Primaries being over is probably also making it easier for Republicans to sidle away from it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love that they tried, though, when, in fact, we also live in an era where everything is already out there and can be pulled back, and it's going to be on 30-second ads, and it's going to be on digital ads, and they can't walk away from what they've said.
Yeah, whether it's Trump or scrubbing abortion language or...
That does seem naive in this day and age to think you can scrub a website.
Welcome to a first-time candidate.
Correct.
You know, this is what happens.
That's a really good point.
But ultimately, if you're one of these Republican candidates, you have two issues in front of you that you should talk about all day, every day. It's inflation and crime. And if you look at what Republican voters are motivated by and independent voters, that's issue number one and issue number two. You don't have to defend Donald Trump. Go after Joe Biden and all those things that have 70% of the country that think that the country's moving in the wrong direction, and you'll be on terra firma. As long as you're defending these other things, whether they're your mistakes or Trump's, you're on quicksand.
But what's interesting about some of that is, yes, that's often polls at the top, but it's not a 50% issue anymore.
Right.
It's inflation and gas prices in particular, as they're falling, that dynamic's changing. Abortion rights is going up. Every poll I see, it's a little bit higher as people are understanding what exactly is going on in the states. So it is a really interesting issue dynamic in this election, unlike usual, where it's economy usually way high up and a bunch of other stuff. They're all kind of bunched together now, and that's going to be very
I'd also say, having survived Todd Aiken and Richard Murdoch, Republicans talk about this issue less, just in general. It helps yourself.
You know, it's interesting, Eugene, the issue matrix that Stephanie's talking about. What I found interesting in our polling is that when you took election interest and the number one issue, it turned out your base Republicans, it was abortion, the border and immigration. Your base Democrats, it was democracy. And in the middle, and abortion was also motivator on the left. In the middle, with the swing voters, was cost of living. Yeah. It really did feel as if the economy, that at the end of the day, if like inflation ticks up in October, bad news for Democrats, good news for Republicans. If gas goes under 350 around the country, then all of a sudden, watch out, right? Because they're the voter that's both a little upset about abortion, a little upset about Trump, and a little upset about the cost of living.
And that's not really surprising, considering that inflation is affecting everyone. And that's why Democrats and Joe Biden are going to have to be very effective and proactive in communicating what they have done so far to change these things. Because, as Doug mentioned, Republicans who are strategic are going to zoom in on saying this is a problem that you said you're worried about and that it's not improving. They're going to need some counter messaging coming from Democrats.
The Joe Biden Soul of the Nation speech, is that a 2022 speech or a 2024 speech?
I think it's certainly a right now speech. I mean, he's certainly focused on the midterms and trying to make sure that, you know, Trump continues to show his face so he can Trumpify. And we think about Soul of the Nation and Biden, and you think about 2020, he came out trying to make the argument that the soul of the nation was something that was, you know, unsettled and at risk of just falling apart due to the former president. And I think this speech will communicate that he thinks that's something that could happen if Democrats don't remain in power.
Yeah, I don't even think of it as 22 or 24. This is actually a speech that a president needs to give right now, because the crisis that is facing our democracy with these extremist voices out of the MAGA Republicans is a crisis and needs to be talked about in a real way. And I think, because you did just bring up, like, folks do care about democracy.
Yeah,
and
it's
exactly right. And we need to have a very serious conversation about the direction of this country.
Doug, I just look at what the average voter is going to see over the next 72 hours. You're going to have Joe Biden making his speech. Then you're going to have Donald Trump campaigning in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Doing what Donald Trump does, probably not talking about the voters of Pennsylvania, probably talking about himself. I mean, how do you, as a Dr. Oz, who's got to win swing voters, there's no way he wins without some Republican suburban swing vote. How does he navigate this?
These are the toughest waters at all. And what we see from campaigns now is, you know, we're in August, but it's post-Labor Day for these campaigns. You've had schools going back to school already. Parents they're no longer on vacation with their kids. We're past Labor Day. And so if you're Dr. Oz and it's real, you've got to find these issues where you can really articulate this to voters. And Biden's not going to help that. Trump's not going to help that. Again, I'd say focus on the economy, focus on inflation.
But he's going to be standing next to Mastriano and Trump.
Right. There's your problem. Welcome to the Republican Party in 2022.
Yep.
I mean, I just see there, and you're just like, and I guess the question I have, Eugene, is at what point, we've been through these cycles where, my God, Trump is killing the party. How come people don't break away? And it's all because they look at the base number and they fear. We're at one of those points again. I assume this silence will actually break at some point, because there's going to be, we saw it in 2016, you see it, there's going to be a Lindsey Graham or somebody saying, you know, you need his voters.
You're going to have to. I mean, that's why Dr. Oz is going to be standing right beside them, because as much as they try to move this conversation forward about what the Republican Party is and what America is focused on, Donald Trump is at the center of it, and it's very much driving its focus. It's Trump that's Trumpifying the midterms.
Yeah, no, Democrats didn't do it.
Nope.
It is sort of in that sense.
Yes.
You're like, Donald Trump just showed up at the dinner party and refuses to leave. Doug,
it's been a long dinner. A long dinner.
It's never going to end.
It's never
Good luck with that, Doug. I think they wanted to uninvite you. And they keep inviting you. Anyway, up next, dire conditions. Mississippi flooding is leaving more than 150,000 residents without drinkable water. We're going to have an update on the recovery efforts. We're going to be live in Mississippi. But you need to realize, we've known about this problem for years in Jackson. That's what makes this story so frustrating. We'll be right back.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Welcome back. Mississippi's largest city and the state capital is in a state of emergency after flooding from the Pearl River caused complications at Jackson's water treatment plant. And yesterday, President Biden approved Governor Tate Reeves' request for an emergency declaration for the state. Now, the crisis has left Jackson without a reliable water supply. Let me repeat that. The capital of the city, that is the capital of Mississippi, does not have a reliable water supply. Hard stop. The water that does come out of the taps is not safe, even before the flooding. The city had already been under a boil water notice for a month. Take a look at this video taken at Jackson Locksmith Company.
Took 10 minutes to fill this. Straight out of the faucet. And that's why we don't drink Jackson water.
It's only the latest example of Jackson's water system problems. Last April, we covered the water crisis on an episode of Meet the Press Reports. That was after a winter storm burst the pipes in the city.
Jackson Public Works Director Charles Williams told me 2 unexpected winter storms caused pipes to burst from freezing temperatures, leaving residents with no water at all. But with the city's aging system, it was only a matter of time.
We've got lines in the city that are over 100 years old. From an engineer, I always knew, right? But sometimes it's difficult for the public, the politicians, and everybody else to fully grasp what you've been trying to articulate for a number of years, that we really need to address this. When you look at other communities that are similar like Jackson, yes, we're all struggling. We're all trying to find available funding to put toward this infrastructure that it continues to age every year. You know, it doesn't get better, you know, it gets worse.
Where are the new pipes, everybody? The mayor of Jackson acknowledged the ongoing nature of the problem, saying yesterday that they've been in a constant state of emergency even before this latest crisis. So joining me now is my colleague, Guad Venegas. He's in Richland, Mississippi. And Guad, it's beyond frustrating. This is a systemic failure, federal, state, local, for the people of Jackson at this point. This was a known, we were a natural disaster away from a disaster, and here we are.
Chuck, the engineer who just spoke explained it right. He probably has a better understanding than we do. We originally came here because of the flooding. As we were reporting on the flooding, the mayor walked up and said, you know, we do have an issue with the water plant, and then this became a huge story. It's bad news, but the good news is that now you have the attention of the state government, the federal government. President Biden spoke to the mayor this morning. The EPA is involved, FEMA. The mayor just informed minutes ago, I should say, that the main water treatment plant right behind me, O.B. Curtis, this is the plant that distributes most of the water to Jackson, the plant that failed. They just installed a new pump. The mayor says that pump could be operational as of this evening, so that will help with some of the problems. But according to the information that we've received from the state, there's numerous other problems with the plant. They've had their experts in there. They say that they need more people to be working on the plant. They, of course, need to work on the infrastructure, and it's going to take a long time. Now, originally, as you mentioned, the issues here were affecting the people of Jackson. The quality of the water was bad. There was the boil notice for the people in Jackson already, and now it's not even about the quality, it's about the quantity, because a lot of people aren't getting the water. We went into the community, Chuck, to talk to some people and see what it's like. Take a listen to this mother of 3 who's been living in Jackson all summer with these problems.
It's hot, it's muggy, no water. It's been like that on and off actually throughout the whole summer.
How much are you spending on all this water?
Now on water, just for during the summer, we've spent about $900 on water.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you're spending a little less than 100, maybe 100 a week, or?
Yep. Just on water alone. Yeah.
Chuck, that's like a car payment just on drinking water for her family. She moved to the town earlier this summer, and this is what she's been dealing with. We should add that the school shut down as well, so her kids were at home. There's been issues with hospitals. I mean, it is a major problem. So as they're working here, I should say that there's other efforts to distribute drinking water inside the city at distribution centers. People were turned away because there wasn't enough water. So there's a lot of work to be done to keep things going in town with people that need the water, and also to get this plant back online.
And Guad, is there any, is there any new construction? Is there any new water treatment facility that's in the works? Are there blueprints waiting to be approved? I mean, I sit there, again, we just went into our archives. We did this story 18 months ago.
Chuck, so let's start from who manages the plant. So the city manages the plant, right? I asked the mayor, why is it that the issues haven't been fixed? He said they've needed more resources for some time, right? So the mayor says, we're glad that now the state is helping us, but originally it's the city that manages the plant. Now the state is here helping out. So when I asked the mayor, I said, well, if you could find the one solution that would work for sure, what would it be? He said, I would not be opposed to a new plant. Then I asked him, well, what would that take? And he said, about $1 billion. So for now, the solution is to work on this plant, which distributes most of the water. And there's another smaller plant that is also being looked at by the experts. So the city government here says they've been trying to make these repairs, but now what we know is with the federal government and the state government involved, there will be a lot more resources to find a solution, Chuck.
Yeah, they passed this big bipartisan infrastructure bill. You would think that water treatment plant for Jackson, Mississippi, there might be a couple dollars in there for them. Unbelievable. And it's nothing more frustrating than when you identify a problem and watch government not tackle it. Guad Venegas on the ground force in Mississippi. Guad, thank you. Before we go to break, I want to give you a quick update on the coronavirus pandemic. Earlier today, the FDA authorized updated versions of the Pfizer and Moderna COVID booster shots. Pfizer's modified vaccine is now authorized for those 12 and up, Moderna's for those that are 18 up. And so what do these new vaccines do, you ask? Well, they're going to target both the original COVID strain and the more highly transmissible BA4 and BA5, so part 4 and 5 of Omicron, not that first round of Omicron that you got, say, last Christmas time. BA5 alone accounts for nearly 90% of all COVID cases in the United States, according to the CDC. This decision now goes to the CDC to issue its own recommendation on how the shots should be used. CDC Director Rochelle Walensky could sign off on those doses as soon as tomorrow, and the vaccinations could begin widely following the Labor Day weekend. After the break, an unprecedented mission. We're live in Ukraine next as the UN inspectors try to restore stability at a Russian-occupied nuclear plant in the middle of a war zone. We'll be right back.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now. Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
Welcome back. UN nuclear inspectors arrived in Zaporizhia, Ukraine today, where they will then make their way to the Russian-occupied nuclear power plant. Concerns around the facility have increased after weeks of shelling, both Russian and Ukrainian forces blaming the other for the instability, but it does look like Russia's trying to use the nuclear facility as some sort of shield. The IAEA Director General, leading the 14-member team, spoke to reporters ahead of their departure from Kyiv, acknowledging the difficulty of carrying out their mission in a war zone and, more importantly, in whether or not safety systems are still intact. They also intend to speak with the Ukrainian workers operating the plant, who are reportedly working under duress and have been subject to intimidation by the Russian occupying forces. But as the UN convoy prepares to head to the power plant, there does seem to be some debate about how long they will stay there, with Russian officials saying the mission will take just one day. The IAEA Director General told our Josh Letterman that the mission needs to take a few days, with hopes of establishing a permanent or continual presence. My colleague Megan Fitzgerald is in Kyiv with the latest tonight. So Megan, I guess the biggest question is, did they get to the plant, and are they going to be there for more than a day?
So, Chuck, what we know right now is that these inspectors are expected to go inside the plant tomorrow. But how long will they stay? That's the big question. As you mentioned, our colleague Josh Letterman spoke with the Director General, who says that this is a several-day mission. They need time to assess this massive nuclear power plant facility there. But according to Russian media, they're saying that this is just an in-and-out trip. They get in tomorrow and they leave tomorrow night. They're only going to inspect 2 of the 6 reactors. So we don't know exactly what's going to happen. But according to the International Agency, Atomic Energy Agency, they're saying, look, this is a massive plant and there's a lot of work here that needs to be done. They need to inspect the structural integrity of this facility. They want to take a close look at the damage that's been done because, of course, over the last several weeks, we've been reporting on the constant shelling and fighting that has happened in and around the Zaporizhia nuclear facility there. And also, as you mentioned, they want to speak to these Ukrainian employees who have been running this facility for the last several months now. But the question here is how candid will these employees be? Will they be under the watchful eye of the Russians, or will they be able to speak freely and honestly about what's happening inside that plant? The Director General, he says that he's confident that they are going to be able to execute their mission. I want you to listen to a little bit of what he told Josh Letterman earlier today.
We are a team of very experienced people. I'm bringing here the best and the brightest in safeguards, in safety, in security, and we will have a pretty good idea of what's going on.
So the mission here at hand is, of course, to try and avoid a nuclear accident, a national, international catastrophe where we're looking at radioactive material seeping out of this nuclear facility. And the Director General feels confident that they will be able to do that. The question was asked whether or not they felt like the Russians would be able to hide things from them as they go in to do their inspection. And he seems to think that they are knowledgeable enough and they will be able to read through anything that the Russians try and throw at them, Chuck.
Well, as you say, hopefully hopefully those Ukrainian nuclear workers feel free to speak. That's something you just don't know until it happens. Megan Fitzgerald on the ground for us in Kyiv. Megan, as always, please stay safe. After the break, an unprecedented mission. We're live. We're going to be what may be an unprecedented mission for our next guest that we're speaking with, Congressman Ro Khanna, a blue congressman trying to make inroads in red America. We're going to talk about his trip and what he's learned. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Welcome back. President Joe Biden is scheduled to give a primetime speech in Philadelphia tomorrow night. He's going to be addressing, quote, what he called the continued fight for the soul of the nation. That sounds familiar because it is. It was essentially the theme of his 2020 campaign. And this comes as Democrats are looking to revamp their messaging leading up to the midterms and beyond in an attempt to win back voters who feel left behind by where the party has moved in the past few years. One of those Democrats who's been doing a lot of this traveling is Congressman Ro Khanna. He represents Silicon Valley, but as you and I were discussing, you sort of took this mission seriously early on. And when you first got here, essentially the old Stephen Colbert, get to know your districts, and you wanted to get to know a lot of districts, and you'd been doing it this way. Tell me about this trip. What makes this trip a little different?
Well, I went to factory towns, and I wanted to hear what people had to say. There was someone, Fred, who came up with a binder, 80 years old, of 40 plants that had closed in the last 40 years. And he said, look, this destroyed our community. It led to divorce. It led to suicide.
This guy, wait a minute. I want to stop here. Yeah. This guy brought you a binder.
A binder.
Where were you? What town?
It was in Anderson, Indiana, in a union hall. Yeah. And 80 years old. And then he mailed it to me. And part of them, people just want to be heard.
Sure.
I mean, they want to hear what has happened.
That's great
to these
analysis. Because what did he went through? Was it just Indiana that he was chronicling, or what?
Just Anderson.
Just Anderson of all the different companies.
All the companies that have moved offshore. And here, and here's the thing. I said, President's talking about making things in America. Someone turned to me and said, I thought that was a Donald Trump thing. I said, no, it was an FDR thing. But part of the challenge has been these communities have a legitimate gripe and grievance. It's that a lot of our production for 40 years has been offshored. And both parties, I mean, yes, it was partly Reagan, but it was both parties are to blame. And it's not just the white working class, it's the black working class, it's the Latino working class.
Right.
And so how are we going to bring that production back? And that's been part of my efforts.
I was just going to say, so give me your diagnosis. Look, I know these voters well. I've seen some surveys among union members all across the Midwest. They have no trust in the Democrats. And yet these are all former Democratic voters. And they were Democratic voters not that long ago. Most of them probably voted for Obama at least once, if not twice. But they've really, whatever it is, Donald Trump really penetrated the working class Union Democrat. What did you discover about them?
Well, some of them, it's not just that they have lost hope in Democrats. It's worse than that, Chuck. And some of them have lost hope in the American dream, in the country. And the challenge is, how are we going to convince them that the prosperity, the hope for their kids is going to exist? What I've been saying is, let's have the next generation of production here. We can't make masks in America. We can't make antibiotics in America. It's not just semiconductors. Why can't we produce these things? And by the way, we can be honest. It's not that everything from the past is going to come back, but we can have the next generation of manufacturing here. Singapore is doing it, and we can re-industrialize this country. And that, I think, is one of the best things that the Democrats can do to bring the country together.
So it sounds like what you're saying is there were some things Donald Trump said, let's not talk about his actual policies, but some things that he said that Democrats should have paid attention to.
I don't know if it's what Donald Trump said, but it's certainly what the voters said.
I was just going to say what the voters heard, and they certainly heard that from him, right?
I think what they heard was our jobs have gone offshore, our jobs and production are no longer in the United States. Fine, but look, what were his policies? Corporate tax cuts that led to more offshoring. Right. And he didn't have an inclusive vision. I mean, I go there and I say, yes, we have to rebuild America, but it's going to be white working class. It's going to be immigrants. It's going to be the LGBTQ community. It's going to be everyone. And we're going to create new jobs, new economic prosperity. Let's call it a new economic patriotism. I think if it's just simple, we're going to make things in America. We have a forward-looking vision. I think we can win some people back.
Do you think the crowd you talked to, and I think I think you were doing this tour before the debt cancellation happened on colleges. What would this crowd have said about that, do you think, about debt cancellation? And how could you have convinced them that this was actually good for them?
I think some of them may have been opposed in candor, but what I would have said is, look, there are a lot of first-generation families who are getting their debt canceled. There are a lot of union households whose kids go to community college who are going to benefit from this, or college. And by the way, why don't we also have vocational education covered? If you want to make an automobile today, it's a computer on wheels. You're going to need some technical education. Let's cover that as well. Let's have education for everyone. But I think, look, when I go to these towns, I talk about being pro-choice and I talk about LGBTQ equality. I don't shy away from what I believe. But I say we may disagree on certain issues, but we can all agree that we've got to rebuild America. America needs to lead, and we have a vision for that.
You know, it sounds like that once they were able to hear what your pitch was, and essentially here's what I'm for, they're like, I got no problem with that. But I'm guessing they don't hear this, right? Like, you're probably the first Democrat that's attempted to come to this community in a while. Is this a media consumption thing? Is there something different Democrats can do to talk to these voters so that they hear everything and not just the caricatures?
Well, I think we have to go into some of the red communities, red states. I mean, someone said, why are you going to Anderson, Indiana? We're never going to win that. I said, that's precisely why I'm going. But we also need people from the coast going there. They may see Tim Ryan there. They may see Sherrod Brown there. But here they have this Indian-American guy from Silicon Valley saying, you know, we need to produce things here. We need to make sure that we're working together. And I think it's not just about the jobs. People want this country to come together. They want us to be able to root for America. And that gives them hope.
You know, you have this optimism about you. When you hear at the same time, we're going to have some harsh rhetoric with these midterm elections. MAGA Republicans, semi-fascism. Are you comfortable with some of this rhetoric? And you think it's the right call?
Well, Truman called Dewey a fascist. This is American politics.
Oh, I have no doubt. Look, the words, I'm not saying they won't be uttered. I guess the question is, should they be?
I tend to be more hopeful, and we're all a product of our experience. I grew up in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. It was a largely white community. There were a lot of people who believed in me. I tend to emphasize the hopeful part of America. That doesn't mean we don't call out things that are wrong. We don't call out people taking documents, classified documents, or interfering with the judicial process. But I think what people want to know is, why is American democracy still the greatest, and what can we do to keep it that way?
All right, you're touring the country, so folks are going to assume, do you want to run for national office? I assume the answer to that is yes, but when?
Well, I want to support President Biden in economic patriotism. He should adopt, and he's free to steal any of my ideas, and I'd like to be out there surrogating for him around the country. But, you know, I wish more people would go around the country from different districts.
It's My God, if we just had a little more personal interaction, I think everybody would realize the temperature would suddenly drop in this town dramatically. Ro Khanna, Democrat from Silicon Valley, California. Good to see you.
Thank you.
And thank you all for being with us this hour. We'll have more analysis of the fast-changing midterm landscape. It's available right now, audio. Don't miss today's episode of the Chuck Toddcast. We take you on what would a path to the Democrats actually holding the House look like. I got 2 House experts on, and we go through the country. If you're a real political junkie, this will be your favorite episode. We'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
You know, for the first time, we're seeing some of those actual classified documents, obviously redacted, that the FBI took from Mar-a-Lago. And if a picture is worth 1,000 words, that picture may only need 6 of them. Is Donald Trump in trouble legally? That's the question, right? What this new filing by the Justice Department says about potential crimes as we wait for the Trump team's response really any minute. Plus, the hottest place on earth might get even hotter as down in Mississippi, we're getting new reaction from the mayor of Jackson on the city's water crisis. We'll take you live on the ground. And Snapchat, still one of the most popular apps for Gen Zers. So why is it slashing 1/5 of its staff and a bunch of features? Here's a hint, maybe blame TikTok. We'll explain. Plus, in tonight's original, we introduce you to 3 doctors who are also devout Catholics and how the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe versus Wade is changing their minds on abortion. And the GOAT, she is back at it tonight. Serena Williams, folks, 2nd-round match, this time against the world #2. So will tonight be Serena's last competitive open match ever? We've got that later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and the big questions tonight. Okay, did former President Trump break any laws? And if so, will the Justice Department actually charge him? Right now, based on this new filing, it looks like the answer to at least the first question from the DOJ could be yes. We don't know that for sure. We do not want to get out over our skis, but they are suggesting a couple of things. We're going to get to that, but we also got to tell you what is set to happen in the next couple of hours here. Mr. Trump's legal team is expected to respond and make the case to a judge that he appointed for the so-called special master. That's this independent third party to look at the documents the FBI seized. We are getting a look at some of those documents for the first time because of this filing. You see a few right here labeled top secret SCI. That is about as classified as it gets, people. Mr. Trump is not happy about this picture. He's accusing the FBI of throwing the documents all over the floor. And House Republicans are claiming without evidence that the FBI is taking those Time magazine covers you just saw as a souvenir. Other Republicans, like Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, well, they're not saying too much. Watch.
I didn't know if you had a chance to review or anything from this morning, the DOJ's report or
I don't have any observations about that.
That's not all we got from this filing. The DOJ says it has evidence that government records were, and I'm quoting here, were probably concealed and removed, saying that likely points to efforts to obstruct the government's investigation. Obstruct, that's a really important word, right? Because that points to a crime, maybe obstruction of justice. But to be clear, there is no proof in this, right? None of this proves that crimes were committed. But the government altogether is rejecting this whole special master request. They say it would harm national security, given that we're talking about so many classified documents. Look at what January through August the FBI found or had returned from Mar-a-Lago. So this is what the team is trying to sort through now. Our team here with these questions. First, what is the DOJ talking about inside that building right now? Right? What conversations are they having? Because there are big steps they may be taking, and they don't want to get this wrong. 2, what laws, if any, were broken here? Which directly leads us into number 3. Does Donald Trump himself have actual legal exposure? Julia Ainsley is here to break all of it down. And Julia, let me start kind of in that order, right? What do those conversations look like inside the DOJ right now? I've spoken with legal experts who point out that this would be unprecedented to prosecute a former president in this way. You have to think they are taking this extremely seriously when they're looking at the evidence that they have in front of them.
Yeah, Hallie, we know that the Attorney General Merrick Garland himself spent weeks trying to decide before he went in and did authorize the FBI to do that August 8th search of Mar-a-Lago. Not that he was on the fence about it, but that he just wanted all of the evidence to be as strong as it possibly could before asking a judge for permission that ultimately gave them the right to go into Mar-a-Lago. And so we understand now they have a different balancing act here. They need to be able to give the American public as much information as possible possible to try to quell some of these conspiracy theories, keep FBI agents from being attacked, also try to keep all the conspiracy theories that Trump himself is trying to garner attention for on Truth Social. But in reality, they also need to be able to make sure that their investigation can continue as possible. So they really gave us a roadmap in that filing last night that went beyond what they needed to just do legally to show why there wasn't a need for a special master. They gave us a little bit more than we've seen in the past through the warrant and the redacted affidavit. We're able to see clear evidence of what they could see as potential crimes the president would have committed, former president would have committed, and that's why they needed to go in. So they're balancing, right? They need to keep a lot of this secret, has national security implications, but they also need the public and, more importantly, this judge to understand where they're coming from so their investigation doesn't get off on a side road where all of a sudden all these documents that they've just spent weeks going through, passing on to investigators, passing on to the Director of National Intelligence to make an assessment of what kind of intelligence damage there might have been. After that, they don't want to have to rail it back in and go back to square one and hand all of this over to a third party who they don't know, who they won't appoint, and who would also have to have an extremely high level of security clearance in order to see those documents. So a lot being balanced right now and discussed inside DOJ.
Let's give folks an idea of the potential, and I stress potential, crimes that we're talking about here. The DOJ, per its search warrant, cited several criminal statutes, right? Concealment, removal, possibly losing defense information, destruction of records, falsification of records. This new filing, right, that I think everybody has been dissecting today seems to point to a couple of potential crimes. Number one, obstruction, as we talked about. And number two, maybe lying to the FBI, because the DOJ basically says that its agents found in a matter of hours twice as many documents as what Trump's attorneys, Mr. Trump's attorneys, had initially handed over, even after they had said they'd done a diligent review.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you just put up Espionage Act there, Hallie, and a lot of people would say, whoa, that's accusing the former president of being a spy. It's not exactly what it says. Actually, people have been charged under the Espionage Act for just bringing home documents that should have stayed at work if they worked in a setting where those documents needed to stay for security reasons. They bring them home to review. That could end up being a violation of the Espionage Act because we have laws in place to protect that information and make sure it doesn't leave places where it is kept secure. The other one is obstruction. The big question, and I can't believe we're talking about this again because it's been, 4 or 5 years since the Mueller investigation began, but we're going to again talk about, would the president, former president, be charged with obstruction if they don't charge him with an underlying crime? If they don't find that he violated any other crime, could they still go forward with obstruction? Because obstruction, again, seems to be one of the clearest avenues that they have here if they can show that his legal team did not turn over everything they were supposed to and concealed it by moving it in places where they couldn't be found.
Julia Ainsley, thank you for that analysis and for that reporting. I am sure we will be talking again about this soon. I appreciate it. There's another investigation related to the actions that Donald Trump took, and this was while he was in office on January 6th, with updates there. There's new emotional testimony in the trial of 3 people accused of storming the Capitol from a police officer who was there that day. Sergeant Aquilino Gonell, a 17-year veteran of the U.S. Capitol Police. I want you to look at however you're streaming this right now. That's him. He was at the January 6th hearings. He attended all of them. He's been super outspoken about the attacks. He testified today for 2.5 hours. Our Gary Grumbach was inside the courtroom and says Gonell described keeping the protesters at bay like a game of whack-a-mole. Gary is with us now. What stands out here is, to me, Gary, is how Sergeant Gonell talked about he was willing to die that day. He was painting this in the starkest of terms.
Yeah, Sergeant Gonell said he was willing to die that day because he said he knew what was at stake and he knew who was at stake. He listed in court today, he knew the vice president was in there, the vice president's family, 100 members of the Senate, hundreds of members of the House of Representatives. And of course, he knew what he was helping to stop from happening, which was the stopping of the counting of the electors of a free and fair election. Now, there's no cameras allowed in federal court, so my voice is going to have to do here. But I do want to read to you some quotes from Sergeant Gonell today. He said, "My fear was if I used lethal force, would they respond in kind, therefore creating a bloodbath given that we were outnumbered." And he went on to say, "I knew I could stop to take care of myself. I knew what was at stake. I was willing to die that day." He just felt like he was doing his job and nobody and nothing was going to get in the way of that. Hallie.
The defense had a strategy, too, because they went after the fact that he has been outspoken. We said he's been outspoken. He sure has, right? He's talked about his experience. He has explained it to reporters, members of the media, publicly, et cetera. This was part of the defense's strategy. Explain that.
Yeah, this was not the first criminal trial that he's testified in, and they made that clear, the defense. This is also, he's done more than 40 television and print interviews. They made that clear. He's been very active on Twitter. They made that clear. And he also now has a book deal where he's going to be paid for talking about his experience through this book deal. And really, I think what they tried to make is make a point that they wanted to show that he was all about himself, not about saving other people. But Gunnell says he's just trying to make sure everyone understands the gravity of the situation.
Gunnell also appeared to challenge the sentences at one point of some of the other given to rioters, which, interesting, is the judge in this case is the only D.C. federal judge who has acquitted a January 6th defendant.
Yeah, that's notable, and it's also notable that this is a bench trial. This is not a jury trial, so the only person that makes a decision here is Judge McFadden himself, somebody who does have a history of acquitting January 6th defendants. And the tone here definitely shifted when the defense started asking questions, because he got fired up about the sentences of other January 6th defendants. And he didn't say anybody specifically, but he said 30 days house arrest is simply not a punishment that's fitting the crime of what happened that day on January 6th. Hallie.
Gary Grumbach, thank you. All of this, by the way, coming as we are hearing now from the head of the January 6th Select Committee that they are having an open discussion. No decision yet on whether to call former Vice President Mike Pence or the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, Ginny Thomas, in front of them. We're going to keep an eye on that with a meeting set tomorrow. Tonight, the mayor of Jackson, Mississippi, says he expects the city water pressure to start increasing as soon as tonight. That would be a huge relief to people in Jackson. With those comments coming after he got a call from the White House today, promising to help. Listen.
The eyes of Washington are watching the city of Jackson, and they wanted us to know that we should expect the full arm of support from the federal government in every way that they possibly can.
The governor of Mississippi declared a state of emergency after all that rain flooded the Pearl River and messed up a big water processing facility. It meant 180,000 people did not have reliable water there. They couldn't have safe water to use for kids or for lunches or for whatever, right? They had to boil water, use bottled water. On the West Coast, meantime, 49 million people are under heat alerts today from Phoenix in Southern California all the way up through Seattle, with this historic Labor Day heat wave set to hit this weekend. Raf Sanchez is covering that heat out west, but I want to start with Guad Venegas, who is in Ridgeland, Mississippi. And Guad, it's like a good news, bad news situation from the mayor tonight. Good news, some of the pumps are working. Bad news, people don't know when they can stop boiling water.
Hallie, right. The good news is that they're working at the plant here. This is the plant that provides most of the water to Jackson, O.B. Curtis. It's the plant that failed after the flooding. The mayor also said that they've installed a new pump. Yesterday, state government officials said there was issues with some of the pumps, but they also mentioned that there were issues with not having enough people to work at the plant. So all of that is being dealt with now. I guess the good news of all of this is the attention that this issue has gotten from the state and the federal government, so we can expect some change. No one has really told us when we can expect things to go back to normal. The mayor just informed that we could see increased pressure as of tonight. Now, there's two things that we've known have been an issue. One is the quality of the water, right? So for about a month, the people had to boil their water if they wanted to use it to brush their teeth or to drink, right? Or to cook or do the dishes. That was already going on. The current problem stopped pumping a lot of the water, so it was an issue of not having enough water. So what we know now is that could increase the amount of water that goes into the city, but we still have to deal with the quality of that water, right? Moving down the line, once they get the pressure back out, they'll have to eventually put out some type of statement saying that that water is safe now to be drank by the residents. Now, meanwhile, I should say that they are distributing water inside the city, but some of these distribution centers are running out of water. We know that today at 5 p.m. local, they're opening up new distribution centers. This is very important for the people that can't afford to go buy drinking water, because some people are spending $100 a week to buy this drinking water. So they're moving along with more efforts, and the expectation is that with the federal government and the state government working with the city, there's going to be more resources to work on the plant and to distribute water for the people that need it right now.
To put this in perspective, Guad, Jackson is the capital of Mississippi. It is the biggest city in the state, right? It's the capital of a state in America, and people there say the city's had water problems for years. It feels like there are systemic issues, and it feels like the question a lot of people are asking is, how could a city like Jackson have problems that are this prevalent, this lingering, and this foundational?
That's the question. And when the mayor speaks about this, he says he's been asking for help for years, for months. He's been talking about this, but the issues themselves have been here for years, according to the mayor. So, I mean, it's hard to tell what exactly happened and who stopped making the necessary repairs. The mayor says they've needed more funds to hire the people that they need for the equipment. The state government says they're looking into it now. So it's difficult to understand exactly what happened. What we know from talking to members of the community, Hallie, is that they've been living under these conditions for so long, they've gotten used to it. So it's a little surreal when you go into the community and you ask someone, how's the water at your house? And they say, I've got some pressure, so that's good. You know, they've gotten used to this. I spoke with a mother who took me into her kitchen. Half the kitchen was used to store water because this is the way they've been living. So for someone from outside of the city, that's unacceptable. But the people here have had to accommodate to that. So now with all of this attention, the hope is that everything gets repaired.
I talked to one restaurant owner down there in Jackson today, Guad, who was like, yeah, this isn't even our first time that we've had to deal with this, right? He had water, like no water for 10 days a couple years ago. I mean, it's to your point, something that needs to get addressed. Thank you. Appreciate you being there. We're going to keep an eye on this story. Let me bring in Raf Sanchez out in LA, where it is hot. It's going to keep getting hotter. And Raf, it could be record-breaking hot, like all-time heat records, not like, oh, daily records or whatever. I'm so struck by this prediction that Death Valley could get so hot this weekend, it'll be the hottest temperature ever recorded on planet Earth. Like, that's how crazy, crazy hot it's going to get.
Hallie, 126 degrees in Death Valley, the hottest temperature ever recorded on the face of Earth in September. And I got to tell you, every week here in the West, there is some painful new reminder of the scale of the climate crisis. Take a look at those forecasts on your screen for the Labor Day weekend coming up. If we can bring them back up, I just want to give our viewers a sense of the scale of this heat dome. So Redding and Palm Springs are at opposite ends of the state. Palm Springs down by the Mexican border, Redding up by Oregon. They're both going to be 111 degrees on Labor Day. Sacramento, the capital, are going to be 112. Here in LA, 101. But that's in the city. The county could be 110 degrees. That would be a record-breaking number. And so, Hallie, the message that authorities here in California, from the governor on down, are trying to send to folks is this is not just hot weather. This is dangerously hot weather.
That's right.
Hallie?
You are so smart, I think, Raf, to frame this as yet another painful reminder of the climate crisis in California. And when we think about the climate crisis there, it's not just drought, it's fires. And when it's this hot going into September, how does that affect fire season? It can't be good.
It can't be good. So, Hallie, it used to be September was peak fire season. We've kind of got to the point now in California, it's fire season all year round. But this level of heat brings an enormous amount of dry kindling, which is the key component in forest fires. And so one of the things that state authorities are saying is, look, if you are going on a camping trip this Labor Day weekend, you have to be super conscious of what you're doing with your campfire. You do not want to be the person whose stray sparks brings the next big Californian wildfire, Hallie.
Raf Sanchez live for us there in LA. Raf, thank you. To Ukraine now, where a team of UN nuclear experts have arrived to try and stop what they worry could become a nuclear disaster. Look at this. They're there today. It's not going to be a quick trip. Their leader tells NBC News the visit to the nuclear plant is going to take a few days, but long term, they're hoping to have a permanent presence there. Russia, apparently, or at least publicly welcoming this trip, saying they're counting on it to stop the, quote, nuclear extortion from Ukraine. It comes as Ukrainian troops seem to be making progress in the key region of Kherson today. Officials say they did strikes as part of a counteroffensive to get territory back from Russia. Megan Fitzgerald is with me now. And Megan, so the nuclear team is in the city. We just looked at that shot of those vans arriving. They don't actually get to the plant until tomorrow. What does it look like once they're there? And when they say they want to be there permanently, will they really be able to do that?
Well, that certainly is the mission here. We heard from the Director General today. He wants to be there for several days. He wants to have this permanent presence at the facility because the overarching mission is to try and prevent a nuclear accident from taking place at this facility that we know has been shelled, has been hit, has been knocked offline over the last several weeks because of constant fighting in the area there. Now, a Russian-installed official told a Russia media outlet, Interfax that this is going to be a one-day trip. They're going to be in and out by tomorrow evening, that they're only going to inspect 2 of these 6 reactors. This is a massive facility. That's what they're reporting. But what this Director General is saying is that this is a complex mission, and they are going to need time to be able to comb through it, check all the boxes, and to make sure that a nuclear disaster is not imminent. So that is something that is yet to be seen. And another question that's out there is, are they going to have an opportunity to speak with those employees that are inside the plant, these Ukrainian employees that have been running this facility for the last 6 months? And will they be able to speak candidly and freely with them? That's something that we just don't know. So, Hallie, all eyes are going to be on this mission as those 14 inspectors make their way inside this facility tomorrow.
How about the latest on the fighting on the ground in Kherson, Megan? The UK Defense Ministry saying, hey, Ukraine has actually pushed back the front line because the Russian defense is so sort of sparse in this area. Talk about the importance of this territory and where things stand now.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we know is that this counteroffensive that the Ukrainian military launched started on Monday. The mission here is to take back territory in the south, the Kherson region. This is territory that we saw the Russians take over pretty much immediately in the very beginning of this war 6 months ago. This counteroffensive seems to be working. According to Ukrainian officials, according to the White House, they've already taken back several villages in that area. Now, of course, they're being tight-lipped about this. They're not saying much, but we do understand from speaking yesterday to U.S. Senators Amy Klobuchar, along with Rob Portman, that it's the weapons that these Ukrainian military officials have, that the front line has from the U.S., from places like the U.K., that's really making a significant difference in this war.
Megan Fitzgerald live for us in Kyiv. Megan, I'm glad to have you with us tonight. Thank you. We got a lot more to get to this hour. New data showing Americans are living their shortest lives in 26 years. The numbers being called historic as it relates to life expectancy and how long you may live. Plus, the parent company of Snapchat laying off more than 1,000 workers. The latest news in a bad year for big tech companies. So what's up with that downturn? Stay with us.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Right now on NBC News Now, we begin with breaking news just coming in.
What's happening now, what's happening next, and what it means for you.
We're continuing to follow the Russian attack on Ukraine.
There's an intense artillery battle underway. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Fewer people are content to just offer their thoughts and prayers.
Stunning testimony at the January 6th hearing.
Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades. Parts of Virginia cleaning up after severe storms.
Flames forcing thousands to evacuate.
When do I play meteorologist? Only when the heat is this bad.
Another special night of election coverage right here at NBC News Now.
Results are coming in.
This Tuesday is going to be huge.
This is big when we're talking about November.
This feels like an ideological fight to the death. Is there room for common ground?
What do you think when you see the activism? Do you think this could have happened without social media?
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The potential for a recession is forcing some social media companies to make some tough choices, and the latest, Snap, the parent company of an app that you probably use, Snapchat. Starting today, the company is laying off about 20% of its staff, more than 1,000 employees. The company's also going to cancel some of its original shows, its games in the app, and some other projects, too. Why? Well, Snap, along with some other tech companies, blame the rise of TikTok, and they also blame economic concerns. Steve Kovac joins us now. And Steve, a lot of people use Snapchat, right? It's like it's the top 4 most used app for teenagers, but they didn't have the best year when it came to how much money it made. Why blame TikTok? Why blame the recession or the economic picture as it is right now?
Yeah, well, when it comes to the macroeconomy, Hallie, what they're seeing is a lowering in ad spend. So Snap makes money when advertisers pay to put their ads on the product, and that's happening less and less. It's not just happening in Snapchat, by the way. It's happening all across social media, from Twitter to Facebook and Pinterest. All of these companies have been having a really rough 2022 as people are basically unsure of how the economy is going to play out. Are we going to hit a recession soon or anything like that? And concerns over the consumer. So when people start cutting back spending, advertising is usually the first thing to go, and that's why Snap is hurting.
They're going to be closing down a division that produced some of these short shows with celebrities, with big influencers. So no new shows. Existing shows, I think, will stay. From like a user basis here, like what will we notice when you go on Snap? What's going to look different or feel different?
It's not going to look much different, Hallie. So those shows that are already there they're going to continue, and I think NBC, in fact, has a show that will continue.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned. Yes, so NBC will still be on there. They're not going away. We have not been canceled on Snapchat. But what has been canceled are future projects, any future developments for home-made programs. But you got to keep in mind, most content on Snap and all social media is generated by the users. So just because Snap itself isn't making content, there are plenty of other channels and outlets and individuals out there making the content for people.
Steve, love to see you. Thank you. They're there at CNBC headquarters. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the strongest storm of the year is taking aim at parts of Japan. Super Typhoon Hinamnor is equivalent to a Category 5 hurricane, with winds getting close to 160 miles an hour with higher gusts. The typhoon's expected to stay in the area for several days. Number 2, officials in Alaska are going to be tabulating the results of a special election on Facebook Live. Initial results showed the Democrat in this race, Mary Peltola, leading with nearly 40% of the vote. If she is elected, she'd be the state's first Alaska Native member of Congress. But the election was conducted under this new ranked choice voting system. It means that it's like kind of complicated, but the bottom line, it means that Republican Sarah Palin could end up after today's count filling that empty U.S. House seat. We'll have more results for you tonight here on this network and tomorrow morning. Number 3, Bed Bath & Beyond closing about 150 stores, reducing its workforce by 20%. That means it's laying off something like 20% of its workers. Today, the company says it got $500 million in new money as it tries to fix the business that's struggling. Bed Bath & Beyond shares down when the market closed today. Number 4, take a look at this from Spain, where people threw 130 tons of overripe tomatoes onto people on purpose. It's the famous Tomatina street tomato fight. It is back after a 2-year COVID suspension. You have to pay to have tomatoes thrown at you. It's $12. And like 20,000 people ponied up. Number 5, check it out. These new extraordinary images from the Hubble and James Webb telescopes. You're looking at a so-called phantom galaxy, M74. It's a spiral of solar systems 32 million light years away in the Pisces constellation. Love that. A reliable measure to show how healthy Americans are doesn't seem to be doing so awesome. Life expectancy in the U.S. is down for the 2nd year in a row in 2021. This is according to a new government report out today. It means on average, our life expectancy is the lowest it's been in more than 20 years, with some medical experts calling this an historic setback, a dismal situation. Translation, it ain't great. Okay, in 2019, the average life expectancy was 78 years, 10 months. 2020, it dropped to 77 years, and then last year down to 76 years, 1 month. The biggest decline was among American Indian and Alaskan Native people, who saw their life expectancy go down 6.5 years since the pandemic began, down now to 65 years. Why? Why is this happening? Mostly because of COVID, which we've been dealing with for the better part of 2 years. But there are some other problems at play. Things people were dealing with well before the pandemic started. Drug overdoses, heart disease, suicide, chronic liver disease. Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now. And Dr. Azar, the last time we saw a decrease like this was in the early 1940s, right? Back at the height of World War II. When, as a public health official, as a doctor, how concerning is this new data to you?
It is incredibly concerning. And you pointed out in the lead the numbers that we're looking at, and especially for Native Americans and for Alaska Natives, the number really is jaw-dropping. And I think it's laid pretty bare a situation in this country where we have compounded already what's existed, the inequity and all of that stuff, by the pandemic. I think these numbers are truly startling. I mean, obviously, we've seen a decrease in all folks, but particularly in this group. And, you know, look, Hallie, we have a profit-driven healthcare system. We have, a country that's, really fraught with overweight and obesity and all these other risk factors, easy access to guns and smoking and everything like that. And then you compound that with racism. And I think that that's just, we're seeing that. You can't ignore that anymore.
Yeah, the equity piece when it comes to, like we talked about, the Native American population is significant here. There's also a question, Dr. Azar, like, why is this happening? And I think people, like, it's important to understand this is like a measure that public health experts use to assess, like, how healthy are we as a country? Right. We are basically predicted, right? Obviously, you're not going to, people live more than 70 plus years, less than whatever, right? But like the life expectancy is the lowest it's been since 1996. I mean, that is so startling. And the question is why? Because other Western countries were hit hard by COVID, Dr. Azar, you know this, but they don't have the drop in life expectancies that we are having. Why?
Right. So a couple of explanations, Hallie, are, that the countries are just culturally very different. Other countries had more successful vaccination campaigns. Only 2/3 of Americans are fully vaccinated. By that, I mean having had 2 shots. And only 1/3 of Americans have received 1 booster. Behaviorally, we are much less likely to, abide by, the guidance and restrictions and things like that. But I think what it really shows, look, if you dissect the numbers and you just look at the distribution of the loss that we've seen along ethnic or, racial groups, it's not for everyone, right? I mean, it's like if you have a well-to-do, upper middle class white person, they're probably going to live longer than the 76 years. But what we've seen here is that the groups that have always been marginalized have even been more marginalized by the pandemic. And it's just really, uncovered all of that kind of systemic inequality that we've been dealing with for a long time, and nobody likes to talk about because it's ugly, but I think you can't ignore it.
Dr. Azar, such an important point. Thank you for being with us. Always good to see you. Coming up, some new audio into NBC News where Mehmet Oz calls all abortions murder. That happened before Roe was overturned. So how's that going to play on the campaign trail now? Plus, we talk with women who went from protesting abortions to providing them. We'll explain coming up.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
The Senate campaign in Pennsylvania, where he's running for the Republican ticket, they're defending his stance on abortion, saying he is pro-life and supports exceptions. He is anti-abortion and supports exceptions for rape, incest, and saving the life of a mother, after audio was released from a virtual town hall in May in which Dr. Oz called abortion murder, he says, at any stage of pregnancy.
If life starts at conception, why do you care what age the heart starts beating at? It's, it's still murder.
I want to bring in now Ali Vitale. And Ali, what Oz said at the time was during the primary campaign, which is very different from the general election campaign he finds himself in now. Yeah. He called it murder in May. Now his campaign says he believes in exceptions. His opponent, John Fetterman, has a campaign saying everybody knows that Oz's abortion position is not popular. Talk to us about the back and forth here and the broader context to this in a moment.
Yeah, what we're seeing across the country, Hallie, is Republicans trying to moderate the positions that they hold on abortion access, especially after seeing what happens in places like Kansas, where there was that abortion referendum vote that was able to stave off more restrictions on the abortion front in that state, despite it being a red state predominantly. And then, of course, most recently in one of those New York State special elections, Democrats were able to do well in a swingy district because of their message that was so hyper-focused on reproductive rights. And so in Pennsylvania, as well as in Arizona, we are seeing across the board Republicans moderating their positions, and in this case, for Dr. Oz's campaign, trying to say that he does support these exceptions when, despite the fact that this came in May, saying behind closed doors that his reasoning was that it doesn't matter if you are pro-life, then you do think that in this instance, abortion is still murder at any phase. And he did explain this somewhat in detail in the audio that we obtained. The Fetterman campaign, of course, trying to capitalize on this, painting their opponent as extreme on this issue, even as Republicans try to paint Democrats as similarly extreme.
And I think about, you mentioned, but Blake Masters in Arizona, right, who scrubbed his website's policy page of some of his views on abortion restrictions, for example. I wonder, you've talked about this Republican messaging here, Ali, but the midterms are going to be a real test of this, it seems.
Clearly, and it's also clear that Republicans are seeing warning signs in the way that we've seen polling data on enthusiasm and just closing the gap on the generic ballot between Republicans and Democrats. Republicans felt good about the gains that they could make in this midterm election cycle, especially in the House. But what we're seeing is that broadly, the landscape in this post-Roe environment has seemingly shifted in favor of Democrats, especially as you start seeing more voters saying that one of the top issues, if not the only issue that's motivating their vote in this upcoming cycle, is on abortion access and the larger reproductive rights landscape.
Ali Vitale, live for us with your new book, Ali, on the bookshelf behind you. We should note, electable, out on bookshelves now. Thank you, friend. To tonight's Original Now, with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching, and it is exactly what we've been talking about here, abortion rights. The decision about whether to add an abortion rights proposal to the November ballot in one state, Michigan, is probably going to end up with that state's Supreme Court, after a vote among the group that oversees the state's elections ended in a tie. It's part of this bigger state-by-state battle after the Supreme Court overturned Roe. And it's put doctors, some of them, in a tough position, both legally and morally, some say. Our team spoke with 3 Catholic providers in states where the procedure is still legal who have changed their minds on the issue of abortion. Here's Kathy Park.
My younger self absolutely would have been celebrating the decision to overturn Roe versus Wade.
A devoted Catholic, Jenny Villavicencio, once protested against abortion rights.
In high school, I was writing essays and reading them to my classmates about why abortion was wrong.
Until she found herself at a family planning clinic to get a morning after pill.
I had to pass through protesters who were screaming horrible things at me. And I remember thinking, I'm on your side. I'm pro-life.
But inside the clinic, she started to reconsider.
I couldn't tell who was there for an abortion, who was there for Plan B or contraception or a pap smear. And in that moment, I realized that that black and whiteness that I had been taught and been really proclaiming for so long wasn't the reality in the real world.
Now, as an OBGYN, she performs abortions, and she's not alone. Diane Horvath also grew up Catholic.
The teaching on abortion was a little bit confusing because they talk a lot about, you know, abortion being wrong and immoral, but also like loving your neighbor and being God's hands in the world.
She too became an abortion provider and is opening up an abortion clinic in Maryland in September.
My grandmother was a nurse in like the 1930s and 40s. And, you know, she saw a lot of people get sick and die from illegal or unsafe abortions. And so for her, it was never even a question. She said, of course, this should be legal because people shouldn't die from it.
Roughly 76% of Catholics in the U.S. say abortion should be legal in some cases and illegal in others, according to a recent Pew Research survey. The Catholic Church opposes abortion, believing that life begins at conception. Pope Francis has compared it to hiring a hitman.
I practiced abortions, did abortions, during the first 2 years of my residency.
While doctors Villavicencio and Horvath once opposed abortion and are now providers, some, like Dr. John Bruchowski, went a different direction.
It came to a head one day. I had to call the NICU. The doctor says, "Why are you treating my patient like a tumor?" She eventually challenged me to see that I was supposed to take care of two patients.
He stopped abortion care and started his own OBGYN practice.
It's practicing the best of modern medicine with the healing of Jesus Christ. And you don't have to say anything about Jesus in order to do that. You just need to be compassionate and holistic and integrated.
Taking different paths, but all seeing their work as a way of expressing Catholic values.
The values that were instilled in me, those values that in my faith tradition were attributed to Jesus, for example, those of compassion, of love, of acceptance, of equality. I continue to express those in the work that I'm doing.
Kathy is joining us now. Kathy, thank you for bringing us this story. It gave us a rare look at a case where an abortion clinic is opening in Diane's case, but it comes at a time where other clinics are closed or closing after the overturning of Roe.
Yeah, Hallie, that's absolutely right. According to the Guttmacher Institute of Research and Policy Organization, at least 43 clinics across 11 states have stopped providing abortion care about a month after that decision came down from the Supreme Court. And look, you heard from Diane there. She said she's not alone. There are other people like herself trying to fill this void across the country. And she said she's had to work on a much more expedited and consolidated timeline because keep in mind this decision came down at the end of June. Here we are at the end of August. She plans to open up this clinic in a matter of days, but she said she's been planning for months. Hallie?
Kathy Park, live for us there in Chicago. Kathy, thank you. Coming up, some new indications on Queen Elizabeth's health today. What she is doing for the first time in her 70-year reign. It's coming up.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen to the full season now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. It was Leslie.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We've got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Today marks 25 years to the day since the death of Princess Diana, and we are seeing a number of new memorials and services across Europe, including this memorial in Paris, where she died after a high-speed car crash. Some people even came from the UK just to be there. Similar scenes, of course, in and around the UK. Look at Kensington Palace. People came to lay down flowers, to write cards, to pay tribute. It's coming as Buckingham Palace today confirmed Queen Elizabeth will appoint the new Prime Minister at Balmoral Castle in Scotland. Why is this a big deal? It'll be the first time in her 70 years as queen that this is not being done at Buckingham, because it would have been kind of a journey, a bit of a schlep for her to get there. It's 1,000 miles round trip. Molly Hunter joins us now. And Molly, this Queen Elizabeth news is raising some questions about her health, because it's an example of her doing less when it comes to her royal duties.
Yeah, Hallie, that's right. And you hit the nail on the head. It is a schlep for the monarch. She has spent the summer up at Balmoral. It is her estate up in the Highlands in Scotland. Apparently, she prefers it to London. And this was clearly a way that Buckingham Palace and, everyone else around her could confirm that she would absolutely basically be present for this. She wants to be there to choose and to speak and to meet with her 15th prime minister. So whether she came back to Buckingham Palace, she has, Hallie, we know, canceled events because of her health, because of mobility issues. She has had COVID in the last couple of years, just like so many of us. So this was a guarantee. If she was at Balmoral and outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson and the incoming Prime Minister yet to be determined, either Liz Truss or Rishi Sunak, went up to Balmoral, that was a guaranteed moment where she knew she would be there and wouldn't have to really move around. So what exactly are we reading into it? Is there additional health issues that we don't know? That's certainly what everyone's talking about here, Hallie. But it is a big deal. It is the first time this has happened. And just, I like this detail as well. This ceremony is called Kissing Hands. And it's been done for every prime minister. And that, like you said, it's been done at Buckingham Palace every single time she's had to do it.
Yeah, a long time tradition. It's an important day, I think, too, for people where you are. And here, too, because it's been 25 years since Princess Diana passed away. I can imagine. She died. It's a really emotional moment for the country. Talk to me about what it's been like as you've been in and around London today.
Yeah, and big Diana anniversaries always hit this country very hard. I've got to say, so I was here for 22, Hallie, 5 years ago. That was a much bigger day, actually, for this country. So it was interesting. There were no big public events around Kensington Palace. But as we see, really kind of on our anniversary every year, but especially at these big milestones, people go to Kensington Palace, they lay flowers, they put up posters. Like you mentioned, that was also happening in Paris. And certainly that happened today. People also visited that statue that her sons, Prince William and Prince Harry, Sanctuary, unveiled last summer as a place, kind of a touchstone to mark her legacy. What also happens, Hallie, at all these big kind of anniversaries related to the People's Princess, related to Diana, is people here in this country take stock of her legacy and really kind of focus in, of course, on her sons, but also how her sons, you know, whether separate or together, are carrying on her legacy. Really that kind of reaching out that she became so well known for and using their platform really for good, Hallie.
Molly Hunter, thank you. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Northeast Bureau, starting tomorrow, Times Square will go gun-free when a state law goes into effect that tightens up concealed carry rules in so-called sensitive areas. Mayor Eric Adams is launching this whole push to try to educate New Yorkers on this. You saw some of those signs that are going up in the area. Governor Kathy Hochul signed this law after the Supreme Court struck down New York's previous concealed carry law. From our Southeast Bureau, clean up on Interstate 55. You're looking at Alfredo sauce that spilled onto the highway in Memphis. Officials say a truck hit a retaining wall, which spilled these glass jars of sauce all across the lanes. One person was taken to the hospital, luckily only with minor injuries. And from our Midwest Bureau, it's the goats' turn to party today. Yes, not goats like the greatest of all time, actual goats. Electric utility ComEd is hosting a goat parade on the Chicago River. Boats of goats sailing to celebrate the end of summer and their return to quote-unquote work, because in the fall, these little goats on boats are sent to eat brush under power lines because that's faster, cheaper, and safer, the utility says, than using people to do it, to mow the brush, not to eat the brush. Coming up, Serena Williams extending her farewell tour tonight. You could say from one goat to another because she is the GOAT. We'll talk about how she's still smashing records on her way out.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been crowned.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind.
Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been crowned.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We have not seen the last of Serena Williams yet. She is back on the court tonight in Queens, New York, facing the #2 player in the world in their first ever matchup. And listen, this could be